Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 62 Spiral Toothed Shark. A king-class expert's prowess was being completely displayed at this moment. Lin Yuan felt that he was like a lonely boat in the middle of the ocean and might be engulfed by the waves at any moment. This was because Elder Ning had intentionally withdrawn his prowess from Lin Yuan. Otherwise, a king-class prowess would instantly pressure Lin Yuan to the ground. As Elder Ning released his prowess, a massive shadow appeared in the small-scale man-made sea. The bright silver dorsal fin had dark red patterns, and it looked just like a sharp sword that was splitting the surface of the sea. A massive body that was 10 meters in length leaped out of the sea surface before smashing back down again, causing a huge wave. When the current rushed over, Lin Yuan immediately staggered and nearly fell. Elder Ning then gestured to Lin Yuan and gave a simple introduction. This is my newly nurtured spiral-toothed shark. The spiral-toothed shark had already swum near their vicinity. The teeth of this giant shark were in the shape of a spiraled wheel. It wasn't only the case, as the upper jaw also had a vertical row of sharp teeth. When used together with the lower spiraled teeth, it would form scissors that could slice and cut. This allowed the spiral-toothed shark to turn into a killing machine in the sea, using its spiraled teeth and front teeth to sever and slice the lifeforms in front of it. This spiral-toothed shark didn't just have special traits of the prehistoric megalodon, but it even had the complementing traits of the Edistus. It was simply a fascinating breeding result toward the ancestry line. Lin Yuan looked at the spiral-toothed shark while leaning his ear toward Elder Ning. It was obvious that Elder Ning had other things to tell him other than showing him the spiral-toothed shark. Kid, I have already nurtured this spiral-toothed shark to Platinum X Legend, but I didn't allow it to evolve to Diamond Grade yet. It is because I want to guide its mutation toward the direction of Megalodon at the juncture of Diamond Grade. After speaking, Elder Ning brought over a Platinum Grade phase storage box from the side and took out many glass test tubes. He then opened up the test tubes and started to pour the goldenrod fluid into the spiral-toothed shark's mouth. Lin Yuan could recognize this goldenrod fluid. Isn't this a platinum dragon beast's blood? According to Big Sister Zin's price quotation, platinum dragon beast's blood cost 2 radiance dollars per drop. Each of these test tubes had around 100 drops. Elder Ning had already poured in 10 test tubes, and they would cost at least 2 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had a new mindset of what was luxurious. While Elder Ning was feeding the spiral-toothed shark, he explained, the megalodon lived in the sea by hunting dragon beasts. Using dragon beast blood to feed the spiral-toothed shark can guide it toward the mutation of the megalodon. The word creation in Creation Master might mean that there is nothing we cannot do. But you need to remember that all lifeforms' evolutions have traces that have to be followed. Lin Yuan was carefully pondering over Elder Ning's words while looking at the spiral-toothed shark. He was thinking that if the spiral-toothed shark evolved toward Megalodon's direction again, its size would surely burst exponentially. At the same time, it would grow a full mouth of giant teeth apart from the spiral teeth and vertical row of teeth. This would allow the spiral-toothed shark to slice and also rip. Lin Yuan didn't dare to imagine how much stronger the spiral-toothed shark would be by then. After feeding the spiral-toothed shark, Elder Ning led Lin Yuan out of the breeding room while Lin Yuan repeatedly pondered the meaning in Elder Ning's words. All of a sudden, Elder Ning spoke again. A creation master's job isn't just to create and evolve life. It is also to save lives. You may leave now. Come earlier tomorrow for the exam. Lin Yuan nodded and bade farewell. When he exited the Creation Master Association, he realized that it was already rather dark. Inside the Creation Master Association, Elder Ning was personally writing a letter and said to the assistant who was standing beside him, deliver this letter directly to the region lord residence and hand it over to the city lordess Ling Xiao. After the assistant left, Elder Ning lamented softly while filled with expectations. Lin Yuan, there will be a chance for you to rise to the top tomorrow. It will be determined if you can pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Lin Yuan didn't know the reason for the Creation Master Association's reformation. but as the vice president of Redbed City's Creation Master Association. Elder Ning knew. The Creation Master Association's reformation was due to the Moon Empress' plan on accepting her first apprentice. It had been many years since the Creation Master Association in the Redbed City had produced a true talent. It was unknown if the Redbed City's Creation Master Association could produce a shining star for the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan immediately headed for the Redbed Intermediate Spirit Kai Academy. Lin Yuan called Chu's phone number on the car, but he didn't expect someone to pick up the call after ringing for half a minute. It was Chusai. It was another familiar voice. And it was none other than Teacher Bao. You are Chu's elder brother. Right, Chusai is injured and is currently going through treatment. If there isn't any urgent matter, I will ask Chusai to return your call after she receives treatment. When Teacher Bao was speaking, Lin Yuan could still vaguely hear crashing and smashing sounds. As though there was a fight, Lin Yuan asked with a worried tone, Teacher, why is Chusai injured? I am arriving at the academy soon. After hearing Lin Yuan's question, Teacher Bao answered calmly. Chusai pulled the muscles on both her arms because she was blocking an attack. Our academy has been assigned with a silver healing type Fei, and she will be treated quickly. As a senior in the family, you don't need to worry. It is inevitable to have injuries during live combat class. Almost every student would suffer some injuries during the live combat class. This is the only way to build their live combat skill. Teacher Bao's statement made Lin Yuan relax. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt that Chusai was injured because the sharp iron horn bull wasn't a pure defensive type Fei. If the sharp iron horn bull didn't have the exclusive skill sacrifice, it would be the same as an offensive type Fei. If I prepared a traditional defensive type Fei for Chusai, she might not have gotten injured. Defensive type Spirit Kai professionals always had a title, and they were called the thickest armor and the best at enduring attacks. Lin Yuan didn't wish to see Chusai getting injured, so he suddenly thought of an idea to forge Chusai into an iron bucket. That wasn't enough. Though, she must not just be an iron bucket, but one that could prevent vibrations. Lin Yuan would only be at ease when he forged Chusai into an iron bucket. It just so happens that Chusai is able to contract her second Fei. I shall just prepare Chu's second Fei before the holidays. Teacher Bao, I am at the academy's entrance. I wish to enter the infirmary to see Chusai. Wait at the entrance for a moment. Chusai needs just a few more minutes for a complete treatment. It just happens that it is dinner time too, so I will allow her to meet you at the academy entrance. You two can have dinner together. After hanging up the call, Lin Yuan stood at the entrance and contemplated what defensive type Fei he should prepare for Chusai. The primary rank Fei observer knowledge allowed Lin Yuan to quickly lock onto a few defensive type Feis. Chapter 63. As an elder brother, there were countless species of defensive type Feis. If someone did a serious study, they would find at least 1 million species of defensive type Feis. But when each species of Fei evolved, it might learn similar abilities, or it might be completely different. It was even rarer for exclusive skills to be the same, so one must be very cautious when choosing a Fei. After all, the combination between Feis was a Spirit Kai professional's true trump card and power. While thinking like this, Lin Yuan had a headache. He felt that Feis that were suitable for Chusai were all rare, and they required some direction nurturing. Since Lin Yuan had a method to expedite the evolution of Feis, he preferred to pick a normal Fei for Chusai. Feis that were nurtured from a young age and constantly evolved would have certain aspects that were stronger than same grade Feis when at higher grades. It would also have a better mutual understanding with the Spirit Kai professional. As such, there wasn't a reason why Lin Yuan shouldn't pick a low-grade Fei and nurture it for Chusai. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, he suddenly felt a pat on his arm, followed by a pleasant voice. Lin Yuan, why are you here to visit me? Since the previous time Chusai had parted with Lin Yuan, she had been under the impression that she would only be able to see Lin Yuan during the holidays. She didn't expect Lin Yuan to visit her again so soon. Lin Yuan took a closer look at Chusai first and moved her arms around. When he realized that she was indeed fully healed, he relaxed and said, I am here to participate in the Creation Master exam. It is also convenient for me to bring you out for a meal. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to eat barbecued meat the previous time? Let's find a barbecue shop. After speaking, Lin Yuan pulled Chu Sai toward the streets and away from the red but intermediate Spirit Kai Academy. From time to time, female students would come over to flirt with Lin Yuan, making him rather exhausted after dealing with them. Chu Sai let out a sweet smile and asked, "Then, can I order 1 plate of mutton?" Lin Yuan used his hand to gently pat on Chu Sai's head and said, "Isn't fish your favorite? Why do you still want to eat mutton later? I will grill fish for you at the barbecue shop." Chu Sai stuck out her tongue. She might know that her family was rather wealthy now, but she still wasn't used to it yet. After all their young years suffering and hard times, the habits were already engraved in their bones. Of course, it didn't mean that Chu Sai gave money huge importance. On the contrary, she hadn't held back on the spending of the 10 Federation dollars that Lin Yu had transferred to her. The metallic food that she fed to the sharp iron horn bull was superior among the food meant for a bronze sharp iron horn bull. Presently, nothing much was left from the 10 Federation dollars. There was an old saying, children from poor families would be responsible household heads much earlier. Chu Sai wasn't a household head, but she understood how the world worked. When looking up from the bottom, the eyes would be filled with reality's harshness. While living in this harsh reality, Chu Sai understood who she was going to rely on in this world. She, too, understood what she had to do in order to survive better in this world and make Lin Yuan happy. It was to study well and increase her strength. If she could become a formidable individual, she would be able to help Lin Yuan, her elder brother. Therefore, after parting with Lin Yuan previously, Chu Sai hadn't taken any side jobs to earn money. She had devoted all her efforts to her academics. At that moment, Chu Sai had this indescribable ease and joy when she was looking at Lin Yuan. Chu Sai's ease didn't come from the change into a wealthier lifestyle, it was due to Lin Yuan's recovered body. Her joy came from the fact that she and Lin Yuan had persisted until now and never separated even in this harsh world. Lin Yuan called for a car and asked after boarding the car, "Chu Sai, how do you feel when you were using the sharp iron horn bull? What direction do you wish to develop in regards to your next Fei selection?" Lin Yuan could just pick Chu Sai's second Fei for her, but he still wanted to respect Chu Sai's opinion for the general direction. After being asked by Lin Yuan, Chu Sai's face suddenly changed, and she waved her fist with a little anger. "The sharp iron horn bull is especially good, and I like it a lot. But a few of my classmates gave me a nickname, Great Iron Bull. They are really too much." Lin Yuan involuntarily slapped his forehead after hearing Chu Sai's response. "When I was picking the Fei previously, I only cared about the Fei's strength and didn't consider the appearance. Firstly, the conditions back were restricted. Secondly, the sharp iron horn bull's exclusive skill, sacrifice, was truly a divine skill in Lin Yuan's opinion. The sacrifice skill was something that could be used by the Fei from start to end. As the Fei got stronger, the sacrifice skill would only become better. If Lin Yuan hadn't picked the sharp iron horn bull back then, it would truly have been a waste. In addition, after the Spirit Kai awakening, strength was a person's roots. Everything else was just a useless display of beauty and couldn't even be considered help in time of need. Given his previous life's memories, Lin Yuan's mental state was no longer like a hot-blooded youth's. As an elder brother, he should bring his younger sister along and take revenge by teaching a lesson to those people who had given her that nickname. However, Lin Yuan wouldn't do so. Chu Sai was now an independent person, and in order to mix into the society, everything that happened was something that she had to experience herself, and only with experience would one grow. Unless Chu Sai was in a true crisis, Lin Yuan would disregard everything and step in. After Chu Sai finished her statement, she immediately followed up. "The sharp iron horn bull is incredible. Presently, even the seniors might not be able to defeat me." When speaking of her own results, Chu Sai was delighted. She was a very humble and reserved person, but she was now speaking of her results in hopes of sharing the joy with Lin Yuan. Seeing Chu Sai's confidence and how pleased she was to talk about her live combat lessons experience, Lin Yuan could only feel contentment and happiness in his heart. The truth had proven that his insistence on sending Chu-sai to the academy no matter the suffering was the right choice. After the conversation, Lin Yuan and Chu-sai decided on the next defense-type Fae that Chu-sai was going to form a contract with. This time, Lin Yuan and Chu-sai's ideologies were rather matching. It was for Chu-sai to form a contract with a traditional and pure defense-type Fae. Furthermore, it wouldn't be like the sharp iron horn bull, an offensive-type Fae that was wearing a layer of defensive-type skin and tricking others. During this meal, Lin Yuan and Chu-sai had eaten 3 grilled fish. After the Spirit Kai awakening, the ocean was now even wider and deeper, making the level of danger immeasurable. Although the Xia region was beside a port, even with such a great location, fish prices were still astronomical compared to meat. In the past, even when celebrating the new year, Lin Yuan would only go to the market to buy a normal grade fish head for Chu-sai, and then make fish head stew. If they really wanted fish flesh, Lin Yuan would probably have to starve and tighten his belt for 1 month after the New Year celebration. Chapter 64 Redbed City's Rare Lifeform Pavilion. Presently, with Lin Yuan's earning speed of radiance dollars, eating a few fish was truly not a big deal. After finishing the meal, Lin Yuan transferred 50 radiance dollars to Chu-sai's Star Web account. This was the first time Chu-sai had seen so much money. But when she took a glance at Lin Yuan, she felt the warmth in her heart and felt at ease. Chu-sai, the sharp iron horn bull has to eat more now. Use various metals to enhance the defense of the sharp iron horn bull's skin and its horn's destructive power. After a period of time, I will mail you a pot of silver usnia. The sharp iron horn bull is a herbivorous Fae, and apart from the metals that you feed it, complementing it with the silver usnia will make the sharp iron horn bull even stronger. Chu-sai nodded. No thanks were needed between siblings. If Chu-sai had to thank her elder brother, then she would have countless things to thank him for from the age of 6. Previously, Teacher Bao had asked Chu-sai to strive hard to obtain the Academy's recommendation within the year and, before the end of the first year, to become a seated participant of the Redbud 100. Chu-sai constantly reminded herself of this in her heart. After returning, Chu-sai was planning to apply for a solitary room in the academy. Lin Yuan had given her a shocking amount of resources, and it wasn't suitable for her to show it in a sharing room. After successfully applying for a solitary room, Chu-sai would work extra hard and use all her efforts to strive and take the title of a seated participant in the Redbud 100. After being selected to join the Redbud 100, she would then strive for the dream of all students in the Radiance Federation 100 sequence. This was Chu-sai's ambition. An insignificant person was like a firefly that would want itself to just be an instantaneous burst of light for a short span of February. Chu-sai was very determined with her ambition, and it was also her objective. A small firefly was trying to become an undying radiance. Lin Yuan didn't continue giving Chu-sai instructions as he was at ease and proud of his young sister. Chu-sai and Lin Yuan had been shopping around and bought some delicious snacks and fruits. These were all specially picked by Lin Yuan, and he asked for Chu-sai to give them to Teacher Bao as a sign of gratitude. While walking around, they just happened to enter the Redbud City's Rare Lifeform Pavilion. The Rare Lifeform Pavilion had been around since the Spirit Kai awakening, and it was the biggest and also the only auction organization on the Star Web. It was established by the Radiance Federation's officials. Apart from the Star Web's Rare Lifeform Pavilion, a large-scale auction would be held every once in a while. On normal days, if anyone wanted to sell off their items through the Rare Lifeform Pavilion's auction, they would need to pay a certain fee before putting them on sale in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. During a special period of time, the item would be bid by others. The Rare Lifeform Pavilion would only show the highest price at the moment, so if anyone else wanted to obtain the item, they would need to bid again. Of course, they could also contact the seller and use a trading method to conduct a private transaction. If that was the case, the fee that was paid to put the item on the Rare Lifeform Pavilion wouldn't be refunded. Most of the people didn't care about the fee. If anyone paid the fee to place their item on sale in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion and had a special intention, they would normally leave a note to conduct a special transaction. The fees they paid were just to make use of the Rare Lifeform Pavilion as a platform to complete the transaction. The rare lifeform pavilion on the Star Web was different, as the merchandise on the Star Web was all interconnected. In the Radiance Federation's main cities, the items for sale on the rare lifeform pavilion would have to be auctioned, and it was the same as on the Star Web. However, the phase listed in the main city's rare lifeform pavilions weren't connected with other pavilions. Each local pavilion's items were all sold by the locals. As compared to the Star Web, the standard and audit for actual shops would be much harsher. It was rather rare for general items to qualify for auction in the rare lifeform pavilion. Lin Yuan patted Chu Si's shoulder and said, "Let's go inside and take a look." As for most of the phase and spiritual ingredients in the rare lifeform pavilion, Lin Yuan admitted that he wouldn't be able to afford them. However, there was a specified section in the actual shops that the Star Web didn't have. The section would be selling rarely seen normal and elite phase. It was the section that Lin Yuan wanted to visit tonight. Chu Si looked rather reserved, as she had never stepped into this place before. "We're just taking a look. You might just find something suitable to be your second Fae." After entering the rare lifeform pavilion, one would need to verify their identity with the Star Web card. After verifications, Lin Yuan and Chu Si were now able to shop around the rare lifeform pavilion's first floor without obstructions. In order to go to the second floor, one would need a certain rank in their Spirit Kai occupation. For combat class Spirit Kai professionals, they would need to be at least crank. For lifestyle class Spirit Kai professionals, they would need to be at least class 2. If one was a creation master, even a class 1 creation master would be free to enter the rare lifeform pavilion's third floor. Lin Yuan wasn't a creation master yet, and none of the conditions were enough for him to enter the second floor either. It just so happened that the section Lin Yuan wanted to visit was on the first floor. Therefore, he led Chu Si toward the special section. The first floor of the rare lifeform pavilion was very crowded. After all, there weren't any restrictions, and one could move around freely after scanning their Star Web card. The first floor of the rare lifeform pavilion gave Lin Yuan a feeling like he was shopping around in a temple fair. Lin Yuan had a matured soul from another world, so he had quickly adapted to this world because he had a home, a young sister, and responsibilities in this world. Another important reason was due to the fact that this world wasn't dark. Those at the bottom might have difficulties, and there were evil people, but this world wasn't cold and indifferent. Take the rare lifeform pavilion, for example. They were a government transaction organization that had great standards, but they still opened up the first floor to all Radiance Federation citizens. Even if one wasn't a Spirit Kai professional, they would be able to enter after registration. This was a kind of attitude. Lin Yuan, look at that little white fox. It has 2 tails and is so cute, but I have never seen this Fae before in class. Lin Yuan looked at the direction Chu Si had pointed and recognized the Fae. It wasn't a little fox, but a 2-tailed snow ferret. The 2-tailed snow ferret looked cute as it was lazing in the Fae storage box. However, it was an extremely rare offense and ice-type Fae. It would only occasionally appear in the forest of the extreme northern glacier regions. If Lin Yuan wasn't wearing the glasses transformed from genius and possessed the true data ability, he wouldn't be able to recognize that this cute little critter was a 2-tailed snow ferret. The 2-tailed snow ferret's freeze ability was only found in a few silver elemental type Faes, making it a pinnacle existence. This little 2-tailed snow ferret's price was already raised to a price of 100 radiance dollars. In terms of the price, the Fae's grade would have a great impact, but it was in regards to Faes that were frequently traded in the market. As for the rare lifeform pavilion's Faes that people might not even see in their entire lifetime, the price and grade didn't have a huge relation. After all, people who could afford such Faes would naturally have the ability to search for creation masters to evolve the Faes further. For silver Faes like the 2-tailed snow ferret, it wasn't within Lin Yuan's consideration. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed a person wearing a mask and squatting there. Chapter 65 Butterfly Cocoons. The rare lifeform pavilion's first floor was as lively as the temple fair that Lin Yuan would visit in his previous life. Most of the people walking around had happy faces. As a matter of fact, most of the people shopping around the first floor were those that couldn't harness Spirit Kai. The Spirit Kai professionals were the minority here. The rare lifeform pavilions, first floors in the Radiance Federation's main cities, would always be the place where ordinary people could get closest to Spirit Kai professionals. Every display store would have a Fae seller by the side. The two-tailed snow ferret's seller was currently introducing the Fae to a young lowly and her mother. One could see that the young lowly was genuinely fond of this cute two-tailed snow ferret. However, it was evidently not suitable to be contracted as a first Fae. The Spirit Kai professional's spiritual energy would constantly become stronger. Nonetheless, due to the first Fae contract's limits, it could only be a bronze Fae. If they wished to go further and contract a silver Fae, the contractor might not be able to take it and would receive a backlash from the Fae. Within the Radiance Federation, there were cases of high-grade Faes being recklessly contracted, resulting in a backlash. It caused the Spirit Kai professional's spiritual energy to collapse. Once the spiritual energy collapsed, the person would become a vegetable. Even if one could find a high-ranked Spirit Kai professional to awaken those in a vegetative state, their spiritual spatial zone's damage could never be repaired. It would cause a Spirit Kai professional to become an ordinary person who could only feel Spirit Kai, but couldn't form a contract with a Fae. The masked man sitting on the ground gave Lin Yuan a feeling that he didn't really fit into the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment was very relaxed and carefree. However, the masked man was sitting cross-legged. It might be hard to see his face clearly, but he was emitting a particularly gloomy aura. The gloomy aura had a trace of emptiness and numbness. This was a feeling that Lin Yuan was rather familiar with. It was the same when Lin Yuan had realized that he couldn't sense Spirit Kai. At the same time, his mental strength had been so weak to the point he was in despair. However, their family had undergone a major change, and he had to bring Chu Sai around to seek survival. There wasn't a chance for Lin Yuan to immerse himself in his own world. As such, he had suppressed his despair into the bottom of his heart. That despair had finally been resolved only until recently when his body recovered. Of course, Lin Yuan would look at the masked man directly due to the display shelf beside him. There were 4 cocoons wrapped in layers of silk. 3 of the 4 cocoons were about the size of a red date, while the other cocoon was around the size of half a fist. The white silk was weaved together neatly and with a certain pattern. The red-date-sized cocoon's silk was in different shades of white, while the fist-sized cocoon had a light green color. These cocoons had caught Lin Yuan's attention because he had activated the True Data ability. These 4 cocoons were all precious. One of the red-date-sized white cocoons might look very ordinary, but according to True Data's information, it was nurturing a blue flash butterfly. It had to be known that the blue flash butterfly wasn't well known among the Radiance Federation citizens. It was a normal Fae, had a bright blue color, and its wings would flash with light when it flew. It was due to the blue scale powder on their wings. Therefore, instead of saying they were flying, it would be better to say they were flashing. The blue flash butterfly may not be commonly known, but its evolved form, the blue light goddess butterfly, was crowned as the 6th most beautiful Fae among the top 10. It was also the only insect-type Fae among the top 10 most beautiful Faes. In fact, there was always a dispute about the rank of the blue light goddess butterfly. During the rankings, the popularity of the blue light goddess butterfly had been among the top 3. However, the blue light goddess butterfly only possessed a basic ability that was strong, while its high-grade abilities were all rather useless. As such, it could only rank No. 6 even though its popularity was among the top 3. This incident still created a lot of dissatisfaction among the voters. Lin Yuan just so happened that he wanted the blue flash butterfly's basic ability, Silence Scale Powder. When the blue flash butterfly's scale powder was released, it had the silence effect. Silence was a very powerful control-type ability. When Faes evolved, there were only 2 different directions. One was toward the ancestry line, while the other was toward spiritual mutation. Spiritual mutation Faes were all treading on the path of magic attacks. Silent Scale Powder was a counter for spiritual mutation Faes. When enveloped by the Silent Scale Powder, Faes wouldn't be able to release their abilities. However, the Silent Scale Powder was not invincible, as it couldn't counter exclusive skills. In fact, If the opposing fae was able to disperse the blue flash butterfly silent scale powder, the affected fae would be able to restore its abilities immediately. Despite the case, the silent scale powder was still among the strongest control abilities. Lin Yuan had been deliberating over the next fae for Morbius to use its spirit lock. He had thought of many options, but he had never considered the blue flash butterfly. The reason was simple and straightforward. Lin Yuan didn't have the capability to obtain a blue flash butterfly. But now, the cocoons in the masked man's display shelf had given Lin Yuan the thought. Butterfly species faes were part of the order Lepidoptera, which was one of the 4 major orders among the insect species. They were considered the true royalty among the insect-type faes. After the Spirit Kai awakening, the butterfly species faes had evolved under the influence of Spirit Kai, allowing them to become bigger and more beautiful. It also allowed the butterfly's natural enemies to capture them easily. Thus, 90 of the order Lepidoptera faes had gone extinct during the Spirit Kai awakening. The remaining 10 had also been gradually eliminated due to various reasons. It was also why butterfly species faes rarely appeared and were very hard to find. The beauty and rarity of the butterfly species faes made their price high for a hollow reason. Had it not been for only a few rare butterfly species faes that were dominant, and that most of them weren't adept in combat, the butterfly species faes prices would not have been this high. As such, Lin Yuan hadn't dared to even consider the blue flash butterfly's basic ability as a choice before this. The butterfly species faes had a special trait. It was impossible to determine the butterfly species when they were still in their cocoons. If some other method was used to check the butterfly species, it might just cause development problems to the butterfly species fae. This was also the reason why no butterfly species fae still in their cocoons appeared in the market. Coincidentally, among the 4 cocoons was an earth powder butterfly, which was extremely suitable for Chusai. The earth powder butterfly wasn't rare, but it had an extreme variation during its evolution path. Hence, when the earth powder butterfly evolved, its evolution direction was truly varied. One of the evolution directions was the one Lin Yuan planned for Chusai. When the earth powder butterfly evolved with pure spirit Kai until bronze raid, it would evolve into the Vajra butterfly. Once it became a Vajra butterfly and fed with special gemstones and spirit Kai, it would evolve into the Jadate butterfly. If the Jadate butterfly had the chance to reach the fantasy breed realm, it could even evolve into the legendary tourmaline emperor butterfly. Chapter 66 Mishaps. Lin Yuan pulled Chusai toward the masked man's counter. Before encountering it, Lin Yuan hadn't even dared to choose the blue flash butterfly. He hadn't put the blue flash butterfly within his consideration during his contemplation because of the rarity. However, since he found one now, and it was a coincidental encounter, it was definitely a great opportunity. Lin Yuan didn't have a reason not to grab this opportunity. Thus, he had already silently decided to obtain this blue flash butterfly no matter what. Chusai could see that Lin Yuan's expression had turned serious when he was walking toward the 4 cocoons. She simply followed Lin Yuan silently and carefully observed the 4 cocoons. She couldn't see anything abnormal with them, but she knew that the cocoons were extraordinary because Lin Yuan viewed them with such seriousness. "Could I ask for the price of the 4 cocoons?" Lin Yuan asked. When the voice reached the masked man's ears, he didn't stand up and just responded indifferently. "I will only accept if you take them all. You just have to pay me 120 radiance dollars. And you can take them all." Lin Yuan was astonished. Although 120 radiance dollars wasn't a price that was enough to purchase a blue flash butterfly, it was still too expensive for cocoons. After all, it was impossible to check what the cocoons contained. Each cocoon was like a fortune bag, as it was unknown what would fly out of the cocoon. As such, it was extremely rare for cocoons to be sold on the market. Lin Yuan might want the blue flash butterfly, but he wouldn't immediately decide to purchase these 4 cocoons. Just as he was thinking of how to counteroffer, a middle-aged lady beside Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Young man, don't be cheated. This person has been here for several days. It is unknown what back-ended methods he has actually used to set up a stall with 4 butterfly cocoons. How can butterfly cocoons be qualified to be sold in the rare life form pavilion? The other stalls are only selling butterfly cocoons for 50 Federation dollars. But this person is selling one cocoon for 30 radiance dollars. Will a bronze fey fly out of it directly? The middle-aged lady was obviously afraid that Lin Yuan might be swindled and had spoken slightly louder. Numerous people in the vicinity started to look in their direction. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the masked man's exhausted and hoarse voice. These 4 cocoons are all butterfly cocoons. They all came from the depths of the endless forest. The masked man spoke indifferently and stopped talking afterward. The middle-aged lady beside Lin Yuan was even angrier now as she said, "The shortest tree in the depths of the endless forest is already 30 meters in height. The cocoons are hidden under the leaves of those giant trees. How can you even find them?" When Lin Yuan heard the masked man's words, he felt an obstinate tone within those words stimulated his heart. The explanation might be obstinate and was weak in strength, but it was lonesome and abnormally determined. Clamor echoed in the surroundings, constantly getting louder. This store was now the liveliest place on the Rare Lifeform Pavilion's first floor. All things in this world couldn't escape a phenomenon like the eye of a hurricane. It was how everyone was gathered in the same direction. The store was now the eye of the hurricane, and it was constantly attracting everyone. At that moment, a Rare Lifeform Pavilion's attendant wearing special clothing approached. When the attendant took a look at the situation, he immediately said to the middle-aged lady, who was chattering non-stop, "Auntie, I know you might be kind-hearted, but the Rare Lifeform Pavilion stores are all approved by the Rare Lifeform Pavilion." When the middle-aged lady heard that, and mostly due to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion as a guarantee, she didn't speak in a tone as though she was speaking with a swindler. However, she still pointed at the 4 cocoons and asked, "Why are these 4 butterfly cocoons qualified to be in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion? Isn't it impossible to check the butterfly species while they are still metamorphosing within the cocoon?" The middle-aged lady's words stumped the staff member as he didn't know what to say for a moment. "I cannot possibly say that the management asked me to provide special treatment." Right. The staff member was also feeling doubtful as to why the management would provide such great treatment to a depressed masked man. They had even broken a common rule regarding the Rare Lifeform Pavilion's first floor by making an exception. Could it be because of wealth and authority? But it's obviously impossible with the likes of this masked man. What else could it be? I really cannot think of a reason. At that moment, the masked man's mobile phone rang. He picked up the call, and his body immediately tensed up. Lin Yuan might not be able to see the masked man's face, but he knew that it was definitely not calm. After the call, the masked man looked at Lin Yuan and said, "If you wish to buy them tomorrow, come at the same time in the evening. I can give you proof that I obtained these butterfly cocoons in the depths of the endless forest." The masked man then left the Rare Lifeform Pavilion in a hurry. Lin Yuan didn't expect that his slight hesitation had caused so many mishaps. Now that the seller had left, it was obvious that the trade wasn't going to happen. Since the masked man had already said he would be there the next day, Lin Yuan decided to return tomorrow. Lin Yuan didn't really have peace of mind since he hadn't completed the trade and obtained the blue flash butterfly. At the same time, Lin Yuan had an idea. If he were to find another good fey, as long as he could afford it, he wouldn't hesitate. Otherwise, the opportunity might just slip away in an instant. After experiencing this incident, Lin Yuan wasn't in the mood to continue shopping around the Rare Lifeform Pavilion's first floor. If he could complete this trade tomorrow, one of these 4 butterfly cocoons would contain the Vajra butterfly. Thus, Shu Sai would also obtain her second fey. Everything would be decided tomorrow night. After sending Chu Sai back to the academy, Lin Yuan took a car and arrived at the Creation Master Association's vicinity. He then looked for a place to reside and prepared to participate in the Creation Master exam tomorrow morning. In the City Lord residence, which wasn't far from the Creation Master Association, was a woman seated on the City Lord residence's Lord seat. She was wearing alizarin, crimson clothes. She spoke to 3 individuals who were standing before her. Add twice as many men at the dimensional rifts around Redbed City's vicinity. Reinforcements must be provided within 2 months. Put tomorrow's matters aside and prepare a proposal to discuss with me at night. 2 of the men acknowledged and withdrew from the place, while an old man continued to stand there. Lordess Lingzhou, May I know your opinion on the seated participants from this batch's Spirit Kai students, he asked. Ling Xiao took out a massive silk book. It was filled with rows of personal information. But almost all of them had been crossed out. The silk book had over 100 nominations of seated participants. And there were only 5 that had been given a tick. There were also close to 30 that were given a question mark. I have already decided on 5 of the 20 Redbud 100's seated participants. The remaining 34 will be kept for observation. Pay more attention to the student whose elite Fey has the sacrifice ability. If the student has great potential, then add that student too. Chapter 67 Class 1 Exam. The white-haired elder stood below and listened seriously to Ling Xiao's arrangements. However, he was obviously unclear with Ling Xiao's arrangement and asked, Lordess Ling Xiao, according to the norm, the lower grade students are all put in reserve. Their potential would only be determined in the second year, according to their first year's performance. Why would you pay so much attention to a first-year student? The white-haired elder was the Redbud Advanced Spirit Kai Academy's dean. The Redbud Intermediate Spirit Kai Academy was considered Redbud Advanced Spirit Kai Academy's sub-academy. Therefore, the elder had already vetted the name list before handing it over to Ling Xiao. The elder would provide ranking information every month. The names on the ranking would constantly be changing, and they would be evaluated with their growth for each month. Redbud City was a large-scale city in the Radiance Federation, and it was filled with resources. However, their nurturing toward the young generation wasn't as outstanding as Redbud City's economy. Redbud City was ranked top 5 among the 32 large-scale cities within the Radiance Federation in terms of economy. Presently, Redbud City only had 3 members within the Radiance 100. One of them had even dropped out of the Radiance 100 sequence 2 years ago due to some reason. This was why Ling Xiao paid extra attention to the younger generation's nurturing and development. Ling Xiao had given to the white-haired elder the heavy responsibility of collecting the information on every potential youth within Redbud City. Afterward, Ling Xiao would act as the filter to select 20 seated participants for the Redbud 100. The remaining 80 members wouldn't be selected by Ling Xiao and would be decided through competition. The white-haired elder didn't understand her reasoning because this first-year student had just participated in Lave Combat class and could only determine the student's innate talent. It was impossible to see the potential. But Lordess Ling Xiao picked the student. Nonetheless, one's innate talent was natural, and it was indeed very important. However, the elder felt that the potential for hard work and diligence was also very important. Just do it according to my words. After speaking, Ling Xiao stopped talking and lowered her head. She was carefully looking at the name list in her hand and using a pen to write down the sequence for the students with question marks. The white-haired elder asked to be dismissed. When he left, he couldn't help but lament. Lordess Ling Xiao's personality was really getting increasingly overbearing. But since it was a task appointed by her, the elder would naturally do his best to complete it. The grand hall was in silence. Ling Xiao's alizarin, crimson clothes felt as though they dyed the grand hall with layers of bright colors. After a long time, Ling Xiao stood up and used her hand to stroke the spiritual ingredient ornament. This year, the Redbud 100 should have a higher chance of making it into the Radiance 100. The exclusive skill, sacrifice, actually appeared again. However, all these things are considered trivial as compared to the event tomorrow. The young man who broke the record of getting full marks for the 3 knowledge spirit Kai occupations. Will he be able to pass and become a Class 2 creation master? The Moon Empress actually said to report to her if the young man is able to pass the Class 2 creation master exam on the first try. Even if that young man, Lin Yuan, is a heavenly prodigy. If he isn't able to make it directly to become a Class 2 creation master, he won't stand a chance. Had it not been for Redbud City's previous calamity, things wouldn't be so difficult like now. Everything will be up to tomorrow. Lin Yuan woke up early the next day. He noticed that Genius was still sleeping soundly within his embrace. Lin Yuan then used his hand to gently stroke Genius' snow-white fur. It was soft to the touch, and he was reluctant to let go. Genius used its small head to rub against Lin Yuan's hand and gave off a lazy feeling. Lin Yuan smiled and scratched Genius' chin, which made Genius so comfortable that it started purring. While looking at Genius, Lin Yuan involuntarily recalled Chimey and wondered what it had been doing in the small store for the past day or so. Genius then let out a meow. Lin Yuan was worried about Chimey, but Genius wasn't. It didn't even know what time Chimey had slept yesterday night. Well, it might have constantly been streaming on the star web. When the sun was up in the sky, scattering warmth, the streets started to become busy. Lin Yuan immediately headed toward the Creation Master Association. When he arrived at the Creation Master Association, he could see Elder Ning standing at the entrance from afar. After taking a deep breath of the morning air, Elder Ning waved to Lin Yuan and said, "Come on then, follow me to the Class 1 exam. This old man will personally preside over your Class 1 Creation Master exam." Lin Yuan quickly bowed in response. "I shall trouble Elder Ning." Elder Ning then patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Let's go. I have prepared a solitary breeding room for you today. You will conduct the exam in the breeding room." When a Creation Master was nurturing a Fae, an extremely serene environment was required. Nurturing Faes with the use of spiritual ingredients was a very delicate job, and there must be no disturbance. Lin Yuan followed behind Elder Ning. "The Class 1 Creation Master exam is very simple for me, but I have to carefully consider how to perform during the exam. How exactly should I perform? If I am able to complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam easily, will it really be beneficial to me? The wind would definitely destroy an outstanding tree in the forest." This was a problem that Lin Yuan would always have to face. In this world, Lin Yuan had to rely on himself for everything as he didn't have any foundation. Each of the steps he took would require careful consideration. If he took a wrong step, he wouldn't just be harming himself, but he would also implicate Chu Sai. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, Elder Ning turned around and spoke after seeing Lin Yuan's expression. "There is no need to be nervous. Didn't you say that all questions are difficult if you don't know them? But once you know them, they aren't difficult if you are really able to make it to Class 2 like what you said yesterday. Even this old man will be envious of you." After hearing Elder Ning's words, Lin Yuan ground his teeth. "I will go all out. Since I have already gotten full marks for the 3 Knowledge Spirit Kai occupations exams and broken the records, I shall also put in all my effort in the Creation Master exam and take this step forward." If Elder Ning is speaking like this, he surely wouldn't mean harm to me. I just don't know if it is worth it for Elder Ning to be envious of me. Why does Elder Ning say so? Elder Ning laughed heartily. "Kid, you are rather ambitious. If you wish to know of the benefit, you will need to ask after passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam." Lin Yuan could see that Elder Ning was looking at him with eyes that were filled with expectations. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't let Elder Ning down. It seemed like passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam directly would really have a great benefit. The Creation Master Association's reformation was naturally for a reason, and there was probably a very deep consideration for it. Lin Yuan wasn't able to guess the details of the consideration, but he could guess that this reformation was to pick new Creation Masters that had potential. After walking into the breeding room, Lin Yuan saw an elite Fae that was locked up on the table. It was an elite IX flawless Fae. Lin Yuan then saw the exam topic on the table had to evolve this elite IX flawless Ironhead Stoat to Bronze Raid. The Creation Master exam had a time restriction. If the participant couldn't evolve the elite Ironhead Stoat to a Bronze one within 8 hours, it would be considered a failure. Chapter 68 Ling Zhao. If Lin Yuan wished to evolve this Ironhead Stoat, he would only require 1 hour to evolve it from the Elite IX Flawless to Bronze Raid. Even if he wanted to increase the quality to Epic before evolving to Bronze Raid, he would only require around 2 hours. Lin Yuan looked at the spiritual ingredients on the table. Among them, there was the sharp pine needle and the heavy iron ore. Both spiritual ingredients were rather expensive. If these spiritual ingredients on the table were sold outside, they would at least be able to fetch 2 radiance dollars. This was just a Class 1 Creation Master exam, and it was already enough to see the resources and cost required for higher class Creation Master exams. This was also enough to see that the Radiance Federation was putting in plenty of effort and resources to nurture Creation Masters. Once these resources were used up, they wouldn't be compensated. It was no wonder the Creation Master exams would only be conducted once a year. Lin Yuan picked up the spiritual ingredients on the table. Unlike other creation masters, he didn't use his own method to make a concoction with the spiritual ingredients. Instead, Lin Yuan fed the spiritual ingredients to the elite Ironhead stoat directly and started to transfer spirit Kai into its body. Although feeding the spiritual ingredients to the Ironhead stoat wouldn't cause it to evolve directly, it could help Lin Yuan to speed up the evolution process. It originally required 1 hour, but it was now shortened to 40 minutes. The Ironhead stoat started to evolve with an intense reaction. After the evolution, the Ironhead stoat was now a bronze fae. As such, Lin Yuan had completed the Class 1 Creation Master exam and simply walked out of the breeding room. Since he had decided to showcase himself, he wasn't going to hold back. Only by exposing his talents would he be able to receive more attention. After exiting the breeding room, Lin Yuan noticed that there was another lady in an alizarin, crimson dress by the entrance along with Elder Ning. This lady looks to be no more than 28 years old. However, her aura showcased that she was someone important. A regular 28-year-old lady wouldn't possess such an aura. She was probably a powerful person. Elder Ning walked over and asked Lin Yuan with a frown, "Did the concoction of spiritual ingredients fail? Why did you exit the breeding room so quickly?" Even if Lin Yuan had failed, Elder Ning wouldn't blame Lin Yuan. On the contrary, he would still admire Lin Yuan for his knowledge exams results. But now, Lin Yuan had already walked out of the breeding room after only 40 minutes. And in Elder Ning's opinion, Lin Yuan must have given up halfway through. Even if the spiritual ingredients concoction had really failed, Lin Yuan should still have tried to see if the rest of the spiritual ingredients could produce an effect to help the Fae complete its evolution. Ling Zhao looked at Lin Yuan and didn't say anything. When Lin Yuan exited, he wanted to tell Elder Ning that he had already completed the exam, but he didn't expect Elder Ning to feel that he had already failed. "Elder Ning, I have already succeeded. The concoction of the spiritual ingredients didn't fail. I have completed the exam." Lin Yuan's words stunned Elder Ning. The latter immediately walked into the breeding room to check on Lin Yuan's result. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the silent lady walk over, and she said, "Your participation in the 3 Knowledge Spirit Kai Occupations exams yesterday was very exciting. Now it seems like your creation master's talent is also very promising." The lady's method of speaking made Lin Yuan at a loss of how to reply for a moment. When this lady was speaking to him, Lin Yuan felt that she wasn't praising him, but she was standing from a certain angle to state the facts. The flow of conversation made Lin Yuan feel very strange. Her tone was filled with admiration, but also felt very distant. At that moment, Elder Ning walked out of the breeding room, and when he saw the lady conversing with Lin Yuan, he introduced them. "Lin Yuan, this is our Redbed City Lordess, Lordess Ling Zhao." After introducing Ling Zhao, Elder Ning looked at Lin Yuan with a face that was overflowing with pleasant surprise and admiration. "Kid Yuan, well done, you have completed the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 40 minutes. Ling Zhao didn't reply to Elder Ning's words immediately and bowed to Ling Zhao solemnly. "Greetings to the City Lordess." Lin Yuan finally understood why he would feel so strange when this lady was speaking to him. Redbed City was scorching and rainy, and it was always covered in dark clouds. City Lordess Ling Zhao was famous for her fantasy breed fae, the high firmament flower. Every time a hurricane that could create a flood would arrive, the high firmament flower would smash the rain clouds. It was also why Redbed City might be stuffy and humid, and there would be rain every few days. But there had never been a flood. It wasn't only the case. A very long time ago, a superscaled dimensional rift had appeared within Redbed City's region, and in order to protect Redbed City, City Lordess Ling Zhao had been severely injured. She might have been healed in the end, but it affected her emotions, causing her to be in this state. Lin Yuan lived in Redbed City and was protected by Ling Zhao, so Lin Yuan felt respect for Ling Zhao from the bottom of his heart. Had she not tried to protect Redbed City, a king-class expert like Ling Zhao wouldn't have been severely injured. Ling Zhao shook her hand and patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder. She might not have any emotions when speaking, nor did she have any change in expressions, but Lin Yuan felt as though he could feel that sudden joy. Are you going to participate in a Class 2 Creation Master exam immediately? Lin Yuan nodded and heard Ling Xiao speaking again. Why don't you go through the Class 2 Creation Master exam tomorrow? You have just completed the Class 1 Creation Master exam today and should rest for a day. You will then be able to participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam tomorrow at your best state and produce a more stable performance. Ling Xiao didn't know why, but he could feel that Ling Xiao viewed his Class 2 Creation Master exam with great importance. It was the same for Elder Ning too. Lin Yuan replied, "It is fine for me to participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam now. I didn't really use up much energy during the Class 1 Creation Master exam." Ling Xiao looked toward Elder Ning and saw the latter nodding. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. "Great. Kid, you can just go into the same breeding room and conduct the Class 2 Creation Master exam. The Class 2 Creation Master exam isn't as simple as the Class 1 Creation Master exam. You don't just have to upgrade an elite normal Fey to the epic quality. You still have to heal a bronze Fey with damaged roots," Elder Ning said to Lin Yuan. Elder Ning was obviously more worried about Lin Yuan's Class 2 Creation Master exam. Class 1 Creation Masters would normally need years of experience before they were qualified to participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam. In addition, the passing rate was pitifully low. The Class 1 Creation Master exam was just to evolve a Fey to the next grade, but the Class 2 Creation Master exam involved the Fey's quality and roots. When one became a Class 2 Creation Master, they would be considered to have stepped into the true world of the Creation Masters. Each Class 2 Creation Master was the Radiance Federation's important capital. As for the current Lin Yuan, even if Elder Ning had great expectations, he still couldn't relax. In fact, when the Moon Empress proposed for the reformation, Elder Ning felt that the Moon Empress standard for accepting a disciple was too harsh. Lin Yuan had already entered the breeding room and was preparing to go through the challenge for the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Chapter 69 A Fey's Gratitude. The Class 1 Creation Master exam was just a doorstep. It was a filter to see if one had the qualifications to become a Creation Master, and it was considered the easiest exam. However, it was an exam that blocked out countless people. The Class 2 exam was much harder, because becoming a Class 2 Creation Master would mean that one was an all-round Creation Master. It wasn't just to increase the Fey's grade, but it was also to upgrade the quality of the Fey and heal a severely injured Fey's roots. Therefore, this obstacle wouldn't be so easy for a regular Class 1 Creation Master to surpass. Moreover, Lin Yuan was still so young. Ling Xiao still had that indifferent expression, but her hands were tightly clenched together. Lin Yuan entered the breeding room and picked up the exam topic. It stated that Lin Yuan had to evolve a Fey, and it was an elite flawless Jasmine Lily. Lin Yuan couldn't help but lament his fate with Jasmine Lilies. The other Fey made Lin Yuan's brows knit together, as it was actually a cyan crab that was the size of a small round table. The massive crab was lying there with its dying breath, and it felt as though it was experiencing extreme suffering. It was a sheer pincers crab. It was a bronze Fey that could fight in water, and its massive pincers could produce a burst of strength that could snap steel-reinforced bars. Lin Yuan couldn't see the injuries just from the appearance of the sheer pincers crab. However, it was supposed to be a very lively Fey. It was currently lying there at its dying breath, and its mouth was bubbling with foam every now and then. Lin Yuan immediately understood that the sheer pincers crab's injuries were extremely severe. As soon as Lin Yuan touched the sheer pincers crab's shell, he knew what was wrong with it. When Lin Yuan touched the sheer pincers crab's hard shell, it actually sank in a little when it was supposed to be hard like an armor. As soon as Lin Yuan pressed down, the sheer pincers crab would shiver with pain. Lin Yuan didn't dare to use any more strength as it was obvious that the sheer pincers crab's shell was completely shattered. But due to the membrane on the back, the shattered shells were still connected. If the membrane wasn't around, the sheer pincers crab's shell would have already broken into pieces. If the outside shell was already in such a state, it was obvious that the sheer pincers crab's innards had suffered from the impact too. If such injuries persisted, in just a short moment, the sheer pincers crab would perish. Looking at the pained sheer pincers crab, Lin Yuan immediately reached out and touched the sheer pincers crab's body. This time, he didn't immediately channel Spirit Kai to help recover the sheer pincer's crab's injuries. Instead, he used Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. In an instant, a sandy shore appeared under the sheer pincer's crab, and it was just enough to accommodate the sheer pincer's crab. The lustrous and jade-like sand emitted energy to heal the sheer pincer's crab's roots, allowing the sheer pincer's crab's injuries to heal in a short moment. The sheer pincer's crab was trying to move its pincers with difficulty as though it was feeling its body recovering. When Lin Yuan activated the Pure Land of Bliss, he had also reached out to press on the sheer pincer's crab's body to channel Spirit Kai to heal its roots. In around 2 hours, Lin Yuan gradually healed the sheer pincer's crab with Pure Land of Bliss activation. He didn't enter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to heal the sheer pincer's crab. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was Lin Yuan's trump card, and he would never expose it. This was Lin Yuan's first time using the Pure Land of Bliss. Previously, when Lin Yuan had healed a bronze phase roots, it had taken him 4 hours. With the help of Pure Land of Bliss, half the time was cut down. This meant that the Pure Land of Bliss healing power was similar to his channeling of Spirit Kai to heal the phase roots. Lin Yuan involuntarily lamented at the power of Pure Land of Bliss. The effects of Pure Land of Bliss was actually related to the Spirit Kai density in the surroundings. It also meant that if the Fae was placed within the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, the recovery time could be further shortened. Once Lin Yuan finished healing the bronze sheer pincer's crab, he prepared to upgrade the jasmine lily's quality. He suddenly noticed the sheer pincer's crab snipping on the protruding part above its shell. It snipped off a huge protruding piece and handed it to Lin Yuan before blowing bubbles in a silly manner. Lin Yuan had obtained a creation master's capability for some time now, but this scene still gave him a shock that he had never experienced before. All living things had intelligence and knew how to be grateful. According to the knowledge that Lin Yuan had learned from Genius, sheer pincer's crabs cherished their crab stone on the top of their shell almost obsessively. The crab stone was a kind of spiritual ingredient. It might not be expensive, but it was the most important possession to a fae like the sheer pincer's crab. When harvesting the crab stone from the sheer pincer's crab's shell, it would risk its life to protect it. The sheer pincer's crab knew that Lin Yuan had rescued it and had personally removed the crab stone as a gift for Lin Yuan. This was a form of gratitude that transcended species, and it gave Lin Yuan an indescribable feeling. It was a throbbing sensation. The throbbing sensation contained an instinctive understanding toward all living things. Faes were just like humans and possessed feelings. After Lin Yuan received the crab stone from the sheer pincer's crab, the latter then started to roam around the breeding room in a silly manner. It had now restored its originally lively personality. Lin Yuan stored the crab stone within the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone in a serious manner. He would keep this crab stone as a token of encouragement and responsibility as a creation master. Lin Yuan was already proficient in upgrading an elite phase quality to epic. Thus, Lin Yuan completed the Jasmine Lily's upgrade without any problems. Now that Lin Yuan had already completed the Class 2 Creation Master exam, he looked at the spiritual ingredients that he had yet to use. He then took out a portion of the spiritual ingredients that he should use and stored them in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. After bidding goodbye to the sheer pincer's crab, Lin Yuan exited the breeding room again. Before Elder Ning could even ask, Ling Xiao asked as soon as she saw Lin Yuan exiting the room, "How is it?" Lin Yuan revealed a Sunshine Boy's unique smile and said, "The sheer pincer's crab is healed, and the jasmine lily's quality has become epic." After hearing Lin Yuan's response, Ling Xiao's clenched fists were finally relaxed before she said 3 consecutive great while looking at Lin Yuan with admiration. Elder Ning quickly entered the breeding room to check. After verifying that Lin Yuan had completed the exam, he laughed heartily and walked out. Heroes are really born from the young generations. You took just 3.5 hours to complete the Class 2 Creation Master exam and even completed it with such outstanding results. You are the most talented Creation Master this old man has seen in so many years. Later on, this old man will personally register your proof as a Class 2 Creation Master and issue you with the crest of a Class 2 Creation Master, and also the special privileges that Creation Masters can enjoy. Chapter 70 Class 2 Creation Master. Translator Atlas Studios, Editor Atlas Studios. Lin Yuan's heart was finally at ease after he finished the Class 2 Creation Master exam. This was a plan that Lin Yuan had decided early on, and now that he had accomplished it, he was able to relax. After passing the Creation Master exam in Redbed City, the Creation Masters will obtain a merchant store. Later on, I will ask someone to send the merchant store's information to your Star Web account. It will be easier for you to make a choice on the Star Web store. Ling Xiao left the Creation Master Association after informing Lin Yuan. Ling Xiao's footsteps were very light as she walked, and it was easy to see that she was delighted. Previously, if Ling Xiao encountered a Class 2 Creation Master who had just completed the exam, she would definitely try to recruit and make the Class 2 Creation Master stay within Redbed City. A Class 2 Creation Master could greatly develop no matter which major city they chose. They could even have a good store in the royal capital. All the major cities were also competing, be it the qualifications for the Radiance 100 or the resources for the Creation Masters. These were all crucial factors to compete over. As for Ling Xiao, she would definitely prepare a good store. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel the need to recruit Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had already fulfilled the Moon Empress criterion, and she would report Lin Yuan's information to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress will make her arrangements and will also take care of Redbed City's matters. This will be enough. Lin Yuan scratched his head. He already knew that the Creation Masters had great benefits, but he didn't think that the Redbed City would actually reward Class 2 Creation Masters with a store. The Redbed City was a major city in the Radiance Federation, and it wouldn't be exaggerating to say that every inch of land was considered gold. Possessing a store in Redbed City was something that Lin Yuan would never dare to think about in the past. But now, even if Lin Yuan obtained a store in Redbed City, he wasn't going to leave the Xia region. After all, establishing a store in Redbed City wasn't within Lin Yuan's current plan. Lin Yuan's current plan was still to snowball and accumulate resources, as well as increase the grade of his phase and his spirit Kai occupation rank. He wanted to reach the top 100 floors of the Star Tower and progress to the Celestial Stairway. After Lin Yuan completed the registration with Elder Ning and obtained the Creation Master Association's authentication, he was now approved as a Class 2 Creation Master. In addition, it was bound to his Star Web account. From now on, Lin Yuan would be an approved Class 2 Creation Master. A pair of aged hands held onto a crest that was decorated with life symbols and 2 stars. The hands then solemnly pinned the crest on Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan, from now on, you are a Class 2 Creation Master that is officially recognized by the Radiance Federation's Creation Master Association. Do your best on the path of a Creation Master. Elder Ning's do your best made a huge impact, and it felt as though they had a magical power that struck Lin Yuan's heart after passing through his ears. It felt like a kind of inheritance. It was a recognition and encouragement from a senior to a junior. Lin Yuan nodded in a serious manner. Elder Ning, I will continue to work hard and will not be complacent at all times. In the beginning, becoming a Creation Master was Lin Yuan's method to continue surviving. However, the Creation Master occupation was now something that Lin Yuan enjoyed. Be it the ability to feel the transformation of life or the process of saving a life, they were all things that Lin Yuan felt proud of. Elder Ning laughed heartily while his eyes were filled with benevolence. You have also done something good today. Lin Yuan couldn't really understand what Elder Ning meant. What good? Naturally, something good. This bronze sheer pincer's crab is a contracted fey with an owner. Since you healed this sheer pincer's crab, you have also rescued the life of a spirit Kai professional. Is this not considered a good thing? Lin Yuan didn't expect that the injured sheer pincer's crab was actually a contracted fey with an owner. Elder Ning explained. When spirit Kai professionals are training in the outside world, if they encounter sudden danger, the fey might suffer injuries to their roots. Most of these spirit Kai professionals don't have the capability to heal their fey's injured roots. During the Creation Master Association's Creation Master exams, these people are given a chance. If the Creation Master passes the exam, they will naturally save a person. If they don't pass, it will be a risk that the Spirit Kai professionals have to bear. This is a proposal that was agreed upon by the 3 top masters. After the 3 top masters made the exam topic, the Creation Master Association would spend huge resources every year to conduct the exam. However, this old man thinks that it is very worth it. After listening to Elder Ning's explanation, Lin Yuan understood what was going on when Elder Ning said he had done something good. Today, he had passed the exam and also rescued a stranger, giving it twice the meaning. The Creation Master Association's action showed a warm side of this world. This warmth came from the Radiance Federation, and it was the place where Lin Yuan lived. The warmth was constantly strengthening Lin Yuan's sense of belonging. Elder Ning helped Lin Yuan to carefully wear his Class 2 Creation Master crest and said, "You can just wear this Class 2 Creation Master crest during normal times. It can also be used as a decoration when entering the Star Web. Wearing this crest will bring you plenty of conveniences. Also, this is another Star Web card. Take it." This particular Star Web card was something that Lin Yuan always wanted. When one status reached a certain level in the Radiance Federation, they would be able to obtain a second Star Web card. The Radiance Federation approved this Star Web card, and it was the same as giving a person 2 identities in the Star Web. Creation Masters could use this Star Web card as their second identity, providing them a kind of protection. Lin Yuan planned to split his identity as a Creation Master and his identity in the Star Tower. He was going to use his identity as a Creation Master to build the Star Web Store, while his other identity would challenge the Star Tower. Lin Yuan received the Star Web card from Elder Ning, stored it, and was just about to bid farewell. However, Elder Ning stopped him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Take this as well." Elder Ning handed him a small box. When he opened the box, 2 crests that were engraved with 2 stars and a shield appeared. These are retainer crests for Class 2 Creation Masters. Class 2 Creation Masters are able to accept 2 Spirit Kai professionals as their retainers, and they serve as vassals. However, the Creation Master needs to help nurture the retainers phase. These 2 crests represent that the Radiance Federation can recognize that you have 2 retainers. For retainers that violate the retainer responsibilities, you can propose for arbitration to the Radiance Federation. But when choosing a retainer, you must carefully inspect their character. Elder Ning gestured upon seeing Lin Yuan store the box. "Kid, you can go now. When you are free, come over to Redbud City to visit this old man. If there is anything else, Ling Zhao and I will contact you." When Lin Yuan stepped out of the Creation Master Association's entrance, it was already dark. Different from when he arrived, he was now a genuine Class 2 Creation Master. Chapter 71 Rare Lifeform Pavilion's Commotion. If there was a difference before and after becoming a Class 2 Creation Master, Lin Yuan felt that it was the peace of mind. Lin Yuan had already made plenty of plans for himself, but he would need to obtain the qualifications of a Class 2 Creation Master first for these plans to work. He had already achieved the first step. Having the confidence to obtain it was just an unrealistic rosy view before actually obtaining it. Once the unrealistic goal turned into a reality that was pinned on his chest, it had indeed given Lin Yuan much more confidence. Being a Class 2 Creation Master was already enough for him to guarantee a safe life in this world. As for the benefit that Elder Ning and the city lordess Ling Zhao mentioned, Lin Yuan didn't really put too much thought into it. Presently, Lin Yuan had to go to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion's first floor and conduct the trade with the masked man he had encountered yesterday. Lin Yuan might be a Class 2 Creation Master now, but if he lost the Blue Flash Butterfly trade, it would probably be impossible to find another one. Beautiful and rare fays might not be used for forming contracts. Some of these beautiful fays were kept as pets and as decorations. Their unique beauty had given these fays a value that couldn't be measured with money. No matter which world humans were in, and no matter how many billions of years they had been evolving, their desire for beautiful things had never changed. Lin Yuan needed this Blue Flash Butterfly, not for its beauty, but for its basic ability. It was for him to increase his strength, and it had great compatibility with Morbius Spirit Lock. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to obtain it. While having such thoughts, Lin Yuan arrived at the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. As soon as Lin Yuan swiped his Star Web card, an attendant immediately rushed to welcome him with a bow. "Esteemed Class 2 Creation Master, welcome to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. I wonder which floor are you going to visit. If you need any specific fey, you can go to the third floor's tea room to have a cup of spirit tea. Allow me to help you find the fey that you are interested in. The appearance of the rare lifeform pavilion staff member startled Lin Yuan. He was now a Class 2 creation master, and he wasn't just limited to the first floor of the rare lifeform pavilion. He was able to roam throughout all 4 floors of the rare lifeform pavilion without any obstruction. Thank you, but I don't need any help. I will just shop around casually on the first floor. Please continue with your own work. After replying, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded before heading into the rare lifeform pavilion. The attendant had been working for 2 years in the rare lifeform pavilion, yet she was standing still with a stunned expression. Her young lady face was dyed with a rosy tint. She didn't expect this handsome young man to be a Class 2 creation master, as well as so friendly when treating others. A person's status didn't matter. If they had the upbringing of being polite, it would always give others a good impression. Once Lin Yuan entered the first floor of the rare lifeform pavilion, he noticed that there were one or a few eyes of a hurricane. The customers of the rare lifeform pavilion were all subtly attracted toward a direction. It was either the appearance of some great fey or a commotion. Lin Yuan wasn't really interested, but as he walked toward the direction of the masked man's counter, he noticed that the eye of the hurricane was in the direction of that masked man's counter too. Lin Yuan walked a little closer and noticed it was really as he expected. There were plenty of people gathered in front of the masked man's counter. More than yesterday night, the masked man was standing there and had placed his hands on the counter without saying anything. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a rather arrogant voice. You said you were able to prove that you caught these 4 butterfly cocoons in the wild. Thus, I am willing to buy 2 to try my luck, now that I am able to pay the price you offered. Why do you still want to wait for the customer you met yesterday? Did you sign an agreement? Or did you receive a deposit? The voice originated from a middle-aged man, who had black hair that was mixed with white strands, but it wasn't really accurate to judge that he was middle-aged just because of his hair color. One could maintain their hair color with good care treatments to slow down the white hair growth. The skin could also maintain its young luster through care treatments. However, the wrinkles and those age spots showed that this man was considered an old man who maintained his youth rather well. The masked man looked at the time on his mobile phone and said, "It is 19 now. I have arranged the time to meet him at 2000. If he doesn't arrive by 2100, I will choose to sell these cocoons." Before the arrogant middle-aged man spoke, a young man beside him spoke with dissatisfaction. "How can my lord wait 2 hours for you? Are selling goods? But you aren't accepting the deal when we are willing to pay. Aren't you looking down on my lord?" While speaking, the young man puffed up his chest and patted on the crest on his right chest. Lin Yuan looked over and saw 1 star and a shield on the crest. It was the crest of a Class 1 Creation Master's retainer. Class 1 Creation Masters could also have a retainer. Evidently, this young man was the middle-aged man's knight retainer. While that middle-aged man was a Class 1 Creation Master, the young man was now rather anxious. His master was a gambler, and whenever his master saw a wild butterfly cocoon, he would have the urge to buy one. If his master was rejected, it would cause his master to be unhappy, and the young man would be the one to receive the blame. Although a Creation Master's retainer might be able to receive help from the Creation Master, and the retainer crest allowed them to act with higher authority, the retainers were still vassals. Due to his master status, there were things that his master couldn't say, so he had to stand at the front as a retainer. The young man took a silent glance and received an eye signal from his master. The young man immediately stood up with a ramrod straight back. The surrounding people had placed their thoughts on this commotion and didn't observe carefully. As such, they didn't expect to see an esteemed creation master on the first floor. Most of the people on the first floor of the rare lifeform pavilion were ordinary people, and it was naturally very hard for them to make any contact with low-rank spirit kite professionals, let alone creation masters. Currently, most of the onlookers' eyes were filled with curiosity and reverence. However, there were plenty of people whose eyes contained dissatisfaction. It was due to the retainer's words that were obviously trying to use his status to put on pressure. One might not be able to feel anything if such things didn't happen to them. but those with righteousness found it hard to enjoy. The masked man walked to the corner and sat on the ground without saying anything else. When the retainer saw that the masked man was unwilling to comply, he was about to reprimand him, but an indifferent voice echoed from behind. Those who are out to make trades can choose to sell, but they can naturally choose not to sell too. Selling phase isn't like a regular trade of merchandise. There is a need to suit the intentions of both parties. Don't you understand such a simple reasoning? Lin Yuan saw that the retainer was going to continue making things difficult for the masked man, so he quickly commented. Chapter 72, a near-death source-type lifeform. Lin Yuan wasn't really helping the masked man out of a difficult situation. The masked man was in this situation mainly because of their verbal appointment yesterday night. When a gentleman gave his words, he must keep to it. Lin Yuan didn't expect the masked man to keep to the deal after yesterday night's verbal appointment and rushed departure. It would be false if Lin Yuan said he wasn't moved. If this masked man didn't keep to his words and keep to his promise, Lin Yuan's blue flash butterfly would have flown away. The retainer could only speak in a harsh tone. As the rare lifeform pavilion wasn't like the outside, the retainer understood that this place wasn't his master's store where his words held authority. Even when a crank spirit Kai professional visited, they would need to be polite to him. If a brank spirit Kai professional sought help from his master, they would also need to treat him with respect. The rare lifeform pavilion was a place where his words weren't useful at all. In fact, if he caused trouble in the rare lifeform pavilion, he would need to bear responsibility for any losses. If the rare lifeform pavilion came after him, even his master wouldn't bother about him. Even if his master wanted to help, what could his master do? It might not be useful. The rare lifeform pavilion wasn't backed by some private organization. Radiance Federation supported it. When the retainer heard that someone was trying to meddle in his business, his pent-up anger finally found an exit. What Tom, Dick, or Harry are you to meddle in my business? While speaking, the young retainer turned around, but before he could finish, his words were all stuffed back into his mouth. As a person who was extremely mindful of his status as a Class 1 Creation Master's retainer, he always hoped that others could see the crest on his right chest. Therefore, he would also subconsciously notice others' right chest too. If he didn't look, it wouldn't matter, but he got a shock once he saw it. This 17 or 18-year-old youth actually wore a crest that was almost similar to his master's crest. But it didn't have 1 star. It had 2 stars. He is actually a Class 2 Creation Master. In the young retainer's memory, when he was following his master, he was fortunate enough to see a few Class 2 Creation Masters. But they were all old men. A young Creation Master like Lin Yuan, a Class 2 one at that, had immediately broken the young retainer's knowledge. Upon recalling his master's respectful behavior toward those Class 2 Creation Masters, and recalling how he said Lin Yuan was a Tom, Dick, or Harry, the young retainer was petrified. He felt his tongue turning numb, and he couldn't even utter half a word. The young retainer's reaction was too dramatic. Previously, he had been behaving all high and mighty, but he suddenly turned timid and cowardly. This transformation immediately made everyone's attention shift to Lin Yuan. Right now, Lin Yuan had turned into the eye of the hurricane for the first floor of the rare lifeform pavilion. When everyone focused their attention, they quickly noticed that Lin Yuan was wearing a Class 2 Creation Master's crest on his chest. They couldn't help but exclaim, "He is actually a Class 2 Creation Master. This is my first time seeing a Class 2 Creation Master. How can a Class 2 Creation Master be so young?" Most of the people here were ordinary people. They might know that Creation Masters had noble status, but a Creation Master's life was still too remote for them. Therefore, Class 2 Creation Masters would only be a term of respect for ordinary people. But to a Class 1 Creation Master, they viewed Class 2 Creation Master with a different outlook. Becoming a Class 2 Creation Master was what they aimed for, and it was also a huge mountain pressing down from above. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Yuan was such a young Class 2 Creation Master, his previously prideful attitude had been withdrawn. His overbearing attitude was now cautious and humble. He immediately smiled and said, "I didn't think I would be able to see the esteemed sir here. It is truly an honor." The Class 1 Creation Master didn't know Lin Yuan at all, but seeing how young Lin Yuan was, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Yuan with an additional layer of reverence. Creation Masters could receive an inheritance, and a mentored Creation Master would advance at a much faster speed. At the same time, the Creation Master occupation was one that used up an extreme amount of resources. Each advancement would require a massive accumulation of spiritual ingredients. Creation Masters relied on senses, and there was also a need to increase the technique. The price for Creation Masters to evolve a Fae was so high because of the massive amount of resources required by the Creation Masters. This was also why poor families couldn't produce nobles. In the Class 1 Creation Master's opinion, Lin Yuan was a person with authority and wealth. His age and achievement stated everything. However, the Class 1 Creation Master didn't know that Lin Yuan was actually an anomaly. His Creation Master standard was entirely achieved by himself. Lin Yuan wasn't interested in the Class 1 Creation Master's greetings at all. Therefore, he ignored the middle-aged man and walked straight for the masked man. "I am here to trade, and I thank you for keeping your promise." The Class 1 Creation Master didn't mind Lin Yuan's indifference at all. Instead, he let out a relieved smile, because Lin Yuan's indifference meant that Lin Yuan wouldn't pursue the matter. He didn't expect that this masked man's promise was made with a Class 2 Creation Master. The Class 1 Creation Master looked at the masked man and felt his teeth getting achy. "Couldn't you just tell me that you made a promise with a Class 2 Creation Master? The way you stayed silent and not saying anything is the same as you trying to frame me." However, the Class 1 Creation Master didn't know that the masked man was looking at Lin Yuan's in a clueless manner, as the masked man didn't know that his promise was made toward a Class 2 Creation Master. The masked man stood up and said, "I will provide you the proof that these 4 butterfly cocoons were found in the endless forest, and you will pay in full." The masked man's words didn't sound like a question and were more like a statement. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Yuan was able to use his ability, True Data, to check on the butterfly species Fae inside the cocoon, so he didn't need proof from the masked man. However, he didn't stop the masked man. The masked man had been treated as a swindler yesterday, and some people were specially here to watch the show. As such, when this masked man showed the proof, it would also prove to everyone else. The masked man activated his spiritual energy, but he took a very long time until his body was shivering, only to summon a purple insect cocoon. The insect cocoon was huge, and it wasn't the same as the butterfly cocoons. It had a flesh-like cocoon wall and looked rather tough. It was just like a small heart that was breathing a life within. At that moment, Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the insect cocoon. When he read the information of the insect cocoon, his pupils contracted. This insect cocoon wasn't a normal Fae, but actually a source-type lifeform. However, this source-type lifeform was in a near-death state. Chapter 73 Insect Queen. Source-type lifeforms could be said to the most amazing and rare things. Each of the source-type lifeforms had different unique traits. Lin Yuan's source seed didn't require any spiritual energy and used fresh blood to form the contract. It could also evolve according to the contractor's will, and it was different from the other source seeds that were recorded. Lin Yuan had allowed Genius to specifically learn information on source seeds. Upon seeing how the masked man used his spiritual energy to summon the purple flesh cocoon, Lin Yuan had a subtle conjecture that this source-type life form was an insect queen. An insect queen was like a breeding machine, and could use the insects that she devoured in each grade to use as models. It could then produce and replicate insects of the same model and gene. One could say that an insect queen was equivalent to an insect swarm. However, an insect queen required an insane amount of spiritual energy from the host. After forming a contract with an insect queen, the spirit Kai professional wouldn't be able to form contracts with other Faes. This was the difference between the source seed, Red Thorn, and this source-type insect queen. Presently, this insect queen was in a near-death state, and its roots must have received a severe injury. The insect queen didn't have a choice but to maintain its life through a cocoon form. Source-type lifeforms always had a flaw, and after so many years, the Radiance Federation could still not resolve this problem. When source-type lifeforms were severely injured, They could be maintained by using large amounts of spiritual ingredients. However, once a source-type lifeform was in a near-death state, it couldn't recover like other phase by using spiritual ingredients. The source-type lifeform was a lifeform that had a hard time getting injured. It also meant that the roots of the source-type lifeform were extremely hard to damage. Since the source-type lifeform was in a near-death state, it had regressed to its initial state. This was already the lowest form for the source-type lifeform to maintain its life. At that moment, the source-type lifeform could only receive the purest spirit chi, and only a massive amount of pure spirit chi could allow it to recover. This was rather similar to the spirit siphon goldfish. However, the spirit kiss purity required by the spirit siphon goldfish was far below the near-death source-type lifeform. Spirit chi with high purity could be extracted with the right concoction of spirit ingredients. However, highly concentrated spirit chi that was extracted from spiritual ingredients had a certain level of medicinal effects. Even if the medicinal effects were mild, it was still fatal for a source-type insect queen in the near-death state. Lin Yuan finally understood why this masked man would be in such a depressed state. Lin Yuan understood the depression and could actually feel it himself. The depression originated from the injury of the insect queen. The requirement of spiritual energy from the insect queen didn't allow the masked man to form contracts with other fays. This was the same as severing the masked man's path as a spirit chi professional. Everyone present, even the Class 1 creation master, didn't recognize what kind of fae the masked man's purple flesh cocoon was. The world had massive amounts of information, and if Lin Yuan hadn't used true data and hadn't allowed genius to study information related to source seeds, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to recognize it. The masked man looked at the purple flesh cocoon on his hand for a long time before saying to Lin Yuan, "Place your hand on the insect cocoon, and you will be able to see the scene of me finding the 4 butterfly cocoons in the depths of the endless forest." If there were categories among the source-type life forms, the insect queen was considered a production type and spiritual type. The insect queen's spiritual type trait was to allow for the viewing of memories. The masked man didn't mind others' opinions, and it was fine as long as he could prove the origin of the 4 butterfly cocoons. As for the doubts of others, the masked man didn't care at all. Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on the purple flesh cocoon, and he could feel a mild warmth from the flesh cocoon. The life form within the flesh cocoon was already extremely frail and weak. It felt as though a small flame that could be extinguished from a breeze, if this was a regular commotion. When the others saw this method of proof, they would think if this was actually a show. However, with Lin Yuan's status as a Class 2 creation master, no one had such thoughts. 4 butterfly cocoons for 120 radiance dollars might be an astronomical price, but it was just a small matter to a Class 2 creation master. Therefore, it wasn't worth it for a Class 2 creation master to act such a show. Seeing that there wasn't any more show to watch, the crowd scattered. When the middle-aged Class 1 creation master saw that his young retainer was still in a state of shock, he was so enraged that he slapped at the neck of the young retainer, waking the retainer up immediately. The young retainer shrunk his neck after seeing his master's enraged expression. He then followed the middle-aged creation master to exit the rare lifeform pavilion in a dejected manner. If it was any other time, the middle-aged Class 1 creation master would definitely stay behind to see if he could build a good relationship with Lin Yuan, a young Class 2 creation master. It would be the same as paving an additional path for himself. But after recalling how his retainer had spoken out of his turn earlier, the Class 1 creation master was afraid that Lin Yuan might take revenge later on. Hence, he didn't dare to continue staying here and left this place of commotion. The eye of the hurricane had now calmed down, and the rare lifeform pavilion was restored back to normal. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the purple flesh cocoon and felt the spiritual waves from within the flesh cocoon. His mind formed with a scene of how the masked man collected the 4 butterfly cocoons. The masked man had indeed found these 4 cocoons within the endless forest. Just as Lin Yuan was sensing the scene within his mind, he felt the purple flesh cocoon emitting a painful struggle from within. Lin Yuan was able to sense the pain from the insect cocoon's spiritual world. However, the struggle of pain was also pitifully weak. This intense spiritual wave felt like it was the final spurt of energy before death. The masked man's expression suddenly became nervous. He could obviously feel the pain of this insect queen, and his palm was shaking. Since Lin Yuan felt the insect queen's pain, he quickly circulated his spiritual power and poured an extremely pure spirit Kai into the insect queen's body. If the insect queen's pain was like boiling water that was about to burst out from the edges, then Lin Yuan's spirit Kai was like clean, warm water. When the clean, warm water was added to the boiling water, it might not be able to stop the boiling state immediately like cold water, but it used the most gentle method to restore peace for the insect queen. As expected, when Lin Yuan's pure spirit Kai entered the insect queen's body, it awakened the insect queen and its source-type recovery capability. A few short minutes might not be able to heal the insect queen's injuries, but it was enough to bring the insect queen from the dying state back to the near-death state. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, and when he lifted his head, he saw the masked man looking at him with fixed eyes. Different from before, the masked man's eyes weren't filled with depression. It looked like there was a rainbow that suddenly appeared within the darkness that lasted for several years. The light in the eyes was hope that broke out and also indescribably joy. There was some hesitation, too, as he looked at Lin Yuan and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 74 Sequence 39. The masked man hesitated for a long time before his eyes gradually became determined. I don't know if I can. The masked man spoke in a stuttering manner, but Lin Yuan could already guess what the masked man wanted to say. Lin Yuan took the initiative and said, "Follow me to the tea room upstairs before we have a good talk." The Rare Lifeform Pavilion's tea room on the third floor was actually a private room with a graceful and comfortable environment. It had been specially built with sound isolation, so the people inside wouldn't need to worry that others might overhear their discussion in the tea room or be disturbed. The masked man quickly replied, "Okay." After speaking, he was preparing to follow Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't expect this masked man, who was always calm and steady, to actually become flustered. Lin Yuan pointed at the 4 butterfly cocoons on the counter and said, "Let us complete the trade for these 4 butterfly cocoons first." When Lin Yuan was collecting the 4 butterfly cocoons, he looked at one of the white and ordinary cocoons with excited feelings. Lin Yuan placed the blue flash butterfly's cocoon in a box by itself. The Vajra butterfly that was reserved for Chusai had also been put aside specially. As for the 2 other cocoons, one was a poison powder butterfly, while the larger white cocoon was a hunter butterfly. The Vajra butterfly was the Fae with the most evolution variations among the butterfly Faes. It might not be especially rare among the butterfly Faes, but the price wasn't low either. An elite Vajra butterfly would cost around $40 radiance. The poison powder butterfly and the hunter butterfly were both less than $10 radiance. Therefore, without the blue flash butterfly, Lin Yuan's purchase of these 4 butterfly cocoons would be making a loss. However, since he obtained the blue flash butterfly, it would be considered a pure gain. After the trade, Lin Yuan was about to transfer the money to the masked man's Star Web account, but the masked man wouldn't accept it. Lin Yuan patted on the masked man's shoulder and said, "This matter is this matter. Since I purchased your butterfly cocoons, I naturally have to pay you the radiance dollars. If you have something to say, we can talk in the tea room." After hearing Lin Yuan's statement, the masked man finally agreed. Lin Yuan looked for the staff and proposed to use one of the tea rooms, so they were directly led to the 3rd floor. The tea room environment was truly great, and there were several pots of silver flowers and plants that were blooming brightly, allowing the room to be filled with a graceful fragrance. After sitting on the tea room sofa and sipping on the spirit tea made with Faes, one would involuntarily feel that their fatigue was all washed clean by the tea fragrance. Obviously, the masked man didn't have the thoughts to bother about the spirit tea that he would rarely see. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said, "What is on your mind? You can just tell me directly." Lin Yuan didn't immediately expose the masked man's thoughts. These were things that Lin Yuan hoped for the masked man to speak personally, and it would serve as a method to overcome his past. The masked man looked at Lin Yuan for a long time before he reached out and took off his mask. The face behind the mask wasn't as old as a middle-aged man that Lin Yuan imagined. The man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. but his eyes had an aged feeling that didn't suit his face. After taking off the mask, the man circulated his spiritual energy. A deep purple rune appeared and revolved around the man. The man then started to circulate his spiritual power too. There might not be a whirlpool formed, but there was already a current. Lin Yuan raised his brows and didn't expect this masked man to have a willpower rune. From the looks of it, his spirit Kai rank was at the air rank. If he progressed further and obtained a fantasy breed Fey, he could be considered a king-class expert. Given this man's age and talent, it was impossible for him to be ordinary. Such talent would be considered top-notch within the Radiance Federation. And not to mention he possessed a source-type life form, the Insect Queen. If the Insect Queen wasn't severely injured and reached a near-death state, this man should be an expert among the young generation's top ranks. Lin Yuan didn't ask, and it was the masked man who spoke first this time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Jai, 27 years old. Previously, I was a rank combat class spirit Kai professional. I possess the Insect Queen, a platinum III epic life form. Liu Jai introduced himself in a serious manner while Lin Yuan listened seriously too. After giving an introduction on his personal information, Liu Jai supplemented. 2 years ago, I was also part of the Radiance 100. Sequence 39, Heart of Insect Swarm. After hearing this statement, Lin Yuan's eyes widened open, and his pupils contracted. Sequence 39, Heart of Insect Swarm. Even though Lin Yuan wasn't really passionate about news, he had still heard of news on Sequence 39, the Heart of Insect Swarm. During a Class 3-dimensional rift that had opened up in the nearby Cold Frost City, the dimensional rift had been connected to a dark subterranean world. The subterranean world's lifeforms were famous for being greedy and ruthless. They would hunt and kill all living lifeforms. The Class 3-dimensional rift hadn't brought much damage to Cold Frost City because of Sequence 39, Heart of Insect Swarm. Commanding the Insect Swarm, he alone had stalled the Class 3-dimensional rift's subterranean beasts for half an hour. It had been this half an hour that had prevented the Cold Frost City from turning into a purgatory. However, Sequence 39, Heart of Insect Swarm, had vanished afterward, never to appear again. 2 years weren't enough to wipe out everything. However, as compared to the other Radiance 100, the Heart of Insect Swarm wasn't as famous as before. 1 year ago, the Radiance 100 had been sorting their sequence again, and because the Heart of Insect Swarm hadn't appeared, he had been removed from the Radiance 100. It was truly a pity. However, Lin Yuan didn't expect that a person who had become a Radiance 100 and Sequence 39 would be wearing a mask and bringing his injured source-type life form around. He had actually been seeking survival by searching and selling butterfly cocoons on the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor. This made Lin Yuan feel an indescribable pressure. Perhaps Liu Jai was able to see the change in Lin Yuan's expression, so he continued to explain. After that battle, the Insect Queen and I weren't supposed to survive. It was the Bamboo Monarch who used 3 months to heal me. At the same time, he was able to maintain the Insect Queen at a barely near-death state. I am the one that chose my current lifestyle. I didn't wish to become someone useless who lived in my glorious past. Lin Yuan could feel Liu Jai's pride in his words. Lin Yuan might not be able to understand Liu Jai fully, but he was still filled with admiration. Perhaps this was the life of contribution that was chosen by a heroic person. At that moment, Liu Jai heard Liu Jai speaking again. But today, you allowed me to see hope again. It is unknown why your spirit Kai is able to recover my Insect Queen's injuries. While speaking, Liu Jai knelt on one knee and made a retainer's posture swearing the oath. Chapter 75 The First Retainer Night. A determined voice echoed. I use the willpower rune as an oath to become Class 2 Creation Master Lin Yuan's retainer. I shall solemnly obey the responsibilities of a retainer, and if I violate the oath, I shall receive punishment from the willpower of the world. Once Liu Jai's words turned silent, the purple willpower rune that was revolving around Liu Jai suddenly stopped. The rune appeared with a layer of mysterious chain, and it was locking up Liu Jai's willpower rune tightly on this end. On the other end of the chain was Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. Liu Jai could feel himself and Liu Jai forming a superior and subordinate relationship. This was a rune oath, and only people who comprehended willpower runes could take the oath. Violating it would cause the world's willpower to form a barrier, disallowing them to feel spirit Kai again. It could be said to be the oath that was most intolerant of violation after the spirit Kai awakening. Once the rune oath was violated, an expert who could comprehend the world's willpower and form the rune would become an ordinary person who couldn't even feel spirit Kai. Such a punishment was even harder to accept for spirit Kai professionals than to kill them. Lin Yuan didn't expect Liu Jai to suddenly make the rune oath. Lin Yuan looked at Liu Jai and didn't know what to say for a moment. After obtaining 2 retainer crests today, Lin Yuan did think about taking in 2 retainers. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation and accept a retainer who was once a member of the Radiance 100's top sequence member. Liu Jai might not be sequence 39 of the Radiance 100 anymore and had been neglected for 2 years. But if Liu Jai's insect queen fully recovered, it was possible for him to reach the same heights again. The 2 neglected years weren't actually wasted either. He might not have any increase in strength over 2 years, but the growth in his mental state was something that Liu Jai would have never obtained in the past. Liu Jai looked at Lin Yuan with an extremely calm expression and said, "With the oath taken, I am now your retainer or guardian knight. I wish to plead for you to help my insect queen recover. However, I have nothing on me as a repayment. I can only use myself. If you grant me a new life, I hand over the rest of my life to you." After observing Liu Jai's calm expression for a long time, Lin Yuan asked in return, "Is it worth it to sacrifice the rest of your life?" When Liu Jai heard Lin Yuan's question, he recalled how the bamboo monarch had said that the insect queen could only gradually recover with extremely pure spirit Kai that didn't have any medicinal effects. It was something that even the bamboo monarch couldn't achieve. If a class 5 creation master couldn't do it, then it was the same as giving Liu Jai a death sentence. During the past few years, Liu Jai had tried to look for other creation masters, but it was useless. As time elapsed, he no longer had any hopes. But it was unknown why this youth in front of him had spirit Kai that could help his insect queen recover. This was Liu Jai's only opportunity, let alone saying if it was worth it. Since the choosing of a spirit Kai occupation, one would have to face various choices and decisions. Each choice would cause the individual to enter a completely different path. Liu Jai had constantly been making choices, choosing the source-type life form, insect queen choosing to strive and become sequence member of the Radiance, Hunter choosing to protect the Cold Frost City and choosing to become Lin Yuan's retainer knight now. Liu Jai didn't dare to say that each of his choices was absolutely perfect or were definitely great choices. But Liu Jai would never regret his choices. Liu Jai suddenly smiled, and that determined face revealed a little silly look. Worth it. The days that Liu Jai couldn't be a spirit Kai professional made him feel as though he was a walking corpse. Right now, the hopeful light was so dazzling that Liu Jai couldn't turn his eyes away. Lin Yuan reached out his hand solemnly and shook Liu Jai's hand. The duo might not be using much strength, but their handshake was rather firm. Lin Yuan pulled up Liu Jai and said, "Since you chose to become my retainer knight, then I shall also fulfill my responsibilities. In a few days, I will help you insect queen to conduct an initial treatment." The rune oath had subtly bound Liu Jai and Lin Yuan together. Liu Jai made the oath while Lin Yuan bearer. The latter could be at ease and accept Liu Jai's loyalty. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't have to take responsibility. But Lin Yuan wasn't such a person. After receiving Liu Jai's loyalty, Lin Yuan immediately felt a heavier responsibility on himself. Liu Jai was an ex-member of the Radiance 100 sequence. If Lin Yuan said that such a person was his retainer, no one would believe him. After hearing Lin Yuan's response, Liu Jai let out an even sillier smile as Liu Jai knew that he didn't swear his loyalty to the wrong person. Actually, even if you had asked me directly to heal your insect queen, I wouldn't have refused either. Liu Jai had risked everything for the Cold Frost City, had risked his glory and his dream just to offer protection. Such a person was someone that Lin Yuan would definitely respect and admire. Therefore, since Lin Yuan found out about Liu Jai's identity, He already had the thought of helping Liu Jai to heal his insect queen. However, he didn't think that Liu Jai would be so straightforward and choose to become his retainer knight, who wouldn't do everything to walk to the end of their lives previously. I couldn't see any hope, so I could only live my life in a muddle-headed manner. Now that hope appeared, how can I not work hard to grasp it from today onwards? I shall be the young master's sword and shield. When Liu Jai called Lin Yuan a young master, Lin Yuan immediately said, "Just call me Lin Yuan. Will you go to the Xia region with me right now? My home isn't in Redbed City." Liu Jai thought for a moment and said, "Lin Yuan, why don't I look for you in the Xia region 3 days later? I have some things to settle for the next 2 days." Liu Jai might be living a muddle-headed life with no hope, but he had earned quite a lot of money during the past 2 years. Liu Jai had used the money to provide for over a dozen children and prepared an education fund for these children on the Star Web. The education fund included their school fees and also the expenditure required for choosing phase. Now that Liu Jai received another 120 radiance dollars from Lin Yuan, it was enough for Liu Jai to save up the education fund's required money. Lin Yuan didn't ask what Liu Jai had to settle. If Lin Yuan knew, he would only feel more admiration. However, Lin Yuan wouldn't do this. This might be due to his world outlook, choices, and priority. Lin Yuan opened up the box containing the 2 retainer crests. Lin Yuan had just obtained this box a few hours ago. He would never have imagined he would be giving out one of the retainer crests in just a few hours. Seeing the retainer crest handed over by Lin Yuan, Liu Jai grasped it in his hand and immediately wore it on his left chest. Liu Jai was surprised to receive the retainer crest, but it was also within his expectation. Liu Jai had conducted an oath towards Lin Yuan using his willpower rune, and the Radiance Federation didn't need any laws to ensure that Liu Jai would keep to the oath. But when Lin Yuan handed the retainer crest to Liu Jai, it was Lin Yuan's approval and validation toward Liu Jai. Chapter 76 Evolved Redthorn. 2 years ago, let alone Class 2 Creation Masters, Liu Jai had encountered plenty of Class 3 Creation Masters. He had even met one of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters, Bamboo Monarch. But now, when Liu Jai wore this Class 2 Creation Master's retainer crest on his left chest, he felt as though the crest was emitting heat and made his heart scalding hot. Liu Jai looked at the small shield beside the 2 stars on the crest and knew of his responsibility for the rest of his life. After parting with Liu Jai, Lin Yuan headed straight to the Xia region. He wasn't really at ease with leaving Chimey at home alone. Even if Chimey was a bronze fae, Lin Yuan was still afraid something might happen to it. Ever since Lin Yuan had brought Chimey back home, this was the first time he had been away from Chimey for such a long time. After returning to the fae store, Lin Yuan opened the door, and Chimey immediately flew onto Lin Yuan's shoulder when it heard the sound. It then jumped onto Lin Yuan's ear and used its little head to rub on his hair to express its yearning feelings. It had been a long time since Chimey had seen Lin Yuan, and it had truly missed him. In fact, Chimey hadn't even had the mood to stream its singing, causing a riot among Chimey's fans. Chimey had plenty of fans now, and none of the current music streamers on the Star Web were able to compete with it. Before Lin Yuan had the time to pacify Chimey, he suddenly saw the racks in the house that had all collapsed in a pathetic state. The wooden parts of the racks were all shattered, and the metallic parts had been distorted. Previously, Redthorn was only slightly over half a meter in height. After evolving to Elitigrade, it had grown to over 1.5 meters. In addition, this was only the height of the mouth of Relinquish. At that moment, the mouth of Relinquish was like a wrinkled and thorny sphere. The thorns had several mouths, and they were all bearing teeth on the outside. The previous multiflora flower's corrosive cavities had already transformed after evolving to normal grade. Presently, there were 8 more flowers like the 2 multiflora flowers. They formed a circle with 10 flowers and surrounded the mouth of Relinquish. The multiflora flowers were as big as a washbowl, and it was opened in an abnormal way. Lin Yuan could feel the sourceed's data changing. If the 10 flowers launched an attack, each of the flowers could spray out 5 liters of corrosive fluid within an instant. The intensity of the corrosive fluid was able to corrode sandstone and soil. As for the thorny vines that Lin Yuan asked for Redthorn to enhance, They were now filled with 5 centimeter-long spikes. Each of the vines could reach up to 4 meters, and there were a total of 16 of them. If they started to thrash around, they would probably be able to rip and tear the enemy into pieces within an instant. Some vines were as long as 6 meters on the outer part, and these were newly grown vines. They didn't seem to be as lethal as the vines within the inner part. The jade-like vines were filled with 3 centimeter-long reversed spikes. During combat, these vines were able to extend and retract. Lin Yuan noticed Redthorn's elite-grade ability, Armor Shatter Rip. He felt that Redthorn had already evolved into a life form that had extremely aggressive attacks. The Armor Shatter Rip was a great complement to both the outer vines, which had 3 centimeter-long reversed spikes, or the inner vines, which had 5 centimeter-long reversed spikes. When the vines were brandished, they had the Armor Shatter effect, and even a defense-type Fae would have their flesh ripped open after a few lashes from the vines. In addition, the spikes were in a reversed hooked shape, so when the vines pulled, it would definitely rip off a piece of flesh. After evolving to Elite grade, the Source Seed, Redthorn had intelligence. The blood contract formed with Lin Yuan allowed Redthorn to feel close blood ties with him. Redthorn then extended one of its inner vines. This vine was similar to the other inner vines, but it didn't have any spikes. The vine coiled around Lin Yuan's wrist, and he was able to clearly sense the intimate emotional waves that were emitted from Redthorn. It was like a coquettish wheedle. Lin Yuan was able to vaguely feel Redthorn's thoughts. It seemed like this vine was specially grown when Redthorn evolved to Elite grade due to the intelligence, enabling Redthorn to get closer with Lin Yuan. When Redthorn felt Lin Yuan by its side, it gave off a delightful emotion and quickly influenced Lin Yuan. While looking at Redthorn, Genius, Chimey, and also Morbius on his wrist, Lin Yuan felt particularly fulfilled. There was no longer any trace of fear for the unknown future. He was now looking forward to the future and wanted to move ahead at twice the speed. After preparing the bronze alien insect flesh for Redthorn, Lin Yuan logged onto the Star Web. He was rather apologetic for missing the appointment with Zhu Jiexin. At the same time, he felt rather regretful that he couldn't pick out any rare and hidden goods. Lin Yuan was now planning to purchase a massive number of inferior energy ores. Firstly, after nurturing several spirit siphon goldfish batches, including those fish eggs produced by the 5 fortune ranchu and the female spirit siphon goldfish, the inferior energy ores were running out. Secondly, Lin Yuan required a huge amount of pure spirit kai to heal the insect queen. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't feel that it was difficult to treat the insect queen's injuries. He just had to provide a large amount of pure spirit kai and keep up with the insect queen's consumption. As a source-type life form, the insect queen had a certain recovery capability, and with enough spirit kai supplied, it would only need a very short time to recover. Lin Yuan didn't send a message to Zhu Jiexin this time and visited her store instead. After arriving at Zhu Jiexin's store, Lin Yuan quickly entered when he saw her standing inside. Big Sister Xin, I had been busy for the past 2 days, so I didn't make it for yesterday's appointment to pick those severely injured fays with damaged roots. Zhu Jiexin was looking through the store's accounts, and when she saw Lin Yuan, she immediately stood up. Zhu Jiexin had thought through many things when Lin Yuan missed yesterday's appointment. She had sent a message to Lin Yuan, but hadn't received a reply. After making an estimation, she had made a harsh decision to sell off a portion of those severely injured fays that arrived yesterday. But she had left behind the best ones. She had wanted to wait for Lin Yuan to visit and still have goods for him to choose. Zhu Jiexin was a person who had bold ideas and actions, since she had already determined that Lin Yuan had the backing of a creation master. Before Lin Yuan expressed an obvious attitude, she was going to do everything that was required of her. When she was looking through the accounts, Zhu Jiexin was rather distracted. Now that Lin Yuan visited the store, her heart was immediately at ease. As she stood up, she saw that Lin Yuan was wearing a Class 2 Creation Master crest. Zhu Jiexin knew plenty of things about Creation Masters. For Lin Yuan to become a Class 2 Creation Master at such a young age, it had already answered her questions. Lin Yuan must have a huge pool of resources behind him that she could never imagine. Even if Lin Yuan didn't have any resources, Zhu Jiaxin felt that it was worth it for her to go all out to build a great relationship with Lin Yuan, who was such a young Class 2 creation master. Why are you so polite, big sisters, and specially reserved a few of the better fays for you to pick? If you don't fancy any of them, I will sell them later. Chapter 77 Sword Horn Speed Antelope. Zhu Jiaxin's reply astonished Lin Yuan a little. A severely injured fay with damaged roots was extremely hard to store. Once the fay perished, the price wouldn't just drop by 10. On any other normal business day, Zhu Jiaxin definitely wouldn't do the same. Otherwise, she would surely be making a loss when selling injured fays like this. Zhu Jiaxin's store shouldn't have any creation master. But even if there was a creation master, wasting a creation master's time to maintain a severely injured fay's life was a losing business already. It was obvious that Zhu Jiaxin was doing so for Lin Yuan. No matter the reason, Lin Yuan was going to accept this favor. Then I shall thank Big Sister Zen for reserving those severely injured fays for me. Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone was already rather big after Morbius evolved to Bronze Raid. By working in unison with Pure Land of Bliss and the highly concentrated Spirit Kai, it was extremely suitable to heal those fays with damaged roots. The prices of fays with damaged roots were only slightly higher than the price of the fays when broken down into spiritual ingredients. It was unknown how much cheaper it was as compared to a healthy fay. If Lin Yuan were able to purchase such injured fays and heal them before reselling them again, he would be able to earn much more than what he was doing now. Lin Yuan didn't just need a massive amount of dimensional lifeform flesh to nurture Redthorn, but he also had to make preparations to upgrade the Jasmine Lily's quality to legend. Lin Yuan had already made an appointment with the violent-tempered woman for the revival soil, and he would be able to obtain it in a few more days. As for the 2 mahogany tree cores and 1 liter of grasswood fountain water, Lin Yuan had yet to find a solution. The grasswood fountain water might be available on the market, but 1 liter of grasswood fountain water wasn't exactly cheap. Therefore, the accumulation of resources was Lin Yuan's first priority. While accumulating resources, Lin Yuan would also be subconsciously increasing his strength. When Zhu Jiaxin heard Lin Yuan expressing his thanks, her smile was even brighter. She had taken such measures before to build a good customer relationship in the past. But before doing so, the customer must be willing to accept the favor first. Otherwise, even if she did more than expected, it would be useless if the customer wasn't grateful for it. Come, follow me to the warehouse where I reserved 3 of the severely injured and near-death fays. Those 3 fays are the best among this batch of delivery. After speaking to Lin Yuan, Zhu Jiaxin informed the store staff, who was busy, and brought Lin Yuan toward the warehouse. Zhu Jiaxin's store staff was a lively and slightly chubby young lady. When Lin Yuan visited previously, the young lady hadn't seen him. Thus, this time, she finally encountered him. The young lady took a few glances at Lin Yuan. As a staff member of a fey and spiritual ingredient store, she noticed the Class 2 Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest. Due to the instinctive reverence toward Creation Masters, even the lively young lady didn't dare to approach and greet Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan was following Zhu Jiaxin to the warehouse, he could feel that Zhu Jiaxin had something to ask, but didn't know how to ask even though she was making constant conversation. Lin Yuan didn't expose it. He had a mere customer relationship with Zhu Jiaxin. If Zhu Jiaxin required his help on business matters, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind helping. However, Zhu Jiaxin must be able to afford the price. If it was other matters that should be rejected, Lin Yuan wouldn't hesitate to refuse, as he wasn't a person who tried to be on good terms with everyone. After walking into the warehouse, Lin Yuan immediately saw a dying fey that was resting on the floor. It was an antelope. This is a sword horn speed antelope, a rather good silver fey. This sword horn speed antelope's sword horn is in a good shape, and it is already at Silver X Elite. It is just 1 step away from reaching Gold Raid. Therefore, the flesh of this sword horn speed antelope is a good choice, be it to feed to a fey or for your own consumption. Zhu Jiaxin introduced the sword horn speed antelope. Zhu Jiaxin had put in quite the effort for this sword horn speed antelope, as she had fed plenty of bronze usnias to it. Otherwise, The sword-horn speed antelope wouldn't have survived until now. Lin Yuan walked over to look at the sword-horn speed antelope and reached out his hand before placing it on the sword-horn speed antelope's horn. The sword-horn speed antelope struggled to lift its head and took a glance at Lin Yuan before its head sank back down again. The sword-horn speed antelope obviously knew about its body condition, and given the intelligence of a silver fae, it already understood the fate awaiting it. The vitality that was slowly leaking made the sword-horn speed antelope feel increasingly weaker. Lin Yuan checked on the sword-horn speed antelope's condition and stood back up. Lin Yuan didn't know the limits of his healing capability, so he was planning to use this sword-horn speed antelope as an experiment. He wanted to see how much the sword-horn speed antelope could recover if he used the pure land of bliss within the spirit lock spatial zone and circulated his spirit kai at full force for 1 hour. Zhu Jiuxin might already know that Lin Yuan was a Class 2 creation master, but as a habit, she still gave detailed information of the sword-horn speed antelope to Lin Yuan. The injuries of this sword-horn speed antelope might not be visible on the surface, but the injuries are rather bad on the inside. This sword-horn speed antelope received a strong smashing impact, causing its inside organs to displace, and some of the organs have even ruptured. When I was feeding it some bronze usnias, it helped the sword-horn speed antelope recover some energy. But from the condition now, the sword-horn speed antelope won't last for more than 5 hours. Lin Yuan had already inspected the injuries of the sword-horn speed antelope earlier. Still, after listening to Zhu Jiuxin's explanation, he couldn't help but lament Zhu Jiuxin's method of business. For such severely injured phase, as long as it was still alive, the seller wouldn't take the initiative to explain about the injuries and predict the time of death. Just like the sword-horn speed antelope, which didn't have any external injuries, other store owners would never specify that it would die within 5 hours. By doing so, it would cause the value of the fae to drop drastically. Lin Yuan was truly filled with admiration toward Zhu Jiuxin's business method, which was nothing but sincerity. Big Sister Zin, what is the price of this sword-horn speed antelope? The price of this dying silver sword-horn speed antelope wouldn't be very high, even if the sword-horn speed antelope's sword horn was in good condition. It wasn't considered some rare spiritual ingredient. When using the antelope's horn as a spiritual ingredient, it would normally be ground into powder form, so there wasn't a requirement for it to look good. The price of a sword-horn speed antelope's sword horn was comparable with the flesh price of a silver fae that was over 70 katas. The sword-horn speed antelope was an agile and nimble offensive type fae. It provided great damage and was easy to nurture. Thus, it was considered a rather popular fae. 100 radiance dollars will do. Zhu Jiuxin was very forthright. Lin Yuan calculated the price. It was rather fitting for 100 radiance dollars to purchase a dead sword-horn speed antelope. For a sword-horn speed antelope in this condition, the price should be around 150 radiance dollars. It was evident that Zhu Jiuxin had lowered the price for him. Chapter 78 Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus. Upon recalling how Zhu Jiuxin had been hesitant to say something, Lin Yuan understood. After this trade, Zhu Jiuxin wouldn't probably say what she wanted to say. Lin Yuan looked at Zhu Jiuxin and realized that she was looking at him too. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "All right." When Zhu Jiuxin saw Lin Yuan's expression, she was delighted too. Her actions were already very obvious, and a clever person could vaguely guess the meaning within her words. Since Lin Yuan didn't refuse, it meant it was possible for her to make the conversation later. After dealing with the sword-horn speed antelope, Zhu Jiuxin pointed at a charred tree trunk at the side and said, "The next fae is this." Lin Yuan could see that the pitch-black trunk was filled with scorched marks. Lin Yuan walked over and used his hand to touch on the scorched marks. He realized the spot he touched immediately withered upon contact. Lin Yuan was astonished. This tree trunk should have been burned by the flames of a demon from the abyss dimensional rift. The marks on the trunk and the withering effects were very similar to the abyss flames. The trunk was bare, and there was nothing left. The roots under the trunk were only about half a meter long, and the rest were severed. There was also an opening on the tree trunk, and it was obvious that the tree core had been dug out. However, Lin Yuan could still feel faint traces of vitality within the tree. Only a high-grade wood-type spirit plant would be able to grow a tree core. Spirit plants with tree cores were silver-grade at worst. In other words, the pitiful tree that had been burned by the abyss flames was at least a silver fey. Lin Yuan felt that if this tree could survive for so long and retain a trace of vitality after losing its core, it proved that this spirit plant wasn't normal. It might be a gold spirit plant. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the tree, and he got a shock after seeing the information. Fey name Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus. Fey species Osmanthus genus Osmanthus fragrance species. Fey grade gold 410. Osmanthus fragrance. The Osmanthus fragrance could lift the mind's attention and eliminate fatigue. Falling flower. Flowers bloom and wither to fall in 4 seasons. The fallen flowers can rapidly eliminate the poison within the target's body. Clarity flower bud. The flower buds that didn't manage to bloom contain nectar that could recover spiritual injuries. Spirit of Osmanthus. The Osmanthus contains a fortuitous aura that could resist and eliminate damage from curses and also curse marks. Poison and curse removal effectively remove all sorts of poisons that are hard to cure and break curse and incantation-type spiritual poisons. At that moment, Zhu Jiuxin's voice echoed again. This fey went through an appraisal and is a gold spirit plant. It should be an Osmanthus species. Zhu Jiuxin didn't know much about this spirit plant either. She had only been able to find out that it was gold grade and of the Osmanthus species when she imported it. It had already been reduced to this state. If it weren't a gold fey of the Osmanthus species, Zhu Jiuxin wouldn't have kept it. Of course, even if this gold Osmanthus was in this state, if the core was still around, Zhu Jiuxin wouldn't have been able to afford it. Since ancient times, the Osmanthus was one of the 10 famous flowers. After the Spirit Kai awakening, all 10 of the famous flowers remained at the top, and the Osmanthus was a luxurious and fortuitous flower too. Therefore, the Osmanthus price had remained at the top among the plant-type fays. In addition, the petals of the Osmanthus were high-grade spiritual ingredients and also food. It made the price of the Osmanthus even more ridiculous. Humans were always mindful of auspicious signs, and when it was combined with beauty, the price would definitely rise up many times more. As for existences that were auspicious, beautiful, and also had powerful effects, people would treat them as treasures. The Osmanthus was such an existence. However, Zhu Jiuxin had brought back an Osmanthus that was almost like charcoal, and the only thing that was worth some value was the thin layer of wood that wrapped around the core. It could be used as spiritual ingredients for gold grade plants. However, it was only an ordinary spiritual ingredient, as most of the effective parts on the Osmanthus plant were on the flower and leaves and not on the tree trunk. At that moment, Zhu Jiuxin didn't know that Lin Yuan was having completely different thoughts from her. This wasn't an ordinary Osmanthus, but a Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus. And it was one with the best combination of abilities and exclusive skill. The exclusive skill was able to enhance all 4 of the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus abilities. This Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus was simply the nemesis of poison-type and curse-type phase. It wasn't just able to remove all sorts of poison. It could even cure and remove spiritual-type poisons. Even the curse-type poisons and curse marks that were hardest to remove could also be dealt with by this Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus. It was truly a cardinal treasure and could be known as the classic and pure healing type fey. Apart from its abilities and exclusive skill, the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus was also a famed species among the Osmanthus species. The flowers that bloomed would number in thousands as they hung on the branches and were even more radiant than the clouds during sunset. It was such a fey with a great auspicious aura, but the current state was truly miserable. If this Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus was placed in front of others, it might be useless and could only be used as a spiritual ingredient. However, when placed in front of Lin Yuan, if he planted it in the pure land of bliss within the spirit-locked spatial zone, the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus would certainly obtain new life in just a matter of time. It would bloom with numerous flowers that would cover the branches. This Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus was something that Lin Yuan must get. He might not be able to form a contract with the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus, but if it was planted within the spirit-locked spatial zone, Lin Yuan could use the flowers from the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus to remove poisons. The jasmine lily might be able to heal injuries, but it couldn't remove poisons. Lin Yuan might not be able to use the cinnabar sweet osmanthus ability during combat, but he could make use of it daily when he was nurturing and healing phase. If he missed out on this cinnabar sweet osmanthus, he would need to spend a price that was hundreds or thousand times more to get another one. Take the gold dragon species phase blood. For example, 1 drop of their blood would cost 80 radiance dollars. But the cinnabar sweet osmanthus transaction price was even higher than gold dragon species phase. Big Sister Zen, how much are you selling this charred fey? When Lin Yuan was looking at the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, he was tempted to release his spiritual power toward it. He held back. Nonetheless, it was impossible that no creation masters had seen this fey before him. For a gold fey like the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, it was probable that Class 4 creation masters had also viewed it to see if it was worth healing. Presently, Lin Yuan was only a Class 2 creation master, and if he healed the cinnabar sweet osmanthus here in front of Zhu Jiexin, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Lin Yuan, don't be in a hurry. Another fey was delivered together with the osmanthus. Take a look at this fey first, and we will calculate the price together. To be honest, I was only able to obtain this osmanthus fey by chance. Osmanthus feys might be precious, but its current state isn't really helping. Furthermore, the other fey is said to have grown on this osmanthus tree previously. When they were transported over, it was cut down and placed in this box. Chapter 79 Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia. After speaking, Zhu Jiexin approached the table by the side and searched through the brocade boxes. Most of the brocade boxes on this table were precious spiritual ingredients, and they were Zhu Jiexin's treasured collection. While searching through them, Zhu Jiexin said, the third fey might have been living together with the osmanthus fey, but it isn't that obvious anymore. It has already withered, and it might lose all its vitality in just a short period of time. After searching for a long time, Zhu Jiexin took out a brocade box and handed it over to Lin Yuan. She let out a bright smile and said, I shall only charge your 300 radiance dollars for the osmanthus fey earlier. Treat this brocade box as a gift from Big Sister Zen to you. Zhu Jiexin hadn't been able to identify what was inside this brocade box either. However, when she had been inspecting it, it gave off spirit waves that belonged to a gold fey. Therefore, it should be something good. Nonetheless, even if it was something good, Zhu Jiexin didn't know what it was used for. When importing the feys, she had also obtained this brocade box as a gift for buying the osmanthus fey. Thus, she was just going to give it to Lin Yuan as a favor. Lin Yuan had put all his thoughts on that cinnabar sweet osmanthus and didn't really bother about the fey that Zhu Jiexin handed over. However, he was stunned when he took a glance. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus was no longer able to grab Lin Yuan's attention. True data revealed that the shriveled and black thing was actually a treasure that could enhance spiritual energy. Fey name Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia. Fey species Haworthia species is Fodlisi genus. Fey grade gold 810. Fey quality flawless quality. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia was a kind of companion fey, and it would only grow on places that were filled with auspicious and pure energy. Companion lifeforms were extremely rare, and even in the annual large-scale auction of the Rare Lifeform Pavilion, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia could serve as the final auction item. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia grew as the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus Companion. Hence its name. When the Haworthia grew with other plants, its name would change according to the plant. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia was part of the Haworthia species and carried the traits. Instead of saying that the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia was a fey, it was more like a spiritual ingredient that could evolve. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia didn't have any ability or exclusive skill, but it possessed lethal poison too. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia would only bear fruits once when reaching platinum grade. It would bear 3 to 5 crystal-like fruits each time. It was always said that a spirit Kai professional's injured spiritual energy was extremely hard to heal. It wasn't impossible to heal, because the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia's fruit could heal the spiritual energy to a certain degree. It was also one of the rare sacred lifeforms in the world that could heal injured spiritual energy. Even if a person didn't suffer from any spiritual energy injury, Eating the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia's fruit would have some effects. It would stimulate the brain and enhance spiritual energy. The cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was truly a great treasure for Lin Yuan. His spiritual energy had been pitifully weak ever since he had contracted Morbius. Lin Yuan had also contracted Genius and Chimey when they weren't even considered phase. Moreover, Lin Yuan had gone unconscious for several days afterward. If Lin Yuan's spiritual energy could be enhanced, it would be considered a total transformation. Even if the increase in spiritual energy wasn't enough for Lin Yuan to contract more phase, it would still allow Lin Yuan to have a clearer mind. If the increase in spiritual energy was enough, it would be possible for Lin Yuan to contract new phase. As compared to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was a greater surprise for Lin Yuan. However, in order for this cinnabar osmanthus haworthia to grow, it had to grow on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Currently, Lin Yuan wanted to purchase the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia as soon as possible so that he could plant them and heal them. Big Sister Zin, I shall take both the phase, including the sword horn speed antelope. I will transfer the money together. Soon enough, Lin Yuan completed the transfer to Zhu Jiuxin. Zhu Jiuxin then stored the 3 near-death phase into the ostrich logistics phase storage box and immediately arranged for delivery in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was truly grateful toward Zhu Jiuxin. She had reserved 3 phase for him, and it was the same as giving him a fated opportunity. When Lin Yuan saw that Zhu Jiuxin wanted to say something, but was observing his expression, he spoke first. Big Sister Zin, since I am considered your regular customer, you can just speak. Lin Yuan might have already guessed what Zhu Jiuxin wanted to say, but he couldn't be certain before she said it. Zhu Jiuxin didn't expect Lin Yuan to take the initiative before she could speak, and she was certainly overjoyed. If Lin Yuan didn't wish to help, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Since he asked, there might be a chance. Zhu Jiuxin had been in the trade for years, and when Lin Yuan said that he was a regular customer, Zhu Jiuxin heard it clearly. Lin Yuan clearly stated that he would be willing to help if it was in regards to her business. He was also stating that he might not help if it was something else. However, Zhu Jiuxin wasn't asking for Lin Yuan's help on other things as she just wanted to import goods from Lin Yuan's place. Lin Yuan, Big Sister Zin knows that you have a store too, and it is selling those rare phase. I wonder if Big Sister Zin can import goods from your store. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. It seemed like he had guessed it correctly as it was about the importation of goods. His store might be selling common phase that had evolved, like the usnea that wasn't even at normal grade, and the normal spirit siphon goldfish. These phase might be very common on the market when they were at the low grade, but the elite spirit siphon goldfish and the bronze usneas were rarely circulated in the market. Zhu Jiuxin had been operating her Star Web store for many years and had her own connections. It was possible for her to obtain 1 or 2 elite spirit siphon goldfish and a pot or 2 of bronze usneas. However, it was impossible for her to import them in bulk. Lin Yuan had been producing around 100 elite spirit siphon goldfish every 3 days on average. After another period of time, he would release a batch of 5 fortune ranchu. Lin Yuan wanted to increase his spirit kai occupation rank and would need to evolve large numbers of bronze usneas. Therefore, selling some to Zhu Jiuxin didn't really matter. Zhu Jiuxin saw the contemplative look on Lin Yuan's face, so she quickly said, Lin Yuan, Big Sister Zin isn't trying to purchase them from you at a low price. Big Sister Zin can purchase the goods from you at your store's cost price, plus 3. To be honest with you, this is already the limit of my Class 3 store as I don't have any Creation Masters support. Big Sister Zin wishes to import some rare goods from you and see if I can promote the store to a Class 4 one by the end of the year. Zhu Jiuxin spoke in a very sincere tone, and by telling her difficulties to Lin Yuan, she put out her attitude for a collaboration. Lin Yuan listened to Zhu Jiuxin's words and smiled before saying, then let's do it according to what Big Sister Zin said. Every month, I can provide a limit of 200 elite spirit siphon goldfish, but the bronze usneas will be a little lesser. I can only provide 50 pots. Chapter 80 First portion of resource. After listening to Lin Yuan's response, Zhu Jiuxin was pleasantly surprised. Previously, Zhu Jiuxin felt that it would be good if she could import 20 spirit siphon goldfish and thought that she would only be able to import around 10 pots of bronze usnias a month. She never expected Lin Yuan's supply to be several times more than her imagination. With these resources, her store would no longer be a store that could only attract customers with the quality of her spiritual ingredients. With these rare goods, she would just need to supply a limited quantity, and the store's reputation would quickly improve. She would then host some activities to thank the customers. With such a trump, it was possible for her store to promote into a Class 4-1 by the end of the year. It was a dream that she had for many years but didn't have any method to achieve. A single statement from Lin Yuan gave her the opportunity to make her dream into reality. The calm and composed Zhu Jiuxin didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhu Jiuxin was truly rejoicing from the decision that she made previously. If she hadn't shown any kindness to this young man previously, he wouldn't have reciprocated with so. Given the goods that the young man possessed, other stores that wanted to promote their class grade would be snatching for the chance even if the cost was increased by 10. Zhu Jiuxin had already heard of the rumors on the phase that Lin Yuan sold. The quality was incredible, and the price affordable. Every time they appeared on the shelves, they would be wiped out in 3 minutes. It wasn't only the case, just the fact that Lin Yuan was a Class 2 creation master. It was already worth it for Zhu Jiuxin to build a good relationship. However, Lin Yuan's forthright actions made Zhu Jiuxin feel that the two of them didn't just have a relationship of benefits, but they were more like friends. Lin Yuan, Big Sister Xin shall thank you first then. In the future, if you purchase spiritual ingredients from Big Sister Zin's store, I will sell them to you at cost price. Or if you need any spiritual ingredients that you cannot find, I can also help you to spread the news and find out. Zhu Jiuxin had already opened up all her channels and connections to Lin Yuan. Actually, Zhu Jiuxin knew that her connections and channels were nothing for a Class 2 creation master. Well, it was more for those veteran Class 2 creation masters. For a new Class 2 creation master like Lin Yuan, who might still be respected because of his capability, but he wouldn't have sufficient connections. It was a boon. From now on, Zhu Jiuxin would become Lin Yuan's first connection and channel. Big Sister Xin, if you wish to aim for the promotion for a Class 4 store, I can provide you with 20 Elite 5 Fortune Ranches next month and 20 pots of silver usnias. As one of his connections and channels, if Zhu Jiuxin could promote her store to a Class 4-1, it would be beneficial for Lin Yuan. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't mind to offer Zhu Jiuxin help at this crucial moment and allow her to promote further. As a result, Zhu Jiuxin would bring more help and advantage to him. When Zhu Jiuxin heard Lin Yuan's proposal, she wasn't just delighted, she was shocked. She was now certain that a veteran Class 3 creation master was backing Lin Yuan. It might not be a Class 3 creation master, it could even be a Class 4 creation master. In the Radiance Federation, if a Class 5 creation master didn't interfere, the Class 4 creation masters were already the limit at the ceiling. Class 4 creation masters were existences that Zhu Jiuxin would never be able to encounter even if she wished for it. She finally understood that she had underestimated the strength of Lin Yuan's background. She was the one that had sold the 5 Fortune Ranchu to Lin Yuan, in order to nurture the mother 5 Fortune Ranches babies to elite grade within a short 1 month. It was already more than what a regular Class 3 creation master could do. Moreover, there was the addition of those 20 pots of usnias. Usnias were plants that weren't at normal grade at first. It was far harder to evolve it to silver grade than any other phase. There wasn't a need for the 25 Fortune Ranches, just the impact of the 20 pots of silver usnias was enough for her store to promote to Class 4. Zhu Jiuxin's current priority was to prepare enough money to purchase those 25 Fortune Ranches and 20 pots of silver usnias within this month. Normally, Zhu Jiuxin's money was mostly held up by the goods. For her to prepare so much money within a month was a challenge that was facing Zhu Jiuxin. After completing the trade with Zhu Jiuxin, Lin Yuan ordered another 50 ketas of inferior energy ores from Zhu Jiuxin. She sold them to Lin Yuan at her cost price, which allowed Lin Yuan to save nearly half the money. It was evident that selling spiritual ingredients was truly profitable. After logging out of the star web, the ostrich logistics courier arrived. Lin Yuan poured all of the inferior energy ores into the spirit pool, and after it dissolved a portion of them, there was a thick stack still remaining at the bottom. Immediately after, Lin Yuan brought the face storage boxes that contained the sword horn speed antelope, cinnabar osmanthus haworthia, and cinnabar sweet osmanthus to the pure land of bliss within the spirit lock spatial zone. He then opened up the box that contained the sword horn speed antelope first. The concentrated spirit Kai entered the sword horn speed antelope's skin and nourished its body while also repairing the damaged organs within the sword horn speed antelope while it breathed. Lin Yuan stroked the sword horn speed antelope's body gently and rapidly channeled spirit Kai to help the sword horn speed antelope recover. The sword horn speed antelope looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude and used its cheek to rub on Lin Yuan's hand. Subsequently, it laid down on the pure land of bliss to rest under Lin Yuan's instruction. The sword horn speed antelope was very small and took up a small place within the pure land of bliss. It curled up its body and quickly fell asleep while spirit Kai gradually entered its body, slowly healing its injuries. Next up, Lin Yuan was going to be busy with a huge project. He opened up the 2 gold raid face storage boxes. Lin Yuan put in a huge effort to plant the charred cinnabar sweet osmanthus at the pure land of bliss border. At the same time, he carefully placed the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia in the wrinkled part of the tree trunk. He believed the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia would grow roots on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus soon enough. Lin Yuan then circulated his spiritual power at full force to channel spirit Kai into the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. After some hard work, even inside the pure land of bliss, the effects weren't obvious. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus was a gold fey for a reason. With Lin Yuan's drank spirit Kai professional's spiritual power, it was still rather difficult for him to heal a gold fey. Lin Yuan sensed the spirit Kai capacity within his body. After many days of effort in evolving phase, Lin Yuan was already making progress from a drank spirit Kai professional, as his spirit Kai capacity was only half of a crank spirit Kai professional. Lin Yuan immediately purchased a huge number of usneas. For the next period of time, Lin Yuan was planning to break through and become a crank spirit Kai professional first. As such, Lin Yuan reverted to the state where he forgot about sleep and food. He was constantly evolving phase without rest. Soon enough, 3 days passed, and Lin Yuan was just one step from becoming a crank spirit Kai professional. At that moment, a knocking sound came from the small store's door. Chapter 81 A Reborn Liu Jai. Lin Yuan looked at the time and didn't know that 3 days had already passed. After 3 full days of Fey evolution, Lin Yuan could feel the significant increase in his spirit Kai capacity. After glancing at the bronze usneas that filled the house, he stood up and stretched his body before walking toward the entrance. He opened the door and saw Liu Jai standing there. Liu Jai was already different from before as his entire aura had undergone an obvious change. His eyes were filled with vigor and vitality. A living person should have an objective. And even if there wasn't an objective, there should be a direction. The reborn Liu Jai now had an objective and also a direction. Come, enter the house. Have the last 3 days been smooth? Liu Jai nodded. I have already done everything I needed to do during the past 3 days. In the future, I will only be heeding instructions from the young master. Lin Yuan didn't correct Liu Jai's way when addressing himself. After the spirit Kai awakening, retainers were considered a new kind of relationship between humans. Liu Jai was only complying with the etiquette of being a retainer, so there wasn't a need for Lin Yuan to correct Liu Jai every time. Lin Yuan then led Liu Jai into the house. Shaimi and Genius immediately ran up Lin Yuan's shoulder and looked at Liu Jai curiously. Red Thorn, which was still consuming food by the side, had also sensed a stranger entering. That spikeless vine was immediately placed on Lin Yuan. It felt just like an alarm, and once Lin Yuan gave the instructions, Red Thorn would immediately launch out its vines to envelop Liu Jai. When Liu Jai saw Genius and Shaimi on Lin Yuan, and also Red Thorn behind Lin Yuan, he lamented before being envious. Genius was a small cat with 2 tails and tender, soft fur while having limbs of uneven length. Shadowy was only half a fist in size and was a small bird with azure blue feathers that had beautiful cloud patterns. No matter who saw these two little fellows, they wouldn't be able to know that it was the 100 questions beast, a domestic pet, and also the songstress bird that could only sing. Redthorn's sinister appearance was filled with murderous intent, and a single glance was enough for Liu Jiu to know that Redthorn was a fae with extreme lethality. Watching how intimate Lin Yuan was with his three faes, Liu Jai involuntarily recalled about his source-type lifeform, the insect queen, even though Liu Jai knew that Lin Yuan could heal his insect queen. Before the insect queen completely recovered, Liu Jai would remember his insect queen, which had transformed into a cocoon due to its near-death state, causing throbbing pain in Liu Jai's heart. Liu Jai poured a cup of water for Liu Jai while explaining to Genius, Shadowy, and Redthorn about Liu Jai's status. Redthorn finally calmed down and continued to consume food and take in energy in order to evolve. What are you planning to do in the future if I don't have any arrangements for you? Lin Yuan put the teacup on the table beside Liu Jai before he sat on the chair and drank his own tea. Lin Yuan's question made Liu Jai frown and contemplate. A retainer's responsibility was to follow by the creation master's side, since the retainer was the creation master's shield and also the sword. Most of the retainers would be acting according to the creation master's instruction. After being asked by Lin Yuan about his future plans, Liu Jai truly didn't know what to answer, because he was planning to listen to Lin Yuan's instructions and heed to Lin Yuan's plans. Lin Yuan saw Liu Jai was contemplating, so he spoke. You must be unwilling to accept the fact that your status as Sequence 39 was removed from the Radiance 100 because of your injuries 2 years ago. Right. Lin Yuan's question immediately probed on the problem that Liu Jai had been avoiding all this time. Becoming a member of the Radiance 100 was always the glory that Liu Jai sought for. Liu Jai didn't regret protecting Cold Frost City, and if he was given a chance to choose again, he would still risk his life to do the same. However, Liu Jai would still be unwilling to accept the fact that he was removed from the Radiance 100. Therefore, once Liu Jai had found that his insect queen couldn't recover, he never even participated in the Radiance 100's ranking matches. Given Liu Jai's contribution, if he went, he might even be able to retain his sequence ranking in the Radiance 100. At worst, Liu Jai would also be able to enter the Radiance 100's honorary hall. However, due to his pride and the fact that he didn't wish to be pitied, Liu Jai gave up on the opportunity. He gave up on the Radiance 100 by missing out on the ranking matches and used his own effort to strive to become a sequence member again. Am I willing to accept? Of course not. Lin Yuan saw Liu Jai's expression and already knew of Liu Jai's thoughts. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I know that you will be unwilling to accept. If so, why don't you stand back up again? Stand back up as a sequence member of the Radiance 100. Liu Jai's words were like an explosion that blasted on Liu Jai's head. Liu Jai didn't dare to think like this. He had already used the willpower rune to swear an oath to be this young man's retainer. From that moment on, Liu Jai had already expelled thoughts for himself and considered everything from the angler of a retainer. Lin Yuan's words gave Liu Jai an indescribable feeling. Am I still able to do so? Immediately after, Liu Jai's gratitude toward Lin Yuan was overflowing like the endless ocean. Liu Jai, who had gritted his teeth and endured it after finding out that his insect queen couldn't recover, he who had tasted both the ruthlessness of this world now had red eyes. Hot tears rolled down and dripped into the cup, causing splashes and giving the cup of water a salty and bitter taste. Lin Yuan looked at Liu Jai and immediately patted on Liu Jai's shoulder. Summon your insect queen. I want to see how long it will require for your insect queen to recover. If it is fast enough, you might even make it for the Radiance 100's ranking match at the end of the year. If you go there, I am sure it will not be a problem for you to get the qualification to participate. Liu Jai didn't wipe the hot tears that were rolling down. Instead, he lifted his head up and looked at Lin Yuan with a deep gaze, as though he was trying to remember the moment. After a long period of time, Liu Jai revealed a rather silly smile, with his tears still around. This smile looked rather miserable. However, Lin Yuan knew that Liu Jai's smile was the sign that the dark days were over, and Liu Jai had finally obtained a new life. Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall Elder Ning's statement. A creation master doesn't just save phase, but also humans. Liu Jai summoned his insect queen and held it carefully in his hands. Lin Yuan placed his palm on the insect queen's flesh cocoon, and he circulated his spiritual power to rapidly channel spirit Kai into the flesh cocoon. The dark purple flesh cocoon actually started thumping like a heart. With each thump, it would emit a mild and light purple radiance. At the same time, Lin Yuan could feel that the insect queen had completely absorbed all the spirit Kai he channeled. After absorbing the pure spirit Kai for 1 hour, Lin Yuan could feel that the insect queen could constantly thump gently and wouldn't stop once he stops channeling his spirit Kai. This meant that the insect queen's vitality and life functions had been reactivated. The insect queen might still be in a near-death state, but it wouldn't be in a state where it was in suspended animation. Chapter 82 Plans for the Royal Capital. Lin Yuan made calculations. He might not be able to make an accurate calculation of the insect queen's recovery time. Still, after a preliminary calculation, if the insect queen recovered in the pure land of bliss inside the spirit lock spatial zone, it would take around 2 months to reach about 80 recovery. As the insect queen's contractor, Liu Jai was naturally able to sense the insect queen's changes. When the insect queen was able to thump constantly, Liu Jai's heart had also started to thump suddenly. Liu Jai was able to sense that his insect queen couldn't recover its spiritual consciousness yet, but its body was gradually recovering, and Liu Jai could feel it clearly. During this 1 hour, Liu Jai had been carefully holding the cocoon and didn't dare to move an inch as he was afraid of disturbing Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan shifted his hand away from the cocoon, Liu Jai asked carefully, "How is my insect queen's situation?" For a person who had just been given hope, he wasn't able to receive another blow of disappointment. Therefore, Lin Yuan immediately replied, "If you leave your insect queen with me, it will be healthy again in around 2 months. You will also be able to make it for this year's Radiance Hunter Rankings match." Liu Jai already knew that Lin Yuan could heal the insect queen, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan was actually able to heal it so quickly. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Liu Jai then handed the constantly thumping insect queen to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held onto the insect queen and started to constantly channel pure spirit Kai into it. "Yum, master. What instructions do you have for me during this period?" While Lin Yuan helped him heal the insect queen, Liu Jai didn't want to idle around. He wanted to help out Lin Yuan as a retainer. Lin Yuan did have something for Liu Jai to do. "Liu Jai, how much do you know about the royal capital?" Liu Jai immediately replied after Lin Yuan asked the question. "I studied in the royal capital's university and lived there for around 7 to 8 years. I am rather familiar with the royal capital and can be considered a local tyrant. However, I haven't been to the royal capital for over 2 years, so I don't know how much it has changed by now." Lin Yuan nodded and asked another question. "What do you feel if I am to open a store in the royal capital after this year?" Lin Yuan had his own plans too. After Chusai finished studying at the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Kai Academy, she should study in the royal capital if she wanted to further her studies. The royal capital was the Radiance Federation central hub, and it took up the land space of up to 4 Redbud cities. Lin Yuan might as well set up a store in the royal capital earlier and pave the path for Chusai. Before the end of the year, Lin Yuan was going to strengthen himself several times and upgrade his Spirit Kai occupation to crank. At the same time, he wanted to evolve all his phase to silver grade and above. All those things weren't considered too difficult. The most difficult task was to upgrade the bronze jasmine lily's quality to legend quality and transform it into a fantasy breed. The second willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended from the massacre was very suitable for Redthorn. Lin Yuan still had a method to upgrade the elite Redthorn's quality to epic, but he didn't think he could upgrade the bronze Redthorn's quality to legend. It was because Redthorn couldn't absorb Spirit Kai and could only accumulate energy from flesh. Lin Yuan wasn't a true creation master. After all, he could only use his unique method to evolve phase, upgrade their quality, and heal their roots. Seeing how Lin Yuan could heal the insect queen, Liu Jai couldn't help but lament at Lin Yuan's creation master skill and potential. Now that Lin Yuan had the intention to develop in the royal capital, Liu Jai was definitely approving with both hands raised. The royal capital was a place where only people with true capabilities were able to establish themselves and hold firm. The number of resources and opportunities there weren't something the Redbud City could compare with. Given Lin Yuan's talent and capability, it would truly be a waste if he didn't develop in the royal capital. Young master, I feel that if you wish to develop, it is best to head for the royal capital. Only after reaching the royal capital will you realize that the difference between a prosperous city and the royal capital isn't just slightly. Lin Yuan went into deep contemplation and felt that Liu Jai naturally wouldn't be wrong with his knowledge and experiences. Since Lin Yuan already had the thoughts, he immediately made the decision. He was going to seal up this little store as it would be the warm home that belonged to himself and Chusai forever. It was also the place where he started off in the beginning. Lin Yuan was a person that dared to act on his ideas. He immediately transferred 500 radiance dollars to Liu Jai's account. Lin Yuan's current earning speed was far beyond what he could before. Thus, Lin Yuan wasn't as frugal as before when spending. Go to the royal capital and help me to scout out the situation. Find a suitable place for a store. And if a good store is being sold, contact me directly. The prices of the stores in the royal capital were far higher than Redbud City's. In order to find a good spot in the royal capital to open a store, the prices would definitely be high. Lin Yuan had the confidence to say such words due to the 5 fortune ranches that were about to hatch. They numbered around 1. Yet another reason was due to the piece of land in Redbud City that Ling Ye had given him when he became a Class 2 creation master. Instead of saying that that piece of land had a store, it was better to say that it was a manor that was more than 1,800 square meters. Lin Yuan had chosen the land, and the land deed had already been delivered by Ostrich Logistics to him 2 days ago. Lin Yuan was free to do anything with that piece of land. If there was really a suitable store in the royal capital, Lin Yuan could just sell off the manor in Redbud City. This way, he would have the initial deposit required for the store in the royal capital. His earning speed would be increased by several times after some time, especially when he progressed to a crank spirit Kai professional. Lin Yuan spoke with more confidence due to all these conditions. Young master, do you have any requests for the store? Best if it has a large space. I don't have any other requests. Lin Yuan believed that with his capability and batch production of rare phase, even if he was located in a secluded place in the royal capital, it wouldn't affect his development. Liu Jai was originally prepared to note down Lin Yuan's request, as this was the first mission Lin Yuan had given him, so he was particularly serious. However, Liu Jai didn't expect Lin Yuan to only have one request. After acknowledging the instructions, Liu Jai headed for the royal capital. Lin Yuan placed the insect queen inside the pure land of bliss, and then added plenty of inferior energy ores into the spirit pool. During the past few days, the consumption speed of inferior energy ores was very fast, so Lin Yuan had to purchase another large batch of inferior energy ores. They were all stocked up inside the spirit lock spatial zone and prepared to supply to the spirit pool. However, after purchasing this batch of inferior energy ores, Lin Yuan already had plans to purchase low-grade energy ores. In terms of value, inferior energy ores were better for the spirit pool, but it took up time for Lin Yuan to add the energy ores into the spirit pool. Presently, Lin Yuan was no longer as free as before. Different circumstances called for different solutions, and low-grade energy ores were indeed more suitable than inferior energy ores right now. Lin Yuan then started to enhance phase for 7 days without any care for fatigue or hunger. He felt that he was just one step away from becoming a crank spirit Kai professional. Just as he was planning to log into the Star Web and order another batch of goods, he noticed that he received information from the Redbud City Lordess, Ling Xiao. Lin Yuan lifted his brows as he didn't know why Ling Xiao was looking for him. Chapter 83 Wind Speed Rapid Antelope. As the City Lordess of Redbud City, it wasn't exaggerating to say that Ling Xiao had to make use of every minute of the day. All major and minor matters within Redbud City required her attention and decisions. Previously, when Redbud City had issued the reward to him, Ling Xiao hadn't appeared personally. It was one of her subordinate officers instead. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was already his great honor. Nonetheless. But now, the Redbud City Lordess, Ling Zhao, actually looked for him personally. Ling Zhao Lin Yuan. I am Redbud City Lordess Ling Zhao. 2 days later. Someone will fetch you from the Xia region. By then, someone will contact you directly. You might need to make preparations for a long-distance trip. When Lin Yuan received Ling Zhao's message, he used his hands to rub his temples. The message came in a very sudden manner, and Lin Yuan didn't know the purpose of the trip. The message that Ling Zhao sent didn't contain any information either. When Ling Zhao sent this message, instead of saying it was an inquiry, it was more of a notification. Lin Yuan recalled the benefits that Elder Ning had mentioned before. As of now, he had only obtained a piece of land with a store within Redbud City. However, the benefits that Elder Ning had mentioned definitely didn't refer to this store and land. In other words, this trip might be for a benefit that even Elder Ning would be envious of. If it was a long-distance trip, Lin Yuan didn't have much he had to prepare for. If there was anything to prepare, it would be to accumulate more energy ores within the Spirit Lock spatial zone so as to have a constant supply. Thus, Lin Yuan directly purchased another 10 yen heads of low-grade energy ores and 10 yen heads of mid-grade energy ores from Big Sister Yin. Low-grade energy ores contain spirit Kai that was 5 times as concentrated as inferior energy ores, while mid-grade energy ores contain spirit Kai 5 times as concentrated as low-grade energy ores. When purchasing this batch of low-grade and mid-grade energy ores, the price was indeed much higher than the inferior energy ores. However, when purchasing such fundamental resources, Lin Yuan didn't feel any constraint at all. When transporting the 10 yen heads of low-grade and mid-grade energy ores into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan noticed that the Sword Horn Speed Antelope was already standing up on the Pure Land of Bliss. Lin Yuan approached to check and realized that the Sword Horn Speed Antelope's injuries had already recovered during this period of time. When the Sword Horn Speed Antelope saw Lin Yuan walking over, it immediately rushed over and stopped in front of Lin Yuan. It extended its tongue to lick at Lin Yuan's fingers. It was a sign of it thanking Lin Yuan for rescuing it from its severely injured state. Lin Yuan then took some bronze usnea vines and fed them to the Sword Horn Speed Antelope. After recovering, the Sword Horn Speed Antelope ate the leaves on the bronze usnea vines. Its great appetite had finally been restored. Lin Yuan watched the Sword Horn Speed Antelope eat. The Sword Horn Speed Antelope was already a Silver X Elite Fey when it was injured, and it was just one step away from reaching Gold Raid. In addition, Lin Yuan felt that his Spirit Kai concentration within his Drank Spirit Kai Professional's body had already reached the full capacity. The misty Spirit Kai within his body felt as though it could transform into liquid Spirit Kai at any moment. Previously, when Lin Yuan had been promoted into a Drank Spirit Kai Professional, the amount of misty Spirit Kai within his body had only 1 streak. Right now, his body was filled with Spirit Kai that had all converted into misty Spirit Kai. When the misty Spirit Kai clashed and was about to condense into liquid form, it would scatter again. Lin Yuan knew that he required an opportunity. If he wanted to continue evolving bronze usneas to break through this barrier, it would be the same as dripping water to penetrate a stone. If he was able to evolve this silver Sword Horn Speed Antelope to Gold Raid, it would be the same as a concentrated torrent, allowing Lin Yuan to blast through this obstacle. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the Sword Horn Speed Antelope, which had already eaten to its full, and he circulated his spiritual power at full force. He made use of the Spirit Kai within the Spirit Lock spatial zone, which was several times more concentrated than the outside world, to enhance the Sword Horn Speed Antelope. Lin Yuan was uncertain how long it would take to evolve a Silver Fey to Gold Raid, but in order to not delay the appointment he had 2 days later with Ling Zhao, Lin Yuan set an alarm. It was unknown how long passed as Lin Yuan converted and channeled Spirit Kai for thousands of times. Ultimately, it broke through the obstructive layer within the Sword Horn Speed Antelope with undying determination and spirit. The moment when the obstruction was broken through, the Sword Horn Speed Antelope's body glowed with a resplendent golden luster. At that moment, The sword horn-speed antelope was going through a life-changing metamorphosis. It was progressing from silver X to gold. During the metamorphosis, the sword horn-speed antelope's horns were the first to transform. The sword horn-speed antelope's sword horns were straight like a sharp sword. But now, its straight horns didn't continue growing. Instead, they were actually shrinking and transforming into curved horns. The sword horn-speed antelope's body size shrunk in just a moment until it was just a third of the original size. Its coffee-colored fur was also constantly turning lighter and finally ending toward more of a khaki and milky color. When the originally nimble sword horn-speed antelope reached gold grade, it underwent a thorough spiritual mutation. It was now a small cute life form. After shrinking down, the sword horn-speed antelope's legs became slender and longer. They were filled with power, and it gave the body a streamlined shape and more explosive power, allowing it to become even more nimble. The sword horn-speed antelope wasn't just able to use its basic ability to smash enemies with its sword horns, but it could even use the sword horns to slice at the air to form air blades that could attack enemies from a distance. With the sword horn-speed antelope's nimble movements, it could easily take the role of a long-distance assassin. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the gold sword horn-speed antelope. This cute little antelope in front of him already had a different name after reaching gold grade. It was no longer called the sword horn-speed antelope. Fei name wind speed rapid antelope. Fei species Artiodactyla genus antelope species. Fei grade gold 110. Fei type wind. Horn smash using the horns on the head to smash the enemy. Horn blade using the sharp horns to slice the air and form air blades to attack and slash enemies from afar. Protection of wind energy floats around the body's surface, forming a layer of wind force shield. Sword strike storm summons a storm that covers a massive area, conducting a large sweeping attack. The storm is filled with air swords that could slice metal plates. Agile wind when controlling the wind. It could increase the flow of wind and increase the speed of wind-type abilities. The wind-speed rapid antelope was a rather uncommon evolution path for the sword horn-speed antelope. It gave up on its close combat capabilities and turned into a violent spellcaster. It was rather obvious just by looking at the gold ability. Sword Strike Storm. The wind-speed rapid antelope could circulate spiritual power to summon a storm that covered a massive area, conducting a sweeping attack. The storm even contained air swords that could cut metal plates. It was considered an extremely violent multi-target ability. Apart from the sword horn-speed antelope's basic ability, all the other abilities were a perfect combination for the wind-speed rapid antelope. Chapter 84 surprisingly important. Other than this wind-speed rapid antelope's cute appearance, its price could definitely grow by a few times. Lin Yuan patted the evolved wind-speed rapid antelope with satisfaction and thought to himself, this fellow has really done well and will fetch a good price. The wind-speed rapid antelope was looking at Lin Yuan with bright, sparkling eyes while using the soft fur and cute horns to rub at Lin Yuan's hand. It was thanking Lin Yuan for allowing its life to transform. Perhaps, not long after, Lin Yuan would sell off this wind-speed rapid antelope and allow it to have its own Spirit Kai professional as a partner. It would also be benefiting the Spirit Kai professional. This was the best outcome for the wind-speed rapid antelope. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt the return of Spirit Kai from the wind-speed rapid antelope, allowing him to immediately break through the barrier from a Drank to a Crank Spirit Kai professional. Once the Spirit Kai entered his body, the Misty Spirit Kai started to condense within his body. Finally, the Misty Spirit Kai condensed a drop of glistening water droplet. Subsequently, more Misty Spirit Kai gathered toward the water droplet and enlarged the water droplet's size. At that moment, Lin Yuan knew that he had officially become a Crank Spirit Kai professional. The alarm that Lin Yuan had set previously had yet to ring, but his phone rang instead. When Lin Yuan picked up the phone, he saw an unfamiliar number. Lin Yuan's contact list had only a few phone numbers, Chu Sis number, and a few of the numbers he used for importing goods. The numbers included Yang Mingkai, Liu Jai, Neng, and a few others. Even Zhu Jiaxin was only contacted on the star web. If his phone was ringing now, it was probably the person that Ling Zhou had sent. After picking up the phone call, before Lin Yuan could speak, a A rather respectful voice was transmitted. Lord Lin Yuan, I am one of Lord S. Ling Zio's subordinate officers. My name is Ling Wu, and I am now at the Xia region's governor residence waiting for your arrival. Lin Yuan never expected for anyone to address him as a lord. According to Lin Yuan's status as a Class 2 creation master, it was fine for him to be called a lord, but it depended on the other party. If it was someone looking for Lin Yuan's help or some spirit kai professionals, addressing Lin Yuan as lord was very normal. However, Ling Wu was the city lordess Ling Zio's subordinate officer, and for Ling Wu to address him as a lord, Lin Yuan was rather surprised. Lin Yuan didn't have many things to pack along, and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone already had sufficient stock of energy ores. The blue flash butterfly's cocoon was also placed on a table within the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, and Lin Yuan was just waiting for it to hatch. Lin Yuan reckoned that the hatching would take place in the next 2 days. In fact, during the recent period of time, Lin Yuan never channeled any spirit kai into the butterfly cocoon to help with the blue flash butterfly's hatching process. There was a reason blue flash butterfly's hatching was nature's work. If Lin Yuan were to hasten this process, it would be as if he was trying to change nature's divine work to a certain degree. The blue flash butterfly might hatch earlier, but the vitality and evolution potential would suffer a huge decline as compared to natural hatching. Thus, even if Lin Yuan was in a hurry to make the blue flash butterfly into Morbius bronze spirit-locked Fae, Lin Yuan still waited patiently. Creation masters might be able to evolve phase and upgrade their quality, and in certain aspects, creation masters were just like omnipotent gods. However, when phase were transforming, if a creation master interfered, it would only harm the said living creature's evolution potential. Since there was nothing to pack, Lin Yuan replied, after receiving Lord S. Ling Zio's message, I have already finished packing. I will head over to the governor residence now. After hanging up the phone call, Lin Yuan exited from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and circulated his spiritual energy to store Genius, Shadowy, and Redthorn into his Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. In normal times, Lin Yuan wouldn't store Genius, Shadowy, and Redthorn into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, as he preferred to let them live in the outside world along with him. For this long-distance trip, even though Lin Yuan might have methods to bring Genius and Shadowy along by his side, they didn't work for the massive Redthorn. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to store them all within the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Originally, Lin Yuan was planning to check his capabilities changes after progressing into a crank spirit kai professional. He wanted to see how much faster he could evolve Usniz, and whether his healing ability could affect the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus more. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time. After donning a neat attire, Lin Yuan looked into a mirror at a radiant and handsome youth. He let out a smile, revealing his white teeth, before heading straight for the regional governor residence. Even though Lin Yuan had been living in the Xia region for many years, he was still very unfamiliar with the regional governor residence. Previously, Lin Yuan had always been living his life in a routine, and had never stepped foot into the regional governor residence. Lin Yuan felt as though he was living another life as he headed to the regional governor's residence. After alighting the thick-hoofed donkey car in the regional governor residence's vicinity, Lin Yuan walked less than 3 minutes to reach his destination. Numerous people were at the regional governor residence's entrance, and a rather tanned man was in the center, surrounded by the group. Lin Yuan actually recognized a few of the individuals within the group. As a Xia region citizen, Lin Yuan naturally knew how the region governor looked, and he was none other than the man standing beside the tanned man. The other individuals standing beside the region governor were people that Lin Yuan had met before too. He had to talk with them before opening his little face story. However, the conversation back then was one way. Lin Yuan knew them, but they wouldn't remember an insignificant person like the Lin Yuan from back then. The tanned man had also seen Lin Yuan and quickly walked a few steps forward before he waved and said, Lord Lin Yuan arrived really quickly. I just arrived here. And Lord Lin Yuan is already here. The region governor only knew that Ling Wu was the subordinate officer under Lord S. Ling Zio. When Ling Wu had arrived here, he hadn't said anything apart from that he was waiting for someone. Thus, They had spontaneously chosen to stand beside Ling Wu and wait. Little did they expect that the person Ling Wu was waiting for a youth. What was even more unbelievable was that Ling Wu addressed this youth as a lord. Nonetheless, when everyone saw the Class 2 Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest, they immediately understood. To have become a Class 2 Creation Master at such a young age meant that the youth had an influential background. After some conventional greetings, Ling Wu summoned his Platinum Fae, the Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle. He then informed Lin Yuan to sit on the Fae. Lin Yuan had already sat on a Platinum Fae previously, so he wasn't as excited and nervous as compared to his first time sitting on a Platinum Fae. This Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle was a formidable power offensive-type Fae, and its wings would flow with flames when it flapped the wings. The Platinum Fae brought Lin Yuan to Redbed City at a very fast pace. While seated on the Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle's back, Ling Wu constantly conversed with Lin Yuan and appeared to be rather friendly. Lin Yuan understood that when City Lordess Ling Xiao sent Ling Wu to fetch him, it was actually a display of her attitude. She could have asked for Lin Yuan to travel to the Redbed City by himself, but instead, she had asked for her subordinate to fetch him. If one observed Ling Yu's reaction, they would notice he was rather respectful toward Lin Yuan. This had indirectly shown that Ling Xiao actually put a lot of importance on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan couldn't understand what sort of benefit would allow a city lordess like Ling Xiao to treat him with such importance. Chapter 85. Who can compare to this empress? At Radiance Federation, royal capital. It was the most prosperous place in the entire Radiance Federation. When one took a glance over the city, everything looked so harmonious. It was originally a great afternoon. But all of a sudden, the sky turned gloomy. Thick clouds that were dyed with ink had started to extend their sharp claws across the clear sky. It was just like an avaricious and ruthless demon that wanted to occupy the blue sky. When the dark clouds covered the sky, it felt as though the sky had lowered significantly and gave off some pressure from above the royal capital. Between darkness and light, a beautiful arc split the sky into two equal parts. Everything happened within a burst of spark as the dark cloud exploded with bright electric arcs, and they looked just like slithering silver snakes. The dark marsh was actually tumbling and overflowing. Gusts of wind blew across violently and caused ripples in the lake outside of the royal capital. The wind also blew across the trees, causing leaves to fall and produce a magnificent sight. In the royal capital's Leaning Moon Mountain, inside the garden of the Radiant Moon Palace, a lady in moon-colored long robes lifted her head to look at the sky, which portrayed gloominess and brightness, darkness and light, pressure and ease, heaviness and lightness, all of which complemented each other. While looking at this wonderfully fused scene, she sighed and said, "Darkness clears up when encountering the morning sun, while the afternoon sun will turn dark when encountering the shades of rain." A breeze gently blew across the lady's fringe, giving her additional gentle beauty. The clash of extremities would always be nature's most charming display, and the charm could cause a shock that could cleanse the mental state. The lady lowered her head and stirred up the water jar with a lotus flower within. The lotus flower felt as though it was spiritual and was emitting fragrance when the lady was fiddling with the water. At that moment, an icy cold female voice echoed beside the lady. "Moon Empress, this sunset jade leaf lotus has been nurtured by you in this garden for slightly more than 2 years and has already evolved to diamond grade." The Moon Empress lowered her head, picked up an amber bottle, and sprayed the fluid within the sunset jade leaf lotus bottle. The sunset jade leaf lotus glowed with multicolored sunset light, as though it treasured the fragrant mist produced from the amber bottle. This sunset jade leaf lotus might have already reached diamond grade. But the diamond grade ability isn't a support type ability. It is an offensive type ability. The Moon Empress voice sounded a little regretful as she replied to the woman with the icy cold voice. "Cold Moon One, bring this sunset jade leaf lotus and put it in the lotus pond behind the palace. It is a waste of the lotus fragrance and sunset colors if it is placed in this garden." Cold Moon nodded, and a set of footsteps resounded. As the footsteps were getting closer, a gentle male voice echoed, "Moon Empress, the information I provided to you previously belongs to that young prodigy who immediately passed the Class 2 Creation Master exam at Ling Xiao's Redbed City. I have already confirmed that all his 3 lifestyle class, Spirit Kai occupation exams did obtain full marks. Elder Ning set the questions, and they were said to be much craftier than the lifestyle class associations. The man's voice made the Moon Empress raise her head while her eyes were filled with bright light, completing the Class 2 Creation Master exam at the age of 18. Furthermore, he actually got full marks for all 3 lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupation exams. He is truly worthy for his title as a young prodigy. The man's gentle voice continued, Moon Empress, I have already informed Ling Xiao to bring that young prodigy over. You have done well, Mystic Moon. Once the Moon Empress finished her words, the noisy wind inside the garden suddenly stopped, and there was no more wind. It was unknown if it was a coincidental stop or whether the word stopped the wind. Mystic Moon quickly bowed. These are things that I ought to do. There is another thing. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association heard that the Moon Empress has the intention to accept a disciple. They have chosen and sent the number 1 genius among the young Creation Masters. Creation Master Tribunal Sun. Before the Moon Empress could speak, Cold Moon's cold voice echoed first. Creation Master Tribunal Sun, a young Creation Master actually has a title. Could he be a Class 4 Creation Master at a young age? Mystic Moon looked at Cold Moon and laughed lightly before replying in a gentle tone. No matter how much of a genius a person is, Class 4 Creation Masters aren't something that the youth generation could reach. This Tribunal Sun is only a Class 2 Creation Master, but I heard that he is already qualified to progress to Class 3. Tribunal Sun is a title that is given by the Creation Master Association's 3 vice presidents. He is now 24 years old. Cold Moon's face didn't change, and her voice was still as cold. Tribunal Sun, the heavens have offered a tribute of the light of the sun. This title is truly majestic. Is the Tribunal Sun going to govern the entire Radiance Federation? The Moon Empress chuckled and said, Cold Moon, how can you bear to say such things? But from the looks of it, Creation Master Tribunal Sun must have been carefully nurtured by the Creation Master Association. After hearing the Moon Empress words, Cold Moon pursed her lips and said, after learning that the Moon Empress wants to accept a disciple, the Creation Master Association has already sent over 7 or 8 individuals. If this Tribunal Sun is really exceptional, why didn't they send him earlier? He even has a title now. Who knows if this title is newly conferred? Mystic Moon nodded. Cold Moon guessed correctly. This Tribunal Sun is called Cheng Rui, and he was the first person that the Creation Master Association sent. Back then, he was rejected because Moon Empress was busy. They gave him a title and sent him again. I wonder what the Moon Empress' opinions are. The Moon Empress shook her hand. Forget it. Since the Creation Master Association is sending him a second time, it wouldn't be nice for this Empress to reject again. When that young prodigy comes over, ask the Creation Master Association to send that self-titled Tribunal Sun to come along too. Mystic Moon acknowledged. Yes, Moon Empress. But at the same time, Dean Wang from the Creation Master Academy of the Royal Capital's Advanced Spirit Kai University has also recommended someone. This person isn't just a Creation Master, he is also Sequence 3 of the Radiance 100. His title is Overflowing Sea. The Moon Empress replied. Then send him over together. Let the young prodigy see the strength of those who stand at the apex of the young generation. After hearing the Moon Empress statement, Cold Moon's cold voice was suddenly filled with surprise. For Moon Empress to consider so much for the young prodigy, is Moon Empress going to immediately accept him as your disciple? Does that mean that Mystic Moon and I will have a young lord? The Moon Empress smiled. I will only know if I accept him after seeing him and personally testing him. The Moon Empress might be saying this, but she recalled the information on Lin Yuan that Mystic Moon had sent over previously. The lines of words stated that he was a youth that sought survival with his younger sister. After his parents' honorable death, he had sent his younger sister to school with diligence and determination. He had done everything he could to prepare a fate for his younger sister. He always stuck to his principle when doing business and was never proud or rash. These were all character qualities that the Moon Empress admired. A person's character was actually more important than talent at times. However, She would still need to see Lin Yuan personally before it counted. As one of the Moon Empress' 2 Moon Envoys, Mystic Moon was going to relay the Moon Empress message to the Creation Master Association and the Royal Capital's Advanced Spirit Kai University. However, when he left, his heart already knew he had an additional young lord. Otherwise, with a Moon Empress temperament, she would not have divulged any biased feelings. Cold Moon, follow me to the breeding room. As a mentor, my welcome gift must be appropriate. The Moon Empress was now thinking of how the Chef Supreme and Bamboo Monarch treated their disciples as treasures. The Moon Empress felt that it was nothing, comparing who dotes on their disciple more who can compare to this Empress. Chapter 86 Blue Jade Pegasus. The Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle traveled at extreme speed and arrived at Redbud City swiftly. Lin Yuan stood on the Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle's back, but he couldn't even see the entire view of Redbud City. It showed how massive Redbud City was. The Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle didn't land at the area where Redbud City specifically reserved for flying face to land. Instead, it flew straight toward the city lordess residence and landed at the limestone stairs outside. Lord Ling Yuan, please enter with me. Lordess Ling Xiao must have been waiting for some time. This statement made Lin Yuan raise his brows. When Ling Wu had contacted Lin Yuan, he had already headed for the Xia region's regional governor residence almost instantly without delay. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao had been waiting for some time, it wasn't because Lin Yuan was late. It was due to the fact that Ling Wu felt that Ling Xiao wanted to see Lin Yuan urgently. Since Lin Yuan wasn't able to think of a reason, he simply put his thoughts aside first. After all, once he saw Ling Xiao, she would probably give him an answer. After following Ling Wu into the city lordess residence's main hall, there was only Ling Xiao in there alone. Once Ling Wu informed Ling Xiao he had brought Lin Yuan here, he excused himself to deal with his other tasks. When Ling Xiao was looking at Lin Yuan, her expressionless face might not show any trace of delight, but Lin Yuan could feel happy emotions from her actions. It must have been a tiring journey. Have a casual lunch with me, and I will bring you to the royal capital in the afternoon. After hearing the 2 words, royal capital, Lin Yuan felt as though he cleared up his previous doubts. It seems like the benefit that even Elder Ning felt envious of is in the royal capital. Benefits that are connected to creation masters in the royal capital and even the class 4 creation master. Elder Ning is envious. Could it be related to the 3 esteemed ones that are above the clouds? City lordess, this one isn't tired. May I know why we are going to the royal capital? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, the Moon Empress wishes to see you. There were no other words. Originally, in case Lin Yuan didn't ask, Ling Xiao wasn't planning to say anything, and would just bring Lin Yuan to the Moon Empress. As for the Moon Empress' plans to accept a disciple, Ling Xiao might know of it, but she wouldn't divulge it to Lin Yuan. Ling Xiao truly hoped that the Moon Empress disciple would originate from Redbud City, and the mentioning of it might give Lin Yuan some advance notice to perform well in advance. However, Ling Xiao understood that some things could be said while some others must not. As for the Moon Empress plans, Ling Xiao didn't dare to say too much. Staying silent was the best choice. Lin Yuan couldn't believe that he had guessed correctly. It seemed like the great benefit that Elder Ning mentioned was related to the Moon Empress. Ling Xiao sized up Lin Yuan and said, after the meal, go for a shower and get a change of clothes. I will ask someone to prepare clothes for you. When meeting the Moon Empress, you must not be lacking in manners. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he was being despised. He looked at the jeans that had faded after all the washing and the short-sleeved shirt before looking at Ling Xiao's eyes again. Lin Yuan was certain now that he was being despised. Ling Xiao immediately called for 2 individuals. They were the city lordess resident staff members, and she instructed them to bring Lin Yuan to shower and change his clothes. After some dressing up, when Ling Xiao saw Lin Yuan again, her eyes lit up. She had picked Spirit Kai clothes that were definitely conforming to the norms of society. The black Spirit Kai clothes had some dark patterns, with appropriate trims, and a matte texture. Some simple metallic decorations accompanied them. Seeing Lin Yuan in the extremely simple Spirit Kai clothes, even Ling Xiao involuntarily muttered, a beauty in the high places is like a jade. while a handsome young man is unmatched. This young man wasn't just a sunshine boy, handsome and bright, but there was even a type of composure. This was a quality and aura that Lin Yuan had been wearing, but in secret. When the hidden aura was released, it really added a manly feeling to Lin Yuan. The lunch that Lin Yuan ate wasn't simple. It was a full table of 8 courses, and they were only for himself and Ling Xiao. Among the dishes, most of them used ingredients from gold phase. This meal allowed Lin Yuan to understand what it meant to be rich and imposing. This entire meal was the same as eating half a gold fei, which cost close to 10 radiance dollars. However, after consuming these delicacies, Lin Yuan had a subtle feeling that his spirit kai was constantly increasing. The food cooked with gold spiritual ingredients actually had the effects of gradually increasing one's cultivation. Upon seeing the Lin Yuan was almost done, Ling Xiao said to the butler behind her, "Go and prepare a portion of spirit luster rhino's milk and make it into a double skin milk dessert for Lin Yuan." The spirit luster rhino was a platinum fei, and it was said that its milk had great effects on strengthening the bones. To think they would actually use it to make a double skin milk dessert. After eating this meal, Lin Yuan understood that one's cultivation was really the same as rolling a snowball. It was very strenuous to roll a small snowball into a large snowball. If one used too much strength in the middle, the snowball would scatter. However, when the small snowball became a large snowball, no matter how it was rolled on the ground, there wasn't a need to worry that it might scatter. But it would be hard to feel the size of the snowball getting bigger. Hence, in order to make the snowball bigger, one must not even miss out on any snow and fuse them all into the snowball. This was why high-ranked spirit kai professionals would use food nutrition to support their cultivation. Upon feeling the transformations to his spirit kai and bones, Lin Yuan couldn't help but think that he could still afford food made with bronze spiritual ingredients. In fact, he could also afford the occasional meals that were made with silver spiritual ingredients. Should I give Chusai and myself some food that is made with these spiritual ingredients? After the meal, Ling Xiao summoned her aerial fei. Lin Yuan was looking at this spirit horse that was entirely white with a blue jade-like horn. It even had a pair of giant white wings that had spots of blue gemstones. It was suave and graceful. When using true data, Lin Yuan finally found out that this graceful horse was actually a diamond fantasy breed, the Blue Jade Pegasus. After riding onto the Blue Jade Pegasus back along with Ling Xiao, Lin Yuan never expected there would be a day where he could actually ride on a fantasy breed. The Blue Jade Pegasus flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The sharp horn on its head was emitting a fantasy and jade-like blue luster. It felt like a blue field where the sun warmed the jade and produced magnificent colors. The Blue Jade Pegasus was flying at an extreme speed, and when Lin Yuan looked down, he felt that the mountains were all fuzzy images that were just like illusions. It will take over 1 day to reach the royal capital from Redbud City when traveling on the Blue Jade Pegasus. During this period of time, you can rest up on the horse's back. Lin Yuan had also nodded and agreed. City Lordess, if even the Blue Jade Pegasus will need over a day to reach the royal capital, then we must be very far away from Redbud City. Lin Yuan looked down at the illusory mountains and couldn't help clicking his tongue again. Previously, he had been lamenting at the speed of the Blue Jade Pegasus, and right now, he was lamenting at the distance between Redbud City and the royal capital, or it should be said that he was lamenting at the size of this world. Chapter 87 Fantasy 5 Transformations. Ling Xiao looked at the mountains they were passing by like an illusion and the brilliance of lights when the Blue Jade Pegasus was flapping its wings. Redbud City isn't considered far from the royal capital. Among the 32 cities, Redbud City is situated on the central southern side and is considered the 14th closest major city to the royal capital. Cold Frost City in the extreme north, Scorch Flame City in the extreme south, and Dwelling Pool City in the western Great Pool are cities that are considered far from the royal capital. With the Blue Jade Pegasus speed, it will need around half a month to complete the journey. Ling Xiao didn't talk much normally, but she was willing to give a thorough explanation to Lin Yuan. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, he felt that all the book's knowledge was just numbers. Numbers weren't as shocking as when he was seated on a fantasy breed fae. He could feel the speed and use time to measure the Radiance Federation's vast land. If we traveled across water, wouldn't the time be shortened? Lin Yuan realized that Ling Xiao had been instructing the Blue Jade Pegasus to travel above land. Even if they went across water regions, it would be over rivers and lakes, but not the sea region. Ling Xiao used her hand to stroke the Blue Jade Pegasus' neck and combed up its hair. However, her expression was much more serious. When you possess a fae that can fly across the horizon, the first lesson to learn is that you must not fly above the ocean. After the Spirit Kai awakening, the ocean that allowed humans to hunt freely was now the world's most treacherous place. No matter how spacious the land was, it occupied only less than 40 of this planet. The remaining 60 was made of the ocean. The ocean was deep and immeasurable. Even in the coastal waters, there were chances of encountering wild gold faes. A goldfish-type fae could easily overturn a fishing boat in the sea. Occasionally, platinum faes would also visit the coastal waters, making it very dangerous even in the coastal waters. If one was flying above the sea region and encountered a giant whale fae, they might be accidentally injured by the water pillars that the giant whale faes blasted out. After hearing the serious tone in Ling Xiao's words, Lin Yuan immediately memorized Ling Xiao's statement. He might have memorized the statement, but he still asked, "Not even a diamond fantasy fae?" Ling Xiao turned back to look at Lin Yuan with a face of approval. She didn't expect Lin Yuan to immediately recognize that this Blue Jade Pegasus was a diamond fantasy fae. It wasn't hard to see that the Blue Jade Pegasus was a fantasy breed, but in order to let Lin Yuan have a comfortable journey, Ling Xiao had already withdrawn the Blue Jade Pegasus' imposing aura. Lin Yuan was still able to see that the Blue Jade Pegasus was a fantasy breed. Nonetheless, this level of knowledge and experience wasn't something that a new Class 2 creation master would have. Ling Xiao might have given her approval, but she still sounded particularly stern. The stern words made Lin Yuan feel as though his hair was standing on end, because there is a possibility of myth breed phase appearing in the deep sea. Myth breed, Lin Yuan asked in return. Myth breed was something that Lin Yuan had never heard before. In fact, there wasn't any mention among the information on the star web. It was unknown why the words myth breed gave off a magically stunning sensation. Yes, myth breed, it is an existence that is beyond the fantasy breed. When a fae reaches the legend quality and is fused with a willpower rune formed by the world's willpower, it will be known as a fantasy breed. Fantasy breed faes are life forms that are already beyond the range of science. They are faes that only exist in fantasies. As for myth breed, it is to gradually transform fantasies into realistic myths. Whenever a myth breed fae appears, it is the same as a new myth being born. Each of them possesses the power to create a myth and legend. When talking about the myth breed, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with respect and also expectations. This conversation had opened up a door to the new world for Lin Yuan. Previously, he always thought that fantasy breed was the peak. Lin Yuan knew that creation masters could evolve phase limitlessly, but he didn't think that there was a myth breed above the fantasy breed. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuan's shocked expression and thought silently. It isn't considered too early for me to say such things. If Lin Yuan became the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan would be able to make contact with a myth. Because the Moon Empress is a living myth. Lin Yuan, the myth breed is the Radiance Federation's secret that isn't circulated in the star web. Therefore, you must not divulge it. Apart from that, do you know the different grades of fantasy breeds? Ling Xiao's question was something that Lin Yuan didn't know either. However, these questions had already stimulated Lin Yuan's thirst for the unknown. This junior doesn't know? Will the city lordess please enlighten me? Ling Xiao pointed at the Blue Jade Pegasus below and said, "This Blue Jade Pegasus is a fantasy fae. Fantasy breed faes are graded by the Fantasy 5 transformations. Each transformation is taking one step closer to heaven. 5 transformations will be equivalent to an ascension." Lin Yuan had recorded the words, Fantasy 5 transformations into his mind. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly said, "If possible, as you progress as a creation master, your combat capability should not lag behind too." With regards to Ling Xiao's words, Lin Yuan had deep sentiments. Creation masters were just a great option to evolve phase. It was also considered a kind of strength. But there were times when a combat class spirit Kai professional's capability was a true lifesaver. After reaching this subject, Ling Xiao and Lin Yuan didn't speak anymore. The sun was setting in the west and night was descending. The thin air in the sky was filled with cold temperatures. After October, it was already considered autumn. The bright moon suspended in the horizon. And when Lin Yuan was looking at the moon, he felt as though he could touch it. However, when he reached out, the bright moon felt as though it was infinitely far away. Lin Yuan was observing the night with the bright moon until daybreak when the sun and moon switched places. During the switch, Lin Yuan had a sudden comprehension, and a yin-yang willpower rune appeared within his mental world. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel the willpower rune that was derived from the switch between the sun and the moon. Ling Xiao's eyes were wide open. Even if Ling Xiao had lost her emotions, she still wished she could yell out, "What a goddamn prodigy!" While riding on my blue jade Pegasus, this kid was actually able to comprehend a willpower rune just by looking at the sunrise. When had it been that easy to comprehend a willpower rune? If Ling Xiao didn't possess any willpower rune and if Lin Yuan wasn't so close to her, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to sense the formation of Lin Yuan's willpower rune. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that Lin Yuan didn't just have one willpower rune. He had a total of 3 willpower runes constantly revolving in his spiritual energy. If Ling Xiao knew, she would have wanted to kick Lin Yuan off her blue jade Pegasus back. Chapter 88 Sequence 3 Overflowing Sea. Long Tao. Ling Xiao was amazed by Lin Yuan's talent, as he was able to comprehend a willpower rune just by looking at the sunrise. And she even wanted to trample on Lin Yuan a little. However, she was circulating her spiritual power, using it to isolate the air currents in the sky. It allowed Lin Yuan to be in the most suitable environment for him to comprehend. While Ling Xiao quietly protected Lin Yuan, Ling Xiao only withdrew her spiritual power after Lin Yuan opened his eyes. She then said to Lin Yuan in a serious tone, "By comprehending a willpower rune, you have taken a step closer to obtaining a fantasy breed. But remember my words. If you wish to let your Fae become a fantasy Roman 3 Fae, you must not allow it to become a fantasy breed after evolving to the grade of platinum." After hearing Ling Xiao's statement, Lin Yuan subconsciously asked, "Then what about Fantasy V? I am not exactly sure on how to achieve Fantasy V, but your Fae should become a fantasy breed during the grade of gold. Otherwise, unless there is a huge fated opportunity, the Fae would only reach Fantasy Roman 3. Lin Yuan memorized Ling Xiao's explanation. Such information was truly precious for a combat class spirit Kai professional who had just comprehended a willpower rune. Then what if a bronze phase legend quality is upgraded to fantasy? Would there be a chance to reach Fantasy V? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan. Do you think the difficulty in upgrading a bronze Fae into a fantasy breed is the same as to upgrade a gold Fae into a fantasy breed? To upgrade bronze Faes to the legend quality is more than 100 times harder than to upgrade gold Faes to the legend quality. Even if a class 4 creation master did their best, they might not be able to achieve it. In addition, do you think willpower runes are that easy to comprehend? Even among the young generation's Radiance 100, not everyone possesses a fantasy breed. Most of their Faes are either stuck at the legend quality, or they do not have any willpower runes. It was true. After becoming a sequence member of the Radiance 100, one could enjoy the Radiance Federation's resources and also access to creation masters. Even if a gold phase quality couldn't reach legend, it shouldn't be a problem to reach the legend quality at platinum grade. As for willpower runes, Lin Yuan didn't feel any difficulty at all. His 3 willpower runes had come smoothly and naturally without obstructions. Just like how he drank water. Ling Xiao's words also reminded Lin Yuan something. Subconsciously, Lin Yuan had thought that the difficulty in upgrading a Fae to the legend quality was the same from bronze and above. Be it bronze, silver, or gold. As long as the spirit Kai reached a certain point, all Fae's quality could reach legend with the correct combination of spiritual ingredients. However, Lin Yuan realized he had thought it wrongly. Such situations were only suitable for him and not for other creation masters. Lin Yuan didn't have to worry about Fei's not being able to reach the legend quality, but he didn't have any idea on how to upgrade his source-type life form. Red Thorn. Red Thorn's progress was considered the greatest challenge that Lin Yuan faced so far. Even now, Lin Yuan still didn't have any solution. After one entire day of flight, Lin Yuan was already able to see the royal capital's outline under the rising sun. The grand royal capital was truly spectacular, and it made Lin Yuan feel like he was on a heroic journey. Royal capital. I, Lin Yuan, am here. Oh, isn't this Lord Overflowing Sea? The Radiance 100 Sequence 3. The Radiance 100 should currently be participating in the Tribulation missions. Why is Lord Overflowing Sea here at the Leaning Moon Mountain? The one speaking was a youth with thin lips. The youth might have a genuine smile while speaking, and his actions were passionate too, but they were still unable to cover the feeling of pretense. Sheng Rui looked at Long Tao, who stood beside him, with arrogance. He was Sequence 3 of the Radiance 100 and also known as Overflowing Sea. It gave Cheng Rui a pressure that was several times heavier. Long Tao might be Sequence 3 of the Radiance 100, a formidable combat-class Spirit Kai professional to boot, but he was also an extremely talented creation master. Sheng Rui's combat capability wasn't comparable to Long Tao, but in terms of creation master talent, Sheng Rui was certain that he was better even though they had yet to compete. After all, he was known as the best creation master among the young generation and already had the title of Tribunal Son as a Class 2 creation master. Long Tao didn't even look at Cheng Rui. Instead, he looked at the elder standing behind Cheng Rui as he said, "If you aren't genuinely calling me as Lord Overflowing Sea, then don't. I have never liked such pretentious behaviors. To have a title as a Class 2 creation master. Our ages are similar. But why didn't the Creation Master Association give me, Long Tao, a title too?" Long Tao's words weren't just targeting Cheng Rui, but also the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association that backed Cheng Rui. As for the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association's action, it didn't just dissatisfy Long Tao, but it had also dissatisfied the Creation Master Academy of the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University. Even if one's potential was great, they would naturally receive a title with honor when the individual reached that status. But to receive a title at Class 2 and openly declare that Cheng Rui was the one creation master among the young generation, it would certainly cause dissatisfaction among all the extremely talented youths. Cheng Rui's face was turning white and green while the elder standing behind Cheng Rui quickly responded, "Little Long, you are being too much with your words. Cheng Rui is indeed capable enough to receive this title." This elder behind Cheng Rui was the vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, and he was famed for a very long time. Long Tao's words might be criticizing and overbearing, but with his status as Sequence 3 of the Radiance 100, the elder didn't dare to berate him. In addition, standing beside Long Tao was the Dean of the Creation Master Academy of the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University. The Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University's Creation Master Academy had always been competing with the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. If the elder from the Creation Master Association were to say more, the old rival would have joined the battlefield. Long Tao still had the same expression and didn't look at Cheng Rui. "A few days ago, I successfully passed the Class 3 Creation Master exam at the Creation Master Association in Ascending Dragon City. If Cheng Rui is capable enough for this title, I wonder if I can also receive my title from the Creation Master Association in advance. However, even if the Creation Master Association wishes to give me a title, I will not accept it. Once I become a Class 4 Creation Master, I will naturally seize the title that belongs to me." Long Tao's words were like slaps after slaps. There was nothing wrong with his words, but they were slaps that ruthlessly smacked on Cheng Rui's face. His words had also caused the vice president of the Creation Master Association to turn gloomy. However, Long Tao's words weren't wrong at all, had it not been for the Moon Empress accepting a disciple. Even if Cheng Rui was talented, he wouldn't have obtained a title as a Class 2 Creation Master. The conferring of a title was to elevate Cheng Rui's status as the No. 1 young creation master. But now that Long Tao was already a Class 3 creation master, even if Cheng Rui also had a Class 3 creation master's potential, he still wasn't one yet. As the vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, he no longer had as much confidence in Cheng Rui as before. However, he thought for a moment and felt that it should be the Moon Empress who would make the decision in the end. The Moon Empress would take just a split moment to make her choice, and it didn't mean that Cheng Rui didn't have a chance. Chapter 89. An important person. The Dean of the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University's Creation Master Academy stood there while twirling 2 jade spheres in his hand. He looked at the Creation Master Association's vice president and said, "Old thing. Right now, even the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association is inferior to our academy when nurturing creation masters. Therefore, the No. 1 young creation master of this generation isn't from your association. He is from our academy." After criticizing, the elder with the jade spheres laughed heartily. It was a burst of very fourth-rate laughter, and it was genuinely from the bottom of his heart. However, it was also this laughter and angered the vice president of the Creation Master Association so much that his body was shaking gently. He was obviously quite enraged. "You old thing. What is there worth being happy for in the end? Long Tao is registered as a Class 3 Creation Master under our Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association. He is still considered a member of our Creation Master Association." The dean from the Creation Master Academy had stopped twirling the jade spheres, too, and said in a flabbergasted tone, "You idiotic old man are too shameless. How can you even say something like that? Shouldn't you ask if the Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association admits if they are on the same side with your Royal Capital's Creation Master Association? If you can say it like that, then I can also say that all the students in the Federation are students from our academy." Creation Master Associations between cities had a competing relationship as they would strive for more resources for their city's creation masters. When a creation master participated in the city's Creation Master Association exam, they would be recorded as the city's creation master. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association might be in the Royal Capital and was just like a headquarters for all the Creation Master Associations. But the truth wasn't so. Instead of saying they were the headquarters, it was better to say that they were the top rival for each Creation Master Associations. The 2 elders started a dispute as soon as they met under the Leaning Moon Mountain. It made Cheng Rui and Long Tao rather embarrassed. Cheng Rui didn't dare to mention that he was the No. 1 young creation master in front of Long Tao. In fact, he was no longer proud of his title like before and actually felt rather ashamed. However, Long Tao was obviously not planning to let go of Cheng Rui. "I have watched your interview on the Star Web. You don't look the same as you do in real life as compared to the Star Web. On the Star Web, you look as though you were really the leader of the young generation." Long Tao might be speaking indifferently, but this statement was more like a heavy punch as compared to the slaps earlier. Cheng Rui was so agitated that his expression turned from green to red. "Long Tao, you are too much. You are 1 year older than me. 1 year later, I will definitely become a Class 3 Creation Master too. Your Creation Master talent might not be better than mine. I am just 1 year younger. That's all." Instead of looking at his weakness, he found an excuse. Just by this attitude, Long Tao felt that Cheng Rui was a weakling. Long Tao believed that after he entered the Radiance 100 sequence, all of the competitors he faced were all senior to him. The eldest would be 10 years older than him. As a sequence member could remain in the Radiance 100 for 10 years, Long Tao had been on a path of obstacles and used 4 years to reach his position as Sequence 3. While his Creation Master's progress didn't get delayed either. This was because Long Tao had never found an excuse for himself to fail. He confronted failure, analyzed failure, and treasured failure. He treasured failure because the number of failures was getting increasingly low and close to zero. Cheng Rui's attitude was something that Long Tao despised. "You are not thinking to say that the river that flows to the east for 30 years will flow to the west for the next 30 years. So I shouldn't bully you just because you are young, right?" Cheng Rui did want to say these words. but they were exposed by Long Tao first. At that moment, Sheng Rui understood that he wasn't going to be a match for Long Tao in terms of words. The more he said would just be seeking more trouble for himself. Sheng Rui had never met with Long Tao before this. In the matches, Long Tao always had the dominant and aggressive style. While his interviews were seldom as conversational, Sheng Rui didn't expect Long Tao to be such foul-mouthed, and his words to be truly infuriating. There was a gentle and clear voice that echoed throughout Leaning Moon Mountain. I am here on the Moon Empress orders to receive Elder Du and Elder Meng. The gentle voice caused Long Tao to narrow his eyes. The voice felt as though it was right beside him, but there was no one to be found. After a period of time, Long Tao still couldn't find the source of the voice. Elder Du, the vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, and Elder Meng, the dean of the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University's Creation Master Academy, suddenly spoke loudly toward the air. We have troubled Envoy Mystic Moon. Once Elder Meng and Elder Du responded, a man with long silver robes suddenly appeared in the passageway leading to the Leaning Moon Mountain. The man was walking over unhurriedly, but in less than 2 steps with ease. He had traveled across dozens of meters and arrived in their vicinity. Elder Du and Elder Meng still look so brilliant. However, we cannot ascend the mountain yet as we still need to wait for an important person to arrive. Mystic Moon turned silent after speaking. Elder Du and Elder Meng looked at each other and could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Mystic Moon was a King-class expert, and he was already at the pinnacle of King-class. His contracted phase were all mainly spiritual type, and he might be a support-class Spirit Kai professional. But any of the same class, experts would say that the most troublesome foe they faced were Spirit Kai professionals with spiritual type phase. Putting aside Mystic Moon's strength, just his status as one of the Moon Empress' 2 Moon Envoys, he represented the will of the Moon Empress wherever he went. Mystic Moon might look gentle, but his way of doing things was abnormally tyrannical. He was just like a razor-sharp thread hidden in the snow. There was no shadow or form. But once someone made contact, they would be severed into pieces. Mystic Moon might not be as emotionless as Cold Moon when dealing with matters, but he was abnormally arrogant. We are supposed to wait for an important person here. The words important person stated that this person should be rather familiar with the Moon Empress and could already be considered one of her own. Otherwise, the words would be an important guest and not an important person. For Mystic Moon to mention the word important, it was easy to imagine the status of that person. Elder Du and Elder Meng pulled Sheng Rui and Long Tao to the side. Even Long Tao, who was sequence 3 of the Radiance 100, had also withdrawn his aura and was abnormally obedient. At that moment, a snow-white figure with a blue jade horn flew over from far away. A Pegasus with wings glistening with a blue jade-like texture was flying toward the Leaning Moon Mountain. The gentle and expressionless Mystic Moon put on a smile. The blue jade Pegasus finally landed. Ling Xiao led Lin Yuan and leaped off the Pegasus. Elder Du and Elder Meng took a glance at Ling Xiao and immediately averted their gaze before fixing their eyes on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's hair was rather messy due to the wind, but when he was standing under the sunlight, he gave off an indescribable aura that lit up the eyes of Elder Du and Elder Meng. Chapter 90 Silver Stamen Gold Luster Kasha. Elder Meng and Elder Du definitely knew Ling Xiao. Even as the city lordess of Redbed City, it still wasn't enough for Mystic Moon to use the word important. Therefore, the important person mentioned by Mystic Moon could only be this youth standing beside Ling Xiao. Lin Yuan could obviously feel 5 pairs of eyes staring at him apart from Ling Xiao right now. While feeling the gazes, he didn't know any of these people. However, due to respect, he still nodded in response as a greeting. Ling Xiao originally wanted to make an introduction, but Mystic Moon's gentle and clear voice echoed. Everyone is here. Follow me to the Leaning Moon Mountain. Lin Yuan, come beside me. We shall walk together. Lin Yuan had already noticed the silver-robed man that spoke. The silver-robed man's aura was like a torrential undercurrent underneath the deep sea with no signs of ripples on the surface. Lin Yuan didn't expect this silver-robed man to actually know him. He looked toward Ling Xiao and saw her make a gulping motion, but didn't say a word. She merely nodded to Lin Yuan. As such, Lin Yuan walked beside Mystic Moon in a relaxed manner. Mystic Moon let out a bright smile and led Lin Yuan up the mountain. Ling Xiao walked together with Elder Meng and Elder Du, while Long Tao and Cheng Rui walked by the side. The 5 of them followed behind Ling Xiao and Mystic Moon. At that moment, Elder Du and Elder Meng looked at Ling Xiao. She gave Elder Du and Elder Meng an expressionless greeting while saying, "It is what Elder Du and Elder Meng are thinking." Elder Meng and Elder Du looked at Lin Yuan with rather complicated eyes. They had a feeling that this youth that made their eyes light up was actually here to harvest the peach. Moreover, from Mystic Moon's actions, could this Lin Yuan be the person that the Moon Empress had already decided to accept? Long Tao looked at Lin Yuan with probing eyes. Cheng Rui was looking at Lin Yuan with eyes of jealousy and complication. After a few questions from Elder Du and Elder Meng, the rest of the people knew of Lin Yuan's identity. He was the one that had directly passed the Class 2 Creation Master exam in Redbud City. The Creation Master Association's reformation started off with Redbud City and was now conducted over the Radiance Federation's 32 cities. What was the implication of the reformation? Elder Du and Elder Meng understood. But they never expected someone to actually meet such harsh requirements. In addition, this person arrived so quickly. Long Tao was rather calm on appearance, but Cheng Rui's face was filled with obvious reluctance to accept this outcome. Cheng Rui gritted his teeth and thought, he is just a kid that passed the Class 2 Creation Master exam. What is so great about that? He might have been lucky at that time. I am already almost capable enough to take the Class 3 Creation Master exam. To crush this kid, wouldn't it be as easy as playing with toys? Long Tao looked at Cheng Rui's expression and burst out with a laugh. Why don't you compare yourself with him and see how much younger he is than you? Cheng Rui's expression was always rich, and especially after being criticized by Long Tao, he looked as though he had eaten 30 lemons followed by 30 bitter gourds. One had to admit that the Leaning Moon Mountain was filled with beautiful sceneries. Lin Yuan activated true data along the way, and apart from his conversation with Mystic Moon, he saw plenty of gold phase and even some platinum phase. These phase were mostly plant-type ones, with the occasional butterflies, dragonflies, bees, and small avians. The rare phase that were hard to see in the outside world could be seen everywhere in the Leaning Moon Mountain. At that moment, Mystic Moon said, "We will be reaching the Radiant Moon Palace in a few more steps." Mystic Moon's words weren't just for Lin Yuan, but they were also for the people behind them. After passing through a gallery of mountains, Lin Yuan saw a palace that looked as though it was constructed with fluorite. The palace's main body was white like white jade, but it was emitting sparkling light like the moon in the sky. There were 2 straight trees in front of the palace that were close to 10 meters in height. The trees were blooming with delicate flowers that were a fusion of gold and silver. The flowers were so dense that it made the branches hang downward. These 2 trees were actually silver stamen gold luster caches. When looking at the true data, Lin Yuan felt he was going to fall over. These 2 silver stamen gold luster caches were actually Diamond X. Of course, that wasn't important. The crucial point was that their quality was legend. Such precious species were planted at the palace entrance without anyone contracting them, and they were only used as a part of the scenery. This was something that Lin Yuan couldn't imagine. When Mystic Moon saw Lin Yuan look at the 2 silver stamen gold luster caches, he took the initiative to introduce. The 2 caches are rather good-looking and have been planted here. The silver stamen gold luster cache is rather special, but it doesn't have any fragrance. However, the flowers can be used to make osmanthus honey. Cold Moon is great at making osmanthus honey. I will ask Cold Moon to prepare 1 bowl for you later. Phase like the silver stamen gold luster cache were actually beyond Lin Yuan's knowledge. He could only know of its name through true data. Lin Yuan might not be sure, but Ling Xiao, Elder Du, and Elder Meng knew what they were. After hearing that Mystic Moon was going to casually give a bowl of osmanthus honey to Lin Yuan, even the 3 authority experts wanted to try and ask for a portion, even if it was just a few drops. The silver stamen gold luster cache nectar was great for eliminating impurities. Normally, others would dissolve 1 drop into a cup and dilute it several times for consumption. If Lin Yuan were to drink an entire bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, it was probable that all of his body's impurities would be cleansed. The world only had 2 silver stamen gold luster cassias, and they were in the hands of the Moon Empress, but were planted in front of the radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress might harvest 10 drops of nectar for the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University and the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. But even if they accumulated for a few dozen years, they still couldn't gather a bowl. Mystic Moon, the osmanthus honey is brewed by me, and you actually want to give it to others. Even if it is a gift, it should be from me. The voice sounded limpid like the ice water in the icy pool. Lin Yuan looked at the lady, and noticed a blue-robed lady looking at him. Mystic Moon let out a bright smile. All right, Cold Moon, bring them to see the Moon Empress. I still have other tasks given by the Moon Empress. Cold Moon nodded and said to everyone, follow me into the Radiant Moon Palace. After entering the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan felt that every spot in the palace was emitting grace. There was a platform with a table at the front and 2 boxes. Cold Moon pulled Lin Yuan to her side and said to Elder Meng and Elder Du, the Moon Empress has placed a treasure in each of the boxes. Both parties can allow your young talents to pick one of the boxes. The treasure within the box shall be considered a gift from the Moon Empress. Cold Moon's words made Elder Du and Elder Meng's eyes light up. But at the same time, they didn't understand why there were only 2 brocade boxes while there were 3 young talents. Lin Yuan stood beside Cold Moon and watched indifferently. He might not know what was happening, but he knew it wasn't simple. Chapter 91 Apex Battle Between the Youth Generations. After Long Tao and Cheng Rui received instructions from their elders, they stepped forward and walked toward the platform. As soon as they stood on the platform, one of the 4 female attendants that stood in the 4 corners of the palace hall stepped forward as well. The attendant arrived on the platform with a flash. The female attendant looked around 30 years old, but she gave off a tender and delicate feeling. I am one of the Radiant Moon Palace's tea attendants. My name is Kai Cha, and I am here to inform you that the treasure in the golden box is superior to the one in the gray box. After speaking, she bowed to Cold Moon. Once Cold Moon nodded, Kai Cha withdrew to the platform side instead of the corner of the palace hall. The platform had 2 boxes. One was gold, and the other was gray. Lin Yuan immediately saw Long Tao and Cheng Rui's hands reaching toward the gold box. At that moment, Long Tao's spirit Kai burst out and caused Cheng Rui to take a few steps back, allowing Long Tao to open the gold brocade box. Once the gold box was opened, Lin Yuan could smell a refreshingly sweet smell. There was a light purple pearl within the box, and it was the size of a thumb. It might be a light purple pearl, but it was emitting a mild purple light. The refreshingly sweet smell felt like it didn't come from the pearl itself, but from the mild light. Next to the light purple pearl was an exquisite wooden token. And apart from these 2 things, there was nothing else. Kai Cha, who was standing at the side, said, this treasure is a pearl produced by the diamond purple coral shellfish. It is greatly beneficial for water-type fays, and there is a chance to help a water-type fay evolve. Kai Cha's words caused Long Tao's indifferent face to turn grave, and his breaths were heavier. His eyes were filled with extreme delight. Lin Yuan looked at the light purple pearl, and involuntarily clicked his tongue. This wasn't just a diamond spiritual ingredient, but it was also a diamond spiritual ingredient from the deep sea. Shellfish fays had another name, deep sea treasure. It was because shellfish fays could produce pearls and only formidable individuals were qualified to explore the deep sea. Just because of the danger level, the pearl produced by the purple coral shellfish was considered a priceless treasure, let alone the astonishing effects of the purple coral shellfish pearl. Lin Yuan wasn't able to estimate the price of the purple coral shellfish pearl. However, just by looking at Ling Xiao's envious eyes, he knew that the purple coral shellfish pearl was very rare. Long Tao held the purple coral shellfish pearl in his hand and picked up the wooden token beside the pearl. The wooden token was carved with a small sword. Kai Cha continued talking. The wooden token is carved with a small sword and is the Radiant Moon Palace's sword tablet. You can carry out a contest with those who possess a sword token. The sword token possessor would have strength that is equivalent to yours. If you win, you can use this sword token to exchange for another treasure. It is fine if you lose too, as it is only a contest. Long Tao turned around to look at Elder Meng and saw the latter nodding at him. Long Tao then asked Kai Cha, I wonder if the contest is referring to a contest between combat class spirit Kai professionals or between creation masters. Kai Cha smiled and said, since it is a sword token, it is naturally a contest between combat class spirit Kai professionals. If the token is carved with a tool, then it is a contest between creation masters. Long Tao gripped the token in his hand and said loudly, I am willing to accept the contest. Since Long Tao took the purple coral shellfish pearl, Cheng Rui was looking at Long Tao with such gloomy eyes that a tear might drip out. However, no one was paying any attention to Cheng Rui's expressions, as all the attention was gathered on Long Tao, especially Lin Yuan, who didn't think that he would actually be able to see a match fought by Sequence 3 of the Radiance 100. After watching this match, Lin Yuan would be able to understand the standard of combat strength for Sequence members at the top of the Radiance 100. Lin Yuan had watched the match between the White Devil and the Unknown Flame. At the end of the battle, White Devil's rival Swallowtail Butterfly had been released from the cage and transformed into a disaster Swallowtail Butterfly. It had allowed the White Devil to end the battle with overwhelming dominance. In addition, White Devil might be Sequence 18 of the Radiance 100, but she was a healing-type Spirit Kai professional, and she was more proficient in tactics rather than actual combat. However, Long Tao was Sequence 3 of the Radiance 100 and had the Overflowing Sea title. He was a true combat class Spirit Kai professional. Kai Cha waved the sword token in her hand, and all the female attendants with similar attire came out of the palace hall's corner and stood on the platform. Lin Yuan looked over and noticed that all 4 female attendants actually looked exactly the same. The only difference would be the hair accessories on their heads. Cold Moon looked at Lin Yuan's reaction and gave an explanation. Kai Cha, Sai Cha, Heng Cha, and Yin Cha 1 are the Radiant Moon Palace's tea attendants. They are quadruplets, and the Moon Empress found them when they were babies 30 years ago. They have been serving the Radiant Moon Palace ever since. Lin Yuan nodded. However, he didn't understand why Cold Moon would give him such a detailed explanation of the Radiant Moon Palace's members, as though he would need to know them later on. All 4 of us share this sword token. I am the strongest among all of us, while the 3 of them have similar strength. You can choose any of us as your opponent, Kai Cha said to Long Tao. Long Tao didn't have any trace of hesitation as he chose Kai Cha, who was speaking and also the strongest. After seeing the scene, Lin Yuan felt that Kai Cha's thoughts weren't simple, as her simple statement was actually an open conspiracy. Kai Cha might have stated who was strong and weak, but in this situation and with Long Tao's temperament and pride, he would definitely pick the strongest among the 4. When Elder Meng saw that Long Tao and Kai Cha adopted their fighting postures, Elder Meng quickly asked Cold Moon, who was standing beside Lin Yuan, Envoy Cold Moon, would a fight in the Radiant Moon Palace cause damage to the items here? What if Long Tao doesn't reserve himself and severely injures the tea attendant? This wasn't Elder Meng's first time at the Radiant Moon Palace, and he naturally knew about the 4 tea attendants. Every time he visited the Moon Empress, he would be able to drink the spirit tea brewed by the 4 tea attendants. However, Elder Meng had never heard that the 4 weak-looking tea attendants could actually fight. Cold Moon responded with a cold voice. The Palace Hall is constantly supported with the ability, Harden of a Fantasy V, Resolute Diamond Resplendent Tortoise. If a junior could easily destroy it, then the Radiant Moon Palace would have been destroyed a long time ago. As for the contest, it was specified by the Moon Empress. After Cold Moon finished speaking, she circulated the spiritual power within her body and enveloped herself and Lin Yuan in a Kai barrier. Since Cold Moon had already said so, Elder Ming naturally didn't dare to go against the Moon Empress' intention. Elder Du pulled Cheng Rui over and reserved the space for Long Tao and Kai Cha. Lin Yuan heard Cold Moon's words clearly. She wasn't polite at all when speaking with Elder Meng, since the Moon Empress had specified it. Elder Meng didn't even dare to make an additional statement. Elder Meng was the Dean of the Creation Master Academy in the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Kai University, but he didn't dare to showcase any of the authority he possessed in the Royal Capital. After thanking Cold Moon for using her Kai to protect him, Lin Yuan put all his attention into this apex battle between the youths. Chapter 92. In the name of Cretaceous, Lin Yuan noticed that Kai Cha and Long Tao were both circulating their spirit Kai. Long Tao summoned a shark-like fae that was around 2 to 3 meters long, but had dragon patterns on its body. Using true data, Lin Yuan recognized that this was a platinum VI epic reef sturgeon. As for Kai Cha, there was a tea tree that bloomed with white camellia. Lin Yuan took a glance and noticed that both the fays were platinum ones. But Kai Cha's fae was a fantasy breed. Furthermore, the tea tree was a fantasy Roman too. Kai Cha commanded the tea tree. Dark dream fragrant tea. Tool transformation. After receiving Kai Cha's command, Lin Yuan watched as the platinum fantasy Roman 2 tea tree turned into a 5-string pipa and landed in Kai Cha's hands. Kai Cha used her delicate hands to strum the strings. The large strings were clamoring, while the small strings were distinctive. The sounds of the strings were like an army of thousands of troops and horses. They broke through the air and blasted at Long Tao. Long Tao quickly jumped onto the reef sturgeon's back, but the sound of strings sliced it. Bone-deep wounds appeared on the reef sturgeon. The reef sturgeon was in so much pain that it let out a roar. Long Tao's eyes immediately turned sharp and serious. By experiencing the burst of sound damage, Long Tao knew that this woman might look weak, but she was dangerous. Kai Cha let out a gentle smile and continued to strum the pipa. Long Tao quickly commanded the reef sturgeon to bring up a wave to block the string sound's damage. At the same time, Long Tao circulated his spiritual power again, and 2 figures appeared. One was blue, and the other red, and they were half a meter in size. The blue and red fays were actually 2 deep blue dragon jellyfish. The deep blue dragon jellyfish might possess dragon species bloodline, but they weren't considered dragon species fays. These 2 deep blue dragon jellyfish were actually 2 deep blue jellyfish that were nurtured from young with dragon blood. When they turned into fantasy breed fays, they would undergo a transformation. The 2 different colored deep blue dragon jellyfish were platinum fantasy I. When Long Tao summoned the 2 fantasy I fays, an immediate downpour of rain followed. The rain formed lines, which were filled with the grim and murderous intent of the deep sea. The raindrops were sharp like needles and felt as though they could pierce through all life that they came in contact with. When enveloped by the murderous intent, Lin Yuan only saw Kai Cha changing her stance. She raised the pipa over her shoulder and strummed it. The string sounds formed a barrier around Kai Cha, which bloomed with camellias. They rapidly restored the spirit Kai within Kai Cha's body. Kai Cha's eyes turned stern as she formed a claw and grabbed the strings before forcefully twirling them. The mild and reserved string sound was scattered out with a flick of her fingers. The string sound carried an unstoppable force and broke through the boundary formed by the heavy rain. It then smashed into the 2 deep blue dragon jellyfish and the reef sturgeon. The 2 deep blue dragon jellyfish and reef sturgeon had created a water boundary, but it was still smashed open by the unstoppable and murderous string sound. It caused minor injuries to the 2 deep blue dragon jellyfish. The reef sturgeon also received severe injuries and lost its ability to fight. Kai Cha turned the pipa around and sat on the back of it while she smiled and said, Radiance 100 Sequence 3. You might be known as the Overflowing Sea, but you are also known as the Son of Dragon. Your contracted fays are mostly dragon species ones. But if you don't use your trump card in this battle, then you will never be able to obtain the sword token and redeem another treasure. Long Tao's aura suddenly changed, and his violent spirit Kai suddenly burst to the peak. A massive figure appeared behind Long Tao while he said, If this is your only capability, then I shall be taking the sword token for sure. As Sequence 3, I naturally have the strength to protect my spot as Sequence 3. Once Long Tao finished talking, the massive figure behind him finally revealed its full appearance. It was a giant sea dragon that was close to 30 meters in length. It was the size of those prehistoric sea dinosaurs, and it was rather similar to a Tylosaurus. When Lin Yuan was looking at this dragon species fae, he felt his blood was boiling. This was the dragon species fae that had allowed Long Tao to rise up to fame, and also the reason for his title. Overflowing Sea. Lin Yuan had read about the information on the Radiance 100 on the Star Web previously. But now that he saw this massive phase-full appearance, he felt as though he was looking at a scene of the prehistoric times. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the sea dragon phase name. Phase name Sea King Cretaceous Dragon. Phase species Mosasaurus species Emperor Dragon genus. Spirit lifeform grade Platinum 1010. Phase quality Fantasy Roman 3. Whirl flow stir up the water region and cause extreme suction flow in the water. 8 Dragon Shadows. The Dragon Shadow moves and transforms into 8 Dragon Shadows. Each Dragon Shadow possesses 60 of the original body's attributes. Sea bite control the flow of the sea to form a bite. The biting force is equivalent to the biting force of the original body. Sea Emperor's Dragon breath shoot out a destructive breath that belongs to the Emperor Dragons. Wrath of the Ocean utilize all of the innate energy within the ocean to conduct a devastating tremor. The extreme tremor within the water has the power to destroy everything within the sea region. Water Overseer delicate control when using the power of water and can control the flow of water. Extremity of sea gather water elements and form rivers. Allow the rivers to flow into the sea and control a portion of the sea region. Sea King Cretaceous Dragon. What kind of name was this? Having the title of Sea King meant that it ruled during the Cretaceous period. It was indeed worthy of being the most respected Emperor Dragon genus among the dragon species phase. Cold Moon looked at Lin Yuan and nodded with satisfaction when she noticed that he was carefully observing the match. Once the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon appeared, it let out a deafening roar. Water elements from the surrounding rapidly gathered and formed a massive sea region. Kaicha strummed the pipa swiftly and opened up a boundary within the sea region so as not to be engulfed by the sea water. However, a whirlpool formed within the sea region. The originally unpredictable whirlpool was like a pair of devil's hands at the bottom of the sea. It pulled everything at the water's surface back into the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon's attack was a flawless combination of the exclusive skills, Water Overseer, Extremity of Sea, and the ability, Whirl Flow. It took just a split moment to control the state of battle. Kaicha's forehead perspired a little as she was already exhausted from dealing with the suction flow. Kaicha thought to herself, if this carries on, I will lose my ability to resist and will be engulfed by the seawater. Kaicha circulated her spirit Kai, and a small black beast immediately appeared within her self-created boundary. It was a small deer without horns and had big eyes. The moment it appeared, it spat out a bundle of white mist. When the white mist reached Kaicha's fingertips, they fused into the pipa through her fingers. Kaicha then strummed the pipa thrice, sending out a pipa sound that felt like it could explode a silver bottle. At this moment, Lon Tao yelled out, "White! You sea bite!" In an instant, the water around Kaicha looked as though it turned into sharp fangs. With the biting force of the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon, which was at least 10 piclahedons, it bit down at the boundary that Kaicha created. Chapter 93. The result is evident. Water was always this world's softest thing. However, when the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon activated the Sea Bite ability, sharp fangs formed with sea water appeared outside of the boundary Kaicha had created. The sharp claw might be formless, but the stirred-up water flow allowed for a rough view of the fang's shape. The size of the fangs was almost the same as the mouth of the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon. The intense pressure caused an ear-piercing boom as though metal plates were clashing. At the crucial moment, Kaicha quickly scattered the white mist produced by the small black deer that was fused into the pipa strings, and fused it into the strings by the neck, causing it to suddenly tighten. The devastating pressure from the sharp fangs nearly deformed Kaicha's boundary. Lin Yuan was obviously able to see seawater leaking into Kaicha's boundary. There were clear bite marks on the boundary, and the sea water was seeping inside from the bite marks. However, as Kaicha was using all her strength to strum, the boundary was able to withstand the pressure and rapidly mend the cracks. Lin Yuan was astonished. The sea bite ability was truly a divine ability within the water region. If the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon wanted to rip its prey, it didn't even need to fight at close range. Any place in the water region with a flow of water could be turned into the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon sharp fangs. The sea bite ability could be executed formlessly, and the enemy could only endure the attack. In addition, the strength of the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon's bite didn't come from the pressure rate, was the penetrative power of the sharp fangs. It was the sharp fangs that made an opening in Kaicha's boundary. Long Tao stood on the back of the Sea King Cretaceous dragon and said to Kaicha, "Shall we end it here? Your boundary is already broken, and I am not adept at controlling my power in combat." Long Tao didn't try to cover the meaning in his words, and immediately stated that he had already controlled his attack power earlier, and didn't wish to injure Kaicha. Kaicha's face turned grave in response, but she smiled and said, "It is rather boring to settle the match like this. You might not be adept at controlling your power, but I am." After speaking, that small black deer lit up with a luster was like the dark night. It quickly swallowed all of the visible light in the sea region before letting out a clear cry. All of the light gathered toward Kaicha's fingers, and in a split moment, the water within the violent sea region was forcefully isolated by Kaicha's pipa sound. Everywhere the pipa sound passed through, the water elements vanished. Rain-cutting zither sound. The seemingly gentle and night mist-like pipa sound made Long Tao feel as though the surroundings were bizarre. The two lightly injured deep blue dragon jellyfish that were floating beside Long Tao and the Sea King Cretaceous dragon had produced a water barrier. When the pipa sound smashed into the water barrier, the night mist scattered. The pipa sound was like a light drizzle that entered through all gaps. The pipa sound fused into the water, but was able to slice the water barrier. Long Tao responded decisively and commanded the Sea King Cretaceous dragon, "White." 8 dragon shadows. All of a sudden, the 8 illusory dragon shadows appeared in front of the Sea King Cretaceous dragon. 8 dragon shadows rushed at the pipa sound, and the Sea King Cretaceous dragon executed the sea bite simultaneously. The pipa sound still managed to shatter the 8 dragon shadows. The residual force damaged the deep blue dragon jellyfish and left them in a severely injured state. Long Tao then withdrew them into his spiritual spatial zone. Long Tao said in a cold tone, "Since there isn't a need to reserve any more, then I shall not hold back any more." 3 of his Long Tao's face were severely injured, so he was truly enraged. Elder Meng knew it wasn't good and circulated the spiritual power within his body. If Kaicha wasn't able to resist the attack, he would immediately rescue her. Elder Meng knew clearly how powerful Long Tao's attack was. Even if he was to receive this attack, he wouldn't end up good. The water elements gathered again, and the sea region instantly expanded by over 2 times. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon's exclusive skills, Water Overseer, and Extremity of Sea were now utilized fully. The sea was moving violently, and such violent movements weren't possible with just the use of whirl flow. When the sea moved violently, Kaicha's boundary shrunk down until it was only 1 meter. Kaicha suddenly yelled, "Last move." In an instant, Kaicha threw the pipa, which was transformed from dark dream fragrant tea using tool transformation, into the sky. The pipa reverted into the dark dream fragrant tea's original state. The moment the dark dream fragrant tea appeared, its body lit up with green radiance. The boundary that was originally shrunk down to 1 meter was instantly expanded to 10 meters. It was just like a clean land in the midst of the ocean. As the seawater was shaking more intensively, the boundary that dark dream fragrant tea expanded was shrinking again. Kaicha circulated all the spirit Kai in her body. Dark dream fragrant tea, dream transformation, dream beast of night, dream consume. With a burst of spiritual power from Kaicha's body, the dark dream fragrant tea's entire tree body suddenly shrunk down into the size of a tea leaf. The small black beast jumped up and consumed the tea leaf into its body. All of a sudden, an aura of nature descended and shrunk the sea region, emptying out a piece of land that contested with the sea region. After the small black deer consumed the tea leaf, its hornless head suddenly grew out giant deer horns. The deer horns were like branches that were blooming with white flowers. The black pelt of the deer turned white instantly, and its size increased by several times. It was now a white stag that was over 4 meters in height. Wherever the hoofs stepped on, green grass would grow. The dream beast looked at Kaicha, and the latter said gently, "Go on." The dream beast's horn lit up with green radiance and great power as it smashed at the Sea King Cretaceous dragon. Long Tao didn't let the Sea King Cretaceous dragon gather the surrounding water anymore and gave the command, "White." Wrath of the Ocean Sea Emperor's dragon breath. At that moment, The sea finally stirred up. As compared to this moment, the sea was just playing around previously. The sea movements were so violent and loud that Lin Yuan could easily hear the sounds even when he was inside Cold Moon's spirit Kai barrier. Lin Yuan watched as the wrath of the ocean, along with the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon's white dragon breath, collided with the pure white stag. Elder Meng, who had been standing by, suddenly rushed out, used his spirit Kai to protect Kai Cha, and stood beside her. When the stag smashed toward the seawater, the clash was even, but the white dragon breath shattered the deer horn and was rushing at Kai Cha. The white dragon breath finally vanished after smashing into Elder Meng's protective barrier. Elder Meng's face looked very unpleasant right now, not because Long Tao's attack was powerful, but he was rather upset as to why this Long Tao didn't hold back at all. This battle allowed Lin Yuan to finally know why the Radiance 100 of the Radiance Federation was the Federation's glory. The prowess of Sequence 3, Overflowing Sea, allowed Lin Yuan to find out the standard of the young generation that stood at the apex. Lin Yuan knew deeply that he was indeed still far inferior. However, he wasn't in a hurry to diminish his worth. After all, it had only been 2 months since he had changed from an ordinary person into a person who could sense spirit Kai. The road ahead was still long, and no matter how high a mountain was, one would always start from the bottom. Chapter 94 Cold Moon Style of Protection. Kai Cha withdrew the injured phase into her spiritual spatial zone before bowing to Elder Meng as thanks. She then said to Long Tao, "I lost. I am nearly 10 years older than you, but I cannot even block your full-powered attack. No wonder you were Sequence 3. Long Tao's attack nearly wiped out all of his spiritual power, and he wasn't able to stand for a moment." Long Tao put his hand on the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon to support himself while he panted loudly. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Long Tao's current state was the symptom of spirit Kai exhaustion. Upon seeing his state, Lin Yuan immediately used the Spirit Gather Goldfish ability, Spirit Injection, and released a portion of pure Spirit Kai toward Long Tao's body. It immediately helped Long Tao's exhausted Spirit Kai to recover a little. It might not be able to recover half the Spirit Kai, but it recovered enough for Long Tao to move normally. Long Tao cupped his fist toward Lin Yuan as an expression of thanks. When Lin Yuan's eyes met with Long Tao's eyes, Lin Yuan realized that Long Tao was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Yuan smiled and cupped his fist in return. Long Tao then turned to look at Kai Cha again. "If I didn't use the last move, I would not be able to defeat you either." Long Tao's statement might seem unreserved, but it was also his approval toward Kai Cha's strength. Apart from this, Lin Yuan realized that Cold Moon, Elder Meng, Elder Du, and Ling Xiao's eyes were all fixed on him. Lin Yuan silently thought whether it was rude to replenish Long Tao's spiritual power when all these experts were around. However, Lin Yuan didn't know that these people were actually surprised at Lin Yuan's ability to replenish spiritual power in an instant. Lin Yuan hadn't summoned his Fei when using the Spirit Injection ability, but instead, Lin Yuan just executed it casually. When healing type and support type Spirit Kai professionals were using healing type and recover type abilities, they didn't have to summon phase and could use the abilities directly, but it would definitely cause the ability effect to receive a huge decline. Despite that, it was still enough for Long Tao to recover from a Spirit Kai exhaustion state. Before this, everyone only knew that Lin Yuan was a young prodigy that had directly passed the Class 2 Creation Master exam. They didn't expect that Lin Yuan would actually have such impressive support abilities. There were only a few rare abilities that could directly increase spiritual power, and the most common Fei with the ability would be the Spirit Siphon Goldfish. However, the Spirit Siphon Goldfish trait was a reason why basically no one would choose it as their contracted Fei. Therefore, when Lin Yuan revealed this ability, even these experts were rather surprised. Cold Moon's normally icy cold face had a trace of joy as she said to Lin Yuan, "An ability to replenish spiritual power is able to significantly increase your capability to fight and survive in the wild." Very good. After being praised by Cold Moon, Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Cheng Rui was now the one that had been neglected. Elder Du, who stood behind Cheng Rui, had much gloomier eyes when he looked at Long Tao and had this additional trace of fear. If someone else possessed Long Tao's combat capabilities, Shang Rui might not feel anything. Nevertheless, Long Tao's creation master capability was even better than Shang Rui's right now. This made Shang Rui know that he couldn't seek trouble with Long Tao. However, when Shang Rui looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes weren't just filled with jealousy, they were also filled with gloom. Like when he looked at Long Tao, Lin Yuan felt Shang Rui's eyes. Given his 2 lives experiences, Lin Yuan didn't have a youth's mentality anymore. And after encountering eyes like Shang Rui's, he roughly understood that someone was jealous of him. Such eyes made Lin Yuan frown a little. Cold Moon witnessed everything. Originally, Kai Cha should hand over the sword token to Long Tao for him to exchange a treasure. But Cold Moon stepped up and said, "Originally, the treasure you can exchange with the sword token is some high-grade spiritual ingredient, and it is similarly precious to the pearl you've obtained previously. Since Kai Cha injured 3 of your fays, I shall change the reward to 10 drops of silver stamen gold luster cash's nectar." Cold Moon's words caused Long Tao's face to involuntarily light up with delight, and even Elder Meng's face was smiling with radiance. When Lin Yuan saw this scene, he immediately understood how precious the silver stamen gold luster cash's nectar was. Lin Yuan still remembered that the silver-robed man had even said that he wanted to give Lin Yuan an entire bowl to drink. Back then, Lin Yuan didn't feel anything and thought it was only a part of the reception. But now, Lin Yuan knew that he couldn't accept such precious things so casually. After speaking, Cold Moon changed the topic and looked at Shang Rui. "There is only the gray box left. It is your turn to open the box." Shang Rui had a delighted expression as he quickly went up to open the box. After opening the box, he saw a bottle of blood that had a trace of purple and a token. Just as Shang Rui was preparing to pick up the bottle of blood, Cold Moon's words made him withdraw his hand. "The blood in the bottle belongs to a diamond snake species Fae. But there is a rule to obtain this gray box. If you don't win the contest, you will not only be unable to obtain a new treasure, but you will also not be able to obtain the diamond snake blood." After speaking, Cold Moon gave an eye signal to one of the tea attendants, while the 3 others, including Kai Cha, returned to their corners. When Cold Moon returned to Lin Yuan's side, the remaining tea attendant said, "I am Zai Cha. I will be the one to have a contest with you." Shang Rui had already picked up the token and saw an exquisite tool drawn on it. It meant that this was a contest between creation masters, which gave Shang Rui a boost of confidence. Despite that, Shang Rui didn't understand why the gray box treasure could only be obtained after he won the contest, while Long Tao didn't have to. He couldn't help but ask, "I wonder why my contest rule is different from the other box." Zai Cha was a person with a hot temperament, so when Shang Rui asked like this, she immediately replied, "Because this is the Leaning Moon Mountain's Radiant Moon Palace." Zai Cha's temperament was simply like a chili pepper, and her words were truly stinging. Lin Yuan immediately saw Elder Du step forward and say to Zai Cha, "Shang Rui doesn't know the rules. Will the tea attendant please forgive him?" Shang Rui was originally filled with confidence, but after hearing Zai Cha's response, his mental state became a little unstable. Lin Yuan didn't understand what was happening either, but Cold Moon was looking at Shang Rui with eyes of contempt. Back when Shang Rui looked at Lin Yuan with those jealous eyes, Cold Moon was already unhappy. The Moon Empress might not have officially accepted Lin Yuan as a disciple, but Mystic Moon wasn't the only person who understood the Moon Empress. Cold Moon was the same too. Lin Yuan becoming the Moon Empress disciple was something that was already determined, so Cold Moon was a little protective. Even if Shang Rui was just a junior, Cold Moon didn't ignore him. Cold Moon had an icy cold demeanor, and she didn't have a protective personality. However, after following the Moon Empress for a long time, she was slightly affected by the Moon Empress personality. Therefore, her protective behavior might not be obvious, but she had already arranged all the difficulties for Shang Rui. It was also because of Shang Rui that caused Cold Moon to look at Elder Du with unfriendly eyes. Lin Yuan, who was standing by the side, didn't know of Cold Moon's thoughts. Instead, He was looking at the contest that was considered an apex contest between the young creation masters. Chapter 95 Source Type Life Form. Spine Goo. Lin Yuan never knew what the standard of his creation master's capabilities was. After all, Lin Yuan had never made contact with any proper creation master before. Take Elder Ning, for example. Lin Yuan only knew that Elder Ning was a Class 4 creation master, but never saw him at work. Lin Yuan knew that a regular creation master would be using the concoction of spiritual ingredients to enhance a fey and upgrade its quality. As for the proper method of concoction, it was something that Lin Yuan had never seen before. Even a Class 1 creation master's method was something that Lin Yuan had never witnessed before. Since there was an opportunity now, Lin Yuan was watching in a particularly serious manner. Cold Moon didn't have much reaction as she felt that it was rather boring. So she shifted most of her attention to Lin Yuan. Kai Cha, who was standing at one of the four corners, was looking at Cheng Rui with rather interested eyes. I wonder what this Cheng Rui did to offend Cold Moon and caused her to choose Zai Cha to conduct the contest. Among the four sisters, Zai Cha was the one with the best creation master talent. Even if she hadn't gone through any creation master exam, she was definitely at the standard of a Class 3 creation master. This contest should have a rather obvious result. Zai Cha used her hand to knock on the platform and asked with a fiery tone, "For the creation master contest, do you want to evolve a fey, upgrade the fey's quality, or to heal a fey with damaged roots? You can choose the method of contest." Cheng Rui's face was instantly overjoyed after hearing the question. His nervous and affected mental state was now finally reverted to normal. He quickly said, "Let's compete by healing a fey's damaged roots." Cheng Rui's extremely fast response made Lin Yuan involuntarily raise his brows. It seems like this Cheng Rui is very adept at healing a fey's damaged roots. He actually believes that his chances of winning are higher. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to make a decision. Zai Cha clapped thrice before she said indifferently, "As you wish." Soon enough, two black hound-like feys were brought over. The two hound-like feys were both half a meter in size. They had pointed ears, but they had plenty of teeth that were jutting out, making them abnormally sharp. Lin Yuan could recognize that these were Violent Blood Terror Wolf pups and were considered extremely rare feys. The Violent Blood Terror Wolf was a mighty platinum fey, and the pups that were produced were already silver. These two Violent Blood Terror Wolf pups were only born for a few months and already had damaged roots. Upon noticing their dying state, Lin Yuan carefully observed the two Violent Blood Terror Wolf pups. He might be rather far away, but Lin Yuan could still see that the two Violent Blood Terror Wolf pups' eyes were already so swollen that they nearly couldn't open. Their sharp-pointed ears also had large amounts of black blood scabs. All these symptoms clearly indicated that the two pups had suffered trauma, and the injury was in the head. Their brains might have been damaged even with their tough skull's protection. The brain was where wisdom came from, and beast-type feys with damaged brains were extremely hard to heal. Before becoming a crank spirit Kai professional, if Lin Yuan used the pure land of bliss within the spirit lock spatial zone, he would need to use several days in order to rescue these pups. To be reserved, he would need at least 2 full days. After becoming a crank spirit Kai professional, Lin Yuan still didn't know his capability to enhance feys yet. However, he could imagine that he would definitely spend less time than before. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw that Cheng Rui and Zai Cha had started to move. Both of them used a specific proportion and made a concoction with the spiritual ingredients within the crystal tool. Both of them had proficient skills, but there were subtle differences. Lin Yuan could obviously feel that Zai Cha's spiritual ingredients preparation was faster than Cheng Rui's, but it wasn't significantly faster. Different types of spiritual ingredients were steadily added to the crystal bottle. Every time a new spiritual ingredient was added inside, the medicinal fluid within the crystal bottle would undergo a different transformation. As they concocted, Lin Yuan could see that although Cheng Rui and Zai Cha possessed the same spiritual ingredients, their recipes weren't really the same. One could see the difference just from the color and texture. Zai Cha's concoction was a medicinal fluid that was amber in color and viscous like honey. Cheng Rui's concoction was dark green, and it was constantly bubbling with opaque spirit fluid. The duo took a concoction time of around 3 to 4 hours. As Lin Yuan watched carefully, he had a rough idea of how creation masters worked. As compared to the concoction of spiritual ingredients, his method was still more direct and simple. However, the efficiency of Lin Yuan's simple and direct method would depend on his spirit Kai rank. Therefore, Lin Yuan only required to increase his spirit Kai professional rank to enhance his creation master's capability. For Lin Yuan to increase his spirit Kai professional rank, he could only do so by evolving more phase. As a result, Lin Yuan's objectives to increase his spirit Kai professional rank and creation master's capability would become the same matter. Cheng Rui was steadily concocting the spiritual ingredients. During the concoction, Cheng Rui suddenly placed the crystal tool on the platform, and he let out a deep smile when he looked up to see Zaicha still concocting the spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan could see that Cheng Rui was circulating the spiritual power within his body. When circulating this spiritual power, Cheng Rui's face appeared to be in pain as it nearly distorted. After a moment, Cheng Rui's skin under his sleeve appeared with a rather big bump, and it was moving toward Cheng Rui's Huku Acupoint 1. At the Huku Acupoint, the bump was getting increasingly bigger as though something was bursting out. Cheng Rui let out a grunt, and a 5 or 6 centimeter figure emerged, and it was like a small spine. It was an insect with dozens of legs. Cold Moon frowned and asked Elder Du in a cold voice, "This is the source-type life form, Spine Gu 1? Elder Du nodded in response. Lin Yuan never expected the thing that emerged from the flesh was actually Cheng Rui's contracted source-type life form. This source-type life form lived in the contractor's body, and when called upon, it would bring extreme pain to the contractor. Even with such a source-type life form, Cheng Rui still chose to summon it during the contest. It meant that he was striving his best to win this contest. But from the looks of things now, Zaicha was only left with a few spiritual ingredients she had yet to use, meaning that Zaicha's concocted spirit fluid was about to be completed. On the contrary, Cheng Rui still had half the spiritual ingredients he had yet to use. Elder Du didn't think that Cheng Rui would actually summon the source-type life form, Spine Gu. He sighed and said, "Cheng Rui's grandfather is Cheng Wu, and this Spine Gu is separated out from Master Cheng Mu's gold ring Spine Gu." When mentioning Cheng Mu's name, Elder Du didn't look good. After hearing Elder Du's words, Lin Yuan might not know who Cheng Wu was. But Elder Du was a Class 4 creation master, and if he addressed Cheng Wu as a master, it meant that Cheng Wu was one of those pinnacle Class 4 creation masters just a step away from reaching the Class 5 creation master. It seemed like Cheng Rui was a rather powerful third-generation descendant. Chapter 96 doesn't dare to be presumptuous. But it still happened. Cold Moon responded by looking at Elder Du with her deep eyes and said, "It seems like Cheng Wu has really taken up a role in your Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. It is such a huge matter. But why didn't you announce it?" Elder Du quickly replied, "Elder Cheng has only arrived at the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association recently. For the recent period of time, he doesn't have any plans of becoming a vice president. When Elder Cheng makes the decision, we will announce it." Cold Moon was rather surprised that Cheng Wu, a pinnacle Class 4 creation master, would actually choose to take the role as a vice president in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, instead of being an honorary elder. But after slight contemplation, Cold Moon understood. That is true, since he already knows that he doesn't have a chance of becoming a Class 5 creation master. He should plan for the Cheng family's younger generation. But if this Cheng Rui is really talented, why would Cheng Wu allow Cheng Rui to form a contract with the source-type lifeform, Spine Gu? Cold Moon's words were clear and cold, but when Elder Du heard them, he revealed an awkward expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Yuan didn't really understand the conversation between Cold Moon and Elder Du, but he knew that it would be extremely inappropriate for him to suddenly seek clarification. Who would have expected for Cold Moon to look at Lin Yuan and ask, "Lin Yuan, do you know what is the source-type lifeform, Spine Gu?" Lin Yuan shook his head. Cold Moon could see the desire for an answer in Lin Yuan's eyes. So she explained, "The Spine Gu is a source-type lifeform, and after forming a contract with it, It won't be stored within the spiritual spatial zone like other phase. The spine goo will reside within the contractor's spinal column and empty out one of the spine segments as its nest. Those who form contracts with the spine goo will damage their innate vitality. Therefore, creation masters who form contracts with the spine goo will never reach Class 5. Lin Yuan was flabbergasted and didn't know that the spine goo was such a source-type lifeform. But it was rather understandable too, as his red thorn was also very special. However, red thorn's special trait was its need for fresh blood when forming the contract, and that it didn't follow a specific model, requiring the contractor to specify the evolution. Red thorn's peculiarity allowed Lin Yuan to quickly accept the existence of a special source-type lifeform like the spine goo. Seeing that Lin Yuan had already digested her information, Cold Moon continued talking. The spine goo might damage the contractor's innate vitality to a certain extent, but to creation masters, they are supreme treasures. The spine goo can rapidly synthesize massive amounts of spiritual ingredients that the contractor consumes and form a concentrated spirit fluid within the body. When concocting spiritual ingredients, the spine goo can devour and catalyze all the spiritual ingredients accumulated in the body, allowing the effects of the spiritual ingredients to be pushed to the greatest extent. However, there is also a disadvantage. By fusing spiritual ingredients in this way, it will use up the spine goo's bodily fluids. After the concoction, the contractor will need to consume a great number of spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, the spine goo will not have sufficient spirit fluids and will consume the spinal cord within the spine. Cold Moon got rid of her cold and indifferent personality as she explained all the information to Lin Yuan with details. Finally, Lin Yuan learned what spine goo's use was. However, after knowing, Lin Yuan's impression of the spine goo became bad. When contracting a fae, the fae should be a partner, unlike the spine goo, which would use the contractor's spine as a residence. Slicing off flesh to feed to the eagle might be good, but it was to slice the flesh of a lamb. If one was slicing their own flesh to feed the eagle, Lin Yuan felt it would be very foolish. At that moment, Sheng Rui commanded the spine goo to rapidly devour the spiritual ingredients, and it suddenly increased the efficiency. In just a few short minutes, Sheng Rui was already catching up to Zai Cha's pace. When Sheng Rui had summoned the spine goo earlier and grunted, Zai Cha had already been looking at Sheng Rui with dissatisfaction. It was a huge taboo to disturb a creation master when they concocted spiritual ingredients. When the contest had started, Cold Moon had already used her spiritual power to isolate the platform from the outside world as she had been afraid something or someone might affect the contest. Unexpectedly, Sheng Rui had publicly affected his opponent during the spiritual ingredient concoction. Just as Zai Cha was about to complain, she saw Sheng Rui summoning the spine goo. She then said helplessly, "I didn't actually plan to use a phase support, but since you have done so, I shall do it too." Zai Cha had also circulated her spiritual power and summoned a pitcher plant-like fae. Zai Cha then grabbed the concocted, but not purified spirit fluid and poured it into the pitcher plant-like fae. She then constantly poured spiritual power into the fae. After a sequence of actions, Sheng Rui and Zai Cha had finished the spirit fluids concoction at almost the same timing. However, Sheng Rui's concocted spirit fluid was produced from the spine goo's abdomen, while Zai Cha's spirit fluid was produced from the pitcher plant's body. The duo then fed their respective spirit fluids to the violent blood terror wolf pups that had severely injured heads. In just a few short minutes, the two violent blood terror wolf pups were treated simultaneously. They immediately turned better and started to move. From time to time, they would be using their fangs to bite at the cage. The violent blood terror wolves were extremely violent even as pups. After the contest, it seemed like an evenly matched outcome, but Sheng Rui spoke first. "I won because my violent blood terror wolf upgraded from Silver Roman 3 to Silver Roman 4. Sheng Rui then immediately reached out for the diamond snake's BCE's face purplered blood. But before he could touch the bottle of snake blood, a mocking voice echoed, "Do you think you have won just because you upgraded the violent blood terror wolf? from Silver Roman 3 to Silver Roman 4, and also treated it. Why didn't you see that my violent blood terror wolf's quality has also been upgraded from elite to flawless? After speaking, Saicha bowed to Cold Moon before returning to her corner. Saicha's words had stunned Cheng Rui, whose face was as red as a pig's liver. Elder Du wanted to go up and console Cheng Rui, but Long Tao unexpectedly gave a big applause and laughed heartily. Truly exciting. Cheng Rui's eyes turned bloodred after getting agitated by the applause, and he glared at Long Tao. Long Tao didn't think anything of it and raised his leg to pat off the inexistent dust on his boots. It felt as though Long Tao had casually swept off Cheng Rui's glare. Long Tao, I swear that we will always be in hostile terms. Long Tao didn't even bother about the enraged Cheng Rui and ignored those harsh words. As Cheng Rui flipped out, a bone-chilling pressure nearly froze Cheng Rui in place. It caused Cheng Rui to stagger, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Elder Du quickly went forward to help Cheng Rui and said to Cold Moon, Envoy Cold Moon, Cheng Rui isn't intentionally being presumptuous in the Radiant Moon Palace. This is Cheng Rui's first visit, and he doesn't know the rules. Will Envoy Cold Moon please forgive him? Cold Moon's aura instantly burst out as she said with a chilly voice. He doesn't dare to be presumptuous, but it still happened. To speak of such threatening words in the Radiant Moon Palace. Are you the one that asked him to do it, or did you not teach him the rules of the Radiant Moon Palace before bringing him here? Cold sweat was dripping off Elder Du's head. During this decade, the Moon Empress had been in seclusion, and the two Moon Envoys had been quietly cultivating in the Leaning Moon Mountain. Thus, they rarely ventured into the world. How could Elder Du have forgotten about Envoy Cold Moon's temperament? One of the aristocrats in the royal capital, Marquis Jingshi, had been insufferably arrogant 15 years ago and had been disrespectful to Envoy Cold Moon. She had simply broken his legs, and he had been sitting in the wheelchair ever since. On that night, Marquis Jingshi's residence had been completely frozen. The Marquis residence hall had been cleaved into two, and no one knew what had happened. Given Marquis Jingshi's strength as a high-ranked king-class expert, his legs should have already recovered by now. But he didn't dare to stand back up from the wheelchair until now. He had been sitting in the wheelchair for 15 years, and there wasn't a need to explain why. Chapter 97 Ironman Triathlon. Marquis Jingshi had been truly influential in the royal capital back then. Plenty of king-class experts had met with setbacks from Marquis Jingshi. With a Diamond X Fantasy Roman 3, Desert Mad Lion, along with the old Marquis backing him up, few of the same age dared to confront him. Nonetheless, when the intolerably arrogant Marquis Jingshi had had a few drinks in a banquet and spoken disrespectfully to Envoy Cold Moon, he had even started to provoke her in public. The result was having both his legs frozen to the bones, nearly shattering. It was truly pitiful. Elder Du quickly replied, Envoy Cold Moon, how would I dare to not teach him the rules of the Radiant Moon Palace? It is Cheng Rui who is slow-witted and didn't learn them well. I will bring Cheng Rui back to give him a harsh lesson and teach him well on the rules of the Radiant Moon Palace. When Elder Du was speaking, his back was already drenched with cold sweat. As a Class 4 creation master, Elder Du believed that he was considered outstanding among the other Class 4 creation masters. However, he still had a very long way before he could reach the pinnacle of Class 4 creation master. As for Class 5 creation master, Elder Du didn't even dare to think about that level from a Class 4 creation master's perspective. Even among king-class experts, his combat capability was far inferior to his own creation master capability. He was only barely a king-class expert, and his status was simply negligible in the Radiant Moon Palace. If he said something wrong, he might be crippled, and there was a chance that he might not even be thrown off the Leaning Moon Mountain. Cold Moon seldom ventured out for the past dozen years, but her title as Ironman Triathlon was still etched in many people's memories due to the Marquis Jingshi's incident. Ironman Triathlon didn't refer to Cold Moon's sports capability. It was her style of handling matters: iron wrist, iron fist, and an iron heart. Cold Moon's bone-chilling aura didn't reduce, and all of a sudden, her eyes looked as though they appeared with a pair of whirling frost. Within a split moment, Elder Du felt as though he was being buried under a giant glacier. Elder Du was able to support Cheng Rui earlier, but now, even Elder Du was getting unsteady. The blood color in Cheng Rui's eyes had already scattered, and after sensing Elder Du shivering, he suddenly felt that he was at his wit's end and lost all reliance. When Cheng Rui panicked, he yelled out with a sobbing tone, "My grandfather is Cheng Wu, a pinnacle class 4 creation master." Cheng Rui yelled out very loudly as though he was trying to use his yells to give himself some courage. When Cold Moon heard the statement, her emotionless face suddenly revealed a smile, and brilliance of frost immediately burst out. As soon as Cheng Rui yelled out that his grandfather was Cheng Wu, Elder Du knew things weren't going to end well. In the Radiant Moon Palace, let alone your grandfather is a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Even if the class 5 creation masters, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme were here, Cold Moon wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. The Moon Empress had always been dominant, and the 2 Moon Envoys represented the Moon Empress will. Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters were still Class 4 Creation Masters. After all, the gap between Class 4 and Class 5 Creation Masters was like a chasm between heaven and earth. A Class 4 Creation Master's limit was to nurture a fate of fantasy v, while Class 5 Creation Masters were qualified to ascend into myths. Looking at the tense situation, Lin Yuan felt as though his heart was getting suspended too. Cold Moon's aura might not be targeted at him, but he could still feel a pressure within his soul. It was a pressure as though someone was looking down at you from the clouds. It was a feeling that couldn't be resisted. Cheng Rui's creation master capabilities were considered exceptional, especially on his usage of the spine goo. He was basically at the standard of a Class 3 creation master. For the current Lin Yuan, Cheng Rui was considered a formidable foe, but after seeing Cheng Rui's earlier performance, Lin Yuan didn't treat Cheng Rui as a formidable foe anymore. All of a sudden, Cold Moon turned to look at Lin Yuan and asked, "Tell me, how should rude individuals be punished?" Lin Yuan looked at Elder Du, who was perspiring with cold sweat. First, it was unknown why Lin Yuan felt as though he could see Elder Ning's shadows behind Elder Du. They were all creation masters that were helping the Radiance Federation to enhance and rescue phase, to help Spirit Kai professionals with the breakthrough of their phase limits. From the looks of Cold Moon's expression, if Elder Du and Cheng Rui didn't pay a certain price, they wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. When Lin Yuan looked at Cold Moon, he realized that Cold Moon was very seriously looking at him. As of now, Lin Yuan still didn't know what to say. However, he didn't wish for Elder Du to perish in this place just because of a few statements. Since Cold Moon asked him, Lin Yuan followed his heart and said, "A rude individual should naturally be punished. But there is a reason for the rude words. Elder Du did so to protect Cheng Rui. Therefore, his intention is to protect the young generation." Cold Moon's aura suddenly pressed harder, allowing Lin Yuan to feel the pressure that Elder Du and Cheng Rui were feeling earlier. Lin Yuan's forehead was already starting to sweat. However, due to his 3 willpower runes, they didn't just enhance his spiritual energy, but they also toughened Lin Yuan's spiritual defense to a certain extent. Didn't look miserable. When Cold Moon saw it, she was rather surprised. Cold Moon spoke. "Do you mean that all of this is Cheng Rui's fault and punishing him alone is enough?" Since Lin Yuan had already spoken, he shook his head in response to Cold Moon's question. "When judging a person, I will never see how high their capability can bring them. Instead, I will see how low their mistakes can drop them." Cheng Rui's words have implicated the person beside him and the elders in his family. After returning, he will have plenty of punishments waiting for him. As such, why don't you allow Elder Du to bring Cheng Rui back for some teachings and also to tell Cheng Rui's elders about his wrongdoings today? Lin Yuan remained silent for 3 seconds before speaking again. Creation masters are precious resources in the Radiance Federation. Even if they should be punished, they should be punished by asking them to heal more phase. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he felt Cold Moon's aura suddenly being withdrawn. When he looked at Cold Moon again, he noticed that Cold Moon's eyes had already changed. She was now looking at him with approval and compassion. Cold Moon looked at Lin Yuan. "I didn't expect this young prodigy to actually be rather kind. He is finding all sorts of reasons and hoping that I will not be too harsh. In the end, Lin Yuan's reasons are all in consideration of the Radiance Federation. From Lin Yuan's information, Cold Moon felt that Lin Yuan should be a young man who had basically received zero benefits from the Radiance Federation. His ability to look for the light even when he was in desperate straits was truly a quality that was very rare and precious. When Cold Moon asked Lin Yuan the question, she wanted to test him and see what Lin Yuan answered. This question didn't have a model answer. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's answer gave Cold Moon a pleasant surprise. When Cold Moon withdrew her aura, Elder Du pulled Chang Rui and thanked Lin Yuan. But when Chang Rui bowed to give his thanks, the fear in his eyes had already scattered, and they were now even redder than before. His eyes concealed a bitter tinge of resentment that was slowly accumulating. Chapter 98 The Perturbed Moon Empress. Cold Moon didn't bother about Elder Du, who bowed to thank Lin Yuan, and immediately walked to the platform. She then said to Elder Meng, who was watching the show, "You may return after receiving the gift from the Moon Empress. 3 days later, I will deliver another 20 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to Elder Meng." After all, Elder Meng has been forced to watch a charade at the Radiant Moon Palace. Elder Meng quickly bowed to Cold Moon. The earlier situation with Elder Du had really shocked Elder Meng, and if he were to speak out of turn, he might suffer the same fate. However, the additional 20 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar made Elder Meng so overjoyed that he couldn't cover his mouth. Envoy Cold Moon. Then I shall bring Long Tao back. Elder Meng could see what was happening, just by looking at Cold Moon's attitude toward Lin Yuan. He already knew that Long Tao and Cheng Rui were just here to put on a show. However, this trip's gifts were already enough to compensate for Elder Meng's disappointment. As Elder Meng was preparing to lead Long Tao back, he turned to see Long Tao standing with Lin Yuan. "Thank you for helping me to recover my spiritual power. Otherwise, I would have made a joke of myself." Lin Yuan laughed heartily and said, "It is just a small matter." After hearing and seeing Lin Yuan smile, Long Tao didn't know why he started laughing too. "If Brother Yuan is going to have a meal in the royal capital, remember to look for me for a drink." Elder Meng then departed with Long Tao from the Leaning Moon Mountain. Elder Du quickly apologized to Cold Moon again before he dragged Cheng Rui away from the Leaning Moon Mountain in an unpleasant mood. When going down the mountain, Elder Du especially stopped midway the mountain before he continued on his way down again. Elder Du didn't have the face to meet with Elder Meng, who had received great rewards. Right now, apart from Cold Moon and Lin Yuan in the Radiant Moon Palace, only the 4 tea attendants that were looking at Lin Yuan curiously and Ling Ziao were left. Ling Ziao might be standing there and looking at Lin Yuan with calm eyes, but her heart was filled with joy. She could naturally see how Cold Moon and Mystic Moon treated Lin Yuan. She could also see how protective Cold Moon was toward Lin Yuan. Therefore, the chance of Lin Yuan getting picked as the Moon Empress disciple was already 70. Cold Moon walked toward Lin Yuan and said, "The 2 contests today were arranged by the Moon Empress. She wanted you to witness the Radiance Generation's young generation's pinnacle standard, be it in Creation Master capability or Spirit Kai professional capability. Walk toward the inner palace yourself. After walking through the hallway, you will reach the inner palace. The Moon Empress is waiting for you there." Lin Yuan never expected that these 2 exciting contests had actually been prepared for him. At first, Lin Yuan had been wondering why he hadn't needed to go through any contest. But after watching the 2 contests and understanding their standards, Lin Yuan knew that his strength was still not competent enough. While walking in the hallway, Lin Yuan was feeling apprehensive. He was about to meet one of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters of the Radiance Federation, the Moon Empress. In the past, Lin Yuan would have never imagined that he could make such close contact with a pinnacle expert of this era. Lin Yuan was very smart. When he had been ascending the Leaning Moon Mountain with Mystic Moon, he had been paying attention to the conversation between Elder Meng, Elder Du, and Ling Zhao. He had found out that the purpose of coming to this place might be to become the Moon Empress disciple, and it was the great benefit that Elder Ning had been envious of. At that thought, Lin Yuan became even more nervous. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, another person was more perturbed than him. In the inner palace was a lady that was arranging brocade boxes on a rack by the side of the lotus lake while muttering something. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 100 gifts should be enough. I don't know how to be a master either. Will it be too stingy to only give 100 gifts to a precious disciple on the first meeting? The lady in the moon robes was holding her chin and looking at the brocade boxes on the rack. She was uncertain whether she should bring out more precious treasures. If someone else was watching from the side, even Cold Moon and Mystic Moon would be shocked. Was this the Moon Empress who was always calm like the lonely moon? 100 boxes of treasures were enough to shock the entire Radiance Federation. So who would actually feel it was stingy? The Moon Empress looked at the brocade boxes and couldn't help but recall the scene when she was young and with her master. While reminiscing, the Moon Empress was so angry that the roots of her teeth started to ache. Apart from teaching me knowledge on the creation master profession, that old bastard would bring me to all sorts of treacherous places and was always so fierce. But when I became a Class 3 creation master, that old bastard actually passed away. It was a painful memory that was etched in the Moon Empress' heart. After so many years, she had removed the pain, and it had now turned into yearning. The Moon Empress never had any disciple, so now that she was going to accept one, she was a little out of place. However, after recalling her late master's way of teaching, she decided that she would pamper her disciple. Since the moment the Moon Empress had decided to accept a disciple, she had already been prepared to give herself another status as a master. Therefore, when Lin Yuan had appeared, and she found out about Lin Yuan's history, she might not have mentioned it, but she had already had plans in her heart. With this thought, and since Lin Yuan had arrived at the Leaning Moon Mountain, the Moon Empress used her spiritual energy to sense everything Lin Yuan said and did. She had been very satisfied until the moment Cold Moon tested Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan spoke in defense of Elder Du and Cheng Rui, the Moon Empress had a deeper impression of Lin Yuan. It allowed the Moon Empress to have a more solid impression of Lin Yuan. Originally, the Moon Empress had been planning to test Lin Yuan, but she was now busy considering how to pamper her disciple. When Lin Yuan's footsteps got nearer, the Moon Empress could already hear them clearly. She took a deep breath and reverted to her regular attitude. When Lin Yuan arrived at the inner palace, he was shocked by the scenery. It couldn't be just described as luxurious, as it wasn't due to the precious decorations. It was the number of powerful and rare fays within this place. The inner palace was just like an immortal realm. The massive lotus lake had dozens of species of lotus flowers that he didn't know the names of. But after using true data to check, none of the lotus fays were lower than diamond grade. However, before Lin Yuan could notice the information, he was attracted by a figure in a moon-colored robe. Lin Yuan didn't know how he should address her, but the Moon Empress walked forward and asked, "Do you have any requests to become my disciple?" The Moon Empress was thinking of how to be more amiable on her approach, but she immediately asked for any request when she spoke. After speaking, the Moon Empress was rather regretful. "Does it seem too obvious that I want to accept him as a disciple?" Lin Yuan didn't think that the Moon Empress, a Class 5 creation master, would actually ask such a question for her first statement. However, while Lin Yuan had been on his way there, he had already thought about it. Even if he were to become the Moon Empress disciple, he had to tread on the path of becoming an expert on his own and with determination. "Moon Empress, I don't have any requests to become your disciple. However, I wish that I can rely on my own diligence to walk on my own path." These words instantly threw off the Moon Empress. "If that's the case, didn't I prepare these 100 precious treasures for nothing? Why is my disciple so considerate?" Chapter 99 Master and Disciple. Lin Yuan sat on the chair, feeling rather dizzy. However, he quickly sorted out the thoughts in his mind. When speaking with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan was originally very nervous, but he had a subtle feeling that she was even more nervous than him. After some idle conversation, the Moon Empress didn't mention the matter of accepting a disciple. It was already rather late, so the Moon Empress arranged for Lin Yuan to stay in the pavilion inside of the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. When Lin Yuan was looking at this room's furnishing, an orchid started emitting a faint fragrance. The orchid's leaves were lush green, and the stalk was straight. Within the lush leaves was a spotlessly white flower that bloomed. Just by watching, it would invigorate a person. If the Moon Empress said that she wanted to take Lin Yuan as a disciple, he felt that it was rather sudden, and he wasn't mentally prepared at all. If the Moon Empress was really accepting a disciple, no one would refuse. But Lin Yuan was different. Since young, Lin Yuan had a pitiful number of constraints. As of now, apart from Chu Sai, Lin Yuan's only constraint was Liu Jai, who he had recently accepted as a retainer. Since ancient times, once a master, always a father, the term master carried a deep constraint. It was a relationship that could be considered as close as kinship. The affection between master and disciple was very important. But now, Lin Yuan didn't have much affection toward the Moon Empress. At best, it would be respect. Therefore, if Lin Yuan had to call the Moon Empress his master, he really didn't know how to deal with it. While Lin Yuan was in contemplation, the Moon Empress was gently swirling the water within the lotus lake. At that moment, large fish that were half a meter in length emerged from underneath the lotus leaf. They looked like peonies that were blooming in the water. Their tails were like dresses that were layered and filled with grace and grandeur. If Lin Yuan saw these fish, he would certainly be astonished, as they were all spirit siphon goldfish. These spirit siphon goldfish in the lotus lake had already evolved to platinum grade. The Moon Empress was currently using her fingers to swirl in the water and causing ripples. The spirit siphon goldfish had all come closer to the Moon Empress. When she was swirling the water, she was thinking about her first meeting with Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was very satisfied with Lin Yuan and admired him. After knowing about Lin Yuan's experiences when growing up, she was actually filled with tender affection toward him. However, she too knew that she had treated the acceptance of a disciple too simply. The Moon Empress was always dominant and dealt with matters with extreme simplicity. But after today's conversation, she suddenly realized that the acceptance of a disciple wasn't as easy as how a creation master evolved a fae. The Moon Empress recalled her casual question to Lin Yuan. What is most important between a master and disciple? Affection is the most important between a master and disciple. Lin Yuan's answer caused the Moon Empress to ponder carefully. Originally, the Moon Empress had been planning to accept Lin Yuan as a disciple today. But now, she didn't think it was that urgent anymore. Since the most important thing between a master and disciple was affection, it was something that had to be accumulated through time and slowly formed. At that moment, the Moon Empress heard footsteps. Cold Moon walked into the inner palace and saw the Moon Empress, who was swirling the lotus lake's water and seemed to be considering something. At the same time, she didn't see Lin Yuan. Cold Moon silently thought, is the Moon Empress not satisfied with Lin Yuan? Just as Cold Moon was trying to guess the Moon Empress' thoughts, she heard the Moon Empress asking softly, Cold Moon, do you think that after standing in a high place for a long time, we should learn to consider problems from the angle of an ordinary person? Surprise replaced Cold Moon's regularly cold expression due to the Moon Empress' question. Cold Moon thought deeply and replied, I feel that after a person becomes formidable, they should consider problems from the angle of an expert. Cold Moon's answer was what the Moon Empress was thinking. For a person to become an expert, they had to go through hardships and overcome obstacles, as well as toil for long hours and experience difficulties, along with outstanding talent. In this world, experts represented special rights. Why would they lower their statuses to consider matters? As an ordinary person, wasn't it better to consider matters in a simpler and more direct manner as an expert? The Moon Empress stood up, and all the water from the lotus lake slid off her white jade hands before returning back to the lake. Cold Moon saw the Moon Empress shaking her head and smiling. Your ideals are right and also wrong. Cold Moon, bring a spiritual ingredient recipe book for me. Since affection is needed to accept a disciple, then I shall start with the simplest action. Cold Moon's mouth opened so wide that she could actually swallow an egg. What did I hear wrongly? The Moon Empress is actually going to cook a meal, and it is to nurture the affection of the master-disciple relationship between her and Lin Yuan. When has the Moon Empress made a meal before? This is simply too surreal. It was impossible that the Moon Empress was unsatisfied with Lin Yuan. She was simply too satisfied with Lin Yuan. However, Cold Moon didn't understand why it was so complicated to accept a disciple. Wasn't just a single statement from the Moon Empress enough? When Lin Yuan was getting extremely bored by being so reserved in the room, he heard two clear and distinct voices from outside his pavilion. Lord Lin Yuan, we are here on the Moon Empress orders to deliver a change of clothes for you and also to prepare the hot water in the pavilion's bath. After hearing the voices outside the door, Lin Yuan allowed the duo to enter. It was two young girls, who were of similar age to him, with bright eyes and white teeth. They were both wearing light yellow robes. However, it was obvious that one of them had exquisite makeup while the other didn't have much makeup. The pavilion's bath was connected to an underground hot spring. During normal times, the spring's mouth would be sealed up. When it was time to use it, the spring's mouth would be opened up, and spring water of a perfect 40°C would flow out. After the preparations, the young girl with the exquisite makeup looked at Lin Yuan with glittering eyes and handed him the spirit Kai clothes. Lord Lin Yuan, do you need me to help you bathe and change your clothes? She asked softly. Lin Yuan quickly shook his head and said, I can do it myself. The young girl with the exquisite makeup looked rather disappointed. Then we shall dismiss ourselves for now. Lord Lin Yuan, the two young girls headed to the pavilion and did some simple cleanup. Lin Yuan observed and noticed that the young girl with the exquisite makeup had been standing beside him and trying to open up a conversation topic. On the other hand, the young girl without much makeup was doing all the work, and she was obviously exhausted after unsealing the restriction on the spring's mouth. These two young girls were wearing robes that were light yellow in color. Earlier on, the Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan a simple introduction to the Leaning Moon Mountain departments. These young girls with light yellow robes should be part of the Radiant Moon Palace's spirit attendants. These spirit attendants were all rather talented individuals among the young generation of creation masters, and they were all young females. These spirit attendants should have equivalent status, but it was obvious that one was bullying the other. Even if this was the cause, Lin Yuan couldn't interfere. After all, any place with humans would be a harsh world. Chapter 100 Cleansing all the impurities and transforming. When in the harsh world, it was hard to say that one didn't have any choice. But being able to excel would be dependent on one's own capability. It was naturally easy to do well if one was capable. But if one wasn't capable, it was natural to do badly. However, those that could be chosen as spirit attendants were definitely people with great talents. Nonetheless, this situation was truly something that Lin Yuan didn't expect. Lin Yuan didn't wish to bathe in the hot spring yet, so he stood by the window at the pavilion. The pavilion window was opened, and the sky was already turning dark as a new moon was gradually rising up. Lin Yuan never expected to actually see such a scene by the window. The two spirit attendants that were helping to tidy up the pavilion were standing near the pavilion and talking about something. They were rather far, and Lin Yuan couldn't really see their expressions clearly. However, the wind blowing in the pavilion carried their conversation into Lin Yuan's ears. If you spread the things that I said to Lord Lin Yuan today, I shall let you pay the price if I get punished. The young girl was speaking with a threatening voice, and it was unlike the pleasant voice within the pavilion earlier. Jin Kai, the words you said earlier clearly aren't part of the Moon Empress intentions. When has the Moon Empress asked you to help with the bathing and changing of clothes? What are you planning with such intentions? Lin Yuan could vaguely see Jin Kai pushing when you don't have to bother about what plans I have. If I can get myself involved with the Lord in this pavilion, my status will be better than a spirit attendant. If you don't wish to progress, it is your problem. I do wish to progress, but I know what I can do and what I cannot do. After hearing the statement, an angered voice echoed. You know what you can do and what you cannot do. Then why did your phase roots get injured when you were rescuing others? You spent half a year just to recover, and during this half a year, we are all becoming Class 2 Creation Masters. You are just an intermediate Class 1 Creation Master and far behind us. Half a year later, it will be the Spirit Attendant test, and you shall be eliminated. You will not even fit to stay on the Leaning Moon Mountain. The voice was dying down, but the wind carried all the words into Lin Yuan's ears. After hearing the voice, Lin Yuan had a subtle feeling that there was an unknown personality hidden in darkness. If the personality was hidden in the heart, how could anyone open up the heart to see if the person was kind or evil-hearted? Lin Yuan closed the window and turned to walk toward the hot spring. The hot spring washed off all the dirt and fatigue, but it couldn't cleanse off the impurities that filled the body. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Cold Moon walking inside and holding a massive green jade bowl. This is the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar prepared by the Moon Empress. This huge bowl contains the quantity of 2 portions. You just have to finish half of it. Drinking more would just be a waste. After speaking, Cold Moon left. Until now, Cold Moon was still in a rather shocked state as she couldn't understand why the Moon Empress treated Lin Yuan so well. It was extremely common to give precious treasures. Cold Moon wouldn't have such a feeling even if the Moon Empress gave the most precious treasure. But the Moon Empress was spending time and effort to make a meal for Lin Yuan. What did such an action prove? It was already evident. It proved that the Moon Empress was really treating Lin Yuan as a big deal and was already treating him as her disciple. When this huge bowl of amber-colored silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was placed in front of Lin Yuan, it didn't have any smell. The more precious an item was, it would always be more reserved. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar might not have any smell, but it was because all the essence was locked within the nectar. After seeing this huge bowl of nectar meant for 2 portions, Lin Yuan's heart felt a sudden warmth. He felt as though he could feel the Moon Empress' intention. Since only 1 portion of the nectar was going to be useful, then the other portion could be saved up to help a person that was closest to Lin Yuan. That person was none other than Shusai. For such a precious treasure that could eliminate the body's impurities and enhance a person's foundation, Lin Yuan would probably reserve half the bowl for Shusai. Even if it was a small bowl, it was obvious that the Moon Empress had actually thought of this possibility. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan's mind popped out with a saying, "Love me. Love my dog." However, Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. The Moon Empress doesn't know Shusai, so it isn't suitable for the saying of "love me, love my dog." As such, the Moon Empress is just being considerate to me. Lin Yuan discerned the feeling of being cared for by a senior, and it was a little bittersweet as Lin Yuan recalled about his parents, Auntie Zhang, and Uncle Lai. These people had always helped Lin Yuan without asking for anything in return, and they were genuinely helping out. It was similar for the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan believed that he didn't have anything he could use to repay the Moon Empress. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was a precious treasure, and the reactions from Elder Du and Elder Meng were enough to know of its value. Such a big bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar would definitely be worth 500 drops. Lin Yuan could work hard for several years and still wouldn't be able to afford this bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. In addition, there were only 2 silver stamen gold luster cassias in the world, and they were exclusive to the Moon Empress. It meant that the Moon Empress was doing all these as a master. Although she might not have officially accepted Lin Yuan as a disciple, she was already doing what a master should do. As such, an indescribable feeling bloomed in Lin Yuan. Was it warmth or being touched, or was it something else? In any case, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the Moon Empress wasn't just a Class 5 creation master who stood at the top. She was a senior that gave a trace of warmth. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could cleanse the body's impurities and raise the body's constitution. Thus, Lin Yuan simply drank down half the bowl of nectar. When the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar entered the throat, it had a concentrated sweetness that was refreshing, and it also contained the fragrance from an osmanthus. When the nectar that wasn't very viscous entered the belly, the base of the tongue produced this unique bitterness from herbs. When the bitterness faded, an immediate sweet aftertaste replaced it. It allowed his mouth to relive the refreshing sweetness of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Soon enough, Lin Yuan felt his body getting hot. His skin started to secrete massive amounts of oil. The oil wasn't the color of the regular yellow oil, but it was dark red with spots of black. Once these oils emerged, Lin Yuan could smell an unbearable stench. Lin Yuan immediately entered the hot spring again to rub and wash off the impurities. It was fortunate that the mouth of the spring was unsealed, and the water was constantly flowing. Otherwise, the massive amount of impurities would have turned the spring water into foul-smelling water. After washing for more than 2 hours, Lin Yuan finally realized that his body had stopped secreting the nauseating impurities. These impurities were in the body from the moment a person was born. When a person ate more grains, the impurities would accumulate. For ordinary people, having too many impurities would cause incurable diseases. For spirit Kai professionals, these impurities would affect their foundation and their cultivation speed. Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power and realized that his spiritual power circulation was faster by 30. This was truly a pleasant surprise for Lin Yuan. Immediately after, Lin Yuan suddenly noticed his hand, and he got an instant shock. Chapter 101 Radiance Envoy. Lin Yuan noticed that his hand was white and slender, but it wasn't feminine at all, as the bone structure and lines were distinct in an appropriate way. When looking at his palm, it was white while blushing red, showing off the unique blood vessels that belonged on the palm. Is this my hand? Lin Yuan had always been on the path of a graceful person. When his excellent grace was combined with his sunshine-like appearance, he looks to be reliable, fresh, and tidy. However, Lin Yuan's hand wasn't what it was right now. As an ordinary 18-year-old person, Lin Yuan developed calluses in his palms from all the hard work. His body might have recovered after being able to sense spirit Kai, but the skinny Lin Yuan wasn't considered fit. Nonetheless, other than his hands, Lin Yuan realized that his body looked as though it was meticulously carved out right now. Is this the strengthening effect of the silver stamen gold luster cache's nectar? From the moment one's parents gave birth to them, they would have their own unique gene model. During growth, the genes would develop flaws that would prevent a person from evolving toward the gene model. The silver stamen gold luster cache's nectar capability was to cleanse the body's impurities and strengthen the foundation. The nectar's energy compensated for the flaws within the body and allowed the body to evolve toward the flawless gene model. After leaving the hot spring, the skin would automatically repel the water from the spring. His skin wasn't exaggeratedly white, as it had a faint honey color. Lin Yuan walked in front of the mirror and realized that he still looked the same in the mirror, but his looks were far more exquisite. He had a prominent youth's gracefulness, and it was fused with the fragrance of plants and the warmth from the sun. It formed a truly remarkable aura. Lin Yuan involuntarily gasped as he actually felt that the person within the mirror was really handsome. But after thinking that the person in the mirror was him, Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. How can I be such a self-obsessed person? For the next few days, Lin Yuan enjoyed the spiritual ingredient delicacies the Moon Empress cooked in the Radiant Moon Palace. However, the Moon Empress didn't let Lin Yuan know she was the one that cooked the food. During the daytime, the Moon Empress would call for Lin Yuan to visit the breeding room. She wouldn't teach Lin Yuan anything special and would just allow Lin Yuan to watch as she evolved and enhanced phase. Lin Yuan was watching seriously. Due to the methods the Moon Empress displayed and genius shared knowledge, Lin Yuan discovered that the appropriate combination of spiritual ingredients could greatly aid the evolution of phase. Lin Yuan's method might be drastically different from regular creation masters, but it was still incredibly beneficial for Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan watched seriously, the Moon Empress was also very delighted and would show her methods in great detail. From time to time, she would even inform and give advice on several things. It might just be a few short days of contact, but their connection was already not as estranged as the beginning. Lin Yuan was already slowly accepting the Moon Empress as his master, while the Moon Empress meticulously treated Lin Yuan as her disciple. The Moon Empress realized that the relationship between a master and disciple wasn't as simple as addressing each other, so, after accepting each other, the master and disciple would pour in their heart and affection. During these few days, Lin Yuan noticed that the Moon Empress didn't just have the vine birds in the breeding room that could act as helpers. There was also a little rabbit that would constantly be eating radish. It seemed like the radish in its hands would never be eaten completely. Every time Lin Yuan wanted to carry it, the little rabbit would dodge and hop somewhere else to play by itself. On this day, after the Moon Empress was finished nurturing phase, she called for Lin Yuan and asked, "What plans do you have afterward?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before answering the Moon Empress' question. I am planning to open a store in the royal capital next year. I will need to return to the Xia region and handle some matters. The Moon Empress nodded in response and said, "Be it a creation master or spirit kai professional, there will be plenty of encounters along the way, like adventures into dimensional rifts, or capturing fays in primitive forests or the barren rivers. All these are things that must be experienced. Going to the royal capital is indeed a great choice." Lin Yuan nodded. This world was massive, and it was basically without any boundaries. He was striving to increase his strength in order to have the capability to venture into this world. However, Lin Yuan had another ambition, and that was to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. As such, Lin Yuan spoke of his thoughts and received a refreshing smile from the Moon Empress. "Then you need to work hard since you were thinking of competing for the Radiance 100 sequence. Then I shall also tell you that the Radiance 100 sequence is only the beginning. The Radiance 100 system is to pick out candidates for Radiance Envoys." Radiance Envoy was a term that Lin Yuan heard for the first time. He had never heard of it, be it in the news or the star web. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and said, "There are only 5 Radiance Envoys, and they are the Radiance Federation's true steel-like pillars among the young generation. The Radiance Envoys would only be selected from the Radiance 100 sequence." After speaking, the Moon Empress muttered for a moment and continued speaking. "The Radiance Federation is massive. But this world doesn't just have the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation and the Azure Federation are also comparable with the Radiance Federation. These 3 major federations are on par. There is also a group that was formed up by 100 smaller federations. The Radiance Envoys represent the Radiance Federation's youth federations to compete with the young generations from other federations." The Moon Empress word shocked Lin Yuan. The Radiance Federation was also so massive that it was hard to find the borders. But there were actually 2 more federations that could compete with the Radiance Federation. With the addition of over 100 smaller federations, Lin Yuan truly couldn't imagine the size of the world map. Radiance Envoy was a term that made Lin Yuan's blood boil. It was a combination of honor and also a mission. The responsibility of the Radiance Envoy was to achieve glory, and it was an immense task. The Moon Empress patted Lin Yuan's shoulder while her eyes were filled with encouragement and eagerness. Previously, when Lin Yuan had expressed his intention to rely on himself, the Moon Empress had really been having a headache. However, the Moon Empress was also proud of Lin Yuan's choice, and such a personality was something that was hard not to admire. Nonetheless, as a mentor, the Moon Empress wouldn't do less than what was required of her. "The spirit guards have information that there is an anomaly at the River Luster Forest, and the situation isn't clear yet. After a period of time, I will bring you there to take a look." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he had yet to really see the outside world, especially the wilderness, mountains, and forests. There were plenty of fays in the wild, and fays controlled each piece of territory. This didn't allow regular people to enter. Now that there was a chance, Lin Yuan was rather excited. "You can go and shop around in the royal capital for the next few days. Apart from the Radiance 100 sequence, you can even create your own guild club if you have some thoughts. Guild clubs are allowed to form a 5-man team to fight in guild battles. The top-ranked teams aren't inferior to the Radiance 100 sequence. There are plenty of sequence members from the Radiance 100 that are part of the 5-man teams in these guilds." The Moon Empress had already put in plenty of work to teach Lin Yuan. During the last few days, the Moon Empress conversations with Lin Yuan contained more words than what she would normally utter for 2 months. Even if it was some of the minor details, the Moon Empress would explain clearly. The forming of a guild club flashed in Lin Yuan's mind, and he was actually rather interested. Chapter 102 Plans for Departure. Lin Yuan was only interested in establishing his own guild club for a moment before he gave up on the idea. It wasn't the correct timing to form a guild club now. A guild club's function was to nurture one's own team, a team of 5 members that were appointed to participate in combat competitions. To find teammates for combat, it was truly a task that must be meticulous. Teammates during combat must be able to trust each other mutually. Only with mutual trust would a team be able to exhibit the strongest combat power. A strong team never relied on any hero ideology. Each of the members would have their own roles: power offense, agile offense, defense, control, support, healing, and many other aspects to achieve the balance. It was the strongest combination that would be able to present the best state of the team. In terms of the choice of teammates, Lin Yuan would be very cautious. He, too, knew that he wasn't qualified to form a team as of now. After all, he was still too weak. It wouldn't be late to start planning after he reached the 100th floor of the Star Tower and entered the celestial stairway. Before leaving, the Moon Empress called out to Lin Yuan and tossed an exquisite pendant. "Take this." Lin Yuan received it and realized that it was a leaf-shaped pendant, which was just like a jade carving. Instead of saying that it was suitable to be worn on the neck, Lin Yuan felt it was more suitable to be a brooch on the chest. Noticing that Lin Yuan was observing this leaf-shaped brooch, the Moon Empress explained, "This is a diamond face storage box. There are corpses of all sorts of dimensional lifeforms, from Class 1 dimensional lifeforms for bronze grade to Class 4 dimensional lifeforms for platinum grade. Don't you have a source-type lifeform? You can use these dimensional lifeform corpses to feed it." After speaking, the Moon Empress made a gesture, stating that Lin Yuan could leave. She then continued to concoct the spirit fluid in her hand. When leaving the Moon Empress breeding room, Lin Yuan was holding the leaf-shaped brooch. "I already heard that the diamond face storage box, developed by Ostrich Logistics, is normally used as high-grade accessories, and it is entirely different from face storage boxes below platinum grade." Lin Yuan didn't have any concept of it until now. He held this delicate brooch, a diamond face storage box, and allowed his spirit kai to pour in. Lin Yuan could see there was a football field space within the diamond face storage box. All sorts of dimensional lifeform corpses were already sorted by their classes. If these corpses were fed to Redthorn, it was probable that Redthorn might evolve to bronze raid in no time. Apart from the corpses, Lin Yuan noticed there were 2 pots of strange plants growing in the corner. Lin Yuan used his true data to check and realized they were 2 platinum production type phase. One of the pots was a cane luffa, and it was especially used as nutritional fodder for omnivorous phase. The other was the celery vine, a rare nutritional food for herbivorous phase. Be it the platinum cane luffa or the celery vine, they were both several times more expensive than the platinum usnea. Platinum usneas were considered extremely rare production type phase. After reaching platinum grade, the production quantity of the usneas would be astonishingly huge. A single pot of platinum usnea would be able to produce 100 platinum usnea vines to feed large quantities of phase. Be it the cane luffa or the celery vine, their production quantity would be relatively lesser and would only produce enough to feed 1 or 2 phase. Therefore, the platinum usnea would hold a superior advantage in terms of quantity. However, the cane luffa and celery vine didn't just contain energy, but they also contained a trace of effect in activating innate bloodlines. As long as a Fae could activate its innate bloodline, even the spiritual ingredient price would be expensive. In addition, these were Faes that would produce a certain amount of spiritual ingredients every single day. It seemed like Redthorn, Chimey, and Genius could have a change in daily food. The diamond Fae storage box was considered a luxury item and was expensive. But as compared to the items contained within the Fae storage box, it paled in comparison. Lin Yuan recalled how the Moon Empress nonchalantly tossed the diamond Fae storage box to him and quickly dismissed him, causing him to feel warmth. It was a kind of concern from seniors that Lin Yuan lacked in his life. Even if he felt such feelings before, it was a long time ago. So Lin Yuan treasured every moment of such sentiments. After returning to the pavilion that he resided in, Lin Yuan realized that Liu Jai had sent quite a number of messages to him during the past few days. When Lin Yuan read the messages, it turned out that Liu Jai had found a few good spots in the royal capital, and they were priced appropriately. The locations were relatively suitable to open stores, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but get amazed by Liu Jai's work efficiency. As a past sequence member of the Radiance 100, even though he had been missing for 2 years, it was still rather easy for him to find a suitable place to open a store in the royal capital. However, Lin Yuan wasn't especially satisfied with these stores as they were rather small in space. After seeing the Radiant Moon Palace's scenic style, where every place was filled with fays, Lin Yuan had an idea. He wanted to design and decorate his store too. He knew that it would definitely be incomparable with the Radiant Moon Palace, but he wanted to set up a certain style and aura. After the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus fully recovered in his spirit-locked spatial zone, Lin Yuan was planning to plant it in his store's courtyard. Therefore, the store must be bigger. Otherwise, they would need to shift to another store because there wasn't enough space. If that was the case, they might as well find a big enough space. And it was fine even if it was in a secluded area. A fine liquor didn't have to fear being deep in the alley. Lin Yuan was very confident in himself. Lin Yuan immediately replied to Liu Jai, indicating that he wanted a bigger store. Lin Yuan felt that since he was already in the royal capital, he should arrange a time to meet with Liu Jai tomorrow afternoon. It had been a few days since Lin Yuan had logged into the star web. He noticed that he had received many messages, and most of them had come from a single individual. It was that violent-tempered woman who had visited his store previously. It was already October, and Lin Yuan had promised to heal her daughter's Fae, which had injured roots. After October, now that it was October, the violent-tempered woman was obviously unable to sit still. You are finished if I prick at you one master. I have already prepared the revival soil. I wonder when you are free to take a look at my daughter. I am in the royal capital. Where do you reside? I can bring my daughter to look for you. Lin Yuan didn't expect the violent-tempered woman to be a resident of the royal capital. He simply sent a message, arranging to meet her tomorrow morning. The place was set at the royal capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan didn't have his own story yet, so if he wanted to heal the injured Fae of the violent-tempered woman's daughter, he could only do it in the Creation Master Association. Class 2 Creation Masters were able to use the breeding rooms in the Creation Master Association for free. After all, Lin Yuan couldn't bring the violent-tempered woman and her daughter to the Leaning Moon Mountain. After logging off the star web, Lin Yuan stretched himself. He had already arranged for everything tomorrow. After healing the Fae in the morning, he could go and look for Liu Jai in the afternoon. However, Lin Yuan forgot about Cheng Rui, who had been looking at him with jealous eyes, which had turned into resentful eyes now. Cheng Rui would also be in the royal capital's Creation Master Association. 1-star web name for the violent-tempered woman. Chapter 103 Feast for the Eyes. On the next morning, the sunlight shone into the pavilion that Lin Yuan was residing in. Genius curled up its 2 white tails and laid on Lin Yuan's stomach. When Genius had been sleeping yesterday night, it might have felt that the clothes on Lin Yuan weren't comfortable, so it had used its little paws to lift up Lin Yuan's clothes. Presently, Genius was lying on Lin Yuan's belly and having a great dream. Shaimi was currently having a great sleep right beside Lin Yuan's neck. After arriving at the Radiant Moon Palace, Shaimi had yet to log into the star web, so it didn't know there was huge unrest in the star web when it wasn't around. It was fine during the first day of Shaimi's disappearance, as many thought it was a normal host break. But when it was the second day, the third day, and until one entire week, Shaimi's fans were having a riot. It included Lord Ranger, who was sequence 87 of the Radiance 100 and Shaimi's top fan. Everything was unrelated to Lin Yuan and Genius. The Wastrel trio back then had already changed, and they were beyond their previous statuses. Once Lin Yuan woke up, Genius and Shaimi also woke up because of Lin Yuan's movements. Early in the morning, Genius and Shaimi had been pestering Lin Yuan. Genius was rather composed, but Shaimi was extremely mischievous when it was noisy. They only calmed down after Lin Yuan fed Genius the cane luffas fruit and Shaimi the celery vine. It was the first time Genius and Shaimi were eating such nice food. Their eyes were sparkling as they ate, and they had satisfied expressions. As for Redthorn, Lin Yuan placed it inside the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. Being a source-type life form, Redthorn knew what food was most suitable for itself. Lin Yuan had already planned out Redthorn's evolution path, so the insect corpses within the diamond face storage box were considered an evolutionary paradise for Redthorn. After consuming numerous insect corpses, Redthorn was now in a deep slumber. During these few days, Redthorn had already reached Elite VII Flawless. Lin Yuan asked for Redthorn to slow down its speed of evolution and to enhance its quality. Given such a huge amount of alien insect flesh and blood, Lin Yuan believed that Redthorn wouldn't need too long to become an elite epic life form. During this period, the people on the Leaning Moon Mountain had already gotten to know Lin Yuan. He wasn't the one to take the initiative to know people on the Leaning Moon Mountain. It was the people of Leaning Moon Mountain who all urgently wanted to know Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and it might not be officially announced, but anyone clever would be able to see Lin Yuan's status in the Leaning Moon Mountain. How could any foolish people be residing in a place like the Leaning Moon Mountain? This morning, Lin Yuan didn't eat breakfast on the Leaning Moon Mountain. Instead, he went to greet the Moon Empress and departed from the Leaning Moon Mountain early. Lin Yuan's first visit to the royal capital was when he rode on the Blue Jade Pegasus and had a rough look at the royal capital's thriving state. Since a long time ago, Lin Yuan had wanted to walk around and look around the streets. Finally, there was a chance. Within the royal capital, the thriving situation Lin Yuan had witnessed on the Blue Jade Pegasus back and seeing it personally was entirely different. When walking on the royal capital's main street, Lin Yuan could feel the energetic royal capital that was bursting with vitality early in the morning. Lin Yuan couldn't help but notice several billows of cooking smoke within the prosperous city. Lin Yuan noticed a small face store selling golden and tough dough fritters and sesame balls before walking inside. At first, he only ordered one dough fritter, one sesame ball, and one bowl of mung bean milk. There were plenty of customers seated around. When Lin Yuan ate these delicacies, he rubbed his stomach and felt that it wasn't filling at all. Therefore, he ordered a basket of soup buns. Lin Yuan realized that his appetite had grown significantly after consuming the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. After finishing the meal and paying with the Star Web card, Lin Yuan didn't notice that plenty of people were watching him in the shop when he was eating. They were eating at a much faster pace too. The lady boss, who had constantly been busy in the kitchen, involuntarily muttered after seeing the scene. Is this what they mean by a feast for the eyes? A handsome person is actually able to increase the appetite. The number of people at the shop today didn't increase. But from the looks of it, it seems like I will be selling 50 more food than normal. After walking out of the shop and in just a few steps, Lin Yuan saw a young couple. The woman opened up the bottle of Coke and drank a mouthful. She then looked at the bottom of the cap and widened her eyes to say, "Hubby, what does another bottle mean?" The man looked at his girlfriend and replied casually, "I don't know either." As a result, the woman simply threw the bottle cap on the ground, and the duo walked away. Lin Yuan looked at the bottle cap on the ground and took another glance at the royal capital's main street, which didn't really have a speck of dust. It made this red bottle cap particularly prominent. As such, Lin Yuan simply picked up the bottle cap, and just as he was about to throw it into the trash bin by the side, the big-eyed woman knocked on her boyfriend's chest and said with a lively tone, "Earlier on, the bottle cap was actually a gift voucher. We made a bet saying you would treat me to a meal tonight. I told you that someone would definitely pick it up." Lin Yuan was currently tossing the bottle cap into the trash bin and felt as though a murder of crows flew over his head. Lin Yuan really wanted to go over and say that he didn't see the wording on the bottle cap. However, Lin Yuan didn't do so, as it would only make him look like a foolish person. This lowly couple was really harsh. After showing off their sweet love, they still wanted to make themselves happy over others' misfortune. It was actually a kind of habit for Lin Yuan to pick up the bottle cap. It was the same in the small alley outside his small store in Xia region. If there was anything dirty, Lin Yuan would clean it up himself. If he didn't do so, the cleaning staff would only come by once a week. It was fine for the first few days, but after the third day, the accumulated dust in the alley would affect the customer's mood when they entered the store to purchase goods. Therefore, Lin Yuan would clean up the alley every 2 days and place all the dirty items into the trash bin. After many days and months, it had turned into Lin Yuan's habit. Lin Yuan arrived at a junction and called for a speed-hoofed donkey car. It was already impossible to see any thick-hoofed donkey car in the royal capital. The thick-hoofed donkeys were elite phase and were rather slow. The royal capital was using speed-hoofed donkeys that were bronze phase, and their speed was significantly faster. After riding on the speed-hoofed donkey car for nearly an hour, Lin Yuan arrived at the royal capital's Creation Master Association. The distance to the royal capital's Creation Master Association was much further than he imagined. Of course, it also proved how massive the royal capital was. Lin Yuan was wearing the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest, so someone welcomed him as soon as he entered the royal capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan booked an ordinary Class 2 Creation Master's breeding room, and just as he finished booking the room, he saw the violent-tempered woman with a frail-looking girl, whose eyes didn't have any brightness. They were standing in the corner of the main hall. Seeing that Lin Yuan was walking toward the mother and daughter, the attendant quickly said to Lin Yuan, "They said they arranged an appointment with the Creation Master here. Therefore, I allowed them to enter. If you feel uncomfortable, I can immediately chase them out." Lin Yuan quickly shook his head, but he suddenly heard a rather familiar voice. "Who is the one that received these two individuals? How can the Creation Master Association allow anyone to enter and stand in the main hall? Do they have an appointment?" Lin Yuan looked toward the voice, and it was none other than Shang Rui. However, Shang Rui didn't look the same as he was a few days ago. He was insufferably bossy and domineering. One it is to express an awkward situation. Chapter 104 Kicked. Lin Yuan frowned after hearing the statement. Shang Rui's insufferably arrogant words were truly stinging to the ears. It felt as though he treated the violent-tempered woman and her daughter as lower life forms. In fact, he didn't even treat the mother and daughter as humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be talking with such tone and eyes. Every Creation Master Association's management would be different. Most of the rules in the Creation Master Association were set by the current management members. Take the Redbed City's Creation Master Association. For example, they had very lenient requirements for people participating in the Creation Master exams. They just required proof that they passed 3 primary lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupation exams and could register for the Creation Master exam. In the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, before the 3 lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupations exams were verified to be done, no one was permitted to enter the Creation Master Association for the exam. Furthermore, the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association cancelled the services they previously provided for people to take the knowledge occupation exams in the Creation Master Association. When compared like this, it was obvious that Redbed City's Creation Master Association was much more amiable. The harsh management rules of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association were subtly raising the bar for the status of Creation Masters that were already very high. It wasn't a friendly place at all. The attendant that was serving Lin Yuan earlier hurried and bowed to Chang Rui. He then spoke in a tone that was trying to curry favor. "Young Master Chang, this pair of mother and daughter said they arranged an appointment with a Creation Master. Therefore, I allowed them to enter." When Chang Rui heard the response, he looked at the mother and daughter with disdain and asked, "What is the name of the Creation Master you arranged an appointment with? Report his name and let Xiao Zhang check." The attendant who served Lin Yuan earlier was also Xiao Zhang, so he quickly patted his chest as a guarantee. He then sneaked a glance at Lin Yuan, who he abandoned at the side. In Xiao Zhang's mind, Lin Yuan was a new Class 2 Creation Master, and even though he was young, he looked talented at a single glance. However, when compared with Chang Rui, Lin Yuan was pale in comparison. In actual fact, it wasn't due to the difference in talent. Shang Rui's status was already there, as he wasn't just known as the No. 1 Creation Master of the young generation, but he had even gotten the Tribunal's Son title when he was just a Class 2 Creation Master. Most importantly, Shang Rui's grandfather was a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Just based on Chang Rui's grandfather, there wasn't a single attendant in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association that wouldn't spend the effort to curry favor with Chang Rui. The violent-tempered woman stood there in a daze. She had conversed with Lin Yuan on the Star Web and only knew of Lin Yuan's Star Web name. But she couldn't possibly give Lin Yuan's Star Web name, right? If she was to say of it now, she might just be treated as a nuisance and be chased away. When Chang Rui saw that the violent-tempered woman was staying silent for a long time, He threw the documents on the table harshly. It scared the girl with the lifeless eyes so much that she withdrew into the violent-tempered woman's embrace. The violent-tempered woman's fiery temperament was now completely held back in the Creation Master Association. But she was shivering after getting treated in this way by Cheng Rui. Cheng Rui cast a glance at Xiao Zhang and yelled, "Chase them out! How dare they come to create trouble in the Creation Master Association! Ban them from entering the Creation Master Association for an entire year." The violent-tempered woman's head was filled with sweat. Her daughter's fae was injured in the roots, and it must not be dragged on anymore. If this dragged on, it would only be wasting her daughter's potential. During the past year, the violent-tempered woman would feel a stabbing pain in her heart whenever she saw how her lively daughter had transformed into the current daughter, with lifeless eyes. Lin Yuan was now feeling extremely agitated in his heart. And at the same time, he had an extremely bad impression of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. It was evident that this wasn't Cheng Rui's first time doing something like that. Such actions would definitely be seen by the management of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Therefore, it was only possible if the management was silently consenting to Cheng Rui's behavior. Just as Xiao Zhang was about to chase the violent-tempered woman out, Lin Yuan came over and said, "Her appointment is with me. I have already booked a breeding room. Bring us there now." When the violent-tempered woman saw Lin Yuan, her eyes were instantly filled with brilliance. She quickly pulled her daughter and called out to Lin Yuan as a master. The attendant was also delighted after seeing Lin Yuan, as he finally didn't have to chase anyone out. Those who came to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association were either experts or respected individuals. They were spirit kai professionals that were here to evolve their phase or to upgrade the quality of their phase. Of course, some had been gathering funds for a long time to heal their phase with injured roots. These people with injured phase were considered pitiful people. After all, the world of spirit kai professionals was a pragmatic world, and it was more so in the world of creation masters. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association could perfectly describe what it meant to trouble heroes with money. Cheng Rui's insufferably arrogant expression suddenly went berserk after hearing Lin Yuan's words. All of the resentment within his heart was spread toward his eyes. Just as Xiao Zhang was about to bring Lin Yuan to the breeding room, Cheng Rui let out a strange peal of laughter out of everyone's expectation. Cheng Rui walked near and stood less than 1 meter away from Lin Yuan. He looked at the Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's right chest and said, "I originally thought that you would be able to succeed that day. It turns out that you failed too." When a low-class Creation Master had a master that was a Class 4 Creation Master or above, they would have a master-disciple relationship. The disciple would then include a mark on their Creation Master crest that belonged to their master. When Cheng Rui had found out that he no longer had any chances of taking the Moon Empress as his master, he already had an additional spine gust pattern added to his Class 2 Creation Master's crest, which had 2 stars. The spine goo looked lifelike. And even then, the golden rings were drawn with extreme detail. Cheng Rui had already gotten his grandfather to be his master. Therefore, his Creation Master crest naturally included Cheng Mu's Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master's mark. Cheng Rui had only worn this new Creation Master crest for a few days. When Cheng Rui saw that Lin Yuan's crest was still empty, he felt silently delighted in his heart. At the same time, the resentment in his heart produced a sinister and cruel feeling. Cheng Rui knew that he wasn't a match for Long Tao and couldn't do anything to Long Tao, so he shifted all his hatred toward Lin Yuan. Cheng Rui then shifted his eyes toward the violent-tempered woman and said, "You called him master. Is he even worthy? He is just someone with dogshit luck." After Cheng Rui finished speaking, he heard an extremely pleasant voice that was clear and distinct. But in the ears of Cheng Rui, it sounded extremely stinging. Luck is also a kind of capability. It is true that a Class 2 Creation Master is far from being worthy of being called a master, so you aren't worthy either. Cheng Rui was filled with disbelief, as he had already investigated Lin Yuan's background previously. You were born in a lowly place like Redbed City's Xia region. How can a person of such lowly status dare to be so rude to me? You even dared to talk back. Subconsciously, Cheng Rui returned with a classic criticism to ask about the mother with vulgarity. However, before Cheng Rui could even react, he was kicked in the stomach by Lin Yuan and fell backward. Chapter 105 Immeasurable Importance. Cheng Rui was stupefied by this kick and felt a ringing pain in his stomach. Since young, this was the first time Cheng Rui was kicked in his stomach, and he was sent falling onto the ground. Cheng Rui only had one thought in his mind, and it was constantly being repeated. How dare he? After consuming the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, Lin Yuan's spirit Kai professional rank hadn't increased, and he was still a crank spirit Kai professional. However, Lin Yuan's body had a significant increase in strength. When furious, Lin Yuan's kick caused Cheng Rui to suffer quite badly. If Cheng Rui wasn't a crank spirit Kai professional, too, his gastric juices might have been vomited out. The attendant, Zhou Zhang, didn't think there would be anyone who would dare to make a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, especially when it was to beat up Cheng Rui. Zhou Zhang quickly went over to help Cheng Rui up. However, Cheng Rui was so pale while he held onto his stomach. Even after being supported by Zhou Zhang, Cheng Rui still wasn't able to get up. The violent-tempered woman and her daughter were flabbergasted by the sudden change of events. After Lin Yuan gave his kick, he still had an extremely unpleasant expression. Parental love was always in the most sacred place within Lin Yuan's heart. He might have lost his parents at a young age, but for the young Lin Yuan who had transmigrated, he remembered every moment in his heart. After Cheng Rui insulted his parents, Lin Yuan was so angered that he actually couldn't restrain himself from kicking him. Lin Yuan was a person of great temper, and after handling the face store and encountering all sorts of customers from a young age, he was already rather trained. Despite that, when the sacred place in his heart was disturbed, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to use all his strength to execute this kick of anger. This was also the first time in 18 years that Lin Yuan had used violence on others. After a long moment, Cheng Rui was finally able to stand up with Zhou Zhang's support. Cheng Rui ground his teeth and looked at Lin Yuan with vicious eyes. You actually dared to hit me. Not only so, you actually dared to make a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Such audacity. Cheng Rui then pushed away Zhou Zhang's support and said in a cold voice, why are you still holding me? For hurry up and call the enforcer here. Even if he is a Class 2 Creation Master, if he dares to make a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, he shall not leave this place. Once Cheng Rui's statement ended, an aged voice yelled out with rage. Cheng Rui, are you insane? What are you shouting for? Lin Yuan looked toward the voice and realized that he had seen this person before. It was none other than Elder Du that he had met at the Radiant Moon Palace. Elder Du walked to Lin Yuan's side and smiled as he said, Lin Yuan, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association? If you were visiting again next time, you just have to look for me directly. Tell me any request you have, and I shall arrange it for you. Lin Yuan might have a bad impression of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, but since Elder Du was a Class 4 Creation Master, Lin Yuan still nodded with respect. Cheng Rui was now filled with shock and anger. After seeing Elder Du's attitude toward Lin Yuan, Cheng Rui involuntarily recalled everything that happened in the Radiant Moon Palace. He then said loudly to Elder Du, Elder Du, he actually made him move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. We must punish him, otherwise how can the Creation Master Association retain its authority? Elder Du frowned and looked at Cheng Rui with unpleasant eyes. While his heart was cursing at Cheng Rui, because of this ignorant child, Envoy Cold Moon berated me, and he nearly brought huge trouble to me. Yet he didn't learn his lesson and is still stirring trouble. Cheng Wu might have already arrived in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, but he had been in seclusion ever since. Thus, Elder Du still hadn't had time to report to Cheng Wu about Cheng Rui's matters. Cheng Rui might be a member of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association while he was the vice president, but Cheng Rui was still the grandson of the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Cheng Wu, if Elder Du disciplined Cheng Rui without permission, it might cause Cheng Wu to have a bad opinion of Elder Du. Therefore, Elder Du had constantly been waiting for Cheng Wu to exit from seclusion. But now, Cheng Rui was actually causing trouble again. Elder Du spoke in a cold tone. Shang Rui, have you not acted violently in the association many times? If there is any punishment to be given, it shall be given to you first. Elder Du looked at the enforcers that were surrounding the scene and yelled. You are all dismissed. What are you trying to do by making such a din in the main hall? Elder Du then asked the attendant Xiao Zhang to stay behind and find out the exact situation. Elder Du was the vice president of the Creation Master Association, and Xiao Zhang didn't even have the chance to speak with Elder Du during normal times. Now that Elder Du was asking, Xiao Zhang explained all the details and even told of Lin Yuan's request. Elder Du's face was turning increasingly unpleasant as he listened, and by the end, it was completely darkened. He glared at Shang Rui before saying to Lin Yuan, Come, let this old one bring you to my breeding room. You may use it as you please. Lin Yuan shook his head and pointed at the violent-tempered woman before replying. There is no need to trouble Elder Du. I am just here to help a friend to heal the Fae's injured roots. An ordinary breeding room is good enough. Elder Du laughed heartily and said, There is no trouble at all since that is the case. Let me bring you to the Class 2 Creation Master's breeding room. It just so happens that I am going upstairs too. Elder Du then led Lin Yuan upstairs. The violent-tempered woman followed behind and was completely stunned. After a conflict, it was actually the vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association that personally resolved the problem. Furthermore, the vice president seemed to be leaning toward this youth that was walking in front of her. What background does this youth have? And how influential is his background? In fact, the violent-tempered woman wasn't the only person to think like this. Everyone in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association was also looking at the figure of that youth that vanished toward the stairs. Shang Rui was left behind with an ashen expression. While his hand was still holding onto his stomach that had just been kicked, Shang Rui didn't know what Elder Du was thinking. Just by looking at Lin Yuan's Creation Master crest, Elder Du should know that Lin Yuan didn't manage to become the Moon Empress disciple. If Elder Du found out about Shang Rui's thoughts now, he might have burst out all of his suppressed anger earlier and given Shang Rui a huge slap. Elder Du had already noticed the Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest. However, not every Creation Master would allow their newly accepted disciple to wear their symbolized crest. Some Creation Masters would temper their disciples and choose to make them wear regular crests, not allowing their disciples to receive special privileges. Apart from that, some disciples wouldn't wear their master's symbolized crest on their chest. After all, not everyone wanted to use their master's reputation and wanted to rely on themselves. The Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme would never wear the only 3 Class 5 Creation Master crest on their chests. But did that mean that the 3 esteemed individuals weren't Creation Masters? However, Elder Du overestimated Shang Rui. It was natural for Shang Rui, who wanted to show off all of his glory and trump cards, not to understand such things. Elder Du had just returned after going to send off Ling Xiao, who was preparing to return to Redbed City. From the conversation with Ling Xiao, Elder Du had found out that the youth in front of him was no longer an ordinary youth, but someone with immeasurable importance. Chapter 106 Road of Redemption. Shang Rui left the first floor of the Creation Master Association silently and immediately headed for the breeding room where his grandfather was in seclusion. Just as he was hesitating to open the door and call for his grandfather, his face revealed a complex expression. It was a mix of resentment and fear. Finally, as he gritted his teeth and prepared to open the door, it was the door that opened up first. An elder with black glossy hair stepped out of the door. Shang Rui didn't expect that his grandfather would end his seclusion at this moment. He quickly greeted, "Grandfather, after this seclusion, your hair is now completely black. It is another progress." The elder laughed, but his laughter contained a little feminine tone. During this seclusion, the gold ring spine goo has upgraded from Fantasy Roman 4 to Fantasy V. I didn't waste 10 years of effort for nothing. After hearing the news, Shang Rui's face was delighted at first, but he suddenly changed to a pitiful tone and said, "Grandfather, look at the Creation Master crest on my chest. I didn't succeed in becoming the Moon Empress disciple." The elder looked at where Shang Rui pointed and frowned. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association has already created a commotion by giving you a title as a Class 2 Creation Master. You are also the No. 1 Creation Master among the young generation. And you still failed. The elder then continued looking at the crest on Cheng Rui's chest as he carried on talking. Change your crest too. And wear a regular Class 2 Creation Master crest. I am your grandfather. Why are you making me your master? By wearing this crest, finding a master is to allow you to have one more reliance. Elder Du is rather nice to you. I will look for him later and see if he is willing to accept you as his disciple. Cheng Rui took down the crest on his chest embarrassedly. But after hearing his grandfather mention Elder Du, Cheng Rui's face changed. If his grandfather looked for Elder Du would surely tell his grandfather of his actions in the Radiant Moon Palace. By then, he would definitely have to suffer a beating. But now, Cheng Rui hated Lin Yuan to the extreme. He had a hot flash in his heart, while his eyes flickered before he said, Grandfather, I didn't get the preference of the Moon Empress in the Radiant Moon Palace mainly because Redbud City's Lordess Ling Xiao brought a youth with her. Cheng Wu's pupils contracted as he knew his grandson too well. If it was a matter of vengeance, Cheng Rui would have already taken revenge. Now that Cheng Rui was looking for him, it meant that he wasn't able to resolve it and was looking for his help. What background does the youth have for Ling Xiao to bring him to the Radiant Moon Palace? Cheng Rui then spoke of the information that he had found out about Lin Yuan. It was rather easy to find information on Lin Yuan, since Lin Yuan had registered as a Class 2 Creation Master. The Redbud City's Creation Master Association had already obtained simple information about him. Cheng Wu listened and looked at Cheng Rui. You can't even settle a young Class 2 Creation Master yourself, you have to look for me. Cheng Rui suddenly squeezed out 2 drops of tears and said with a grievance, Elder Du has a preference toward him. Earlier on, when he kicked me, Elder Du still defended him. Cheng Rui then lifted up his shirt after speaking, and even he was immediately shocked. He started to curse at Lin Yuan repeatedly as his stomach now had a purple footprint. Cheng Rui knew that his grandfather was most afraid of him crying, so he would always do this to beg for his grandfather's help. There was nothing that couldn't be done. In addition, this wasn't the first time he had sought out revenge. When Cheng Wu saw the footprint on Cheng Rui's stomach, his face turned dark as he yelled out, That nobody do is the one that invited me to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Now he actually watches as someone else bullies my grandson. Does he even have me? Cheng Wu. In his eyes, Cheng Wu only had one grandson, and when Cheng Rui was young, his first fate had been a small spine goo that had split off from Cheng Wu's source-type lifeform, the gold ring spine goo. Because of that, Cheng Rui had suffered badly. Also, Cheng Rui's parents had passed away when Cheng Rui was young, while Cheng Wu couldn't spend much time with Cheng Rui due to his status as a Class 4 Creation Master. Therefore, Cheng Wu always felt that he owed something to Cheng Rui. Upon seeing the purple footprint on his grandson's stomach, the eyes of Cheng Wu, who had a fiery personality, turned gloomy. When Cheng Rui noticed that, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His grandfather's expression indicated that he was going to help with his revenge. Grandfather, you can't blame Elder Du either. That kid, Lin Yuan, is rather talented, Cheng Wu said in a sinister tone. What use is talent? Being able to grow up is real capability. Have you forgotten that I taught you to either endure or be ruthless? Cheng Rui quickly replied. I remember, grandfather. So I wish to stomp on him personally. I want to watch as my spine goo empties out his spinal cord. After a short conversation between the grandfather and the grandson, they left the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association silently. Presently, Lin Yuan was checking on a pitiful fae. It was a bronze tough-leaf chrysanthemum. A healthy tough-leaf chrysanthemum was considered a rather good, power offensive type fae. The chrysanthemum leaves could be flung out like a flying blade, dealing slicing damage and slight paralysis poison. The petals of the chrysanthemum could gather energy quickly and shoot out poisonous energy. But this tough-leaf chrysanthemum in front of Lin Yuan already had withered stems. The petals and leaves looked like they were dehydrated, and they were struggling just to stay up. The petals looked as though they were about to fall off, and there were only a few stamens left. The violent-tempered woman stood nearby and asked Lin Yuan apprehensively, "Master, is there a possibility to heal this tough leaf chrysanthemum?" When asking this question, the violent-tempered woman's heart tensed up. Previously, she had looked for other creation masters. She had spent half a year seeking connections and plenty of money to get help from a Class 2 creation master. As a result, the answer had been negative. It was unknown whether that Class 2 creation master had found it troublesome to heal the Fae, or he purely had not wanted to do it. Of course, no matter what the reason was, the violent-tempered woman wasn't qualified to question him, because the law of survival existed between Spirit Kai professionals and creation masters. Lin Yuan looked at the state of the tough leaf chrysanthemum and didn't hesitate when he nodded and replied, "Yes. This tough leaf chrysanthemum might look miserable and might die at any moment. But with Lin Yuan's current healing capability, healing a bronze Fae with damaged roots wasn't a problem at all. When Lin Yuan was a Drank Spirit Kai professional, he was already able to heal the damaged roots of bronze Faes. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to see what the healing speed for bronze Faes was. Now that he was a Crank Spirit Kai professional, the instant Lin Yuan nodded, the violent-tempered woman suddenly started to wail. It felt as though everything she had suppressed for a long time was finally given relief. She was smiling while she was crying. It was tears of joy and happiness mixed within a tart feeling. The violent-tempered woman's daughter's eyes were dull and not very lively. The moment Lin Yuan nodded, her eyes turned bright as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan. She then revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. When Lin Yuan saw the smiles, he felt touched for a moment. These smiles looked as though the light at the end of the tunnel. It made Lin Yuan even more determined to walk on the path as a creation master. A creation master's path shouldn't be to stand at the top and look down at all people with cold eyes. It should be built up by smiles and rescues, forming a road of redemption. Chapter 107 Corrosive Petals. In reaction to the mother's and daughter's display of emotions, Lin Yuan didn't know what to say. He wasn't adept at handling emotional moments. Therefore, he didn't know how to deal with others' bursts of emotions. As such, he said, "Go to the rest lounge outside the breeding room first. It will take a little time. Once I heal the roots of the tough leaf chrysanthemum, I will inform you to enter." The mother and daughter's best consolation was to heal the tough leaf chrysanthemum's injured roots quickly. When the violent-tempered woman heard Lin Yuan's words, she quickly scratched her head and repeatedly thanked Lin Yuan. She then led her daughter to the rest lounge outside the breeding room. Lin Yuan calmed his mind and circulated the spiritual power within his body to inject the Spirit Kai into this tough leaf chrysanthemum, which was considered withered. During the Spirit Kai circulation process, Lin Yuan could feel that his Spirit Kai circulation speed was several times faster. When the tough leaf chrysanthemum received healing from the Spirit Kai, it underwent an immediate transformation. The first to recover was the rhizome, which was already withered. It was now rapidly growing white root structures. In just a short moment, the white roots had already replaced the previously withered roots. Lin Yuan used his hands to rub at the withered portion of the roots. They all started to fall off like a shattered layer of skin. The tough leaf chrysanthemum was constantly growing new flower petals too. Soon, all of the flower petals recovered too. However, the color of the petals was still rather pale. Lin Yuan took a bottle of mountain spring water from the breeding room's table and poured it on the roots. He then continued to circulate the Spirit Kai. It took less than 20 minutes to recover the tough leaf chrysanthemum's injured roots. This time, Lin Yuan didn't even use the pure land of bliss to heal the tough leaf chrysanthemum. During the Class 2 Creation Master exam, Lin Yuan had taken 2 hours to recover the bronze sheer pincer's crab's injured roots. That was when Lin Yuan had used Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. If he hadn't used the Pure Land of Bliss, he would have needed around 4 hours. But now, Lin Yuan didn't use the Pure Land of Bliss. Yet he only used 20 minutes to heal the roots of a bronze Fae. Using simple calculations, after promoting to a Crank Spirit Kai professional, Lin Yuan's speed of healing a bronze Fae was now faster by nearly 10 times. It might also be because Lin Yuan had purified his body's impurities after drinking a bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Even if that was the case, after promoting to a crank spirit Kai professional, Lin Yuan's creation master capability underwent an overwhelming transformation. Lin Yuan might still be slightly below the standard of a Class 3 creation master, but it wasn't significant. After sensing that the tough leaf chrysanthemum was now healthy, Lin Yuan let out a breath. The tough leaf chrysanthemum's petals were now plump, and the leaves were also massive. The edges of the leaves looked particularly sharp too. However, due to the tough leaf chrysanthemum's injured roots, its entire body was severely dehydrated and still required a large replenishment of water. Half of the bottle of mountain spring water was now absorbed by the tough leaf chrysanthemum. Lin Yuan continued to circulate his spiritual power to replenish the water in the tough leaf chrysanthemum quickly. However, Lin Yuan felt that he encountered a subtle, but also rather obvious grade limit. The grade limit was something that Lin Yuan was familiar with. He checked on the tough leaf chrysanthemum and realized that it was a bronze X-Fey. It was just one step away from reaching silver grade. Since Lin Yuan could already feel the grade limit, he simply hastened the circulation of spiritual power to break through the limit. In just a short time, when the spirit Kai broke through the grade limit, the bronze tough leaf chrysanthemum started evolving. It grew to half a meter in height from its previous 30-centimeter height. The leaves were much more vibrant in color as well. The stem grew out with new leaves. It only had one flower at first, but there were 8 flower buds now. The flower buds were all gradually blooming. The newly grown flowers were much smaller than the first flower, but they would surely grow to a similar size with enough time. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the tough leaf chrysanthemum and involuntarily let out a satisfied smile. Fey name tough leaf chrysanthemum. Fey species chrysanthemum species genus. Fey grade silver 110. Leaf blade. The leaves on the stem can be shot out for long-distance physical damage. Flower bud cannon. Flowers can gather energy to shoot out poisonous energy attacks. Corrosive petals. Scatter the flower petals to conduct an area attack. The petals have paralysis and corrosive attributes. Enhanced poison attributes. Enhance the poison attributes, causing poison effects to enter deeper. The tough leaf chrysanthemum didn't just have a simple physical attack, as it could also use its poison attributes to injure and kill other Feys. However, this tough leaf chrysanthemum only had paralysis poison. When used together with the bronze raid exclusive skill, enhanced poison attributes, it allowed the tough leaf chrysanthemum to deal good damage. Its silver grade ability, corrosive petals, allowed the tough leaf chrysanthemum to have an additional corrosive attribute on top of the paralysis attribute. When used with enhanced poison attributes, it boosted the tough leaf chrysanthemum's offense capability. Paralysis poison provided a great control but weak lethality. However, it was now lethal with the corrosive poison. The silver grade ability was also able to provide a great AoE attack. It provided a great combination with leaf blade or flower bud cannon. One could say that the tough leaf chrysanthemum had a very successful evolution. Lin Yuan's objective for visiting the Creation Master Association was to fulfill the violent-tempered woman's promise and help her daughter heal her Fey. He had completed his agreed promise now. Lin Yuan had a feeling that it was rather troublesome to use the breeding room in the Creation Master Association. Therefore, if he was going to accept another request to heal the roots of a Fey, he would wait until his store was officially established. For now, Lin Yuan would mainly accept customized nurturing for Feys or to sell precious Feys. Doing so would allow him to accumulate radiance dollars rapidly. The cultivation of the body was a process of constant progress. All living things in this world would be improving, so it would be a regression if one stagnated. Lin Yuan called for the violent-tempered woman and her daughter to enter. When entering the breeding room, the mother and daughter were rather nervous. But after seeing the bigger and entirely different tough leaf chrysanthemum, they were stunned. Lin Yuan smiled at the violent-tempered woman's daughter and asked, "Aren't you able to recognize your own Fey?" Chapter 108 Sudden Ambush. The violent-tempered woman's daughter was in a daze. She activated her spiritual energy, and the tough leaf chrysanthemum was withdrawn back into her spiritual spatial zone without any obstruction. She was first pleasantly surprised, but immediately widened her mouth in shock. "My tough leaf chrysanthemum should be bronze, but it is now silver. Lin Yuan nodded. This tough leaf chrysanthemum has good potential. Its silver-grade ability has quite a good lethality, and when used together with the other abilities, it gives an overall boost. Next time, if you meet a horned demon again, your fae won't suffer damage to its roots. The violent-tempered woman quickly bowed to Lin Yuan and constantly thanked him. She then took out the revival soil that she had prepared, but was a little hesitant. Master, previously, our agreement was 500 grams of revival soil. I have obtained more, and this bag has 600 grams. However, I didn't prepare the fee for the evolution from bronze to silver. I wonder if you can spare me a few days. Lin Yuan took the revival soil and shook his hand. 100 grams of extra revival soil is enough for the compensation. Furthermore, I am the one that decided to evolve the tough leaf chrysanthemum to silver and didn't ask for your opinions. As such, I don't need extra compensation. This bag of revival soil wasn't cheap, and because of the great benefits it had for plant-type phase, its price wasn't any lower than gold-grade dragon beast blood. A bag of revival soil at 600 grams would probably require close to 300 radiance dollars. This price might still be relatively lower for other creation masters to heal a bronze phase roots, but it wasn't ridiculously cheaper. Moreover, the violent-tempered woman must have used quite the effort to find this bag of revival soil. After speaking, Lin Yuan didn't give the violent-tempered woman and her daughter any chance to thank him as he took the revival soil and left the breeding room. The violent-tempered woman's daughter was completely engrossed in the joy of her phase recovery and evolution. But the violent-tempered woman's eyes were moist again. Living in the royal capital might look to be glamorous, but how could anyone know of the pressure and sorrow of an ordinary woman who had to support her daughter after experiencing a harsh and cold of life? The violent-tempered woman had put on a mask. It was a hard mask to protect the soft insides. But now, she felt a warm light that was peaceful and powerful. A young and talented creation master was actually so kind in nature. It was extremely praiseworthy. When Lin Yuan left the royal capital's Creation Master Association and took just a few steps, someone called him from behind. Lin Yuan turned around and noticed that it was Elder Du that called him. Elder Du was walking over quickly and laughed heartily as he said, "Leaving so soon? This card is for you. The next time you revisit the royal capital's Creation Master Association, you can just present this card to the main hall's attendant, and they will bring you to see me. In the future, I will help you to handle anything you require." Lin Yuan received the card from Elder Du. Since it was a gift from an elder, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. However, Lin Yuan didn't plan to return to the royal capital's Creation Master Association. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still said, "I have troubled Elder Du. Elder Du is busy during normal times, so this junior naturally wouldn't dare to disturb you." Elder Du looked at Lin Yuan, and his smile got brighter. Since Lin Yuan had helped him out at the Radiant Moon Palace, coupled with Lin Yuan's calm and composed attitude and his talent to directly pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam, these factors caused Elder Du to admire Lin Yuan even more. Elder Du involuntarily made a comparison with Cheng Rui and felt that Cheng Rui was utterly inferior. Upon recalling that he had personally conferred the title of Tribunal Son to Cheng Rui, Elder Du felt a burning pain on his face. After bidding goodbye to Elder Du, Lin Yuan looked at the time and noticed that it was only 1,000 in the morning. His appointment with Liu Jai was at 1,500, and there were still 5 hours in between. Lin Yuan didn't have any other arrangements, so he contacted Liu Jai. After calling him, Liu Jai informed Lin Yuan that he was currently viewing a house in the suburban area. The houses in the suburban areas were relatively secluded, but their environment was superior. Instead of saying that it was a house, it was actually a plot of land that took up 5 square meters. Beside the land was a small, man-made lake, and the lake water was from the spring water up the mountain. The surrounding greenery was rather good too, and it was truly a place with great scenery. However, it was rather secluded, so the large piece of land's price wasn't considered too expensive. As such, Lin Yuan decided to meet Liu Jai in advance to see what the land looked like. After asking for the location, Lin Yuan called for special transportation that was exclusive to the royal capital. The Wind Travel Pigeon. The Wind Travel Pigeon was the royal capital's exclusive flying fae, and it was extremely hard to train. A special Wind Travel Pigeon trainer was required, and the Wind Travel Pigeon would only be able to transport customers after 2 years of training. The Wind Travel Pigeon was an extremely popular flying fae in the royal capital, and its unique point was that it didn't need anyone to control it. The trainer simply had to tell the Wind Travel Pigeon to fetch the customer from a certain place to a certain destination. The Wind Travel Pigeon had evolved from the messenger pigeons after the Spirit Kai awakening, and it was a silver fae. The flying speed wasn't considered fast, but the price wasn't low either. A single return trip would cost $0.5 radiance dollars. Since Lin Yuan was at the royal capital, he should try all its specialties. Everyone said that a Wind Travel Pigeon's back was more comfortable than the softest bed. Lin Yuan only waited for a moment, and a white pigeon with a 3-meter wingspan stopped beside him. Lin Yuan walked over and showed the order on his mobile phone to the Wind Travel Pigeon. The Wind Travel Pigeon then shook its wing and placed it on the ground as an indication for Lin Yuan to get onto its back by stepping on its wing. When Lin Yuan was riding on the Wind Travel Pigeon's back, he felt that its feathers were soft and silky. It didn't feel like a regular feather and was more like top-grade silk. The Wind Travel Pigeon didn't fly high nor fast, but the speed was at least 5 times faster than the speed hoof donkey car. Another unique trait of the Wind Travel Pigeon was that the travelers could view the scenery. The objective might be for travel, but the customers on its back were able to admire the royal capital's beautiful view. As soon as they flew out of the royal capital city area, they arrived at the northern suburban area, taking reference to the distance and the Wind Travel Pigeon's speed. Lin Yuan estimated that he would need around 10 minutes to reach the arranged location he was going to meet with Liu Jai. Lin Yuan was looking at the scenery of the suburban area. The Wind Travel Pigeon was flying around 25 meters in altitude, while some of the canopy plants like the willow trees were able to reach a height of 20 meters. When flying at a low altitude, Lin Yuan's breaths were filled with plant fragrance. At that moment, the Wind Travel Pigeon suddenly let out 2 intense cooing sounds. Immediately after, Lin Yuan noticed a gray energy beam hitting the Wind Travel Pigeon's wings left side. The impact of the energy beam was extremely powerful, and even Lin Yuan could feel the pressure. The left half of the Wind Travel Pigeon's body was blasted open with a wound and a burst of blood mist. Chapter 109 How Dare You? After the sudden ambush, the Wind Travel Pigeon rapidly flapped its right wing and was cooing as it fell toward the ground. When the Wind Travel Pigeon was falling, it turned back to look at Lin Yuan with a very anxious feeling. When it was around 3 to 4 meters away from the ground, the Wind Travel Pigeon felt as though it had lost all energy. At the crucial moment, the Wind Travel Pigeon turned and wrapped its right wing around Lin Yuan to protect him. Its head crashed onto the ground as dirt flew up, resulting in instant death. In fact, when the Wind Travel Pigeon turned to protect Lin Yuan in midair, it had already lost its life. When falling from such an altitude, its final form of defense was actually used to protect a complete stranger. This was just a mission entrusted by the trainer to a fae and the professionalism of a Wind Travel Pigeon as a flying fae. Since the Wind Travel Pigeon had protected him by using its body to relieve the impact, Lin Yuan didn't suffer any severe injuries. However, the impact of the fall still made Lin Yuan uncomfortable. Lin Yuan understood that someone targeted him. He wasn't a person to form any feud with others, so the only person who would ambush him could only be Cheng Rui. After emerging from the Wind Travel Pigeon's right wing, Lin Yuan looked at the Wind Travel Pigeon, which lay on the ground. Its eyes were going to be permanently closed. The blast injuries on the left side of the body and the impact from the fall made the Wind Travel Pigeon's corpse look abnormally miserable. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard an arrogant and vicious voice. "You didn't expect this, right? Since you kicked me, I shall take your life." Lin Yuan could see a dark-faced elder standing beside Cheng Rui. When looking at his facial features, Cheng Rui had a slight resemblance to the elder, an insect-type creature, around the length of an arm, with multiple legs, was crawling on the elder's shoulder. Evidently, this insect-type creature had shot out the earlier gray energy ray. This multi-legged insect creature was rather familiar to Lin Yuan, and it was rather apparent that it was the spine Gu's enlarged version. However, as compared to the spine Gu Cheng Rui had summoned during the contest, this spine Gu had plenty of golden rings on its body. The golden rings gave the sinister spine Gu a very bizarre appearance. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and circulated his spiritual power to summon Red Thorn and Chimey. At the same time, Genius used tool transformation to transform into a pair of glasses for Lin Yuan to wear. At that moment, Lin Yuan could hear the elder speaking to Cheng Rui. You can't even defeat an insect like him. His strongest fey is just bronze. Yet you actually needed to look for me if you didn't want to take revenge personally. A casual energy beam from the gold ring spine Gu would have been able to blast this kid and that unlucky wind travel pigeon into pieces. Cheng Rui summoned his fey, the gold spine Gu, which crawled out of Cheng Rui's Huku acupoint. It was so painful that Cheng Rui ground his teeth. Grandfather, had it not been someone protecting him, I would have finished him. Cheng Wu frowned and said in an impatient tone, then hurry up and make your move. This place might be the suburban area, but to make a move on a Class 2 Creation Master, it will still cause an inevitable commotion. Every Creation Master was the Radiance Federation's capital, and thus, killing a Creation Master was considered a serious matter in the Radiance Federation. Cheng Rui smiled sinisterly at Lin Yuan and said, it is not bad that your Creation Master talent is enough for you to be brought to the Radiant Moon Palace. Elder Du is also protective of you. However, your talent will be destroyed in just a moment, after you lose your arms and legs. Let's see what else you can be proud of. Lin Yuan unsealed the Spirit Gather Goldfish exclusive skill, Spirit Kai Imprint. All of the Spirit Kai accumulated by his bronze Spirit Gather Goldfish suddenly burst out of the Spirit Kai imprint on Lin Yuan's back. At the same time, Chimey quickly executed Turbulence and used Sound Thrust to attack Cheng Rui. Lin Yuan then poured all his spiritual power into Red Thorn, allowing its spiky vines to rapidly extend and wrap at Cheng Rui. Lin Yuan had an immense amount of Spirit Kai, and it was enough for Red Thorn's vines to instantly extend by 20 meters. Just as Lin Yuan's all-out attack was about to reach Cheng Rui, a cold snort resounded, and the gold ring spine Gu on Cheng Rui's shoulder let out a hissing roar. A gray energy wave disintegrated all of Lin Yuan's attacks and severely injured Red Thorn, Chimey, and Genius. Genius was no longer able to maintain its tool transformation state and fell onto the ground beside Lin Yuan. He felt intense pain as there was a hot surge within his stomach, and he vomited fresh blood. Lin Yuan had been aware that things weren't going to be good for him, and there wasn't any chance for resistance. Thus, he had executed an all-out attack on Cheng Rui. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected for his all-out attack to be easily countered by the gold ring spine Gus' casual burst of energy. Cheng Rui was drenched in a cold sweat. Lin Yuan's sudden attack had been about to reach him and kill him. It made Cheng Rui shocked and afraid, but the resentment in his eyes was even more concentrated now. Cheng Rui didn't think that his carelessness had nearly allowed Lin Yuan's attack to send him to his grave. The shock that Cheng Rui received was instantly converted into overwhelming hatred. The hatred dyed the resentment with colorful mania as Cheng Rui yelled, if my spine Gu doesn't drill your spinal cord empty, I shall give up my family name. Cheng, you just die of a slow and agonizing death as the spine Gu slowly chew on your spinal cord. Lin Yuan struggled to get up. The intense pain ravaging his entire body might just cause Lin Yuan to collapse on the ground again. Lin Yuan wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, but the movements aggravated his injuries and made him vomit another mouthful of blood again. At the same time, the severely injured Chimey, Genius, and Red Thorn also stood up. Cheng Rui and Cheng Wu adapted their attacking stances. Just as Cheng Rui was about to kick Lin Yuan, Red Thorn shot out a mouthful of corrosive fluid. Cheng Rui was already prepared as the spine Gu was brandished like a blade to block Red Thorn's attack. It also sliced off several of Red Thorn's vines. But just as the spine Gu was attacking at Red Thorn, Chimey let out a weak chirp, sending 3 sound thrusts at Cheng Rui at a close range. It shocked Cheng Rui, but a forceful wind blocked Chimey's sound thrust. Then, Lin Yuan, Chimey, Genius, and Red Thorn were sent flying back by a few meters again. Lin Yuan wanted to struggle to stand again, but he couldn't. Upon seeing Redthorn, Genius, and Chimey collapsed on the ground, Lin Yuan circulated his leftover spiritual power to withdraw them into his spiritual spatial zone. Lin Yuan looked at the proud afternoon sun in the sky and felt that it was much more glaring than usual. In this life and death situation, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the wind by his ears was light and indifferent. Shang Wu frowned and looked at the incompetent Chang Rui. You nearly died in the hands of this insect twice. Do you not understand that a lion will use all its strength, even when hunting a rabbit? I shall teach you another lesson on what is fast and ruthless. Just as Chang Wu's words faded, the gold ring spine goo rapidly shrunk down and flew toward Lin Yuan's spine at the neck. The gold ring spine goo generated an ear-piercing sound as it flew. Right at that split moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the royal capital's sky had turned dark. A new moon was suspended in the sky, nearly covering the proud afternoon sun, as an enraged voice reverberated throughout the horizon. How dare you? Chapter 110 Cold Moon Lone Disk. The afternoon sun was shining gloriously when a bright moon suddenly appeared and lit up the entire sky with moonlight. At that moment, several experts in the royal capital lifted their heads simultaneously to look at the cold moon in the sky that covered the sunlight. Amongst the experts was a 30-year-old man whose eyes resembled a middle-aged man that had gone through countless experiences. He was holding a jade bamboo and frowning with an appalled expression. It is the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk. One had to know that among the Moon Empress phase, the Cold Moon Lone Disk was mainly used for killing. What exactly happened for the Moon Empress to summon the Cold Moon Lone Disk? Opposite the man with the jade bamboo was a middle-aged man in red armor, and he was holding a black stone. When the cold moon appeared in the sky, the black stone dropped on the board and disrupted the black and white stones. It interrupted the game that was about to settle with a winner. Babu Monarch. Has the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk reached the myth breed? I wonder how much stronger is the Cold Moon Lone Disk as compared to back then. The Bamboo Monarch held the jade bamboo and said with a grave expression, You know of the Moon Empress temper too. Since her Cold Moon Lone Disk appeared, something major must have happened. The Bamboo Monarch turned into an afterimage after speaking and headed for the place where the cold moonlight was. The red-armored man also left afterimages as he followed the Bamboo Monarch. The Spirit Guard's HQ was considered the place with the strongest combat power within the royal capital. Multiple individuals wearing Spirit Guard crests were entering and exiting the headquarters. In the Spirit Guard's HQ's chief hall was a rather skinny and masked woman. Her eyes flashed as she looked at the cold moon through the window and said, A tall moon high up in the sky. A blade that has been withdrawn for 10 years. Why are you making a move again? I hope that the situation isn't like the previous time. After speaking, the black-clothed masked woman vanished from the chief hall. A few pieces of paper floated down from the table, making them look lonely. In the imperial court of the royal capital's Radiance Imperial Palace was an old man in the main seat. Two middle-aged men, who had similarly overwhelming prowess, were seated on his left and right. The old man looked at the cold moon that had suddenly appeared and knocked on the table with his finger, while the other hand held his forehead. He turned to look at the two middle-aged men and muttered for a moment before he said to the man on the left with a cold face, I in prison. Go and find out what happened to make the Moon Empress so enraged. When a tree falls in a horizon of mountain trees, it is as clear as when the moon shines down on the river. I hope that the Moon Empress Radiant Moon of Wrath isn't going to be scorching like the incident 10 years ago. A man in golden armor stood up from the seat on the left with his blade in hand and acknowledged in a cold tone, Yes. Subsequently, the golden-armored man vanished from the left seat. The man on the right seat looked as though he had a smiling face. He involuntarily asked, Your Excellency should know of Iron Prison's temperament. Aren't you afraid that Iron Prison will only further infuriate the Moon Empress? The old man looked at the smiling man on the right seat and said, Cicada song. If Iron Prison doesn't go, the person that infuriated the Moon Empress will not have any chance of survival. The smiling man said without paying much mind. The Moon Empress isn't easily enraged. Since the Cold Moon Lone Disk appeared, it means she has the intention to kill. Those who infuriated the Moon Empress naturally have to pay the price. Even Iron Prison. Therefore, I should go too. The old man stayed silent for a moment and nodded. The smiling man then vanished from his seat the instant that old man nodded. After a loud "How dare you" echoed. The moonlight of the cold moon poured toward this place. Lin Yuan felt as though the moonlight had a healing effect. In just a short moment, all the pain and the internal burning sensation of his body was slowly vanishing due to the moonlight's nourishment. However, Shang Rui and Cheng Wu were feeling something that was entirely different. The moonlight instantly disintegrated Cheng Rui and the spine goo on his body. Cheng Wu's Diamond Fantasy V Gold Ring spine goo was also immobilized after getting fixated by the moonlight. Even though the Gold Ring spine goo was a Diamond Fantasy V source-type lifeform, when illuminated by the moonlight's radiance, its feelers, legs, and armor were still slowly disintegrated. Sheng Yu's body was also feeling something strange as the moonlight's radiance illuminated him. He felt that his body was burning up. But it was a burning sensation without pain. However, he could clearly feel that the cells within his body were constantly vanishing. In just a short period of time, 3 fingers from his left hand had already disintegrated. Cheng Wu immediately yelled, "Will the Moon Empress please be merciful? I don't know what wrong I have committed for the Moon Empress to personally punish me." A woman wearing moon-colored robes descended along with the moonlight. In just a split second, she stood beside Lin Yuan. A small rabbit, which was eating a radish, was on the moon-robed woman's shoulder. The small rabbit looked at Lin Yuan and hopped off on him. It used its small claws to scratch on the radish for a long time before pulling off a small piece of radish skin. It looked at the radish skin with heartache while looking at Lin Yuan with dislike. The small rabbit lifted its head to see that the Moon Empress was looking at it, so it unwillingly placed the radish skin in Lin Yuan's mouth. Lin Yuan's body was already recovering under the moonlight's radiance when he suddenly fully recovered. He had a strong feeling that his body was quickly reverted to its prime condition when the radish skin entered his mouth. Even Red Thorn, Chimey, and Genius, which lay injured in his spiritual spatial zone, instantly recovered. When the small rabbit saw that Lin had recovered, it quickly opened up Lin Yuan's mouth and pulled out the radish skin. It then cleaned the radish skin on its fur before pasting it back onto the radish carefully. Lin Yuan stood up and noticed that the Moon Empress was looking at him with concern. Before he could speak, the Moon Empress said with self-blame, "When you left, I should have asked either Cold Moon or Mystic Moon to follow you. It is my negligence. I didn't think that someone would actually dare to make a move in the royal capital's suburban area." As soon as the Moon Empress finished her statement, the domineering moonlight felt as though it was going to penetrate the sun. Cheng Wu was currently circulating all his spiritual power to resist the moonlight that was penetrating through all pores. He wanted to recall the Fantasy V Gold Ring spine goo, but the moonlight didn't allow it to move an inch. Once the Moon Empress spoke to Lin Yuan, Cheng Wu's entire body was drenched. The depths of his soul emitted a sensation of terror as he plopped and knelt on the ground. He couldn't even say what he wanted to say. Cheng Wu's heart was shocked and sorrowful when the moonlight completely disintegrated Cheng Rui. But now, Cheng Wu was filled with hatred toward his own grandson. My grandson sought revenge on the Moon Empress. This insect-like kid actually had an overwhelming backer like the Moon Empress. In normal times, Cheng Wu would wish for a chance to bootlick the Moon Empress. Unexpectedly, he had actually taken the initiative to touch the barrel of a gun that he should have never even gotten close to. Chapter 111 Moonlight Flare. The Moon Empress looked at Cheng Wu, who was kneeling on the ground, and waved her hand without any expression on her face. The Fantasy V Gold Ring spine goo was then wrapped around by the muslin-like moonlight, causing it to let out a miserable scream. Even if the Gold Ring spine goo was a Diamond Fantasy V Fae, it still wasn't able to resist the moonlight at all. In fact, when it was trying to scream, the moonlight trapped its voice and couldn't get emitted at all. The serene and beautiful moonlight actually concealed a murderous intent, merciless and sharp. The Moon Empress was even going to give Cheng Wu the chance to explain. Just as Cheng Wu felt the Gold Ring spine goo deteriorating, he became mournful and pounded his head on the ground as he kowtowed and said, "I beg the Moon Empress to spare my life. I, Cheng Wu, am willing to use the rest of my life to serve under the Moon Empress." The Moon Empress had a bone-chilling expression, but her voice was still mild and gentle. However, the mild and gentle voice carried an unreserved killing intent. Since you wish to kill this Empress disciple, you should have known that a killer must be prepared to get killed too. The Moon Empress paused for a moment and continued, "You are not worthy to serve under this Empress. Repent under the moonlight." After hearing the Moon Empress' words, Chang Wu's eyes turned lifeless, and he even forgot to circulate his spirit Kai for a moment. Thus, the moonlight instantly disintegrated one of his arms. The Moon Empress didn't conceal the killing intent in her words, as she wanted Chang Wu to know that he wasn't going to escape this calamity. Chang Wu had never expected that this kid he treated as an insect was actually the Moon Empress disciple. If it was some other form of relationship, he might be lucky enough to keep his life. Earlier on, he had made a move on the Moon Empress, simply a move to kill. Had it not been for the Moon Empress obstruction, his gold ring spine goo might have emptied Lin Yuan's spinal cord now. At that thought, Cheng Wu's heart turned into dead ashes. Just as Cheng Wu felt he was going to vanish under the moonlight, a jade-green bamboo leaf suddenly appeared and hovered over Cheng Wu's head. The jade-green bamboo leaf was emitting bright green radiance, blocking the concentrated moonlight for Cheng Wu. However, in just a few seconds, the bamboo leaf gradually vanished and was also completely disintegrated by the moonlight. A white-clothed middle-aged man holding a jade bamboo appeared beside Cheng Wu. The middle-aged man kicked Cheng Wu, sending him flying a dozen meters away and allowing Cheng Wu to leave the most concentrated spot within the moonlight. Immediately after, a red-armored man appeared beside Cheng Wu, and he emitted spiritual power with a wave of his hand to block off the moonlight that wasn't considered concentrated. The red-armored man quickly said, "If the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk continues to emit the moonlight, Cheng Wu will really disintegrate. Will the Moon Empress please reconsider?" While speaking, the red-armored man released a strand of Spirit Kai and covered Cheng Wu. The Spirit Kai strand revolved around Cheng Wu's body, but it was unable to recover his injuries. As such, the red-armored man was appalled. He had already heard of the incredible exclusive skill of the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk. The Cold Moon Lone Disk's exclusive skill, sublimation, was able to transform any substance into a fourth state apart from gaseous, liquid, or solid states. It would turn the substance into nothingness. After seeing it personally today, it was truly worthy of its reputation. Cheng Wu might be a pinnacle class 4 creation master, but he had only formed a contract with the source-type lifeform. The gold ring spine goo was able to enhance the creation master's capability, but it wasn't really adept in combat. Nonetheless, it was still a diamond fantasy V source-type lifeform, yet it couldn't even resist the moonlight. While thinking like that, the red-armored man felt a chill in his heart. His combat strength might be superior to Cheng Wu, but as he sensed the moonlight and looked at the cold moon in the sky, he couldn't help but wonder how long he could have endured within the moonlight. When the Moon Empress saw that someone was actually trying to protect Cheng Wu, she frowned. At the moment she frowned, the moonlight emitted a flaring prowess. The man with the jade bamboo coughed lightly and said, "Moon Empress, Cheng Wu is still a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Even if he really offended you, you have already punished him. He has already lost an arm. Are you able to give this monarch face and spare Cheng Wu's life?" As soon as the bamboo monarch finished speaking and saw the Moon Empress expression, he could tell the situation wasn't good. The Moon Empress waved her hand in the sky, while the moonlight revolved around her hand with the cold moon's color. The Moon Empress sneered and said, "Give you, the bamboo monarch, face when have I?" The Moon Empress, "Given anyone a face, could it be that you wish to have your purple bamboo forest have both the sun and moon together for an entire month?" The 3 questions the Moon Empress posed made the bamboo monarch put on a helpless expression. He was well aware of the Moon Empress' temper and knew that it was impossible for her to spare Cheng Wu on his account. Despite that, the bamboo monarch glanced at Cheng Wu first before he frowned lightly and said in a serious tone, "Each pinnacle class 4 creation master is the Radiance Federation's capital. Hence, this monarch requests for the Moon Empress to be merciful again." The Moon Empress said with a cold voice, The Radiance Federation's capital. Since when can the Radiance Federation's capital make a move on a young Class 2 creation master? Such capital is already corrupted. The Bamboo Monarch finally looked at Lin Yuan, who stood beside the Moon Empress. He looked at the bloodstains on the ground and on Lin Yuan's body. It was still bright red and had yet to dry up. The blood was so bright red because Lin Yuan's inner organs had been ruptured, and he had vomited out. The Bamboo Monarch used his peripheral vision to shoot an arrow-like glance, filled with disgust, at Cheng Wu. He then said to Lin Yuan with a gentle voice, "Young friend, the Moon Empress has already stopped Cheng Wu from making a move against you. Why don't I ask Cheng Wu to compensate you with some precious, spiritual ingredients? I will make sure that he resolves this hatred, and will not seek trouble with you ever again." Lin Yuan was initially shocked that he could see the Class 5 Creation Master, Bamboo Monarch. 2 of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters of the Radiance Federation were present. The Bamboo Monarch's voice might sound gentle and pleasing, while the way he addressed Lin Yuan as a young friend might seem friendly. But was Lin Yuan really able to refuse this proposal? Before Lin Yuan could speak, the Moon Empress' hand revolved with radiance before she grasped it. The Fantasy V Gold Ring Spine goo was then enveloped in moonlight and started struggling violently under the sudden moonlight flare. The flaring moonlight instantly sublimated the Diamond Fantasy V life form into the air and turned it into undetectable particles of dust. Should I take this as the Bamboo Monarch trying to make things difficult for my disciple? Worms appear from rotting flesh. Holes appear in dried up fish. Anything corrupted and rotting should be eliminated. Is the Bamboo Monarch thinking that flowers can be grown from rotting wood and bloom with radiance? Chapter 112 Greatest Leniency. When Lin Yuan heard the Moon Empress' words, he felt warmth in his heart. The Bamboo Monarch's tone might have sounded gentle, but it was unquestionable. Subsequently, the Moon Empress' statement was to protect him. When the Bamboo Monarch found out that the youth beside the Moon Empress was her disciple, he revealed a surprised look on his face before he smiled and said, "I congratulate the Moon Empress for obtaining a great disciple." Presently, the Bamboo Monarch knew that nothing he said was going to be useful. Cheng Wu's attack on the Moon Empress' disciple was no different than courting death. He watched as the Moon Empress sublimated Cheng Wu's gold ring spine goo with the moonlight and didn't show any signs of obstruction. After the gold ring spine goo was disintegrated, Cheng Wu's originally bloodless face was now even paler, and he was perspiring with cold sweat. The gold ring spine gust's death left an immense mental trauma on Cheng Wu's spiritual energy. Cheng Wu's physical injuries didn't make him suffer as much as the mental trauma. It was unbearable. All of a sudden, a rather charming voice echoed from the horizon. A masked and black-robed woman arrived while she stepped on air. The Moon Empress is truly incredible and has directly sublimated this gold ring spine goo. Cheng Wu had only formed a contract with this source-type lifeform. So, since it is already dead, I wonder if the Moon Empress' anger is appeased. Although the black-robed woman's mask made it impossible to fully see her face, her eyes were still exposed. She was looking at the Moon Empress with a complex expression. The Moon Empress lifted her head and looked at the black-robed woman with complex eyes too. However, her expression didn't change. It is none of your matters if this Empress' anger is appeased. As a chief guard, why are you not overseeing the spirit guards? Are you really that free? Lin Yuan looked up at the sky after hearing the words. This black-robed woman is actually the chief guard of the spirit guard. She is the current era's top-class expert. The black-robed woman was now standing beside the Bamboo Monarch as she said, "Ziyuan, the punishment is enough. You are not young and are already a Class 5 Creation Master. You are the Radiance Federation's pillar and should know when to punish and reward." As soon as the black-robed woman finished speaking, an intense spirit Kai wave surged, and a golden-armored middle-aged man appeared next to the red-armored man. He walked past the red-armored man, grabbed Cheng Wu up from the ground, and said in a loud voice, "Chief Guardi is right. Cheng Wu is a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master recognized by the Creation Master Association. Even if he is at fault, he should only be judged first before being punished. Now that the Moon Empress has punished him, leave the rest to me." The red-armored man flashed and arrived in front of the Bamboo Monarch. He had to quickly stand away from the gold-armored man. He then silently complained, Why is Iron Prison here too? It is fine if he is here. But he actually dares to speak to the Moon Empress like this. Isn't he trying to seek trouble? Given the style that Iron Prison handled matters, he would probably suffer in the Moon Empress' hands. The red-armored man looked at the Bamboo Monarch and realized that the latter was looking at Iron Prison with a displeased expression. He didn't know that the Bamboo Monarch was also saying, "Not good." In his heart, Iron Prison handles matters in a straightforward manner. Putting it in a nice way is to say that it is his dominance. But is his dominance useful against the Moon Empress? If this isn't a foolish act, then what is? Sheng Wu nearly killed the Moon Empress disciple. Now that Iron Prison arrived, he actually went against the Moon Empress and ordered her. I don't even dare to do it. Sheng Wu had also come back to his senses now, and recalled that he was still a respected Pinnacle Class 4 creation master and very useful to the Radiance Federation. At that thought, Sheng Wu's mind lit up. So he looked at the gold-armored man who had grabbed him and said, "Lord Iron Prison, I beg you to save me." Sheng Wu then turned to look at the Moon Empress. "Lordess Moon Empress. Sheng Wu. No, I am wrong. I am willing to give up all my wealth to your great disciple. I just hope for you to spare my life." When Iron Prison heard Sheng Wu calling him for help, his face turned unpleasant. He might be a straightforward person, but he understood that this would make it seem like he was directly opposing the Moon Empress. However, Iron Prison didn't throw Sheng Wu away from his hand and continued to say with a cold face, "Lordess Moon Empress has already given the punishment. You have to set your punishments and rewards apart." The Moon Empress sneered and stood in the air. The concentrated moonlight felt as though it had turned solid before it swept at Iron Prison. "This Empress is the Moon Empress. Therefore, my punishment to Sheng Wu is a reward too. So how am I not setting the punishment and reward apart? Since you wish to take Sheng Wu away, then I shall see if you, Iron Prison, have the capability to do so." Wherever the Moon Empress moonlight swept across, there would be moon-colored ripples. It was utterly beautiful, but everyone who saw it felt a shiver in their spines. Iron Prison suddenly activated his spiritual energy and summoned a prehistoric dragon beast that was roughly 40 meters in size. The dragon beast spat out energy in preparation to defend against the moonlight. When the Moon Empress saw Iron Prison summoning his fae, her eyes sparkled with cold light. At the same time, the bright moon in the sky suddenly burst out with radiance. The moonlight was like water with ripples, and within those ripples, a barefooted young girl in a dress made out of the cold moon walked down from the moon. The young girl's long hair was the extremely concentrated moonlight, and her gorgeous face had a 70 resemblance to the Moon Empress. The moment the young girl walked down the moonlight, it felt as though sparkling stars accompanied the moonlight. The prehistoric dragon beast immediately let out a pitiful roar and was sent flying. Subsequently, the Bamboo Monarch and the black-robed woman each shot out an energy beam to help block the moonlight's attack. The Bamboo Monarch looked at the Moon Empress with shock, but also pleasant surprise. "Moon Empress, your cold moon lone disk has reached Myth Roman 2. The red-armored man beside the Bamboo Monarch looked at the girl that walked out of the moonlight with shiny eyes. "Myth Roman 2. Face could transform and take a human form." The Moon Empress stood in the sky and sneered. "Bamboo Monarch, you old thing. Your Ink Point Emperor Bamboo was already a myth breed a few dozen years ago. This Empress doesn't believe that your Ink Point Emperor Bamboo hasn't reached Myth Roman 2 yet." The Moon Empress took a glance at the Bamboo Monarch and another glance at the black-robed masked woman before saying, "Since you wish to fight, this Empress shall not hold back. This Empress has been secluded for 10 years. And it seems that none of you put this Empress in your eyes." After speaking, the Moon Empress lifted her shoulder, and the small white rabbit that was gnawing on the radish suddenly turned extremely purple. Just as its fur was reaching its peak of purple, a voice suddenly echoed from the skies, and it sounded rather urgent. A man, who originally had a smiling face, was yelling out to the Moon Empress with an urgent expression. "Moon Empress, have you forgotten about the incident 10 years ago? You have been in seclusion for 10 years. Isn't it because you weren't able to forget that incident from 10 years ago?" The voice was extremely urgent, and when the Moon Empress heard this statement, she paused and went silent for a moment. She waved her hand, and the lone moon in the sky instantly vanished. The afternoon sun became glaring like normal again. The Moon Empress turned around and pulled Lin Yuan before soaring into the sky. She didn't turn back to look at anyone, but her cold voice echoed. Sheng Wu tried to murder this Empress disciple. Radiance Federation's Class 2 Creation Master. Lin Yuan. His punishment should be death. Since all of you used the incident 10 years ago to stab at this Empress or spot, Sheng Wu shall be imprisoned to cleanse his sins. The Moon Empress paused for 3 seconds before she continued saying, he shall not be released unless he dies. This is already this Empress' greatest leniency. One literally sobbing moon. Chapter 1113 Transformation of Attitude. The Moon Empress brought Lin Yuan back to the Radiant Moon Palace. After checking on his injuries carefully, she said with concern, it is my fault. When you left, I didn't even think to let someone follow you. You have been shocked, but it is also good. This incident taught you something that I don't know how I should have taught you. While speaking, the Moon Empress paused for a moment and looked at Lin Yuan in a very serious manner. Everything you possess in this world is nothing as compared to your strength. Lin Yuan nodded after hearing the Moon Empress' words. At that moment, Lin Yuan was looking at the Moon Empress with eyes that were entirely different from before. Previously, Lin Yuan might have known that the Moon Empress was his master, but he was still in the process of adaptation. After all, no relationships were built overnight. However, when Sheng Wu had tried to kill him, and he had been helpless to resist, it was the Moon Empress Moonlight that had saved him. It was the current era's absolute expert that had protected him. Had it not been for Lin Yuan, would the Moon Empress have to make things difficult for Sheng Wu? Would all those experts have gathered? Lin Yuan was indescribably touched. After having to face the harsh world and reality with determination since the age of 8, now that he had been protected from this crisis, a sore feeling arose spontaneously. It was a kind of feeling that Lin Yuan couldn't divulge and could only suppress it in his heart. The unfamiliar term master was suddenly engraved within his heart at the age of 18. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan looking at her, she frowned and looked at Lin Yuan with concern. It is definitely a shock to experience such an incident for the first time, but it will not happen in the future. Master is here. Lin Yuan's eyes had this sore feeling, but it was very dry, and no tears would flow out. Although his eyes were dry, his heart was filled with plenty of warmth. Lin Yuan pursed his lips for a long time and opened his mouth, but couldn't say a thing. He was only able to speak after a moment. I am no longer afraid now. I know that in this world, one's strength will always be the foundation to protect oneself. Seeing how Lin Yuan recovered so quickly, the Moon Empress nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yuan recalled when all those experts mentioned the incident that happened 10 years ago. However, if the incident involved all those pinnacle experts, it wasn't possible to read about it on the star web. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the Moon Empress handing over a box. 3 crests were inside the box, and they were the same crests as the ones Lin Yuan had received after passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam. However, each crest had an additional and abnormally exquisite carving symbol of a crescent moon. When Lin Yuan received the Moon Empress box, he immediately bowed and called the Moon Empress as master. A smile appeared on the Moon Empress' cold face. She then handed a token, which was warm to the touch and pure like jade, to Lin Yuan. The jade token was engraved with 2 crescent moons, and they were connected on the top and bottom tips, giving off an ancient feeling. This is the Radiant Moon token. Previously, you refused all of my gifts. Now that you have already gone through the ceremonial rites to have me as your master, I don't know what to give you either. Take this Radiant Moon token, and if you need any spiritual ingredients, you can just bring this Radiant Moon token to the Radiant Moon Palace's spiritual ingredient vault. Lin Yuan solemnly received the Radiant Moon token. After experiencing this incident, his attitude was already different. Before the life-or-death experience, Lin Yuan had been thinking to rely on himself and take each diligent step on his own. He might still be thinking like this, but his mind was now a little open. His persistence to rely on his own capability to collect spiritual ingredients was indeed correct. He had already gone through the ceremony rites, and the Moon Empress was now officially his master. Lin Yuan knew that his greatest challenge right now was to collect spiritual ingredients. This was also why his phase quality had yet to reach the legend quality. It also resulted in Lin Yuan having 3 willpower runes for nothing. His Jasmine Lily was already bronze X epic. He only lacked a few spiritual ingredients to upgrade it to the legend quality. By fusing the willpower rune he had comprehended in the mountains, the Jasmine Lily could evolve into a fantasy breed. If that was the case, Lin Yuan would be able to possess a bronze fantasy breed. Ling Xiao had previously mentioned that the earlier the Fae progressed to a fantasy breed, the greater the potential. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very ambitious and wanted Redthorn to also reach the legend quality at bronze. Once Redthorn reached the legend quality, he would be able to fuse it with the willpower rune he had comprehended during the massacre, allowing Redthorn to become a fantasy breed too. Lin Yuan had comprehended the 3rd willpower rune when he had been observing the change of day and night. This willpower rune might be a little compatible with Chime, but it still lacked a little. Chime's exclusive skill was Clear Sky, and it carried the power of the sun. However, this willpower rune involved the change between day and night. So Lin Yuan had another plan for this rune. Lin Yuan was still able to contract one more Fae or a Source-type life form with an extremely low spiritual energy requirement. As of now, Lin Yuan had never even been in a rush to form a new contract. If there was a suitable Fae that was compatible with the willpower rune he comprehended during the change of day and night, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind having an additional Fae. After getting attacked by Cheng Wu, Lin Yuan had already prioritized the increase of his strength as the most important matter now. It wasn't difficult for Lin Yuan to increase his strength, and all he needed was time. Thus, Lin Yuan made a slight adjustment to the plan he had in his mind. For the next year, he set his goal on increasing his strength. Given the Radiant Moon Palace's spiritual ingredient resources, Lin Yuan believed that he would undergo a transformation during this 1 year. Seeing that Lin Yuan accepted the Radiant Moon token, the Moon Empress was extremely happy. Go and rest well for the next 2 days. Your physical injuries might have recovered, but if you feel anything wrong with your spirit, tell me. As a master, the Moon Empress knew that there were things that she wasn't able to provide guidance, such as the first kill or the first escape from death. These transformations to the attitude were things that a Spirit Kai professional had to overcome themselves, and a master could only give guidance. Lin Yuan left the Moon Empress inner palace and returned to his pavilion. He sat on the chair as his mind was still flashing back with the scene of the gold ring spine goo flying toward his neck area. However, Lin Yuan wasn't afraid and was filled with courage instead. After experiencing this formless setback, Lin Yuan knew that he had to work hard to become stronger. He entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and checked on Redthorn, Genius, and Chime. After seeing that they were doing fine, Lin Yuan was finally relieved. Redthorn's vines that were sliced by the spine goo had also grown back out. Unexpectedly, the Redthorn's quality had upgraded from flawless to epic after this battle. It was also at Elite Roman 9. Lin Yuan was delighted. Redthorn's quality upgrade might have been related to the battle, but it was mainly due to the nutritious flesh within the diamond grade face storage box. After all, Redthorn's evolution relied on consumption. If it consumed large quantities of flesh, Lin Yuan believed that Redthorn would evolve into the bronze in the next day or two. It would allow Redthorn to welcome its first exclusive skill. By then, it would be Redthorn's first and true metamorphosis as a Source-type life form. Chapter 114 The Legendary Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Lin Yuan didn't withdraw Genius and Chime into his spiritual spatial zone, nor did he let them reside in the pavilion. Instead, he kept them within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Platinum Cane Luffa and the Celery Vine were placed on the table inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone by Lin Yuan. An ordinary wooden table was gradually turned into jade due to the Spirit Kai concentration that was 10 times more concentrated than the outside world. It was now extremely exquisite. Lin Yuan now had an idea to place more wooden materials within the Spirit Lock spatial zone and allow them to turn into jade after a period of time. Turning wood into a jade-like texture might not be useful, but it was very rare. The great appearance also allowed the price to be marked up. Especially jade-textured furniture were considered luxury items. When Genius and Chime were hungry, They could just consume the platinum celery vine and cane luffa from the table. After experiencing that battle earlier and seeing Lin Yuan vomiting blood, Genius and Chimey were obediently sticking on to Lin Yuan. After every minute or two, Chimey would be chirping noisily beside Lin Yuan's ears, and it would only relax after Lin Yuan guaranteed that he was fine. Genius was also crouching on Lin Yuan's shoulder and saying, "Yuan, I was scared to death. I am useless and couldn't be of any use in combat." Lin Yuan quickly rubbed Genius' head until it let out a comfortable purr. Lin Yuan then said, "Had it not been for your glasses form, allowing me to dodge the Kai force at the crucial moment, I might not have been able to crawl up after the first wave of attack. Therefore, Genius is great." Genius meowed a few times after hearing Lin Yuan's response and climbed up the table to seek a comfortable position before sleeping soundly. After seeing Lin Yuan praising Genius, Chimey chirped loudly and flew beside Lin Yuan's ear again. Lin Yuan then chuckled and plucked off a leaf of the celery vine before feeding it to Chimey. Chimey's sound thrust is great too. Had it not been for Chimey's sound thrust, it would have been impossible to nearly injure Cheng Rui. After Lin Yuan's praise, Chimey ate the small teared-up shards of celery vine leaves happily. Once it ate and drank to its fill, it flew toward Genius' head with satisfaction before sleeping within Genius' fur. The battle earlier had exhausted plenty of Genius and Chimey's spirit. The easiest way to replenish the spirit exhaustion was to have a great sleep. As for the gold wind speed rapid antelope, Lin Yuan had already placed it for sale on his Star Web store. Plenty of people offered to buy it. Their offers great at that, but Lin Yuan hesitated to sell it. Lin Yuan walked to the water tanks beside the spirit pool and noticed that many of the 5 fortune ranchu eggs had already hatched. Numerous small fish were swimming within the water tanks, and they were less than half a centimeter long. The spirit siphon goldfish baby fish didn't require any food when in an environment with rich spirit kai. However, Lin Yuan still scooped the first batch of baby fish into another water tank. The baby fish had poor vision, and due to the rapid growth in this rich spirit kai environment, they might just eat up those eggs that had yet to hatch. The spirit pool also had plenty of normal spirit siphon goldfish that had evolved into elite grade. However, these elite spirit siphon goldfish only dared to swim at the border of the spirit pool. Only Lin Yuan's contracted spirit gather goldfish, Blackie, would be able to enjoy the central and spacious part of the spirit pool. From time to time, it would sink to the bottom of the pool to consume one butterfly shell, giving off a truly relaxed feeling. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan noticed a very interesting scene. The spirit gather goldfish, Blackie, grabbed a butterfly shell and swam toward the edge of the pool. It then brandished its tail to push aside 2 elite spirit siphon goldfish, leaving behind a female 5 fortune ranchu. Blackie spat out the butterfly shell toward the female 5 fortune ranchu, and after seeing the female 5 fortune ranchu carefully eating the butterfly shell, Blackie then turned back with pride and swam back to the center of the pool. After the female 5 fortune ranchu ate the butterfly shell, it swam toward the center of the pool carefully. Blackie didn't bother about the female 5 fortune ranchu that swam over, but when other elite spirit siphon goldfish swam over, Blackie would ruthlessly swing its big tail to chase them away. Lin Yuan was flabbergasted, and involuntarily recalled about the fiendish couple when he had picked up the bottle cap. He suddenly felt as though he was fed with dog food by his own fae and said silently in his mind, "Animals have emotions and feelings too." At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard an extremely delicate sound. He turned around and noticed that the butterfly cocoon he had placed on the table had cracked open lightly. A newborn blue flash butterfly was trying its best to emerge. The newborn blue flash butterfly's wings were still very tender as they were all crumpled together and couldn't extend fully. Lin Yuan only walked over and watched without doing anything else. A butterfly's first obstacle was to extend its wings, and it was the hardest obstacle that plenty of butterflies weren't able to overcome. However, once it overcame this obstacle, the butterfly wouldn't have any more obstructions and would be able to soar freely in the blue skies. But once the blue flash butterfly extended its wing fully, Lin Yuan was stunned. The wings weren't blue but purple. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded and didn't hesitate to use Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock. To set this purple-winged blue flash butterfly as a spirit-locked fae, Lin Yuan was unable to come back to his senses, even after forming the contract with the blue flash butterfly. Am I really that lucky to form a contract with the blue flash purple butterfly that almost never appears within the blue flash butterfly species? The blue flash purple butterfly was considered the purest existence among the blue flash butterflies. As soon as it hatched from the butterfly cocoon, it would go through an evolution toward the ancestry line, awakening the flawless model among the order Lepidoptera. Blue flash purple butterflies were truly too rare. So rare that they only existed in ancient texts before the Spirit Kai awakening. Most of the people treated the blue flash purple butterfly as a species that didn't exist, and they were fays that existed only in concepts. Even fae pageants treated the blue flash purple butterfly as fantasy breeds that weren't fantasy breeds. Because of blue flash purple butterfly's legend, the blue light goddess butterfly, which evolved from the blue flash butterfly, was actually put at the first place during fae pageants. However, the officials weren't able to determine if blue flash purple butterflies actually existed. After all, it was possible to prove the blue flash purple butterfly's existence just by taking reference to the ancient texts. Therefore, the purple light goddess butterfly's absolute beauty wasn't taken into consideration for the blue light goddess butterfly's ranking. Otherwise, the blue light goddess butterfly wouldn't have fallen out of the top 3 due to its inferior abilities. When Lin Yuan looked at the blue flash purple butterfly and checked True Data's information, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. The blue flash purple butterfly was indeed a fae that evolved toward the flawless model when hatching from the butterfly cocoon. The basic ability of a normal blue flash purple butterfly, silence scale powder, was entirely different from the silence scale powder from a blue flash butterfly. The blue flash butterfly's scale powder could be scattered by great winds and other natural environmental effects, especially when the scale powder was washed off by rainwater, so its silence ability would lose its effect. However, the blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder had the strongest trait as it had the ability to attach. After contacting the target, the tiny scale powder would sink into the target's skin, unless it was an incineration ability, such as blazing flame that could burn off the scale powder's powerful effects. Great winds would have a tough time removing the scale powder from inflicted targets. At the same time, rainwater would only enhance the effects of the scale powder on the skin. The blue flash purple butterfly is truly powerful. Lin Yuan let out an involuntary sigh. From now on, the blue flash purple butterfly was no longer a legend, as there was one in Lin Yuan's hands. Chapter 115 Scale Powder Halo. As a flawless model of the blue flash butterfly, the blue flash purple butterfly naturally could not escape the curse of its abilities. Its normal ability was still formidable, but its future abilities were all rather useless. However, it was not an immense influence on Lin Yuan, as he only needed the blue flash purple butterfly's basic ability. The blue flash purple butterfly's normal ability, silent scale powder, had the exceptional trait to attach, and it was definitely a divine ability among the control abilities. If he used it appropriately, it could certainly affect the situation of a battle and catch the opponent off guard. After forming a contract with the blue flash purple butterfly, Lin Yuan started to channel Spirit Kai toward the normal blue flash purple butterfly that was only the size of half a palm. In just less than 1 hour, the blue flash purple butterfly's body was shaking rapidly and scattering layers of glistening scale powder. Soon, Lin Yuan evolved this blue flash purple butterfly from normal I-normal to elite X-epic. Then, he continued evolving the blue flash purple butterfly into bronze. The blue flash purple butterfly's shaking body suddenly released a light purple halo. It had an indescribable beauty, and it could only be described as a calming purple. The layers of scale powder surrounding the blue flash purple butterfly suddenly burst out, and formed an illusory halo zone that was around half a meter. The Spirit Kai that Lin Yuan was channeling had already broken through the blue flash purple butterfly's bottleneck, and it was now officially a bronze fae. After evolving into a bronze fae, when the blue flash purple butterfly flapped its wings, it would produce a blue-purple light and spread out the scale powder that surrounded the body. It felt as though the illusory halo was shattered. A blue flash purple butterfly that was more than twice as big as before and bigger than a fist flew out of the halo and landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. The butterfly with a purple halo on his shoulder made it seem like an immortal ascension. As a straight guy. When Lin Yuan looked at the bronze blue flash purple butterfly, he suddenly could understand why beautiful fays were so expensive and made people scramble for them. Every glance at it was a wonderful experience. The blue flash purple butterfly fluttered its wings and danced around Lin Yuan intimately. Since the blue flash purple butterfly had reached epic at Elite grade, 3 exclusive skills naturally appeared when it evolved into a bronze fay. Lin Yuan looked at the exclusive skills. Hard scale powder. The scale powder is like fine metallic powder. Rubbing onto the scale powder might cause cuts by the sharpness of the fine surface. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this exclusive skill was relatively useless. The blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder needed to be light so that it could spread quickly when released. However, the hard scale powder would not enhance the control effect of the silent scale powder. Instead, it would affect the release of the silent scale powder and its attachment. Such an exclusive skill was the most pathetic. If the blue flash purple butterfly was not evolved from an epic at Elite, this exclusive skill would ruin a rare fay like it. This was why so many Spirit Kai professionals were eager to have their fays reach epic before they advanced to bronze at Elite. Lin Yuan skipped this exclusive skill and looked at the second one. Flashing wings quickly increases flying speed. With the scale powder on the wings, it allows flying to be as fast as a flash. This exclusive skill increased the blue flash purple butterfly survivability. It was reasonably a wonderful ability for support-type fays with control abilities, especially fays with almost no defense like the blue flash purple butterfly. It could greatly increase the mistake tolerance in a battle, but it was of little use for Lin Yuan. The blue flash purple butterfly was Morbius spirit-locked fay, and Lin Yuan was wearing the Morbius bracelet. Therefore, he could release the ability of the blue flash purple butterfly by raising his hand. Although summoning the blue flash purple butterfly to release the silent scale powder would increase the silent scale powder's effect, the flashing wing skill was not very useful to the blue flash purple butterfly. It did not need to appear every time it released the ability. Lin Yuan wanted to have a look at the third exclusive skill. If it was still incompatible, he could only choose the versatile flashing wings as its exclusive skill. However, when he saw the third exclusive skill, he could not help but wear a smile. Scale powder halo. Its scale powder contains a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection will cause the target being enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from light pollution and lead to dizziness or brief blindness. This might be a useless exclusive skill for other order Lepidoptera or butterfly fays. But for Lin Yuan, who could only use the blue flash purple butterfly's basic abilities, the scale powder halo was a divine skill. This was because the scale powder halo directly enhanced the control effect of its basic skill. Silent scale powder. When the silent scale powder was scattered, the scale powder halo would produce a powerful illusory light through the light pollution, causing dizziness or brief blindness to the target. This exclusive skill allowed the silent scale powder to achieve dual control. At the same time, the scale powder halo ensured the silence effect of the silent scale powder. The scale powder halo would provide a head start. When a controlled target came back to its senses, they would have missed the best time to avoid the silent scale powder. At that time, while they would be removing the silent scale powder, Lin Yuan's other fays would attack. Each fay had thousands of exclusive skills, and it was not easy to select a suitable exclusive skill among them. Some people would even get the exclusive skill needed for bronze before forming a contract. But it was easier said than done to get a specific exclusive skill. Lin Yuan could not help but think of the girl with the braised egg head. She had reserved almost her 15th web-spraying spider from him. She still could get the exclusive skill she wanted, the transparent spider web. From the previous dozen of web-spraying spiders, Lin Yuan felt he had experienced 2 miracles from the moment he had his breakthrough today. The first miracle was that a blue flash purple butterfly with a probability of 1 in 10 had flown out of the cocoon of the blue flash butterfly. The other one was that the blue-purple butterfly actually obtained a suitable exclusive skill. The blue-purple butterfly had only reached bronze, so the silent scale powder's effect was not yet strong. However, if the blue-purple butterfly matured and had the silent scale powder with scale powder halo, it would certainly be a very powerful control ability on the battlefield. Chapter 116 Path Protector. Lin Yuan had sent a message to Liu Jai when he had returned to the Radiant Moon Palace earlier. After experiencing a life-and-death ordeal, Lin Yuan was really not in the mood to look at houses anymore. He had evolved the blue-purple butterfly from Bronze I normal to Bronze X epic. However, he currently had no plans to evolve it into silver, as the blue-purple butterfly's future potential was related to when it would evolve into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan was not an absolute perfectionist, but this concerned his future, so he suppressed the grades of all his phase at Bronze X. Another reason was that the grade and quality of Morbius were related to its spirit-locked phase. A spirit-locked phase could not be changed, so each of them was of utmost importance. Any phase stuck at a certain grade would simply be a disaster for Lin Yuan, as the grade of Morbius would also be forced to be stuck at the lowest grade of the spirit-locked phase. When the phase evolved into fantasy breed at bronze, Lin Yuan could raise the grade of the phase without it being forced to be stuck at bronze. At first, he had been thinking about how to get 2 mahogany tree cores for his jasmine lily to evolve from epic to legend. Yet, now, he only needed to take the Radiant Moon token and find the spiritual ingredients he needed in the treasure trove at the Radiance Palace. Thus, the next thing he had to do was to evolve Jasmine Lily to legend, and fuse the willpower rune that he had gained an insight back at the mountains. That way, the Jasmine Lily would become his first fantasy breed fae. Lin Yuan did not know how strong a bronze fantasy breed would be, but he believed that it would definitely be stronger than a fae evolved into a fantasy breed at silver. A fae's evolution into a fantasy breed was beyond its inherent genetic model. It was an evolution toward the phase in fantasies. It would break through the Fantasy 5 transformations and evolve into a myth breed fae. Lin Yuan had shallow knowledge before and only knew about the fantasy breed, but not the myth breed. Nonetheless, he had now gotten to know and see it. Lin Yuan finalized the path that Jasmine Lily and his other phase would take after becoming fantasy breeds. Morbius had yet to wake up from its slumber. In fact, not much time had passed since Morbius fell asleep. However, it had never woken up, and Lin Yuan was worried. At that moment, there was a change in Morbius attributes. Lin Yuan's vacant bronze spirit lock position was also filled. Fae grade bronze 1010, Jasmine Lily bronze 1010, epic, Spirit Gather Goldfish bronze 1010, epic, bronze spirit lock, blue flash purple butterfly bronze 1010, epic. Abilities Silent Scale Powder releases special scale powder with a silence effect, causing the target in contact with it to cannot communicate with spiritual power or use abilities. Exclusive skill Scale Powder Halo. Its scale powder has a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection will cause the target being enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from light pollution and lead to dizziness, and even brief blindness. When looking at Morbius information under the true data, Lin Yuan felt that it was really hard to find a stronger healing type or support type phase like Morbius in this world. Each of Morbius' abilities corresponded to a fae, and the abilities of each fae corresponded to the exclusive skills. This allowed Lin Yuan to enhance Morbius' abilities according to the path he wanted. After devouring a vast amount of flesh from dimensional lifeforms, Red Thorn had evolved into Elite X Epic. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan could not help Red Thorn reach from Elite X to Bronze. Red Thorn needed to devour a vast amount of flesh and break through the barrier by itself. It was difficult for Phase to break through this barrier, so it would take Red Thorn some time to evolve into Bronze. The most important thing now was to evolve the Jasmine Lily into a fantasy breed. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to head to the Radiant Moon Palace to obtain the spiritual ingredients required for his Jasmine Lily to evolve into legend. He walked out of the pavilion and walked toward the Radiant Moon Palace. From time to time, Lin Yuan could see some rare phase blooming or playing on the lawn in the flower garden next to the Radiant Moon Palace. Before Lin Yuan reached the Radiant Moon Palace, he saw Cold Moon approaching him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Cold Moon bowed slightly and said in a clear voice, "Young Highness, the Moon Empress has invited you to go to the inner palace." Lin Yuan, who was startled to see Cold Moon bowing to him, quickly responded, "Senior, I can't afford your salutations." Lin Yuan respected experts. Not only did Cold Moon bow to him, but she also addressed him as Young Highness, which made Lin Yuan feel uncomfortable all over. Cold Moon looked at Lin Yuan, her usual cold expression tinted with a little warmth. The Moon Empress is the master of the Radiant Moon Palace in Leaning Moon Mountain. Mystic Moon and I are her retainers, while you are her disciple and kin, so you deserve my salutation. After all, you are also the young master of the Radiant Moon Palace in Leaning Moon Mountain. Cold Moon paused and then added, "Not only do you deserve the salutation from Mystic Moon and me, but also many people from the Radiance Federation." Cold Moon frowned when she recalled Lin Yuan being attacked by Cheng Wu. "The Moon Empress invited you over, probably to assign an expert that can protect you. There are errant people everywhere. Before you grow up, you will need a path protector." Lin Yuan frowned. His master, the Moon Empress, actually wanted to arrange a path protector for him. Chapter 117 When a Fox Has 7 Tails. Path protection was a very sacred term in the hearts of the Radiance Federation. Path protection referred to protecting a youth's safety and growth, as well as the path of a very young unsurpassed talent. A youth's path protector would protect them from all the dangers encountered on the journey of growing up. As a bystander, a path protector would watch the path they were protecting, which was also the growth of the youth. Those who were qualified to become path protectors were required to have a willpower rune. The path protector would then swear an oath at the willpower rune and protect the youth's growth with all their might, and even their life until they were satisfied with it. The path protector would then activate their oath again and take on the duty of the youth's butler. They would not just protect the growth of the youth as a bystander. If a path protector was dissatisfied with the path they were protecting, the path protector would dissolve the rune oath with the youth once the youth grew up. From then on, the path protector would leave the youth and no longer protect them. Generally, the youths with path protectors were all from prestigious and high-ranking families. This was due to the fact that an expert would not gain any real benefits after becoming a path protector. They were just gambling on the youth's future. If the path they were protecting ceased to exist, the path protector would suffer a backlash from the willpower rune. The path protector would do their best to protect the youth's future until the youth matured. Thus, a path protector's protection was somewhat like the right of a knight before the spirit Kai awakening. Of course, a path protector did not just protect indiscriminately. Before the youth grew up, a path protector could only take action in the event of a life and death situation. It was a kind of life protection. Usually, even if the youth suffered insults and endless torture, the path protector could only watch if it was not a life and death situation. The resistance that a youth encountered might seem hard, but they were of utmost importance for the transformation of the youth's mentality or strength. This was because each step of the growth of the youths, especially the geniuses, was like stepping on thorns. Only when they stepped over the thorns could they reach the true heights and be at the top with a magnificent view from above. Lin Yuan had common knowledge about the path protectors, but he did not expect himself to have one. Even if the Moon Empress was his master, he did not expect to have an expert protecting him closely one day. Lin Yuan did not feel that this was a bad thing. He might not be able to adapt to it at first, but he did not need to worry about being assassinated. On the journey, when Cold Moon told Lin Yuan about Cheng Wu's sentence with a cold expression, her eyes would flash with cold light when she mentioned Cheng Wu. The Sin Cleansing Pool's 5 Sin Cleansing Weeping Willows had been taken away because the spirit guards wanted to suppress the phase. Currently, Mystic Moon has replanted these 5 Sin Cleansing Weeping Willows. The Sin Cleansing Spring in the Sin Cleansing Pool is rather blocked, and Mystic Moon has also asked for it to be repaired and opened up. With the enhancement of the Moon Empress Moonlight, Cheng Wu could probably repent in the Sin Cleansing Pool during his numbered days. Lin Yuan knew little about the Sin Cleansing Weeping Willows and the Sin Cleansing Spring in the Sin Cleansing Pool that Cold Moon had mentioned. However, All the people ranging from 10-year-olds to 80-year-olds from the Radiance Federation would have heard of the sin cleansing pool. This place that made people shudder had countless legends. Only the vilest people would be imprisoned in the sin cleansing pool to cleanse their sins. Cheng Wu would not have a good time in the sin cleansing pool. Lin Yuan did not express any opinions on Cheng Wu's sentence, as he did not want to make things difficult for the Moon Empress. He would never go easy on someone who wanted to kill him. However, Lin Yuan also understood that he relied on the power of his master, the Moon Empress, to do everything, and not because of his own strength. But this was only temporary. He believed that he would have a place in this world eventually. When he arrived in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, he saw the Moon Empress combing the snow-white fur of a beautiful seven-tailed fae. This fae was a white fox with 7 tails. Its eyes were dark green, and its beautiful appearance exuded elegance. Its gaze could make anyone feel the unparalleled cruelty coming from it. At that moment, an ordinary rabbit that was eating a carrot jumped onto the Moon Empress' shoulders while constantly eating the carrot. When this rabbit jumped onto the Moon Empress' shoulder, the white 7-tailed fox suddenly lowered its head. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it seemed to be afraid of this rabbit. It slowly prostrated with its tail slightly curled up. This was how fox fays expressed their submission. Even though these fays were known for their arrogance and rarely submitted even to death, this fae was actually submissive. The fox fays had always been outstanding among the beast-type fays, as few were comparable to them. Furthermore, fox fays were very rare, so it was usually hard to see them, let alone a white 7-tailed fox. Lin Yuan remembered something recorded in some books on supernatural fables in his previous life. When a fox has 7 tails, a series of calamities will ensue. When a fox has 9 tails, the world will be in chaos. Before Lin Yuan could examine this white 7-tailed fox in front of him, the Moon Empress had finished combing its tail. She then raised her hand and stored this 7-tailed fox in the spiritual spatial zone. Cold Moon went forward and said, "Moon Empress, your calamity sun-swallowing fox has evolved from 6 tails to 7 tails. It seems to have evolved into Myth-I." The Moon Empress nodded and saw Lin Yuan. Then she waved her hand and said as a smile spread across her face, "Now that you're here, I guess you should have escaped from being assassinated." The Moon Empress examined Lin Yuan's expression and was also relieved. Previously, she had been thinking about how to enlighten him. Lin Yuan chuckled and revealed his white teeth, looking very cheerful. "I've made you worried, Master." Actually, Lin Yuan was not frightened because of the previous assassination. His expression had looked ugly because Lin Yuan truly recognized how weak he really was after the assassination. After living 2 lifetimes and died once, ordinary people could not imagine Lin Yuan's firmness. When Lin Yuan addressed her as Master, the Moon Empress beamed with joy right away, which left Cold Moon dumbfounded. Cold Moon could not remember how many years it had been since the Moon Empress had smiled so happily. Chapter 118 Mother of Bloodbath. Cold Moon also revealed a rare smile on her normally cold face. She wasn't just happy for the Moon Empress, she was actually influenced by the atmosphere. After some casual talk, the Moon Empress' face suddenly turned serious and stern. "I have been considering and feel that it is better to pick a path protector for you early. If you are in danger, at least, your safety is guaranteed." Lin Yuan didn't refuse and nodded. "Master, I shall listen to your arrangement." The Moon Empress' smile was maintained on her face as Lin Yuan didn't refuse. This disciple that she had accepted was rather strong-minded, and wasn't very used to relying on her. Therefore, as his master, the Moon Empress struggled to speak some of the words. Now that Lin Yuan accepted in such a straightforward manner, the Moon Empress made a rare joke. "Your path protector is in this inner palace and within your vision. Let's see if you can find the individual." Lin Yuan looked around the large hall, and his eyes finally landed on Cold Moon. He involuntarily thought, "Master wouldn't have arranged for Cold Moon to be my path protector, right?" Cold Moon smiled and looked at Lin Yuan. She didn't speak nor nod. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, while a strange voice echoed from it. The voice sounded rather chilly, and it made his hair stand on end. However, This eerie female voice was also abnormally pleasant. "Kid, where are you looking? Your path protector is here." When Lin Yuan felt a weight on his shoulder, he knew that something had landed on it. He turned around and noticed that a red and crystal sculpture-like spider had actually landed on his shoulder. The spider legs had bright red crystal-like hair and were so red that they were dazzling as if dipped in blood. Its outer shell looked like it was sculpted from a red crystal. Bright red at that. That gave off a cruel beauty. This spider lifeform looked just like a flawless product of heaven. However, its 8 slender legs and body were filled with spikes that exhibited its prowess. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt as though he could smell a faint aura of blood from this spider. It was as if it emitted a layer of sticky blood energy. As Lin Yuan was observing this red crystal-like spider, the latter was also observing Lin Yuan carefully. Lin Yuan observed for a moment before he turned to look at the Moon Empress, who nodded. "That's right. This is your path protector, Mother of Bloodbath. It is a suzerain mythi fey." After hearing the Moon Empress words, he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "My master actually got a fey as my path protector. And a mythi at that, but what is suzerain grade? Suzerain fey?" Before the Moon Empress could speak, the Mother of Bloodbath was already replying. "Suzerain grade is above diamond grade. Suzerain." Before the Mother of Bloodbath could finish talking, it suddenly closed its mouth as it could see the Moon Empress looking at it with cold eyes. The Moon Empress looked at the Mother of Bloodbath with anger. "My fine disciple is finally asking a question. As his master, I haven't even given my guidance. So why are you trying to answer?" The Moon Empress ignored the Mother of Bloodbath's initial explanation and started from the beginning again. "Diamond grade isn't actually the limit. Suzerain grade comes after diamond grade. Suzerain phase will be able to produce a domain that is in accordance with their exclusive skill. The sky of moonlight that you saw previously was called Moon Lone Disk's domain power." Lin Yuan was carefully noting down the Moon Empress words and heard her saying again, "This world doesn't just have human experts, but also fey experts. For a fey to evolve into a fantasy breed, the easiest method is to form a contract with humans. Once its quality reaches legend, and the fey fuses with the contractor's willpower rune, it can become a fantasy breed. However, this isn't the only method for a fey to become a fantasy breed." The Moon Empress paused for a moment, and when she noticed that Lin Yuan was listening intently to her, she nodded with satisfaction and continued, "A fey without a contractor will generally reach its limit at diamond. However, if it can upgrade its quality to legend at the diamond, then they might have a chance to comprehend a willpower rune. It would allow them to fuse with the newly comprehended willpower rune and become a fantasy breed." Lin Yuan was flabbergasted. This was his first time hearing that a fey could evolve into a fantasy breed without a contractor. However, according to what the Moon Empress said, a fey would need to be at least diamond grade before it could become a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall the 2 silver stamen gold luster caches planted at the Radiant Moon Palace entrance as they were already Diamond X legend. They were probably waiting to comprehend a willpower rune to upgrade into a fantasy breed. Before Lin Yuan could continue thinking more, the Moon Empress continued speaking. "A wild fey might be able to become a fantasy breed at diamond grade, but it would still be stuck at diamond grade. It can only evolve to suzerain grade after its quality reaches fantasy V." Lin Yuan gasped with admiration as the evolution of life forms in the River of Life was one that never rested. After hearing the concept of suzerain grade for the first time, Lin Yuan involuntarily asked, "Is suzerain grade much stronger than diamond grade?" The Mother of Bloodbath couldn't keep its mouth shut anymore. Diamond and suzerain are 2 completely different levels. It isn't possible to even compare them. When a fantasy V fey evolves to the suzerain grade, it will experience a world cleansing. Only those who evolve to suzerain grade after the world cleansing have the possibility to reach myth breed. The Moon Empress rescued me during the world cleansing, and thus I am willing to be the path protector for a young runt like you." The Mother of Bloodbath revealed a slight trace of fear when mentioning the world cleansing. Hence, Lin Yuan understood that the world cleansing was considered an opportunity and also a calamity for feys. The beautiful thing about life was that it would transform and undergo rebirth after a calamity. If it couldn't surpass the calamity, then the evolution process would cease to exist in the river of life. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan solemnly and said, "This is considered a top secret of the Radiance Federation. Only king-class experts are qualified to know, so most of the people place their attention on the quality of phase and neglect their grade, which is the most fundamental attribute. In order to evolve to suzerain grade, the Fae will have to reach Fantasy V at Diamond grade. In the eyes of any suzerain Fae, all Faes that aren't at the suzerain are just ants that are slightly more powerful." Lin Yuan didn't know much about the myth breed. He only knew that it was above the fantasy breed. But now, he learned that in order to reach the myth breed, a Fae had to reach Fantasy V and evolve to suzerain grade first. Lin Yuan had always felt doubtful as to why all the fantasy breed Faes were only at Diamond grade. He finally understood now. Only when a Diamond Fantasy V Fae reached suzerain grade would the said Fae be able to get access and ascend into a myth breed. Chapter 1 Unearths Law Rune. Blood-colored energy filled the entire inner palace. Even the dozens of sparkling diamond lotus flowers in the lotus lake were over-enveloped. The few platinum spirit siphon goldfish were all hiding under the lotus leaves and didn't dare to reveal themselves. The blood-colored energy made Lin Yuan feel as though he was in a bottomless pool of blood that he couldn't escape from. The viscous blood seemed like it could devour everything. A strange female voice with a special tone, cruel and with a hint of solemnity, echoed. A blood-colored rune was shot out of the Mother of Bloodbath's back, and it was emitting blood-colored waves of light. The Mother of Bloodbath, used the law rune to activate the oath, concluding the Path Protector's contract and becoming Lin Yuan's Path Protector. After the statement concluded, Lin Yuan felt a trace of energy splitting off from the blood-colored rune and landing on his body. It made Lin Yuan have a subtle feeling that he was connected with the blood-colored rune. Once the Path Protector contract was formed, the Mother of Bloodbath was now officially Lin Yuan's Path Protector. From this moment on, Lin Yuan would also have his own Path Protector. After forming the Path Protector contract, the Mother of Bloodbath looked as though she had exhausted a lot of energy and said with an unwilling tone, "Kid, you are really lucky to form the Path Protector contract. With the influence of my law rune, you will have a much easier time to comprehend willpower runes." When the Mother of Bloodbath was speaking, it was stretching around its hair-filled spider legs. It looked at Lin Yuan with its red eyes as though he was enjoying all the benefits. Once the Mother of Bloodbath finished speaking, it turned to speak with the Moon Empress seriously. "I am indebted to the Moon Empress for giving me a new life. This time, I shall treat this as repaying the favor to the Moon Empress." The Moon Empress looked at the Mother of Bloodbath and spoke in a cold tone, "Protecting and becoming the Path Protector of this Empress disciple. This Empress shall accept the conditions." The Mother of Bloodbath didn't say anything else. It turned into a red crystal spider that was only 1 centimeter long and extremely exquisite with a red flash of energy. It then jumped into Lin Yuan's hair gently before vanishing within his hair. As a Path Protector, the Mother of Bloodbath didn't have any feelings toward Lin Yuan. It was only willing to become his Path Protector, just to repay the life-saving favor. As such, the Mother of Bloodbath wouldn't give any preferential treatment to Lin Yuan. It would only do what a Path Protector had to do and made sure that he wouldn't get killed. The blood-colored energy gradually fused into Lin Yuan's spiritual energy, giving a lift to Lin Yuan's spirit. He felt as if the whole world was much clearer. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan felt he was going to comprehend something, as if he could grasp something if he reached out his hand. However, there was also a vague layer of window paper. But what is the law rune that the Mother of Bloodbath mentioned? Lin Yuan opened his eyes after the comprehension and saw the Moon Empress smiling at him. Before Lin Yuan asked, the Moon Empress said, "When the Mother of Bloodbath became your Path Protector, you comprehended a trace of the law rune that the Mother of Bloodbath possesses. It is great as you will be able to comprehend willpower runes in the future. The most difficult thing for the young generation is to comprehend the world's willpower runes. Presently, Sequence 1 of the Radiance 100 already possesses 3 willpower runes." The Moon Empress' objective for saying this was to give Lin Yuan motivation and also pressure. She wanted Lin Yuan to know his advantage, as well as the state of the strongest expert among the young generation. Lin Yuan suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Don't I have 3 willpower runes in my spiritual spatial zone? However, I have never told this to anyone yet. I might lack strength. But in terms of the number of comprehended willpower runes, I have unknowingly reached the level of the No. 1 expert of the Radiance Federation's young generation. Lin Yuan obviously knew that he had obtained an advantage that others could only dream of having. It was to obtain a trace of the Law Rune's energy and gain enlightenment, which would definitely increase the comprehension ability of willpower runes. However, Lin Yuan still didn't know what a Law Rune was. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's pondering eyes, she explained, after evolving to suzerain at Fantasy V, if the Fae wishes to reach the myth breed, the willpower rune will need to transform into the Law Rune. The Moon Empress then said nonchalantly, willpower runes are to comprehend the will of the world, while Law Runes are to comprehend the laws of the world before turning them into something to be used. Therefore, there's a huge gap between myth breeds and fantasy breeds. After asking some knowledge-related questions, Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress conducted a question and answer exercise. Once Lin Yuan asked a question, the Moon Empress would use her experiences to answer. Simultaneously, the Moon Empress was also helping Lin Yuan strengthen the foundation of his knowledge. The questions and answers were truly a joy for the master and disciple pair. Once Lin Yuan left, Cold Moon walked toward the jade-like table and picked up a small delicate pot that looked like it was made of glazed porcelain. She then poured out a cup of tea that was amber in color. Cold Moon handed the teacup to the Moon Empress and said, "Lordess, it has been a long time since you have been so happy." The Moon Empress picked up the cup of tea and took a sip of the amber-colored tea, which left a refreshing, sweet aftertaste. It truly feels great to have a disciple. I feel very proud as I see a young fellow growing step by step. It feels as if I am looking at my young self. When the Moon Empress spoke, the corners of her mouth were curved up slightly. Perhaps this was the satisfaction of a master passing down knowledge to the disciple. After exiting the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, Lin Yuan headed toward the Radiant Moon Palace's other side, where the spiritual ingredient vault was. Lin Yuan already had the revival soil, so he just required a liter of grasswood fountain water and 2 mahogany tree cores. These 2 spiritual ingredients might be rather rare in the outside world, but Lin Yuan was truly worried that he wouldn't be able to find them in the Radiant Moon Palace's vault. After all, the grade of these spiritual ingredients were obviously lower than the regular spiritual ingredients in the vault. A red crystal spider was within Lin Yuan's soft hair, lying there quietly, and it was like a 1 centimeter sculpture. It was none other than the Mother of Bloodbath. It was currently in a strange state. When inside Lin Yuan's hair, the Mother of Bloodbath could constantly feel Lin Yuan's body emitting very pure spirit Kai. Faze loved pure spirit Kai, and when the Mother of Bloodbath sensed Lin Yuan's spirit Kai, it felt that it wasn't as bad as it imagined to be his path protector. Faze had very simple thoughts, and Lin Yuan's plant spirit Kai made the Mother of Bloodbath feel amiable. Thus, its impression of Lin Yuan was naturally better than before. Lin Yuan knew that the Mother of Bloodbath was lying in his hair, so he said, "Senior, I will need to trouble you in the future." The Mother of Bloodbath let out a light snort and lifted its legs before jumping onto Lin Yuan's nose. "There is no need to call me Senior. You may address me as Mother of Bloodbath. During normal times, don't call me, unless you are in a certain death situation. I will not interfere." After speaking, the Mother of Bloodbath jumped off from Lin Yuan's nose and landed on the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box on Lin Yuan's chest. It looked as though there was a decorative red crystal spider on the leaf, and it was extremely exquisite. Even if someone looked carefully, it was impossible to see that the spider was a living creature. Chapter 120 Path of Original Intention. After walking to the Radiant Moon Palace's spiritual ingredient vault, Lin Yuan noticed there were 3 spirit attendants in light yellow robes. He had even encountered 2 of the spirit attendants before, as they were the ones that had come to clean up the pavilion. Since Lin Yuan had heard the idle conversation carried by the wind, he could still vaguely remember their names. The one with the exquisite makeup was called Jin Kai, and the one without makeup was called Wen Yu. As for the other girl, Lin Yuan had never encountered before. When the trio saw Lin Yuan approaching, Jin Kiss' eyes lit up as she hurried to bow. Lord Ling Yuan. It has been a long time. Lin Yuan nodded and took out a token, carved with 2 crescent moons, and said, I am here at the vault to retrieve some spiritual ingredients. Jin Kai quickly responded, what spiritual ingredients does Lord Lin Yuan require? I will go and prepare them right now. Lin Yuan scratched his head and said, I need 1 liter of grasswood fountain water and 2 mahogany tree cores. When Jin Kai came forward, she had the intention to block off Wen Yu and the other spirit attendant. She didn't even want to give Wen Yu and the other spirit attendant a chance to speak. She thought that she would definitely serve Lin Yuan to his satisfaction for whatever spiritual ingredients he requested. But when she heard that the requests were 1 liter of grasswood fountain water and 2 mahogany tree cores, she was rather confused and stood there in a daze for 2 seconds. The other spirit attendant that Lin Yuan didn't know walked over and said to Lin Yuan in a respectful tone, Lord Ling Yuan, the vault does have mahogany tree cores, but there isn't any grasswood fountain water. Because the stream at the waist of the Leaning Moon Mountain is made up of grasswood fountain water. If you need it, I will go and fetch some for you now. Jin Kai silently glared at the young girl. She didn't think that a 2-second daze would allow someone to cut into the conversation. When the young girl saw Jin Kai glaring at her, she glared back seamlessly. Until now, Jin Kai didn't really understand why Lin Yuan wanted the mahogany tree cores and grasswood fountain water. But she still interrupted with decisiveness. Lord Lin Yuan, I will go at the waist of the mountain and fetch the grasswood fountain water for you. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless as his speculation was actually correct. The spiritual ingredients he required were rare outside, but weren't even qualified to enter the Radiant Moon Palace's vault. An entire stream of grasswood fountain water, how many liters is that? The amount of wealth is absurd. Jin Kai immediately prepared to set off for Leaning Moon Mountain's waist to fetch the grasswood fountain water upon seeing Lin Yuan nod. But when she was about to leave, she suddenly thought, wouldn't I be giving others the chance if I go and fetch the grasswood fountain water? Jin Kai made a quick counterplan and pulled along the young girl that had interrupted her. Sai Zai, accompany me to fetch the grasswood fountain water. Since Lord Lin Yuan requires some, we will fetch more and store it in the vault. The young girl called Zai Zai was reluctantly pulled away from the Radiant Moon Palace by Jin Kai. This was the lesser of 2 evils principle. In Jin Kai's eyes, Zai Zai had more competitive power than Wen Yu. The thoughts of a young girl were things that Lin Yuan wouldn't understand and wouldn't be able to guess either. Presently, only the spirit attendant named Wen Yu was left. Lin Yuan gestured and said, it just so happens that I need some other spiritual ingredients. Why don't you help me with it? Wen Yu bowed and waited for Lin Yuan to continue. He then wrote down all the spiritual ingredients he required on a piece of paper. These were all spiritual ingredients required for Genius and Chimey to reach the legend quality. Genius and Chimey might not have a suitable willpower rune yet, but their quality could be upgraded to legend first. Wen Yu received the paper and replied, Lord Lin Yuan, these spiritual ingredients are all available in the vault. I wonder whether you will wait here for me or enter with me. Since Lin Yuan had nothing else to do, he said, we will enter together then. Once inside the Radiant Moon Palace's vault, Lin Yuan saw all sorts of spiritual ingredients, and they were all sorted into boxes of different materials on various racks. Due to the different traits of the spiritual ingredients, their storage boxes had to be particularly specific too. Lin Yuan was truly dazzled by the different types of spiritual ingredients. Wen Yu was very familiar with this place, so she took just a moment to gather everything that Lin Yuan required and store them in a face storage box. When Lin Yuan received the face storage box and was preparing to exit with Wen Yu, she suddenly coughed violently. Wen Yu used a handkerchief to cover her mouth, but the handkerchief was still dyed with some fresh blood. Evidently, she had coughed out earlier too. After the violent coughing, Wen Yu turned and bowed to Lin Yuan. My apologies, Lord Lin Yuan. I have been rude. Lin Yuan could see that Wen Yu was rather apprehensive when she spoke. He looked at Wen Yu and said, there is nothing rude. Humans are mortals. How can anyone remain healthy all the time? Wen Yu let out an apologetic smile. Lin Yuan then recalled about that night's idle conversation and asked, the competitive pressure among spirit attendants must be tough. Right. Wen Yu nodded as she replied, "The spirit attendants will go through a selection every year. If we don't reach the standard, we will lose our qualifications to be spirit attendants." After Wen Yu replied, Lin Yuan posed a question that stunned her. If the competition between spirit attendants is so intense, is it worth it to risk injuring the roots to save someone? Wen Yu didn't expect the conversation that night to be overheard, and she really didn't know how to answer Lin Yuan's sudden question. Her talent was originally ranked in the top 3, but after she rescued someone and injured her roots, her performance had declined, and she was at the bottom now. She was already determined that she would be the one to lose her qualifications as a spirit attendant. Since then, she had suffered all sorts of bullying and suppression from her comrades. The person she had rescued had been filled with gratitude at first, but the said person gradually distanced themselves from her and even started to bully her too. This was the harsh reality. Did Wen Yu regret it perhaps? But why didn't she even think before rushing over without regard? Was it foolish? It might seem a little foolish now. Nonetheless, no matter how foolish or regretful she was, her actions back then were in accordance with her true self. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu biting her lips and not giving a reply after a long time, he smiled. After suffering all the bullying and suppression, if she is able to say that she doesn't regret it without hesitation, that would definitely be false. She is truly a genuine and kind person, which is rather hard to find. Lin Yuan turned around and gestured. Later on, you will help me to bring the grasswood fountain water to the pavilion I'm reciting at. I will return first. While walking back, the mother of Bloodbath, which had stayed silent until now, spoke. Why has she touched you? And you wish to heal her injuries now? The mother of Bloodbath's tone sounded mocking. Fays that were able to reach this current state had already disregarded sympathy, natural selection, and survival of the fittest. Those were the Fays' iron rules. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, since she chose her own path, then she must persist and grit her teeth to go on. The mother of Bloodbath didn't respond and continued to lay on the leaf. It then heard Lin Yuan saying again, but I wish to tell her when I am still capable that her path of original intention isn't wrong. After speaking, Lin Yuan walked on with determination. At the same time, something undetectable happened. The red spider shivered a little, and its aura became gentle. Chapter 121 Upgrading to Legend. When Wen Yu walked out of Lin Yuan's pavilion, she might have a pale complexion and was still sickly in appearance, but her eyes emitted a different light. It wasn't as bright as the lustrous stars, but it was a kind of determination of being acknowledged. She was holding tightly to a very small amber-colored bottle, and was just clamping on it tightly. The afternoon sun was burning like fire, and even though it was deep into autumn, it still gave warmth to the body. When Yu walked on the stone pavement and looked at the bottle in her hands, her eyes suddenly turned red. A tear dropped on the stone pavement with a drip sound, which produced a watermark. The watermark was quickly evaporated by the proud afternoon sun, and even the tears in Wen Yu's eyes turned into mist. The bottle she was holding tightly contained a drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was the Radiant Moon Palace's exclusive product, and it was always precious. Even the spirit attendants nurtured by the Radiant Moon Palace would only be able to obtain one drop when they were selected as spirit attendants. It helped to cleanse the impurities within their bodies and increase their potential. The Radiant Moon Palace might seem like a peaceful place, but the competition between spirit attendants never stopped. A moment of impulse and kindness had allowed Wen Yu to see the world's harsh reality during this year. With this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar in her hand, she would be able to cleanse her body's impurities again and heal her injured roots. Therefore, once she drank this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, she would be able to remove the burden. At that moment, Wen Yu wasn't just grateful for this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was because the uncertain path she had chosen had now been proven to be correct. At least, someone had acknowledged this path, and she wasn't just a kind-hearted fool. To sacrifice one's future to do a good deed might sound nice, but Wen Yu might not do it again. Even if she was going to do so, she would weigh out the options with the benefits and losses. After a close encounter with the harsh reality, it allowed Wen Yu to know when she should be using her kindness, Lin Yuan didn't wish to see an originally kind-hearted person turning to the darkness at the end. At least, this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar would allow a kind-hearted young girl to retain that injured kindness, keeping it at the bottom of her heart. When the mother of Bloodbath saw that Lin Yuan was preparing to enhance phase, it flashed and went outside of the pavilion. It laid on the pavilion's roof motionlessly as though it was going into a deep sleep. When a creation master enhanced phase, it would easily distract the creation master if someone was around. Thus, when creation masters wanted to enhance phase, they would choose to be in the breeding room where no one would disturb them. When there was a contest between creation masters, apart from comparing their capabilities, they would also compare their mental attributes and resistance to disturbances. When a creation master was preparing a concoction, the sound of a slight distraction might waste all of the spiritual ingredients and might even affect the Fae from evolving to the next grade or upgrading its quality. Lin Yuan returned to the pavilion and took out the spiritual ingredients he had obtained from the Radiant Moon Palace's vault. He checked them carefully, and when there wasn't any problem, he placed them on the table. This matter involved the upgrading of his Fae's quality, so Lin Yuan had to be cautious. He first soaked in the spring water to clean off the dust on his body before changing into a set of clean clothes. He was preparing to upgrade the qualities for the jasmine lily, shiny, genius, the spirit gather goldfish, and the blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan never had the chance to upgrade a Fae's quality from epic to legend, so he didn't know the difficulty level. Although he imagined that it wasn't going to be easy, he would finally experience it. He now had a total of 7 Faes. However, Morbius quality couldn't be upgraded with normal methods, as the quality of the spirit-locked phase would upgrade it. Redthorn would also have to upgrade its quality by the consumption of flesh. As such, Lin Yuan could only upgrade the quality of the jasmine lily, shiny, genius, spirit gather goldfish, and blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he was going to go into seclusion and upgrade the quality of all 5 Faes, he simply chose the jasmine lily as the first Fae. Lin Yuan prepared a purple sand pot 1 before pouring the revival soil inside. He then took out 2 mahogany tree cores, which were superior among the other mahogany tree cores. While looking at the dark red mahogany tree cores, Lin Yuan couldn't help touching them a little. The mahogany tree cores were filled with tree bark patterns. They were tree cores from mahogany pines, and for each year of age, the tree core would have an additional pattern. Hence, when Lin Yuan looked at these mahogany tree cores, he knew that they came from 2, at least, 100-year-old mahogany pines. Lin Yuan took out a crystal bowl before crushing and grinding them carefully. He then poured the mahogany tree cores powder into the revival soil and stirred them up meticulously. Immediately after, Lin Yuan planted his bronze X epic jasmine lily into the mixture. The jasmine lily quickly extended its roots into the mixture before starting to absorb the nutrients. The jasmine lily was lush and plump as a succulent, while the flower was translucent and limpid, emitting a light fragrance. As it got closer to the core of the flower, the color would look more like jade. If one took a casual glance, they would feel as though there was a good-looking jade at the center of the jasmine lily's flower. Since the jasmine lily was taking root, Lin Yuan started to pour in the grasswood fountain water slowly. Once the soil mixture was moist enough, he stopped pouring more grasswood fountain water and circulated his spiritual power to enhance the jasmine lily. Every time the jasmine lily absorbed the grasswood fountain water in the soil mixture would dry up, and Lin Yuan would pour in more grasswood fountain water. As the jasmine lily absorbed the energy within the mixture of revival soil, mahogany tree cores, and grasswood fountain water, it would become greener. Lin Yuan enhanced the jasmine lily for a few hours before checking on its condition. He felt that it was truly a huge task to upgrade the jasmine lily's quality to legend. Thus, he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to enhance the jasmine lily under an environment with more concentrated spirit chi. Time elapsed quickly. Apart from having his meals and 5 hours of sleep, Lin Yuan would spend the rest of the time enhancing the jasmine lily. 5 days later, apart from a small portion of revival soil left, The 2 mahogany tree coarse powder and 1 liter of grasswood fountain water had been used up by Lin Yuan. The jasmine lily had already stopped absorbing the purple sandpot's energy, and Lin Yuan realized that its quality was now legend. Lin Yuan let out a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After upgrading the jasmine lily's quality from epic to legend, Lin Yuan was now more certain. He knew that it would take around 5 days to enhance a bronze fey from epic to legend within the spirit lock spatial zone. It is actually the Yixingware. Chapter 122 Evolving to Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan was currently using his fingers to rub his temples while he was in deep thought. For the past 5 days, he had been sleeping for only 5 hours a day on average. The rest of the time would be basically used to enhance the jasmine lily. And it was truly exhausting for Lin Yuan. During the enhancement, Lin Yuan would need to constantly circulate the spiritual power within his body. In order to be able to circulate spiritual power like this, Lin Yuan would need at least 5 hours of sleep to compensate for the exhaustion. Of course, this was because of the bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar had consumed previously, as it had cleansed the impurities in his body. If Lin Yuan tried to enhance such a fey before consuming the bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, his body wouldn't have been able to take it. While contemplating, Lin Yuan suddenly stood up. He found someone to bring over a silver epic fey for him to enhance within the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan realized that it was truly difficult for him to enhance a silver epic fey to legend right now. He spent the past 2 days enhancing the silver epic fey. After checking on the silver epic phase condition, Lin Yuan discovered that all his hard work for the past 2 days was all for naught. He was inadequate in enhancing the silver epic fey to legend quality. After a rough calculation, if Lin Yuan wanted to enhance a silver epic fey to legend quality, he would need to go through a sleepless process for over 2 months in the spirit lock spatial zone. The current situation allowed Lin Yuan to know that he was completely different from other creation masters. It would be easier for other creation masters to enhance a phase quality from epic to legend if the phase grade was higher. But it was the opposite for Lin Yuan. For Lin Yuan, the lower the grade of the fey, the easier it was for him to enhance the quality from epic to legend. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, he was unable to increase a silver epic phase quality to legend. If this matter was made known outside, it would overturn the perspective and knowledge of other creation masters. If Lin Yuan were to put a bronze legend fey on an auction, it would probably cause an instant uproar in the Radiance Federation. All the major factions in the Radiance Federation would most probably be competing for it frenziedly. After the experiment, Lin Yuan asked for someone to bring the silver epic needle-tailed squirrel away. He then went to look for the Moon Empress in the inner palace to inform her that he was planning to enter seclusion. Subsequently, Lin Yuan entered seclusion at the pavilion. He used over 20 days to enhance Genius, Chimey, the Spirit Gather Goldfish, and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly from Bronze Epic to Bronze Legend. After rounding up the number of days, he took a total of 1 month to finally upgrade his 5 contracted phase from Epic to Legend quality. Lin Yuan was extremely exhausted now. During the last month, apart from his basic body functions maintenance and recovery, he would enhance the phase qualities. Therefore, he felt very fatigued. However, the joy of seeing his contracted phase upgrading from epic to legend quality was truly indescribable. Lin Yuan looked at the evolved states of Genius, Chimey, the Spirit Gather Goldfish, and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Their quality might be legend, but their appearances didn't undergo many changes. Nevertheless, their spirits and vitality were evidently enhanced. Genius' fur had become even softer, while its memory was even better. Chimey's feathers had even more obvious cloud patterns. And its exclusive skill, Clear Sky's scorching trait, was more intense. Its voice was even more pleasant to the ears now and its singing ability way better. However, the current Chimey didn't know that its disappearance for over a month had caused its fans to go completely insane. Chimey was a phenomenon-class host, and there was a GIF blocking the screen. Its singing voice had intoxicated plenty of people. Many even speculated that Chimey was actually an absolute beauty who was trying to rely on her talent to earn a living. The Radiance 100 Sequence 87. Lord Ranger was a fanatic supporter. When he won a battle against his opponent on the celestial stairway, he even publicly expressed that he loved listening to chimey sounds. Consequently, that allowed Chimey to become even more famous. Chimey, a new star that had risen up to the sky, had suddenly vanished without a trace. For an entire month at that. Plenty of forum topics on the star web focused on this incident, and there were all sorts of speculations too. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess disappearance had already become a popular topic among the Radiance Federation's entertainment news. The Spirit Gather goldfish was now swimming and giving off a special prowess. This kind of prowess was similar to what Longtao's Sea King Cretaceous dragon gave off. However, the Spirit Gather goldfish prowess was still rather faint. It was a kind of dragon prowess that was unique to the dragon species phase. The blue flash purple butterfly scale powder was now lighter and finer, making it easier to spread further. When the floating scale powder reflected light, it would look as though there was a light purpley-based rainbow trailing behind the blue flash purple butterfly, making it exceptionally beautiful. Lin Yuan stretched his body and immediately lay down on his bed for a good long sleep. This sleep took up an entire day, and it compensated for all the hard work previously, allowing his body to return to its best and most lively state. Lin Yuan was going to begin fusing the Jasmine Lily with the Willpower Rune, allowing it to evolve into a fantasy breed. He concentrated and summoned one of the 3 willpower runes from the spiritual spatial zone. This willpower rune was the one that he had comprehended after observing the Green Mountain. A fire had scorched all its greenery. Yet after several months of fine rain, plants had started growing again. In Lin Yuan's opinion, instead of saying that the rain gave life, it was better to say that plants had tenacious vitality. A wildfire wouldn't be able to burn everything, while the spring's wind would bring back life again. Perhaps it was due to the remaining roots within the soil that would conduct a praising of life after several months, allowing for greenery to be reborn. Lin Yuan looked at the green mountain-shaped willpower rune and shot it toward his Bronze X Legend Jasmine Lily. In an instant, the Jasmine Lily's flower flickered. It was filled with desire as it embraced the willpower rune, allowing it to instantly fuse with the Jasmine Lily. The willpower of how a green mountain would never change its color and that all living things would be reborn allowed the Jasmine Lily to emit a jade-colored light. The Jasmine Lily's originally short branches suddenly shrunk and vanished. More flowers popped out, and in just a moment, and the Jasmine Lily resembled an emerald green bouquet now. The flowers were all squeezed together and looked like they were forming a small mountain shape. The unique Jasmine Lily's fragrance was now even more concentrated. Lin Yuan gasped with surprise. The Jasmine Lily actually developed bunches. When succulent plants were growing and evolving, there was a very strong instability, and it was very rare for mutations to occur. Growing in bunches was actually a kind of fundamental mutation for succulents. Once it happened, the succulent plant would give up a portion of evolution potential. It would firm down on the gene model to evolve toward a flawless gene model. Due to Morbius spirit lock, the Jasmine Lily only had one ability: heal. This meant that the Jasmine Lily had given up on the possibility of having more abilities and focused on enhancing heal. Chapter 123. A healing ability can actually be a control ability. Succulents could not control a mutation, such as developing bunches. Most succulents with a contract with humans did not prefer a mutation like this. Although most phase had stronger abilities in the later stages, there would rarely be such anomalies like the blue flash butterfly. However, things were different, as Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily could only use one ability. After forming bunches, each of the Jasmine Lily flowers could release healing energy. This was akin to the Jasmine Lily healing multiple targets. Each flower was equivalent to an increase in healing. Just as Lin Yuan thought the Jasmine Lily was about to complete its fantasy breed evolution, its round petals suddenly turned into a long, irregular shape. Soon, the bottom layer of the Jasmine Lily and those flowers grew into an irregular shape. Only the largest flower of the Jasmine Lily was left on top without experiencing any changes. Lin Yuan could not help but cry out in surprise at this sudden change. Unexpectedly, after forming bunches, a rare fasciation in succulents actually occurred. Fasciation was the most amorphous abnormal mutation in succulents. It caused the plant itself to have amorphous development and growth. At the same time, fasciation was one of the most precious mutations of succulents. Lin Yuan had never heard of a fasciated jasmine lily because it would only occur in succulent phase when they were evolving into fantasy breeds. Nobody would choose to evolve a jasmine lily, one of the most basic phase, into a fantasy breed. As such, Lin Yuan's fasciated jasmine lily might be the only one in the world. After fasciation, the jasmine lily's bottom petals grew layer by layer and destroyed the original structure of the flower. Thus, the emerald green in the middle of the jasmine lily spread out to all parts of the leaves. At another glance, it seemed like a lingering emerald mist, just like the feeling of the mist from the best jades. The jasmine lily flower at the very top that had not experienced any changes became as big as a bowl. The jasmine lily was only truly evolving into a fantasy breed at this moment. After the jasmine lily had evolved into a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan used jasmine lily's heal ability on himself immediately. He felt that he was lost in a trance for 3 seconds while the surging vitality was injecting into his body. As a result, he suddenly had a feeling as though he had collapsed on a big soft bed when he was the most tired. It was just like how he wanted to laze in bed in the early morning and could not be woken up. Lin Yuan believed that he was strong-willed, but it was still very hard for him to recover from this sense of extreme happiness. When he completely came back to his senses, an idea arose in his head as he looked at the jasmine lily. Its heal ability was clearly a healing type ability, but it now seemed to be able to be used as a control type ability. The happiness and sense of being lost in a trance due to the heal ability's comfortable feeling were actually a kind of unexpected control. After some experiments, Lin Yuan finally discovered the source of this sense of happiness. When only that jasmine lily flower that had not undergone fasciation was used to heal, it would just heal injuries swiftly. There would not be the feeling of happiness of having one's vitality replenished. However, when the irregular fasciated flowers were used to heal, that feeling of happiness would be born. It seemed that the fasciation had mutated the jasmine lily's heal ability. When Lin Yuan looked at the exclusive skill that had appeared when the jasmine lily evolved into a fantasy breed, he could not help but stare blankly at the jasmine lily in his hands. Jasmine Lily Bronze 1010. Fantasy Eye. Recovery imprint. Accumulate the healing energy that is released by the jasmine lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth. Comprehend the arcana of plant growth. Even if one has severed limbs, the rich vitality can continue to grow slowly. What kind of great product have I created? This exclusive skill of the fantasy breeds could allow them to use their surging vitality to activate the muscle cell's memory factor and thus achieve the ability for severed limbs to regrow. Of course, these severed limbs referred to hands and feet, and even arms and thighs. Without a head, one would certainly die even if the gods arrived, unless he laughed his head off. Now that he had his first fantasy breed Fae, Lin Yuan would first evolve the jasmine lily. He had actually wondered how hard it would be to evolve the jasmine lily from bronze to gold. While he was evolving it, Lin Yuan realized it was simply difficult to upgrade the grade of a fantasy breed Fae. After spending a month in seclusion, he then evolved the jasmine lily to silver with difficulty. He now seemed to have suddenly understood why Faes that evolved into fantasy breeds early on had greater potential. There was a conservation of energy. After a month of spirit Kai injection, a fantasy breed would evolve from bronze X to silver and go through a door that would be broken at a touch before it evolved into a fantasy breed. Since the spirit Kai would not disappear out of thin air, the fantasy breed jasmine lily had absorbed a huge amount of spirit Kai. The foundation laid by this huge amount of spirit Kai was naturally much stronger than the phase that evolved into fantasy breeds after reaching bronze. During this period, Lin Yuan had been in seclusion, evolving his Fae in the spirit lock spatial zone all day, which suffocated him. There was more to life than it met the eye, like poetry and faraway places. During these 2 months, Lin Yuan had the capital to step into the world. It was time for him to take a look at the world. Only when he took a look at the world would he then know how to live as splendid as the summer flowers. As such, Lin Yuan decided to visit the endless forest outside the royal capital for wild harvesting. The phase creation masters enhanced were not all hand-reared. Some rarer phase were collected from wild harvesting. Creation masters would attract the phase by mixing spiritual ingredients and use the spirit kai and the spiritual ingredients to make the wild phase approach humans. After enhancing them, they would sell them. Lin Yuan did not have to go through such trouble. He only needed to channel spirit kai and place his palm toward the wild phase. This pure spirit kai could soon allow the wild phase to have a favorable impression of him. Lin Yuan was going to open his own store in the royal capital. Although he had yet to do so, it was of utmost importance to gather some rare phase in advance. He could not always pick near-death phase with damaged roots. Not only would it be hard to find such phase, but he also had no way to heal them now, even if he found high-grade phase. In addition, there was a cinnabar sweet osmanthus and a recovering cinnabar osmanthus, a worthia in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's Pure Land of Bliss. The 40 square meter Pure Land of Bliss in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would not be big enough for him to accommodate some other phase with damaged roots. Moreover, Lin Yuan was still waiting for the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia fruit, which he urgently needed to enhance his spiritual power. After finishing up, Lin Yuan was ready to go. He planned to return to the royal capital after the wild harvesting and establish the store first. Chapter 124. Not even in the sin cleansing pool, the red afterglow in the rosa-tinted sky at the royal capital was especially conspicuous. It made the sky look especially tall and vast. The evening arrived. Since Lin Yuan had decided to set off and did not intend to live on the Leaning Moon Mountain for a long time, he simply went to the Radiant Moon Palace to bid goodbye to his master, the Moon Empress. He then left the pavilion when the Mother of Bloodbath opened its eyes on the roof and jumped onto the leaf-shaped face storage box on his chest. It continued to lie motionless as it gained insight into the law rune. When he reached the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, and the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan come, her eyes lit up as she asked, "You've been in seclusion for 2 months. Have you gained anything?" Lin Yuan touched the back of his head and smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth and a youthful aura. "I did gain from this seclusion." For Lin Yuan, raising his 5 phase from epic to legend and getting his first fantasy breed fey during his seclusion, they were considered huge and important harvests. Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress nodded with a smile. She had always appreciated Lin Yuan's character, but she did not expect he would be so hardworking in his cultivation. Nowadays, few youths would spend over 2 months in seclusion without going out. Ever since the Moon Empress had taken Lin Yuan as her disciple, she had not asked him about his progress as a creation master and spirit kai professional. Besides teaching him the appropriate knowledge, she felt that one should mainly rely on one's own self-consciousness for cultivation. On the other hand, she also did not want to pressure him, so she never asked him about it. Since the Moon Empress had not asked, Lin Yuan had never told her about his progress either, regardless of whether he had 3 willpower runes before or the fact that the jasmine lily that had evolved into a fantasy breed at bronze. The Moon Empress was his master. If she asked him about it, he would naturally tell her without hiding anything. However, she did not ask him about it. As he was an introvert, he would not take the initiative to tell her. Lin Yuan knew his own capabilities. These were his means and not something to show off. If other people had Lin Yuan's skills, they would probably have made it known. He had always been afraid that if he showed himself too much, the saying an outstanding person will attract jealousy and criticism would apply in his case. But now, with the Moon Empress as his master, Lin Yuan did not need to worry about these. No matter how strong the wind would be, with the Moon Empress, a tall and straight little tree like Lin Yuan would not be affected at all. Moreover, the suzerain myth, breed Mother of Bloodbath, was following him. If anybody dared to do anything to Lin Yuan, they would have to worry about themselves first. After a few moments of small talk, Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress why he was there. Upon hearing his words, she raised her hand and handed him a dark brown beetle-shaped accessory with a pin on the back. It could be worn. At a glance, Lin Yuan recognized that the beetle-shaped accessory was a diamond face storage box. This beetle-shaped face storage box was dark brown with some dark green patterns on it and looked strange. It was far from looking as nice as the previous leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. Lin Yuan took this strange beetle-shaped diamond face storage box and heard the Moon Empress say, "This diamond face storage box contains all the wealth that Cheng Wu had accumulated over the years as a pinnacle class 4 creation master. He had attacked you before. So take the things in this face storage box as something to help you recover from the shock." Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress' deeply concerned gaze and did not reject her. He put away this diamond beetle-shaped face storage box. When he was doing so, he took a look at the diamond face storage box. He found that instead of some unknown spiritual ingredients, a huge amount of radiance dollars was inside. Lin Yuan had been using the Star Web card to transfer money. So although he knew what the radiance dollars looked like, he had never used them. When he looked inside the diamond face storage box, he saw bottle cap-sized radiance dollars like amber buttons piled up like a little mountain. Lin Yuan was shocked at the sight. He did not know how many radiance dollars were inside. But the wealth of a pinnacle class 4 creation master was really not to be underestimated. After sitting for a while, when Lin Yuan was ready to bid goodbye, he heard the Moon Empress say softly, "You still have a long road ahead of you. And the world is very vast. It's up to you to fly to the highest, farthest, and vastest place. Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be your support." Upon hearing that, a feeling of being cared for surfaced at the bottom of his heart. Lin Yuan was used to being independent, but this feeling made him cherish it. After respectfully performing a disciple's salute, he returned to his pavilion and was prepared to leave first thing in the morning. He was still thinking about where he should open his store and how much space to buy. Thanks to Cheng Yu's wealth in this diamond face storage box, Lin Yuan had more options to open his store without worrying about the expenses. As a creation master, although he had great capabilities to make money, he lacked the capital. He could do whatever he wanted now without being restrained now that he had a capital. After Lin Yuan left, Cold Moon went forward and saw that the Moon Empress was watching Lin Yuan leave. So she asked, "Are you worried about Lin Yuan?" The Moon Empress shook her head and poured a cup of tea before she sipped a mouthful and replied, "I'm not worried. I'm just proud and a little reluctant to see my own disciple wanting to explore the world." Upon hearing that, Cold Moon said softly, "Didn't you exchange all of Cheng Yu's accumulated wealth into equivalent radiance dollars, so that he will have the capital to explore the world? You have gone through a lot of trouble." The Moon Empress shook her head and did not continue to speak further. After she had taken in a disciple, she then understood the true responsibility as a teacher. The continuation of life and passing down of knowledge were never as simple as through words. Although they were unrelated by blood, they had reached the degree of kinship through the master-disciple relationship. At that moment, the sounds of footsteps came from outside. Mystic Moon walked in and bowed before saying, "Moon Empress, Cheng Wu has been suffering in the sin cleansing pool for 2 months and has just died. The Spirit Guard's Chief Garji in Iron Prison asked you what they should do next." The Moon Empress stood up and was about to go to the breeding room when she answered in a clear, cold voice, "He's dead. So what is there to be done? Let them handle it by themselves. After my moonlight hit him, he was capable of lasting 2 months in the sin cleansing pool. How could I let him off when he wanted to harm my disciple, not even if he's alive in the sin cleansing pool?" Chapter 125 Guild Alliance and the S Tournament. The next morning, Lin Yuan went down the Leaning Moon Mountain early and traveled light. He had stored all the things into the diamond face storage box on his chest, and it had to be said that this face storage box was pretty convenient. Last night, Lin Yuan sent a message to Liu Jai, telling him that he did not need to worry about choosing a store anymore. He would pick a bigger store that was situated well, as he no longer needed to worry about money. When he got down the Leaning Moon Mountain, Lin Yuan had an obvious purpose. He called for a speed-hoofed donkey car and headed to the Guild Alliance. This Guild Alliance was not an official organization like the Creation Master Association and the other lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupation guilds. The Guild Alliance was an alliance of countless guild clubs in the Radiance Federation that relied on the combat class Spirit Kai occupation guild. Lin Yuan was going to register and get authenticated in this Guild Alliance. After registering in the Guild Alliance, he could join the Guild Club teams and form a temporary team if he wanted to go wild harvesting. He could even receive and issue missions in the Guild Alliance. If the Star Web was the second world of the Radiance Federation's citizens and had the second world industry, the Guild Alliance would be where most combat class Spirit Kai professionals lived, worked, and trained in the real world. One could get a lot of commissions by completing the missions. If a boss issued a mission, one could also get the spiritual ingredients or phase one needed as soon as possible with adequate remuneration. Many creation masters who needed special spiritual ingredients would also issue a mission with rewards at the Guild Alliance. Some well-known Guild Club teams would accept the missions for those with high rewards. Of course, most of the time, the phase for the Guild Alliance's mission reward were basically rare ones. If one wanted to evolve a precious phase or enhance the phase grade, they would need to find a creation master. If there would be any place where creation masters would be most respected and most popular, that would certainly be the Guild Alliance. In the Guild Alliance's casual teams, most of the combat class Spirit Kai professionals were at lower levels, and those without outstanding qualities might work hard for a year or two to enhance the phase quality or grade. Most of the true talents or stronger Spirit Kai professionals had joined a guild club. If a talented person wanted to be chosen by a powerful guild club, the best way would be to fight until the 80th floor and above in the Star Web Tower or even up to the Celestial Stairway. This was because the powerful guild clubs would choose and accept new people at the Star Tower. The Radiance Federation admired battle skills. All year round, there were various tournaments for all sorts of guild club teams. However, the most standard and famous ones had to be included. Every year, the Guild Alliance would work together with the Radiance Federation to hold a tournament of the entire Federation's guild teams. It was known as the S-Tournament. The S-Tournament was considered a tournament for the young ones, as the contestants could not exceed 30 years old. It was almost the same as the members' age limit in the Radiance Federation's Radiance 100 sequence. Some truly powerful guild clubs would take part in the S-Tournament, and their main teams would more or less have members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were the most dazzling star players in the S-Tournament. The main teams of some guild clubs were even all made up of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Each guild could only send one team with 5 members. Each team must take part in various knockout matches, group matches, and qualification matches to make it to the next round. 16 teams would eventually be chosen to compete on the Star Web with the Radiance Federation citizens watching before finally being ranked. Even though these 16 teams would be ranked, the top 3 teams would be divided into the champion and runners-up, all of whom would receive different levels of rewards and unparalleled glory. However, only the champions would be remembered. After all, there was a saying, the second place is the first loser. There was no limit in learning, so everyone could contend against one another. However, in combat, the strong and the weak could be differentiated at a glance. Lin Yuan had arrived at the entrance of the Guild Alliance and got off the speed-hoofed donkey car. He looked at the lively and prosperous scene before him and touched the back of his head. The Guild Alliance was the liveliest place in the royal capital, which seemed like the case now. Lin Yuan entered the Guild Alliance and realized the people at the side were looking at him. One of the Guild Alliance's receptionists warmly greeted him and looked at him with a burning gaze. Lin Yuan soon found out the reason. It turned out that these people were looking at the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. It seemed that Creation Masters were conspicuous wherever they went. At that moment, the Guild Alliance receptionist asked respectfully, "Class 2 Creation Master, did you come to the Guild Alliance to issue a mission or find a guild club squad?" Lin Yuan quickly shook his head and answered, "I'm here for the first time, and I intend to register and get authenticated." Upon hearing that, the receptionist beamed with joy and quickly replied, "Please follow me to the VIP reception room to get those done." "Sir." Then, the receptionist hurriedly led the way. The receptionist was overjoyed. Although Creation Masters would issue missions at the Guild Alliance, it would only require them to have an identity authentication. So few Creation Masters would choose to register in the Guild Alliance. The purpose of registering at the Guild Alliance was to be able to receive missions. If creation masters wanted to earn money, make a concoction of spiritual ingredients, or cultivate phase, they would not need to take up missions at the Guild Alliance. If any receptionists in the Guild Alliance could receive a creation master and let them register there, they would receive a good commission. This commission was almost as much as the receptionist's monthly salary, so Lin Yuan's registration was splendid news to the receptionist. When Lin Yuan entered the VIP lounge, he unobtrusively took off the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. At the same time, he summoned Genius for tool transformation. There were two forms of Genius tool transformation, glasses or masks. Lin Yuan chose the mask form this time. Genius transformed into a silver mask with a light pattern that perfectly fit on his face. Lin Yuan's aura completely changed when he wore the mask. He looked like a cheerful boy before, but he looked very composed after wearing the mask with black spirit Kai clothes. Soon, he finished what he needed to do in the Guild Alliance. Lin Yuan only needed to bind himself to the other star web card that he had obtained when he became a Class 2 Creation Master, which was something pretty simple. Then, he bound his Creation Master identity with the purchase with no loss star web store. At the same time, he also transferred his account for climbing the Star Tower to the other star web card. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.